Peach, have you found a job? As Tao Tao answered the phone, a cheerful voice greeted her. I have. I received a notice today and will report tomorrow. Ohat aput yo, Lun Lun. How's your job search going? Tao Tao replied with a smile. Not too bad. Sister, let's go shopping on Funan Road later. They'll come pick you up. Without waiting for Tao Tao's response, she hung up, her eagerness palpable. Tao Tao chuckled, set her phone down, and began to apply her makeup. After the call, she sent a message to her sister, swiftly packed a few pieces of clothing, and then ventured out to catch a bus to the nearest station. On her way, she took leave from her workplace. Though it felt somewhat inappropriate to request time off before even starting, nothing was more pressing than the well-being of her grandfather. A few hours later, Tao Tao hurried into her familiar home, her luggage in tow, greeting everyone in the yard before hastening into her grandfather's room. At that moment, her grandfather, who was struggling to breathe, lay in bed. Upon seeing his granddaughter burst in, he managed to pull the corners of his mouth into what he believed was his best smile. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no words came forth. Seeing her grandfather's tearful gaze, her heart ached immensely for him, but he had grown too weak to do much more than lift his left hand with great effort, pointing towards a nearby table. With no strength to reach for it, he glanced between the box and Tao Tao, silently imploring her to take good care of it. Through her tears, Tao Tao nodded resolutely, promising, Grandpa, I will cherish it well. Grandfather Tao gazed fondly at Tao Tao, a gentle smile gracing his lips before closing his eyes and departing from this world. Grandfather, Tao Tao cried out. Upon witnessing this, her uncles, aunts, and siblings quickly sprang into action. 3 days later, after laying Grandfather Tao to rest, Tao Tao expressed her gratitude to those who had come to assist, yet said little else and consumed nothing. Gazing at the jade gourd, Tao Tao wept softly, her tears cascading down, each drop falling onto the small jade gourd. In her sorrow, she remained oblivious to the fact that her tears, upon touching the gourd, were not collected in the box, but rather absorbed by the jade itself. With trembling hands, Tao Tao retrieved the gourd from the box, clutching it tightly to her chest. She sank to the ground, burying her head in her legs, her shoulders shaking as she wept softly. Chapter 2. The 5-year-old girl upon awakening. Tao Tao realized she was nestled in bed. As she attempted to retrieve her phone from her pocket to check the time, an unsettling sensation washed over her. With a sudden jolt, she sat up, only to be met with a throbbing pain in her head, a relentless ache that pulled at her senses. In that moment, it dawned on her that she had been swept away by a wave of time travel. The youthful girl of 22 had been reduced to a frail 5-year-old child. The gourd, yes, the gourd gifted by her grandfather, which she had vowed to cherish. But now, the thought of her grandfather brought tears to her eyes once more. A mechanical voice echoed in her mind. The sign-in system has been activated. The sign-in location is Tao Family Village. Would the host like to set Tao Family Village as a frequently used sign-in location? Tao Tao abruptly halted her weeping, recalling the novels she had once read. A golden opportunity. Indeed, a splendid golden opportunity. Would the host like to set Tao Family Village as a frequently used sign-in location? The mechanical voice reiterated. In her heart, she promptly affirmed, yes. Successfully set Tao Family Village as a frequently used sign-in location. Would the host like to sign in? Sign in. On the first day of sign-in, congratulations to the host for receiving 1 pound of cornmeal, 2 pounds of cotton, 2 pounds of eggs, and 1 chance to draw a lottery. A novice gift package has been added to the host's backpack. Please check and enjoy your time in the kingdom of Mushi. What is this? Enjoying my time? Wait, who are you? Tao Tao inquired, her curiosity piqued by the cold, mechanical voice. I am the sign-in system 001. You may call me Little Gourd. Little Gourd, are you that Little Gourd? Tao Tao blurted out in astonishment. Indeed, the tears of the host awakened me, and upon regaining consciousness, I discovered that the host had wept herself into oblivion. With her spirit in tow, I traversed the temporal tunnel to arrive here. The Little Gourd, aware of Tao Tao's deep-seated desires, preemptively began to elucidate before she could pose her queries. In that era, I was already deceased? Tao Tao murmured, her body trembling. Indeed. Dear host, in truth, the owner of this body is none other than yourself. Do you have any further inquiries? I am the master of this body. No, I have nothing more to ask. Thank you, little gourd. You are welcome, host. As Sushir entered with a bowl of water, she beheld her daughter sitting vacantly upon the bed, lost in thought. My dear, why are you up? Come, drink some water. Tao Tao gazed at her gentle mother, feeling somewhat disoriented. Silently, she accepted the water offered by her mother and began to drink. Does your head still ache? In the future, do not venture out alone to gather wild vegetables. Be cautious and watch your step. Listening to Sushir's words, Tao Tao recalled the reason behind her headache. The original owner had been ravenously hungry, seeking wild vegetables on the mountain, and had inadvertently fallen, striking her head. It was no wonder that her head throbbed. She wondered if there would be any lasting repercussions. Dear daughter, lie down for a while longer. I shall prepare the meal. Sushir observed her silent daughter, glancing at the injury on her forehead, her heart aching with concern. Gently, she stroked Tao Tao's head and offered her counsel. Watching her daughter lie down and close her eyes, Sushir sighed softly before exiting the room. Chapter 3. The gourd with her eyes closed. Tao Tao was now focused on her backpack, employing her thoughts to perceive it as instructed by the gourd. Within the confines of 10 compartments, each designated to house a singular item, the quantity may be stacked without limitation. Thus, the compartment filled with cornmeal cannot simultaneously contain eggs. The first compartment holds 1 pound of cornmeal, the second contains 2 pounds of cotton, the third accommodates 2 pounds of eggs, the fourth is home to a lottery ticket, and the fifth cradles a novice gift pack. Tao Tao furrows her brow as she gazes at the remaining 5 vacant compartments, pondering how to augment their number. Under the urging of the gourd, she focuses her thoughts and opens the novice gift pack. Upon opening the novice gift pack, the announcement proclaims the host has acquired a 10 square meter planting area, a 5 square meter breeding area, a stream, a spring, a thatched cottage, a packet of corn seeds, a packet of wheat seeds, and a packet of cabbage seeds. Each area has been duly placed within the system space, and the seeds have been stored in the thatched cottage, ready for the host to cultivate and harvest at will through the power of thought. An excited mechanical voice resonates, and with each word, Tao Tao feels an increasing sense of joy and anticipation for the impending adventure. Gourd, I wish to draw from the lottery. Certainly, host. As soon as the words escape her lips, Tao Tao beholds a spinning wheel divided into 8 segments, each marked with a question mark. What could this possibly signify? Could the contents of each segment truly be a mystery? Suppressing her curiosity, Tao Tao silently commands, begin. The pointer on the wheel begins to spin with increasing velocity. Stop. With a decisive click, the pointer halts, landing on one of the segments. Then, she hears the gourd's voice. Congratulations, host. You have won 3 chicks, 2 peach trees, 2 apple trees, 1 bolt of coarse cloth, and 1 bolt of cotton. The chicks have been placed in the rearing area, while the peach and apple trees have been situated within the thatched cottage. The fabric has been stored in the backpack compartments. Hulu, you are truly remarkable. The thatched cottage serves as a repository for planting, nurturing, and harvesting, while items for the lottery and check-ins can solely be stored in the backpack compartments, correct? Tao Tao scrutinized and inquired with curiosity. Indeed, host. As long as you accumulate your check-ins, your backpack compartments can expand after a certain period, though the specifics elude me, replied Hulu. Hulu was puzzled, as this new system differed from the previous one, with certain elements not aligning with his memories. Yet he hesitated to disclose this to the host. Noticing the slight despondence in Hulu's tone, Tao Tao, though unaware of the reason, offered consolation. Hulu, thank you for accompanying me. Your presence makes me feel as though my grandfather is still by my side, and I am not at all lonely. As for everything else, I believe in letting nature take its course. I have always been quite laid back. Yes, host. Would you like to plant those in the thatched cottage first? The system has shortened the harvest time to 124. All right, I will do it immediately. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao realized that once the wheat was planted, it would be ready for harvest in just 2 days. Without further ado, she promptly began planting. With a mere thought, she positioned the peach and apple trees beside the stream, while the other seeds were scattered across the ground. As soon as they were sown, the seeds burst forth from the soil, sprouting vigorously. Observing the lush greenery, Tao Tao felt a sense of reassurance that she would no longer struggle to find wild vegetables, for hunger would no longer plague her. How wonderful! With an empty stomach and after a bout of labor, Tao Tao, who had merely closed her eyes, succumbed to sleep. Chapter 4. The eccentric grandmother and the peculiar father Xionyang. How is our daughter faring? Tao Taizhu inquired. Here, you eat too. And our daughter shall have too as well. Hurry. He scanned the yard, noting the absence of anyone, while his wife, Su Xiao, was busy in the kitchen. He swiftly trotted in, quietly asking as he produced 4 dark, glossy bird eggs, seemingly already roasted. Our daughter will have 2. Let us each have 1. I know you haven't eaten. Here. Su Xiao gazed at the man before her, who always reserved the delectable morsels for her and their daughter, her heart swelling with sweetness. Although she could not recall much of her past, she had never felt wrong since arriving in this household, a rarity in their village. Tao Taizhu took the bird eggs from his wife's hand, deftly peeling the shells in a few motions, then quickly stuffed 2 into her mouth before exiting the kitchen. Su Xiao playfully scolded him as she hastily peeled the shells, carrying a bowl of water into the room to rouse Tao Tao, urging her to eat promptly. Just as Tao Tao swallowed the bird egg and took a sip of water, her father's voice resonated from the yard. Wife, is dinner ready? Hurry and set the table. It's best for father, mother, and the siblings to eat early and rest soon. All right, head of the household, come help carry it out. Our daughter has awakened. I was just feeding her some water. Has Sanyu woken up? The little girl has finally roused. It truly makes one anxious. And, has Sister Sanyu woken up? Su brought Tao Tao to the dining table, awaiting her grandmother to serve the meal. As Tao Tao gazed at the bowl of porridge mixed with wild vegetables and a dish of dark, salty pickles, a myriad of emotions swirled within her. In her previous life, she was picky and selective about her food, yet now, in this unfamiliar place, she found herself in a situation where nothing was to her liking. It seemed that fate had intervened, disapproving of her former fastidiousness. What a troublesome girl, incapable of even watching her own path, her grandmother, Li, remarked, handing her a bowl of thicker porridge while casting a stern glance at her. At this moment, Tao Tao had begun to discern the dynamics of this household. Grandmother Li, aged 42, possessed a sharp tongue yet a kind heart. She was a shrewd and formidable matriarch, overseeing the family's sustenance and resources. Grandfather Tao Dashan, aged 45, was the 3rd son among 5 siblings, with 2 older brothers residing nearby. Together, they had raised 2 sons and a daughter. Uncle Tao Tegan, aged 28, was married to Lu Ho Hot from Lu family village and had 3 children, a daughter, Tao Lihua, aged 11, and a pair of twins, a son and a daughter, whose birth had brought immense joy to their grandmother. Tao Su, the son, was born 2 minutes before his sister, Tao Xinghua, and now they were both 8 years old. Upon awakening, Tao Tao could only recall her surname, Su, with no memory of her identity or her origins. It was only when her mother noticed a character embroidered on the handkerchief in Su's grasp that they decided upon the name Su Xiao. Thus, Su Xiao settled into the Tao household, lost and unaware of who she truly was or where her home lay. Eventually, Su Xiao married Tao Taizhu, and 3 years later, they welcomed their daughter, Tao Tao. Tao Taizhu possesses a certain cleverness, engaging in work with a hint of cunning and a touch of flattery that has endeared him to the elderly lady over the years. Despite his antics, she finds him agreeable, often setting aside a little something for him. This evening, during the distribution of porridge, what was already a thin consistency was further thickened as the elderly lady ladled a bowl of denser porridge for her daughter, while the bowls of those 3 nieces and nephews were notably more diluted than the rest. Old Tao and the elderly lady have a daughter, Tao Zher, who married into a Zhang family in the neighboring village, where she has borne 2 sons and a daughter. The Zhangs are a kind-hearted family, and the two households maintain a harmonious relationship, frequently visiting one another. Chapter 5. Deceiving the elderly lady. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of flour, and 1 pound of pork belly. The items have been placed in your backpack, and please note, there are 2 empty slots remaining. Although it is now September, the drought has persisted for 2 years, leaving every household without surplus grain. The wild vegetables and tree bark surrounding the mountains have long been stripped bare, and even the wild rabbits have vanished. After consuming another bowl of porridge, Tao Tao frowned, contemplating the items in her backpack. She pondered whether to inform her father or grandmother of the situation. Observing her grandmother's troubled expression, she surmised that their food supplies were likely dwindling. Although they had harvested some crops recently, it would scarcely last for 2 months, let alone sustain them until the spring of the following year. Second child, you should make a trip to the county today. Bring along the handkerchiefs embroidered by your wife and inquire about the grain prices. If they are affordable, purchase as much as you can. After dinner, the elderly lady began to organize the day's tasks. Understood, mother. Rest assured, Tao Taiju had already devised a plan in his heart. Elder brother's wife. Today there isn't much work in the fields. Let us finish our tasks in the morning and then venture into the mountains in search of sustenance. Pear Blossom, take your younger siblings to the foot of the mountain to gather some firewood. All right, mother. Okay, grandmother. As the old couple prepared to set out with the eldest son and his wife, Tao Tao's eyes sparkled with mischief. She gently tugged at her grandmother's sleeve and blinked playfully. The grandmother, amused by her granddaughter's antics, set down her tools and followed the little one into the house. Grandmother, I'm scared, Tao Tao said, her youthful face glistening with unshed tears as she looked up at her grandmother. Little girl, what troubles you? There's nothing to fear. Grandmother is here. Did that foolish father of yours scold you? The grandmother, noticing the tearful expression on the small child's face, instinctively suspected her errant son had frightened the little girl. No, grandmother, it wasn't he, father. Yesterday, I dreamt of a bearded old man who said I was fortunate to meet him and asked me to call him master. He then taught me to read and write, and later gifted me some items. Upon finishing her tale, Tao Tao waved her tiny hand, and 2 eggs materialized in her palm. This revelation astonished the grandmother, who was initially taken aback, muttering in disbelief, "Good heavens, child, that must be a divine being. Did you feel unwell when you brought those items forth?" "No, grandmother. I feel perfectly fine. There are more things," Tao Tao replied, placing the 2 eggs on the bed. With another flourish of her hand, she produced 6 more eggs, a piece of coarse cloth, and a pound of cornmeal. The elderly woman gazed at the suddenly appeared supplies, hastily rushing to secure the doors and windows. She then approached the Kong, surveying the items upon it, and casting a glance at her 5-year-old granddaughter. Her heart was overwhelmed with shock, akin to a tide that surged higher with each wave. "My dear, are all these from your master?" she inquired. "Yes," the little girl replied. "Grandma, my master said he would give me flour in a couple of days to make dumpling soup." Contemplating the wheat in the system space that would mature the following day, Tao Tao spoke softly. "What? He will give you flour in 2 days? Child, make sure to learn your craft well from your celestial master. This matter must remain confidential. I will handle it. Remember." The elderly woman, concerned that her granddaughter was too young to keep secrets, admonished her. I won't tell anyone but you, Grandma. What should we do with these items?" "Grandma will think of a way. You focus on learning your craft. Keep what your master has given you hidden for now, and I will let you know when I need it. Do you understand? Listen closely to your master. If he requires anything, we will do our utmost to find it. Do you remember?" "Yes, Grandma. I remember everything. I am going to the foot of the mountain to find my brothers and sisters to gather firewood." After speaking, Tao Tao opened the door and skipped out, disregarding the elderly woman who was busy stowing items away in the cabinet. Chapter 6. The Rise in Grain Prices. Hulu. Sign in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 pounds of black flour, 3 pounds of cornmeal, and 2 pounds of eggs, all placed in your backpack. Hulu. It seems my arrival here is not mere coincidence. Tao Tao pondered over the past few days, convinced that her presence in this place was not random. Hulu must surely possess some knowledge about it. Hulu was taken aback by Tao Tao's unexpected question and found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. Observing Hulu's prolonged quietness, Tao Tao sighed. Never mind. You need not divulge anything. I am quite a laid-back person, devoid of grand aspirations. Sanya, what troubles you? Does your head still ache? The eldest sister, Tali, inquired with concern, noticing Tao Tao, lost in thought at the doorway. Elder sister, there's no pain. I am merely pondering where to gather firewood today. Tao Tao replied with a beaming smile, her voice sweet and innocent. Sanya, we must refrain from venturing deep into the mountains today. It could be perilous. Do you understand? Upon hearing Tao Tao's words, Tali felt a chill run down her spine. Recalling the previous day's reckless excursion into the mountains with her siblings, she quickly cautioned, let us not repeat that. In truth, Tao Tao had little desire to enter the woods. The wild vegetables in the vicinity were already depleted. Very well, we shall remain at the edge and collect firewood, she said, glancing at her petite 5-year-old frame and then at Tali's worried expression, nodding softly in agreement. Sanya is truly obedient. Come. Let us summon your second sister and brother Godin. Arya, Godin, hurry along. We are off to gather firewood in the mountains. We're coming. Elder sister. Wait for me. I will be ready shortly. Tali strapped a basket onto her back while Tao Tao carried a smaller basket on her arm. Waiting in the courtyard for her twins. Elder sister, we're ready. I'm holding Sanya's hand, Arya, Toxinghua, said with a cheerful smile directed at Tao Tao. Second sister, I am grown now. I can walk by myself. Ha. Indeed, you are grown, though not yet as old as I, remarked Tao Tao Su, the eldest grandson of the Tao family. As the blossoms unfold at both ends, each signifies a distinct tale. Upon arriving in Ning County, Tao Taiju did not first visit the embroidery shop. Instead, he sought to inquire about the current prices of grain. To his astonishment, the prices had surged. Just recently, coarse rice was priced at 8 won per jean, but now it had escalated by 5 won, reaching 13 won per jean. The price for broken rice had risen by 10 won, now standing at 18 won per jean. White flour was selling for 500 won per jean, while fine rice fetched 800 won per jean, and even this was not of the highest quality. Even the most affordable black flour had reached 10 won per jean. After learning the prices, Tao Taiju pondered the mere 20 handkerchiefs in his possession and shook his head. Fortunately, his mother had slipped him 2 taels of silver before his departure, intended for purchasing grain. Otherwise, he would have found himself unable to procure much at all. Upon seeing the 20 handkerchiefs embroidered by Su Shi, the proprietress of the embroidery shop was visibly intrigued. The craftsmanship was quite commendable. However, since the handkerchiefs were made of cotton rather than silk, their value would have certainly multiplied had they been of the latter material. With a grin, Tao Taiju assured her, Indeed, I will certainly deliver them to you. Rest assured, I shall not forget. Tao Taiju proceeded to the grain shop, where he purchased 1 jean of white flour, 30 jeans of broken rice, 50 jeans of coarse rice, and 30 jeans of black flour. The white flour cost 500 won per jean, while the broken rice was 18 won per jean, totaling 541 for 30 jeans. Coarse rice was priced at 13 won per jean, amounting to 651 for 50 jeans, and black flour, at 10 won per jean, totaled 301 for 30 jeans. In total, he spent 1,991, just 10 won shy of 2 taels of silver. Having secured the grain, Tao Taiju took a sip of water from his bamboo tube and hurried homeward. Chapter 7. The Return Home. Eldest brother, come lend a hand. As old Tao was preparing to head out to the fields, he reached the doorstep only to find his youngest son shouldering 4 or 5 bags. He promptly called for his eldest son to assist. Father, I'm here. What's the matter? Old Tao and his eldest son advanced briskly, each taking a bag from the younger's shoulders, and they made their way back into the house. With the burden lightened by 2 bags, the youngest felt considerably relieved. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he hurried inside and placed the bag on the ground, accepting a bowl of water handed to him by his wife, which he drank in one go. Youngest, tell me the situation, old Tao inquired after his son quenched his thirst. Father, The grain prices have surged in the county. Black flour is 10 won per pound, rough rice 13 won, broken rice 18 won, white flour 500 won per pound, and fine rice 800 won per pound. The white and fine flour are not of the best quality either. What? Such a steep increase. Before the youngest could finish detailing the grain prices, Old Tao's wife gasped in disbelief. Alas, if the taxes are not waived this year, with our meager harvest, we would barely have enough for the family to eat for 10 days or half a month. Truly, he deserves to be called a benevolent ruler. Youngest, is there anything else? Share it all. I shall visit your third uncle later to inform him. Upon hearing this, the heavy burden that had weighed on Old Tao's heart for days finally lifted. I heard that refugees have appeared in the capital, reportedly having come from the far north, though I do not know the specifics. This time, I sold 20 pieces of Xionyang's cloth for 40 won each, totaling 800 won. Mother gave me 2 taels of silver, and I purchased 30 pounds of black flour, 30 pounds of broken rice, 50 pounds of rough rice, and 1 pound of white flour. This is the remaining 10 won. As Tao Lao spoke, he produced 10 won in a pouch, placing them on the table in the room. Casting a furtive glance at his mother, he was certain that had she not been aware of the 800 won spent on a piece of cloth before hearing that 500 won had been spent on a pound of flour, he would likely be enduring a thorough scolding at that moment. Indeed, Madame Tao felt the urge to reprimand someone. Yet as she observed the gleam in the eyes of those present upon hearing about the flour, she felt compelled to hold her tongue. Ignoring her son's mischievous glance, she seized the pouch and coins from the table, thrusting them into her bosom, and strode purposefully into the room to conceal her savings. What else lies within those sacks? The matron inquired upon her return. Mother, aside from the grain, the remaining contents are remnants of cloth sent by the embroidery shop's proprietress. Xionyang mentioned they could be used to mend shoe soles. Tao Lao replied with a grin, eager to share the news with his wife. The mention of scrap cloth ignited excitement not only in his 2 daughters-in-law, but also in the elder matron, who hurried to inspect the bags. How many are there? There are 4 sacks. I took a discreet look, and there are quite a few decent pieces, and they aren't too tattered, Tao Lao boasted, his pride evident. Go on, get back to work and stop being a distraction here, Madame Tao instructed, beckoning her 2 daughters-in-law to help carry the 4 bags of cloth into her room, where the 3 women began to organize the contents. As for the grain, it had already been directed by Old Man Tao to their eldest son for storage in the cellar. In these times, having an abundance of grain was not advantageous. Chapter 8. The enigmatic Tao family village. Third brother, third sister-in-law. It's time for dinner. Old Tao strolled over to his cousin's house, hands clasped behind his back, and upon seeing the family gathered for a meal, greeted them warmly. Dashin, have you eaten? Is there something amiss? Dashin, the village's headman and the cousin referred to by Old Tao, welcomed him in. The 2 families were part of the same clan, merely separated by a branch. In the entirety of Taojia village, there were only a few households of outsiders. The rest belonged to the Tao family, which fostered a unique sense of unity. The villagers were fiercely protective of one another, and even if internal conflicts arose, they would stand united against outsiders, leading many neighboring families to seek ties with Taojia village. I have eaten, but there is a matter to discuss. No rush, cousin. Finish your meal first, Dashin replied. Grandfather, please take a seat. Thank you, Xiaohua. You are very kind. Dashin accepted the stool that his grandniece Xiaohua had moved over and settled into a spot in the courtyard. Dashin, do enlighten me. What is the matter at hand? What? Grain prices have risen? By how much? The government has waived this year's taxes and made it public. This is indeed splendid news, exclaimed Tao Dashu, his face alight with joy. Dashin and Tao Dashu chatted animatedly about the grain prices in the county, subtly mentioning that there seemed to be refugees in the capital, and before departing, he added, I wonder if prices will continue to rise. Before long, the news of the tax exemption spread throughout Taojia village, and it was common knowledge that grain prices had surged. A few families began to ponder whether they should venture to the county to procure some grain. Otherwise, they would struggle to survive the winter on the scant harvest they had. Indeed, the women of the village have acted in such a manner, albeit not venturing out alone. For in these times, one can never be certain of what may transpire outside. Although Taojia village is situated in an open area, aside from the road at the village entrance, to the right flows a river, devoid of a bridge. The villagers typically wash their clothes and vegetables here, but the river's water is nearly depleted now. To the left of the village lies a modest hill, not particularly high, yet densely forested. Villagers usually confine their activities to the outskirts. The deeper one ventures into the woods, the thicker the foliage becomes. Despite the curiosity that many villagers harbor regarding the depths of the forest, the value of life prevails, and thus, no one has ever dared to enter. Behind the village stands a grand mountain, towering and vast, indicating a wealth of flora and fauna within. Villagers likewise gather wild vegetables and collect firewood along the mountain's perimeter. It remains a mystery who initially chose this site for settlement. Yet Taojia village astonishingly survived a famine several decades ago, as it was sealed off from entry and exit. Presently, the elderly residents, those over 70, work with a vigor comparable to that of individuals in their 40s or 50s. This group of elderly men and women may appear unremarkable and speak little, yet their perceptive eyes possess an uncanny sharpness, as if able to perceive 6 directions and hear 8 sounds. It seems that Taojia village harbors an air of mystery. Tao Dashin had just visited his third brother's home briefly before heading to his parents', where he recounted the details of the second brother's trip to the county, lingering as if awaiting a response from his father. Chapter 9. Eating Dumplings. Host, the wheat is ready for harvest. Tao was preparing to persuade her grandmother to have dumplings for dinner when she heard the sound of the gourd. Has the wheat matured? Gourd. Can this wheat be transformed into white flour just like corn, merely by my thought of white flour? Instead of immediately harvesting with her mind, Tao posed a question. Yes, host. How wonderful. Thank you, gourd. With a mere thought, the wheat in the field automatically transformed into white flour, stored within the thatched cottage, originally devoid of cabinets. A row of them materialized in the cottage as she harvested cabbage. Each cabinet featured drawers, into which her harvested items would effortlessly fly, subsequently displaying the names of the items. Witnessing this spectacle, Tao exclaimed, "This is amazing," as she gazed at the white flour in the drawers. Resting her head on her left hand, she smiled brightly at her grandmother's room, her heart brimming with joy. Dumplings, we must have dumplings tonight. Without hesitation, she noticed her grandmother emerging with some cloth, and with her short legs, she dashed over. Grandma, Grandma. Tao Li, her grandmother, looked at her granddaughter's beaming face, utterly delighted, and bent down to inquire, Sanya, do you need something from Grandma? Grandma, can we have dumplings made with white flour tonight, filled with cabbage and pork? Tao leaned her little head from side to side, then whispered in her grandmother's ear, cabbage and pork-filled dumplings made of white flour? My goodness, this girl dares to dream. Just as I was about to say a few words, I caught sight of Tao beaming with a smile, and I couldn't help but think that it must have been a gift from her celestial master. Alas, I shall have to keep a closer watch on this girl in the future, ensuring she doesn't carelessly take everything outside. Come, let us go inside with Grandma. Tao Li, too, refrained from venturing out and pulled Tao into her room. Grandma, could you please hand me a flour bag? Upon hearing this, Tao Li quickly retrieved a bag from the cupboard and handed it to her. With a mere thought, the bag vanished, only to reappear filled with half a bag of flour, closely followed by a pound of pork belly materializing on the table. Despite having witnessed this once before, Tao Li was still taken aback and hurriedly opened the window, calling out, Second daughter-in-law, second daughter-in-law. Mother, I'm here. What's the matter? Responded Tao Su, who was inside pondering how to make clothes for her daughter from scrap fabric. Mother, I have medicinal wine. Let me rub it on you first, and then I will go call father. Just as Sue was about to turn back into the room to fetch the medicinal wine, she realized the urgency and hastily stepped outside to summon help. Grandma? Tao sensed a hint of unease in her grandmother's gaze. She understood, of course, the wisdom that comes with possessing something precious, nodded her little head, and was then embraced by her grandmother, both waiting for the head of the Tao family. Old woman, Old woman upon hearing his daughter-in-law's call, Tao Dashan dropped his hoe and rushed home. The brothers, Tao Tai and Jen, also abandoned their tools and hurried back. The two daughters-in-law had no choice but to pick up their tools and follow suit. What is all the commotion? Hurry inside. Upon hearing her husband's voice, Tao Lisher promptly responded, What is it, dear? How is your back? We ought to consult a physician. As Tao Dashan entered the room, he rambled on incessantly. Close the door. All he received in return were the two words from his wife, prompting him to turn around and shut the door with a sense of disappointment. Gazing at Tao Lisher, who was seated on the kong with their little granddaughter. Without waiting for him to speak again, Tao Lisher directly addressed the matter concerning the granddaughter. Her gaze fixed outside the courtyard. Mother, father, how is she? A duet of voices echoed from the yard. What are you shouting about? Your mother is not seriously ill. I'll fetch some medicine from your grandmother shortly, apply it, and all will be well. Now, return to your tasks. Tao Dashan, still recovering from the astonishment of seeing his granddaughter worshipping the deity and possessing an extraordinary ability, was startled by his son's reprimand as he turned to look at his wife and granddaughter. Tao Tao understood her grandfather's intention. With a flick of her small hand, 2 eggs appeared in her once empty palm. She glanced at her grandfather and then at her grandmother, placing the eggs on the kong, only to suddenly reveal a fresh, vibrant cabbage nestled in her arms. At this moment, Tao Dashan was at a loss, his emotions awhirl. His lips quivered as he finally managed to utter, Sonia. When did you acquire this? It was after I fell and awoke that day. My dear, Sonia just turned 5 a few days prior, correct? Indeed. Just a few days ago. Old man, do you think Sonia is? Very well, allow me a moment to compose myself. Since Sanya mentioned that we shall dine on dumplings tonight, let us indeed partake in this delightful fare. Quickly, you should assist the 2 daughters-in-law in preparing the dumplings, while I shall go invite Grandpa and our parents to join us for dinner. Tao Dashan fixed his gaze upon the 5-year-old girl, reflecting inwardly. Our ancestors have blessed us. The Tao family has remained in silence for over a century, seemingly awaiting this child. Alas, she is but 5 years old. Oh no. I merely wish to climb trees, hike mountains, and play with dogs and chickens. In the kitchen, the 3 women, mother-in-law and daughters-in-law, efficiently chopped meat, sliced vegetables, and kneaded dough. The meat was finely minced, and the cabbage was similarly diced. Tao Tao, upon realizing they had ample supplies, decided to take 2 more heads of cabbage, only to have all 3 heads whisked away by her grandmother to the kitchen for preparation. Observing her mother-in-law's briskness, the 2 daughters-in-law wisely remained silent, simply following instructions. Watching the industrious daughters-in-law, Tao Lisher once again marveled at her mother-in-law's remarkable capability. Both of her daughters-in-law had been carefully selected by her, making things much easier. The kitchen was bustling as they diligently prepared the dumplings, while the 2 Tao brothers were engaged in splitting firewood and tilling the garden in the backyard. Tao Dashan strolled out with his hands clasped behind his back, his head bowed. Tao Tao was tending to the fire in the kitchen. All right, Grandma. Today we gathered some wild vegetables, all cleaned up. Should we dry them? The eldest daughter, Tao Lihua, inquired before even stepping into the kitchen. Yes. Dry them for winter consumption, came the reply. Very well, I shall attend to it. As dusk began to settle, Tao Dashan appeared in the courtyard, accompanied by his grandfather and parents. Grandfather, father, mother, please take a seat. Great-great-grandfather, grandfather, and grandmother, greetings. As Tao Tao listened to the voices of her parents and uncles, she searched her memories. However, apart from her paternal grandparents and their family, she could recall no trace of these 3 individuals. At that moment, she felt as though she had uncovered something of tremendous significance, her heart racing with excitement. Once the 3 elders took their seats, Tao Dashan settled down as well. Subsequently, Tao Lisher and the 2 daughters-in-law brought forth platters of plump, white dumplings. The elder, who had seated himself first, spoke. Everyone, take a seat and eat. We shall discuss matters after the meal. The 4 siblings, Tao Daya and her brothers, sat at a small table nearby, striving to adhere to their grandmother's usual request of maintaining silence while eating, as they observed the 3 unexpected elders at the larger table. Chapter 11. The true Tao family. Tao Tao had discerned the implications of the words spoken by the man claiming to be her great-grandfather. Lowering her head in contemplation, she inquired brightly, "Great-grandfather, if this information were to be disclosed, would the Tao family be in danger?" The others were taken aback by Tao Tao's question. Tao Ji looked at her with a sense of approval and nodded. "Rest assured, great-grandfather. Should the Tao family require assistance in the future, I shall exert myself wholeheartedly." Tao Tao had initially intended to leverage her abilities to aid her family, thus she readily agreed. Under the suggestion of her great-grandfather, Tao Yishuan began to narrate the history of the Tao family. Through his detailed account, Tao Tao learned that the Tao family village had migrated from the capital over a century ago. The specific reasons were not elaborated by my great-grandfather. He merely mentioned that the family had fallen into decline. Under the guidance of a sage, he, along with his family members, embarked on a journey to settle in this place. The sage foretold that a girl would be born into the Tao family a century later. This girl would face a calamity at the age of 5, and if she were to survive it, she would live a life free from want, leading the Tao family to rise to prominence. The family head and several elders have passed down this prophecy over the years. However, despite the births of numerous daughters in the past century, none matched the description of the girl foretold by the sage. Unexpectedly, this girl has now appeared. Indeed, as the sage predicted, she faces a significant trial at the age of 5, and once she overcomes it, she will possess extraordinary abilities. Following the sage's counsel, the Tao family mandated that all children, regardless of gender, must learn to read and practice martial arts after the age of 5. Those with exceptional talents were selected for intensive training. It was specified that participation in the imperial examinations was not required. Given the family's current obscurity, they should focus on agricultural pursuits. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao's eyes widened, and she gazed at her grandfather with astonishment. Tao Dashan nodded at his granddaughter and calmly remarked, "Your grandmother is also skilled in martial arts." Tao Tao immediately turned to look at her grandmother, who shot her husband a playful glare before smiling at her granddaughter, saying, "Dear child, listen carefully to your great-grandfather. We shall discuss other matters later." Tao Tao nodded and blinked her eyes at her great-grandfather, signaling him to continue. Liang, her great-grandmother, watched the spirited little girl with amusement and asked with a gentle smile, "My dear, not only can your great-grandmother practice martial arts, but she is also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Would you like to learn from her?" Tao Tao, with her petite mouth slightly agape, gazed at the elderly woman before her, blinking her eyes with a touch of grievance as she exclaimed, "But I adore climbing trees and hiking the hills, as well as frolicking with chickens and teasing dogs." With a chuckle, the elderly lady replied, "All right, my dear, if that brings you joy, then let it be. However, child, you may only indulge in such pastimes for a year. Once you celebrate your 6th birthday, you must begin your training in martial arts and literacy, and also dabble in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I do not expect you to master them, but at the very least, you should grasp the fundamentals. Do you understand?" Tao Ji had not encountered such an endearing child in many years, thus granting Tao Tao a year of unrestrained play. "Great-grandfather, truly, you are wise beyond measure. Rest assured, great-grandfather, Tao Tao will not squander this year," she declared, winking playfully at the elderly gentleman. Tao Ji paused, then erupted into laughter. "Huh, it seems we old fellows have been overly anxious, forgetting your master's teachings." With this reminder, the others in the room recalled that Tao Tao had a celestial master. "Very well, next year she shall commence her studies," they agreed. "Dashan, tomorrow you must speak with your 2 daughters-in-law and the younger ones, ensuring they keep a vigilant watch over her, preventing even the slightest hint of danger. Do you understand?" Tao Yishian instructed before departing. "Father, your son comprehends. Please rest easy. We shall safeguard the child." With Dashan's assurance, the 3 elders leisurely exited the courtyard, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Chapter 12. The Sealed Village. Although the sudden sealing of the village was shrouded in mystery, Tao Tao instinctively sensed it might be connected to her. initially resigned to a life of complacency. Tao Tao resolved in that moment to cultivate the martial arts her grandfather had imparted to her in a previous life. Should her abilities ever be revealed to outsiders, she could not afford to hinder her family. She must possess the means for self-preservation. Once this decision was made, Tao Tao transformed, embodying a newfound vigor. Each day, she ascended the mountain, her dedication evident to her three siblings who observed her running laps and occasionally executing peculiar movements. The trio, already engaged in their own martial training, felt inspired by their sister's apparent prowess and, unbeknownst to them, began to emulate her efforts. Tao Tao had been deliberate in her approach. Ever since the elder of the Tao family declared that children over the age of 5 should commence their martial education, she had been discreetly observing her siblings. After thorough scrutiny, she concluded that their practices were rather elementary. Her eldest sister, Tao Lihua, now 11, had been training for 6 years. Yet Tao Tao sensed that her sister's potential remained untapped. Thus, every day when venturing to the mountains, she insisted on bringing her siblings along, confident that, with time, they would inevitably join her in practice. Indeed, after a week, her siblings spontaneously began to follow her lead. They mirrored her every movement, and under her guidance, the trio, who once struggled to complete 7 or 8 laps in the open field, managed to run 12 laps, though their legs were weary and sore. The exhilaration of surpassing their previous limits ignited a spark of admiration in their eyes, eager for Tao Tao to impart further knowledge. Tao Tao smiled gently. Eldest sister. Second sister, brother, please do not sit down. Just walk slowly. You will recover soon, though your legs may still feel a bit weary. She sighed. Ah, Sanya, you are truly impressive. At merely 5 years old, you can run 12 laps in this open space, while we could barely manage 7 or 8. Indeed. This expanse was organized for us by our father and uncle, unlike the training grounds shared with others in the village, Tao Su joyfully remarked. It was arranged by my uncle and father? Tao Tao finally realized that when she had expressed her desire to run, her eldest sister had immediately brought her to this place, which was specifically prepared for the children of their family. Gazing at the spacious area, encircled by trees, she found it increasingly satisfying, as it was almost imperceptible from a distance. Eldest sister, second sister, brother, let us keep our practice a secret from our family, shall we? Tao Tao's intention was not selfishness. Rather, she wished to reclaim the martial skills from her previous life. The training she undertook differed from that of the villagers, and she was not yet ready for others to know. The 3 siblings exchanged glances and then softly inquired, should we not even tell grandfather? Although Tao Tao had only been practicing for a little over 10 days, her vigilance remained sharp. 3 days prior, she had sensed the presence of someone trailing behind them, and just before dawn, that presence had vanished. During dinner, the 4 siblings found themselves consuming more than usual. Tao Tao suspected that the one following them could very well be the seemingly simple, yet cunning old fox from their household. Chapter 13. The Arrival of Potato Seeds. Hulu. I have checked in. Check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has received 10 pounds of radishes, 5 pounds of eggplants, and 10 pounds of rice. Host. The crops in the fields are ready for harvest. All right. Thank you, Hulu. Harvest. The grains and vegetables from the fields flew into the thatched cottage, subsequently organizing themselves into neat compartments. Ding. Through the diligent efforts of the host, the farm has yielded 10 harvests, rewarding the host with 2 plots of uncultivated fertile land. A bag of potato seeds, a bag of rice seeds, a packet of chili seeds, and 2 packets of eggplant seeds. Ding. Thanks to the host's hard work, the pasture has produced eggs 15 times, rewarding the host with 3 ducklings and a small pond. Tao Tao's eyes sparkled upon hearing the rewards. Well, I can plant potatoes now, and rice too, plus ducklings, oh joy. Tao Tao hurriedly focused her thoughts within the space where 3 ducklings were frolicking merrily in the small pond. Beside the pond, there was a wooden trough divided into 2 sections and a cozy duck nest. It was evident that the trough was designed for feeding and watering. Tao Tao glanced at the compartments inside the thatched cottage, hesitated for a moment, then took out 2 cabbages. With a thought. The cabbages were shredded and dropped into the trough. With another thought, Water appeared in the other section of the trough. Satisfied, Tao Tao nodded and commenced her grand agricultural endeavor. First, she cultivated the 2 plots of uncultivated land, then retrieved the potato seeds and planted them all. Strangely enough, the seeds and the fields matched perfectly. Tao Tao did not ponder further, for Hulu reminded her, "Host, the backpack compartments are full, and there are still 10 pounds of rice and 5 pounds of eggplants without a place to store them. Host, would you consider selling some items to the system in exchange for points to unlock more slots?" Upon hearing this, Tao Tao wore a smile that hinted at hidden depths. "Gord, you never mentioned this before." "Host, I was unaware of it until after you finished planting in the space," Gord replied, feeling a bit wronged. Reflecting on how this situation differed from previous ones, Gord hesitated to speak the truth at first and now dared not voice its thoughts, choosing instead to swallow its concerns. "Oh, is that so? Very well, let me see." Tao Tao suspected that Gord was concealing something, but since it remained silent, she resolved not to pry further, believing that clarity would come in time. For now, it appeared that Gord harbored no malicious intent towards her. Tao Tao inspected the inventory: 15 pounds of pork belly, 30 pounds of corn flour, 10 pounds of chili peppers, 15 pounds of white flour, 50 pounds of black flour, 10 heads of cabbage, 20 pounds of eggs, 3 pounds of salt, 5 pounds of ribs, and 2 bolts of cotton fabric. Gord, sell the cabbage, chili peppers, and white flour. Understood, host. The cabbage is worth 2 points each. Selling 10 will yield 20 points. The white flour is 3 points per pound. Selling 15 pounds will earn 45 points. The chili peppers are priced at 5 points per pound. Selling 10 pounds will generate 50 points. Host, you now have a total of 115 points. Gord, why are the chili peppers more expensive than the white flour? Tao Tao inquired, puzzled. Host, the chili peppers contain seeds, and the system has automatically set the price at 5 points per pound. How many slots can I unlock now? Host, 10 points unlock 1 slot, and after 5. Each additional slot requires an extra 5 points. After the 5th slot, each subsequent unlock adds 5 points to the previous one, correct? Indeed, host. Very well. I shall use all points for unlocking. All right, host. Unlocking 5 slots will cost 50 points. Unlocking the 6th will require 15 points, the 7th 20 points, and the 8th 25 points. Host, you have unlocked 8 slots and have 5 points remaining. Thank you, Gord. Gord, since the system can naturally purchase items, is there a mall available for that purpose? Host, logically there should be, but Gord is not certain about the specifics. Is Gord rather foolish? Hearing the unease in Gord's words, Tao Tao sighed, deciding to let it be and accept fate. Gord is not foolish. This is merely Gord's first encounter with such a situation. Please keep an eye on the space for me. When the potatoes mature, remember to call me. Sure thing. Thank you. Host, you are truly a kind person. Huffed. Tao Tao chuckled at Gord's words. Chapter 14. What on earth? Unbeknownst to her, Tao Tao had been here for a month. During this time, the 4 siblings had ascended the mountain daily before dawn and returned just as dusk fell. After several days, the 3 elders observed the children growing increasingly skilled and discerned some insights, prompting them to establish a small practice area not far from the children to join in their training. For 20 days, Taojia village has been sealed off. On the surface, everything appears normal, yet Tao Tao senses an unusual aura permeating the air, stirring a sense of restlessness within her, a stark contrast to her usual tranquility. The village elders seem to have picked up on this unease as well, appointing 2 individuals to venture beyond the village to gather information. Though the newly married women worry for their families, they are acutely aware that should peril arise, their husbands would not neglect their kin. As long as their families remain free of chaos and secure, there should be no significant cause for concern. The few families with surnames different from Tao's may seem inconspicuous, yet they too are descendants of the Tao clan. In a precautionary measure, the ancestors had allowed several children to adopt their mother's surname, subsequently migrating here in stages to establish their homes. Despite these arrangements, the journey has not been without loss, as many relatives have perished along the way, Otherwise, how could Taojia village consist of merely over 20 households today? Oh, the hardships of life. Host, the day is drawing to a close, and you have yet to check in. Just as Tao Tao began to feel drowsy, the sound of the gourd echoed. Ah, the gourd. Quickly, check in. Check in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of ribs, 5 pounds of eggs, and 2 bolts of cotton fabric. The host has successfully checked in at a fixed location for 1 month and has received a grand check-in gift package. What? After successfully checking in for a month, a grand gift package awaited. Oh, how delightful. Tao Tao, instantly invigorated, eagerly opened the package, only to hear the voice of the gourd. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 strengthening pills, 6 power pills, 1 dagger that cuts through steel, and 5 mini hypnotics. Tao Tao had anticipated delectable treats, yet was met with, what on earth is this? What is going on? Gourd, what are these things? Tao Tao inquired incredulously. The gourd, equally perplexed, muttered in dismay, I have no idea either, but judging by the names, they should be of use to you. Well then, I shall investigate. Tao Tao began to ponder. Perhaps these items were linked to the recent agitation she felt within. She examined the dagger closely, given its name. It must indeed be a remarkable tool, one she would keep for herself. The mini hypnotics, as it turns out, were powerful sedatives, so potent that a mere speck, the size of a fingernail, could incapacitate an adult. 5 bottles of such a valuable commodity. Tomorrow, I shall consult with grandfather on how best to utilize them. The strengthening pills, as the name suggests, are intended to bolster one's physique, enhancing overall health. An adult may consume 1, while a child may take half. Following ingestion, one may experience some discomfort as impurities are expelled, yet after taking these pills, martial training yields remarkable results. The power pills, fittingly named, grant an increase in strength. Each individual may consume half a pill at a time, with a maximum of 3 doses per person. Tao Tao gazed with increasing satisfaction, for these were life-preserving items, and the unease within her heart had diminished considerably. Chapter 15. The refugees have arrived. Uncle, the refugees have reached the town. Though their numbers appeared few, they were steadily increasing. The influx of refugees in the county and the capital city had multiplied several times compared to before. Chingsong, Qingbai, are there any refugees approaching us? An elderly man in a green robe inquired, stroking his beard. Eldest, second, third, and fourth, send someone to these villages to extend a greeting, and also to Qinjiawan and Dashan village across the river. Make sure the village women and mothers emphasize the importance of hiding their grain. Understood. Very well. We shall attend to it at once. As they prepared to depart, the old patriarch added, let us, the old fellows, pay a visit to the fifth's household. At this moment, Tao Tao had consumed half of a powerful pill. The 5-year-old effortlessly lifted the nearly 200-pound stone mill in the backyard, confirming its effectiveness. She then persuaded her siblings to partake in the remedy as well. The pill melted upon entry, and moments later, a wave of pain coursed through her body. Tao Tao sensed her bones misaligning, only to realign themselves again. With the discomfort, an unknown dark yellow substance began to seep through her skin. Mother, is the water ready? I wish to bathe. Coming. Su Shi, carrying water, had just reached the doorway when she heard her daughter's voice. Dear, what is the matter? Why is it so foul? Mother, do not come in. Place the water at the door, and please bring me more. All right, I shall go at once. Tao Tao hurriedly carried the water into the house and poured it into the bathtub, plunging herself directly into it. The crystal-clear water was instantly tainted black. Su Shi, bringing in more water, was taken aback at the sight of the murky water in the bathtub, a pungent odor filling the air. Although she was puzzled, she refrained from speaking and poured the water into another tub, hastily heading off to boil more water. Sister, I have succeeded. Where are you? The trio, invigorated by their potent pills, ventured into the courtyard in search of Tao Tao. Not spotting her, they began to call out loudly. Daya, Arya, sister is taking a bath. Su Shi quickly interjected. Arya, please help your aunt by tending to the fire. Daya and I will fetch water for your sister. Is that agreeable? All right. We're on our way, Aunt. Su Shi and Dia returned to Tao Tao's room, discovering that she was nearly finished with her wash. This time, Su Shi brought another bathtub, poured in water, and Tao Tao promptly resumed her cleansing ritual. Having completed her washing, she was now in the kitchen, instructing her second sister to boil more water. Su Shi and Tao Lihua quickly grabbed buckets and headed outside. Chapter 16. An uncanny intuition. Tao Tao took on the task of boiling water, distributing half a pill each to her siblings, urging them to enter the house swiftly. She arranged the firewood and then poured 2 buckets of hot water and 2 buckets of cold water into the bathtub. Observing her daughter's flurry of activity, Su Shi seemed to grasp the situation and increased her pace in fetching water. Meanwhile, Tao Xinghua and Tao Su could no longer tolerate the foul smell and began washing themselves in the bathtub. Tao Lihua, enduring her discomfort, kept her sister's words in mind, reminding herself to persevere and hold on. As Tao Xinghua and Tao Shuqing prepared for their third cleansing, Tao Lihua had already settled into the bathtub. The Su mother and daughter busied themselves with fetching and boiling water, as well as managing the wastewater, meticulously cleaning the bathtub before bringing it indoors. Once the 3 children had finished their cleansing, they felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and could not help but engage in playful gestures in the courtyard. They remained seated with their eyes closed, seemingly unaware of the reason for their stillness. However, they trusted their younger sister's guidance, believing that to heed her words was undoubtedly wise. In contrast, Tao Tao experienced something quite different. A gentle warmth enveloped her abdomen, and it seemed as though something intangible had merged with her being. Upon closer observation, she discerned that there were green and red specks swirling around her, eagerly entering her body. At that moment, had she been able to move, Tao Tao would have likely leaped to her feet, exclaiming, "What is happening? Could this be the legendary spiritual energy?" If she were not mistaken, the green specks represented with spiritual energy, while the red ones signified fire's spiritual energy. This led her to ponder whether she had awakened some extraordinary power akin to those spoken of in apocalyptic legends, or perhaps even a spiritual root, as described in folklore. Could it be that I am the favored child of heaven? She mused internally, unbeknownst to the 4 little ones, who had been absorbing the essence of heaven and earth in the forest. Several elderly gentlemen had already arrived at their home down the mountain. Although Su Shi remained mindful of her daughter's instructions, her legs felt weak at the sight of the elderly men entering the house. Seizing the opportunity while pouring water, she discreetly whispered a few words to her mother-in-law, Li Shi. Upon hearing this, Li Shi gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! This matter is too significant to discuss openly. We must keep it under wraps." They were uncertain of the intentions these elderly gentlemen might harbor upon learning about the treasures their granddaughter possessed. Although the development of the family is essential, the safety of one's granddaughter takes precedence. It is imperative to devise a means to send those elderly gentlemen on their way. Chapter 17. The puzzling old man Deshawn. Where are the children? The elderly man clad in gray surveyed the surroundings, finding no trace of the little ones, and thus inquired, "They are probably gathering firewood on the mountain." Deshawn instinctively concealed the fact that his children were practicing martial arts in the hills. Gathering firewood? The gray-clad elder regarded Deshawn with skepticism. "Sir, it is already October, and the weather grows increasingly chilly by the day. With so many mouths to feed at home, firewood is consumed rapidly, and we wish to stock up for the winter. Thus, the children venture up the mountain daily to collect firewood and forage for wild vegetables." Deshawn explained. Upon hearing this, anyone would find no fault in his reasoning. In these times, which family does not send their children to gather firewood and search for wild greens? Not only the children, but even some adults venture into the mountains for these tasks. "Qing Bai, you should accompany them to take a look," the gray-clad elder said, squinting his eyes slowly. Understood. Qing Bai and his brother, Tao Tigan, made their way to the foot of the mountain in silence, scanning the area but finding no sign of anyone. As dusk settled in, anxiety grew within the brothers. Typically, the children would have returned home by this hour, yet today, not a single shadow appeared. They worried whether something unfortunate had transpired. Meanwhile, the 4 little ones had concluded their meditation and were practicing their forms in the woods. Tao Tao had not taught them new techniques, but had instructed them to refine the skills they had already learned. As she observed the three practicing earnestly, Tao Tao slipped into the thicket on the left. Closing her eyes and then opening them again, she moved her right finger, and suddenly a flickering spark materialized atop it. The spark gradually enlarged until it reached the size of an apple, dancing in her palm. In the blink of an eye, the small fireball vanished, replaced by a chili seed nestled in her hand. She then watched as the seed slowly swelled, sprouting and growing until it became a young chili plant, ceasing to grow further. At that moment, Tao Tao's complexion turned slightly pale, her breath unsteady. It seemed her suspicions were confirmed. Not only could she cultivate the ancient martial arts of the Tao family from her past life, but she also possessed both fire and wood spiritual roots. Just as she concluded her meditation, several incantations unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. After a brief attempt, she succeeded, though her current cultivation was nascent, and her internal spiritual energy was limited. It appeared that she would need to frequent the thicket more often. Have you all searched? Yes, we have. Indeed. Tao Dashin replied with his head lowered, concealing his thoughts. Uncertain if everyone had departed, a few members of the Tao family sat quietly in the courtyard, none daring to break the silence. After a moment, Tao Dashin and Li Shi entered the house, emerging with expressions that were difficult to discern. Sensing that the time was right, Tao Tao, along with her siblings, took hold of the wild chickens they had caught and descended the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she felt as if someone was watching them. Unaware of the situation, they continued to hasten homeward, just as they always did. Chapter 18. Homecoming. Notification. As the four little ones stepped into the courtyard, they immediately heard the voice of their grandmother, Li Shi Tao. Observe how anxious your grandparents are. The entire family has yet to dine, merely awaiting your presence. Lu, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in. Tao Dashin remained silent, hands clasped behind his back as he entered the house. The Tegan brothers hastily secured the courtyard gate and brought the stools from the yard inside. Once the family had partaken of their meal, the four little ones followed their grandparents into the inner room. Why are we so late today? Tao Dashin inquired, noting the unusual behavior as he watched the children grow day by day. Grandfather, grandmother, today my master bestowed upon me several pills, warning that refugees have arrived, urging me to protect our family diligently. I shared 2 pills each with my siblings. One is to enhance strength, and the other to bolster health, Tao Tao explained, producing 4 strength-enhancing pills and 4 health-boosting pills from her pocket. While she claimed there were 4, there were actually only 2, as she had divided each pill and rolled them into smaller forms. The efficacy of the medicine was remarkable, and Tao Tao wished to avoid drawing undue attention. Hence her ruse. Tao Dashin examined the pills in Tao Tao's palm, contemplating their significance. He took the pills and handed 3 strength-enhancing pills to his wife, Li, urging her to consume one immediately, reserving the other 2 for their daughters-in-law, instructing them to do the same without delay. Li hurriedly exited. My dear, does this pill carry some hidden meaning? I noticed you seemed to leave something unsaid. Grandfather, the health-boosting pills will induce body aches and expel impurities from the system, necessitating a bath afterward, Tao Tao replied. Tao Dashin nodded, resolving to take the pills promptly, keeping one of each for later delivery to his grandfather to see how he would respond. The 4 little ones took on the task of boiling water. Fortunately, Su made the effort to fetch water after dinner, filling both large water tanks to the brim. Otherwise, venturing out for water in the dead of night would have posed an awkward predicament should he encounter someone. Child, your grandfather is now heading to your great-great-grandfather's place. You are already aware of today's events. I am uncertain about the schemes of those old foxes, but tomorrow, the 4 of you must conceal your talents. You are still quite young, and with so many adults in Taojia village, it is essential for you children to grow quietly in the shadows. Do you understand? As Tao Dashin entered the room, he spotted the 3 elders gathered inside and promptly greeted them. Please, sit down and speak. Yes. Third son, your aura has strengthened considerably. Remember to keep it hidden. Tao Lautai scrutinized his grandson closely. Yes, grandfather. Here are a health-enhancing pill and a strength pill. Tao Dashin produced 2 small porcelain vials from his pocket and placed them on the table. Did your master leave any instructions? Tao Lautai inquired, glancing at the vials. He said to ensure our own protection. This matter must not be mentioned beyond this door. Safeguard yourselves, and even more so, protect that child. Furthermore, this item must be given to Tao Girl. It belongs to her. After Tao Dashin departed, Tao Ji divided the strength pill into 3 portions before Tao Yishuan could speak. Instructing, take it without question. The health-enhancing pill was similarly divided into 3, but this time he urged his son, Tao Yishuan, to take it first. As Dashin had mentioned earlier. Hence, Liang hurried to boil water. Why did Tao Ji choose to act in this manner? In the span of 125 years, Tao Ji, at the tender age of 5, fortuitously consumed a medicinal pill. Astonishingly, after a century and 2 decades, he found himself able to partake of it once more. A true testament to his ancestors' protection. Although the efficacy of the pill might be diminished, it remained inconspicuous. For he was well aware that the main household had been closely monitoring their branch today. Just moments ago, he had entrusted the jade gourd, quietly bestowed upon him by his forebear, to Dashan, with the hope that it would reach the little girl, facilitating her swift growth. Chapter 19. The difficulty of being a slacker peach blossom. This is a gift from your great-grandfather, meant for you. Please cherish it. Upon awakening, Tao Tao was summoned by her grandfather, who presented her with a jade gourd, claiming it as her own. The moment she laid eyes on the gourd, tears welled in Tao Tao's eyes. Her mouth parted in an attempt to articulate her emotions, yet no words emerged. Trembling, she accepted the gourd, grasping it tightly, before sinking to the ground in quiet sobs. Unaware of the cause of her distress, Tao Dashan called for his wife, sharing a few words while gesturing toward their weeping granddaughter. Li Shi, perplexed, crouched down to embrace the crying Tao Tao, gently placing her on the Kong, and softly murmured, "My dear, I may not understand your sorrow, but I know you must take care of yourself." At that moment, Tao Tao was oblivious to the outside world, her consciousness adrift in a realm where a phantom figure materialized, her grandfather from a past life. Hearing her heart-wrenching cries, the elderly couple, Tao Dashan and his wife, were filled with profound heartache. Li Shi gently patted the restless Tao Tao, and after a considerable time, the little girl eventually quieted, surrendering to a deep slumber. "Mother, how is the girl?" Sue inquired anxiously at the door upon hearing her daughter's heart-wrenching cries. "She is fine. She cried herself to exhaustion and has fallen asleep. We shall speak when she wakes," came the response. Li, equally perplexed, questioned how they were to convey this. Tao Tao was unaware that her anguished wail had left the entire Tao family in a state of unease, rendering them unable to focus on anything. "Dashin, are you at home? Where are the children?" Tao Dashin lifted his head and noticed that a few old foxes had already entered the courtyard. He hastily instructed his family to fetch chairs and water, welcoming the elderly gentlemen to sit and refresh themselves. "Everyone is at home today. Dia, Arya, and Sue are with their mother tidying up the backyard. Senya has yet to rise. The others ran far yesterday. Being younger, Senya must be tired. Should I summon her mother to wake her? It's of no consequence. Let the child sleep a little longer. How can we truly allow the child to sleep?" Sue and her mother-in-law, Li, had already entered the room to call for Tao Tao. "Dia, have you been diligently practicing martial arts with your younger siblings recently?" "Yes. We practice every day." "And what have you been training in, Sue?" "Fist fighting, as taught by father." Tao Sue's words rang true. They had indeed been practicing their punches, under the guidance of Tao Tegan. As the three looked at them with innocent curiosity, the old foxes found themselves at a loss for words. "Ah, mother, have we guests?" A clear voice broke the silence. "Dashin, this must be Sanya," remarked the elder. "Sanya, come here and let the old master take a look." The gray-clad elder beckoned to Tao Tao, who was wide-eyed in their presence. Tao Tao remained still, casting a glance at her grandfather and grandmother. In truth, she had not been asleep. Her consciousness had been meandering within the gourd space. The gourd had already informed her that the system space had merged with the jade gourd, resulting in a significant expansion and the addition of various new elements. Just moments ago, she had been engrossed in examining these newfound items. The more she investigated, the more she pondered. Is it not delightful to simply be a carefree spirit, cultivating the land? Why must I engage in cultivation? I am but 5 years old. Why is it so difficult for me to desire a leisurely existence? Chapter 20. The old foxes probe little girl. Come here. Let grandfather introduce you, he beckoned. This gentleman in gray is your great-grandfather, followed by the second, third, and fourth great-grandfathers. The last one is familiar to you, your great-great-grandfather. Go over and greet the elders. Tao Tao nodded and cheerfully greeted them, then tilted her head, inquiring with her eyes. What were you all doing just now? Elder sister, elder brother Sue. We still need to gather firewood today, so let us hurry. Noticing the elders remained silent, she dashed towards the storage room, panting as she dragged out several baskets. Then waved her small hand and called out, Come here, little girl. Your great-grandfather wishes to speak with you. The elderly man in gray gestured for her to approach. Tao Tao observed the shrewdness in the old man's eyes and mused inwardly. Old fox. Good day, great-grandfather. Little one, has your master sent any messages lately? Tao Tao understood that the elderly gentleman was testing her, essentially seeking to ascertain whether she truly had a master. With her small head tilted, Tao Tao blinked her eyes and counted on her fingers, saying, Master instructed me to eat well, sleep well, read diligently, and practice my calligraphy. And he also told me to rise early each day to run in the mountains. But I am still so young. It's quite exhausting to wake up before dawn. She rambled on, yet failed to arrive at the conclusion the gray-clad elder desired. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao was perplexed, unsure whether the old man spoke of hidden treasures or medicinal pills. After all, she had heard from her grandfather that her great-grandfather knew how to use such pills. And there was also that jade gourd. This thought made her more vigilant. Lowering her head in contemplation, she softly added, Master also mentioned that there are bad people who want to steal Sanya's vegetable cakes. Bad people? Stealing vegetable cakes? The others, upon hearing this, grasped the implication. Truly, the wise are indeed wise. If the refugees came in large numbers, they would undoubtedly raid the village for food if supplies ran low. This was alarming. Tao Tao observed the shifting expressions of the old men, their faces growing serious. And she felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that someone truly intended to rob them of their provisions? Old Wu, you and Yixian have recently moved to the mountains, correct? The children are still quite young. Do keep an eye on them. We old fellows will handle matters outside. The gray-clad elder stated with an undeniable authority, glancing at Tao Tao. Old Wu, referred to by the elder, nodded in agreement. We'll move over shortly. You need not worry, elder brother. Just ensure everything is settled outside. Seeing that her presence was no longer required, Tao Tao took her siblings and headed up the mountain with their small baskets. Sister, are there really bad people? Tao Su asked excitedly, his eyes wide open. Yes, she replied. Brother, we must diligently practice our martial arts and not become a burden to our family. At this moment, Tao Tao felt an overwhelming surge of strength within her. She sensed from the old man's words that her abilities and the elixirs she possessed were known only to her family. Steeling her resolve, Tao Tao decided to venture a bit deeper into the mountains today. Brother, that girl truly seems unaware of the elixirs in the Jade Spring space. Since she is oblivious, she cannot be the person our ancestor spoke of. Why does brother still allow the fifth to remain and protect her? Indeed, brother, will that person our ancestor mentioned ever appear? How naive. Even if that girl is not the one our ancestor referred to, she is backed by a mysterious master. Do you know anything about her master's background? Do you comprehend the nature of her master? The old man in gray initially believed that the individual our ancestor mentioned had finally appeared, only to be met with disappointment. Sigh. He too yearns to know when that person will reveal themselves. Little did Tao Tao realize that her actions today would lead several old men to regret deeply, lamenting their ignorance when they eventually discovered that she was indeed the person spoken of by their ancestor. Chapter 21. Refugees at the village entrance. The tranquil days were, alas, too few. Just a few days had passed, and already a throng of refugees had gathered at the entrance of Tao family village. The patrolling guards reported this situation to several elders in the village before continuing their rounds. The county magistrate seemed indifferent to the plight of these refugees. Manage? With what means shall we manage? The county likely lacks provisions as well. Indeed, outside the county, it is said they are distributing gruel. Yet each day the gruel grows thinner. In our town of Wuxia, there is no need for further discussion. Notify everyone. The patrols must remain vigilant, ensuring that no outsiders can infiltrate. Keep the food supplies well concealed, and avoid lighting fires whenever possible to create an impression of scarcity. The elder in gray, his eyes filled with frost, issued commands, leading 3 similarly aged men to a secluded corner of the village. Third brother, how have the children fared over the years? Brother, rest assured, they are formidable. Several have already reached the Grand Martial Master level. The elder in gray nodded thoughtfully. Since the girl from fifth brother's family is not the one our ancestors spoke of, pay closer attention to the other children in our clan. After more than a century, that person should have emerged. Yes, brother, we are keeping a watchful eye. Should we arrange for surveillance? Very well, I will take care of it. If Tao Tao were to witness this scene, she would likely leap for joy for 3 consecutive days. She could once again indulge in her leisurely pursuits. In recent days, aside from her martial training, Tao Tao has dedicated her remaining time to practicing her magical arts within the Yuyuan space. From the tomes available in Yuyuan space, she has come to realize that she possesses not only dual elemental roots of fire and wood but also a remarkably potent spiritual force. With the enhancement of spiritual energy and time within Yuyuan space, she has now reached the late stage of Qi cultivation, and her ancient martial skills have attained the level of Grand Martial Master. In an effort to conceal her own strength, Tao Tao busied herself in the spatial room for quite a while until she finally unearthed a pendant that was neither entirely wooden nor entirely otherwise. After requesting several strands of embroidery thread from her mother, her nimble fingers swiftly transformed them into an unassuming necklace, which she then adorned around her neck. Having practiced the breath control technique and donned the necklace that masked her prowess, Tao Tao finally felt at ease and confidently emerged into her family's courtyard. Old 5. There are already refugees appearing at the village entrance. The few of us old-timers have conferred and decided to enhance our patrols at night. You and second brother will each guard your respective areas, while Yi Xian and his cousins will secure the corners. Moreover, try to avoid lighting fires at home if possible. Understood, brother. I shall inform Yi Xian and remind the family. Go ahead. Tao Tao had been puzzled. After the departure of the 2 highest-ranking figures in her household, she then turned her gaze to her great-grandmother. Liang, taken aback by her great-granddaughter's sensitivity and attentiveness, merely patted her head and said, "Child, just grow up well. We shall handle everything else, so do not overthink it." Li Hua, as the eldest sister, while you protect yourself, you must also look after your younger siblings, understood? Liang observed the 3 children before her, and thoughts of the elder's previous remarks regarding various matters gnawed at her. Deshan, when darkness falls, summon your eldest brother and sister-in-law, as well as your second brother and sister-in-law. Liang's intuition had always been sharp. She sensed that something was amiss and felt the urgency to make certain arrangements. Chapter 22. Refugees enter the village. The number of refugees at the village entrance continued to swell, and the patrollers grew increasingly solemn. Though there were attempts to stealthily intrude, those who were covertly guarding swiftly dealt with the intruders, sending them hurtling away in a parabolic arc. On the surface, Taojia village appeared tranquil. Yet the elders harbored a sense of urgency. Somehow, this matter reached the ears of the town's magistrate. Upon hearing the news, the magistrate hastily arrived at Taojia village accompanied by several attendants. Unaware of the magistrate's arrival, the elder expressed his apologies for the lack of proper reception. Hoping the magistrate would not take offense, the old man in gray, upon catching sight of the magistrate, immediately realized that bloodshed in Taojia village was inevitable. The elder chuckled, clearly aware of some historical matters concerning the Tao family. Elder Tao, I shall speak candidly. It has come to my attention that your village possesses some surplus grain. You, have come with the hope that you could assist in accommodating the displaced villagers from outside. The magistrate, forthright and direct, laid bare his intentions. Elder Tao sighed, finding himself in a predicament. Magistrate, it is not that I am unwilling to help. Rather, the surplus grain in the village is indeed quite limited. As you are aware, most of the women and elderly in our village hail from neighboring areas, and while we have procured a fair amount of grain, we have also shared much with our relatives who are struggling. Now, the provisions in each household have dwindled significantly. Naturally, the magistrate believed the tale of the Tao family aiding their kin, yet to assert that the village's stores were scant would be something he could not accept. He was well aware that the inhabitants of Taojia village were skilled hunters. If they could hunt, it meant they could venture into the mountains, which were abundant with resources. This old fox might have some tricks up his sleeve, waiting for the right moment. As the magistrate pondered, he finally spoke. Elder, I have a proposal. Behold, the vast expanse of barren land at the foot of the mountain behind Taojia village beckons for cultivation. Perhaps we could enlist the help of those individuals to till the soil, offering them some provisions in return. What do you think? Indeed, there stands a great mountain behind Taojia village, with a significant stretch of unclaimed wasteland at its base. The villagers have contemplated the idea of reclamation, yet they have refrained from taking action to avoid drawing attention to themselves. The intention of the village head, Yuting Chong, seems to be a premeditated scheme. However, it remains uncertain who among them has been careless enough to divulge the matter regarding the grain. A few elderly men exchanged glances, and ultimately, old Master Tao, somewhat despondent, remarked, "Very well, let it be as the village head decides. Heir, inform everyone that all households in the village must surrender their grain. From this day forth, the over 100 souls in our village shall share their meals. Village head, our grain reserves are truly limited, and the number of refugees outside is overwhelming. We cannot accommodate them all, lest we find ourselves in dire straits," cautioned another. Yu Tingchong understood the necessity of limiting the number of refugees allocated to Taojia village. Yet the sheer volume of desperate souls outside compelled him to devise a plan. In the end, due to the need for land reclamation, Yu Tingchong assigned around 100 individuals to Taojia village, some of whom came as families, both young and old. Their temporary lodging was arranged in the village's storeroom, while the villagers' grain was stored in the ancestral hall. As old Master Tao gazed in the direction Yu Tingchong had departed, his expression darkened, his gaze profound, and with a cold tone, he inquired, "San, have you uncovered the truth?" "Yes, it originated from the town, yet we have yet to identify the source," came the reply. "Humph. Heir, see, keep a close watch on those individuals. Let them stay in the storeroom for now. After all, there is little of value there. And the tool shed needs to be carefully monitored. Brother, as for the meals." "Meals? Humph. 2 meals a day, consisting of wild vegetable porridge. If you wish for some congee, well, you may indulge in it once every 10 days or so. Fourth brother, take a few individuals into the mountains to gather the local produce. Third brother, continue your investigation. Fourth and fifth brothers, you are tasked with supervising those individuals, and ensure to bring along some villagers during the land reclamation." "Understood." "Yes." "Acknowledged." Chapter 23. Arrangements. Tao Tao had not lingered long in the room of her elderly great-grandfather when he summoned his son, Tao Yixian, and his 3 grandsons. "Tao Deshan, Yixian, starting tomorrow, you shall accompany me in leading people to cultivate the land. Deming and Deji, you 3 brothers are to designate one among you each day to take the village children along with Tao Yao, while the other 2 will follow the 4th elder into the mountains to gather produce. Remember, regardless of where Tao Yao takes you or what you do, you must not disclose any details to anyone. If anyone in the village inquires, simply state that you are taking turns to teach the children martial arts." "Yes, father." "Yes, grandfather." "Very well. You may leave now and deliberate on who will accompany us first. Depart early tomorrow. Tao Yao, please remain." Sensing the moment was right, Tao Tao finally posed the question that had long been on her mind. "Great-grandfather, is there some discord between our family and those others? Is it due to the words left by our ancestors? Is someone intending to harm us?" Tao Tao's inquiry startled Tao Ji, causing him to gaze at her in shock. "Are you fearful that those cunning old foxes may wish me harm?" Or do you suspect they harbor ulterior motives? If such is the case, perhaps we might find a glimmer of hope in locating the ancestral jade pendant shaped like a magnolia flower. Tao Tao recalled reading about a detached subspace in a book that described the Yaoquan realm, and she articulated her thoughts. Child, how do you know that our ancestor possessed a jade pendant in the likeness of a magnolia? It was revealed to me by the gourd you gifted me. With a thought, the jade gourd materialized in her palm. After merging with the system, the gourd seamlessly integrated into the center of Tao Tao's forehead. Yet, with merely a thought, it could reappear without hindering the utilization of the space. Even if the gourd were to be misplaced, she could still access the realm. Great-grandfather, that jade pendant is indeed a space of its own, containing various items, including medicinal pills. Alas, it seems our ancestor anticipated this day long ago. You speak truthfully. The Tao family appears united only in facade. My connection with the second great-uncle is direct lineage, while the other three are our distant cousins. The magnolia jade pendant is in the possession of my fourth cousin. No, it is not. The magnolia jade pendant is around the neck of Sister Xiaohong. I saw it the day before yesterday. Tao Tao recalled the little girl who was 5 days her senior, whose haughty demeanor ignited a desire within her to unleash her frustration. What? How could it possibly be in the hands of that little girl at second brother's house? Tao Chi gazed at Tao Tao in disbelief. Tao Tao then recounted the events she had secretly observed on the mountain that day. Upon hearing her words, Tao Chi enlightened. No wonder he is always inquiring whether I have obtained anything from our ancestors. It turns out, as someone who has perused countless novels, Tao Tao is not at all surprised. The dynamics of large families, struggles for succession, contests for leadership, battles for power, and contests for wealth are all too common. She simply did not anticipate that she would become entangled in such a rivalry amidst the recent wave of transmigration. At this moment, Tao Tao resolves to conceal her presence and grow quietly. As for the jade orchid pendant, she has faith that the elderly gentleman before her will handle it adeptly. After listening, Tao Tao cheerfully skipped out. Chapter 24. A bountiful harvest. As dawn broke gently, Tao Daming set out with 9 children. In addition to his 4 siblings, there was his 13-year-old eldest grandson, Tao Yang, his 9-year-old second grandson, Tao Di, and his 10-year-old granddaughter, Tao Xiaoyan. From the second branch, Tao Daji's 11-year-old granddaughter, Tao Duo, and his 9-year-old grandson, Tao Xian, joined the expedition. Fortunately, Tao family village comprises only a couple dozen households, and the Tao residence is located on the left side of the village, not far from the dense forest. Moreover, their movements were quiet enough not to disturb the other villagers. Tao Tao had ventured into the forest before and was well aware of its contents. She skillfully led the group to a spot abundant with wild vegetables, instructing her older siblings to remain behind with 3 of the children to gather them, while the rest followed her further along. Little sister, have you been here before? At this moment, Tao Daming finally comprehended why his grandfather had advised him to observe more and speak less. It seemed that he and his siblings were no match for a 5-year-old girl. He sighed and gently admonished, "Have you forgotten what I said before we left?" Suddenly, those who had just posed questions recoiled, casting fearful glances at their grandfather. Tao Tao waved her hand, instructing her sister Li Hua to accompany her in gathering wild vegetables with the ceramic flute and the pottery display, and to rendezvous in the bamboo grove on the right after a while the others followed her lead. The group proceeded to the right for approximately a quarter of an hour, arriving at a patch of bamboo. Tao Tao pointed at the bamboo shoots and said, "Brother Yang, you take Sister Yin, Sister Duo, and Brother Su to dig up bamboo shoots here. Remember to peel off the outer shells carefully. Afterward, wait for us in that open area with Sister Li Hua." "Understood. Please be cautious. Grandfather, you and Sister Xinghua come with me." With that, Tao Tao executed a graceful light step and darted away. Tao Su watched his grandfather and the older siblings digging bamboo shoots, his mouth agape in astonishment, as if it could accommodate a chicken egg. Upon seeing her sister move, Xinghua followed suit, employing the same light step as she dashed towards Tao Tao. Tao Daming, realizing the situation, swiftly pursued them using his own agility. Brother Su, Sister Xinghua, and Sister Tao are so impressive. Indeed, indeed. Sister Tao is remarkable. Sister Tao is only 5 years old. Yes, yes. Sister Tao is the most formidable. I must train diligently and never be lazy again. Me too. The group conversed animatedly, their eyes gleaming with determination. When Tao Daming caught up with the sisters, they were shaking the branches of a jujube tree, causing the fruit to tumble down. Inspired, Tao Daming leaped onto another jujube tree and joined in shaking the branches. Time, as always, slipped away unnoticed. And soon the day had passed swiftly. After the group reconvened, they reflected on their harvest from the day. As dusk fell, they swiftly made their way home through the dense forest. The mothers-in-law, Liang and Li, were astonished to see the heaps of baskets and bags stacked high in their abode, urging everyone to eat quickly, suggesting that they could discuss the bounties afterwards. So many jujubes, along with chestnuts and tender wild vegetables. I never imagined there would be such an abundance in the forest, exclaimed Zhou, the wife of Tao Daming, as she gazed at the room filled with their spoils. We must hasten to store everything away, urged Huang, the wife of Tao Daji, her voice tinged with urgency. With the floods 2 years ago, last year's locust plague, and now this year's drought, our village is inundated with disaster victims. All right then. This evening, we shall quietly blanch the wild vegetables and let them dry. Tomorrow, you need not come. Stay home and sort out the mountain goods, replied the matriarch, assuring them of their plan. Chapter 25. A foreboding. Since the disaster victims had been residing in Taojia village for a month. Although they were subsisting on mere 2 bowls of thin gruel a day, it was sustenance nonetheless. Over the course of the month, the villagers and the refugees coexisted peacefully, allowing tensions to ease. However, under the cloak of night, a shadow slipped away from the village, its purpose unknown to all. During this month, Tao Tao had also acquired a wealth of knowledge in her space, making strides in both ancient martial arts and spiritual energy. Her most significant gain was a substantial gift pack, which not only contained 10 strength pills and 10 vitality pills, but also 5 exquisite daggers and 5 compact crossbows. Tao Tao gazed at the items before her, her eyes widening in trepidation, an instinctual sense warning her that misfortune was imminent. These provisions were undoubtedly prepared for her and her family by the system in advance. Over the past month, aside from venturing into the mountains in search of supplies, she had diligently maintained her daily sign-ins and her spatial endeavors. Her backpack's compartments had expanded from 18 to 30, with 5 remaining empty. The other 25 contained various essentials such as rice, flour, oil, and vegetables, alongside more indulgent items like sugar, meat, and ribs. Most striking were the 12 strength pills, 16 vitality pills, 5 mini negotiators, 5 daggers, and 5 compact crossbows. With the augmentation of her ancient martial arts through the space, Tao Tao was on the brink of reaching the postnatal martial sovereign level, with the next step leading her into the realm of innate masters. The hierarchy of ancient martial arts is as follows: martial apprentice, warrior, master, grandmaster, postnatal martial sovereign, innate warrior, innate master, grandmaster, martial saint, grandmaster, demigod, martial saint, true god, and the primordial deity, nurtured by the heavens and earth, beyond mere human effort. Through subtle hints in the veiled words of the elder of the Tao family, Tao Tao discerned that she was currently situated in the kingdom of Mushi. Besides the ruling figure, there were 4 prominent families, the Jiang, Wang, Shui, and Tao families. The elder had explicitly stated that the Tao family had no connection to the Tao family of the village, yet Tao Tao remained convinced of a link between the two. She refrained from inquiring further, knowing that clarity would eventually come. In the kingdom of Mushi, the highest martial prowess was held by the innate grandmasters. It was said that the ruling figure and the 4 families possessed such individuals, though the exact number remained unknown. As 2 or 3 days passed, the edible resources in the dense forest had nearly been foraged, and ample firewood had been gathered. In the past month, aside from the initial few days, my siblings have been either foraging for mountain goods or practicing martial arts in the dense forest. I had barely settled down when Tao Tao suddenly awoke, drenched in sweat, her breath erratic, and her little face pale as a ghost. After a prolonged moment of calming herself, she got up to seek her grandmother, Li, Grandma Li, who was in the backyard clearing mountain goods with her two daughters-in-law, heard her granddaughter's anxious voice and hurried to the front yard, exclaiming, "Dear child, I am here. Grandma. Please, find grandfather quickly. I must go look for great-grandmother," Tao Tao said, her heart racing with dread. She dashed towards her granduncle's home, recalling how her great-grandmother mentioned visiting there today to assess young Gur. Surely, they were still there. "Tao Tao, what is the matter? What has happened?" Elder Tao Ji rushed into the house with concern. "Father, grandfather, great-grandfather, I just had a dream. In my dream, bandits attacked our village, and many villagers perished. Granduncle and great-grandfather were gravely injured and unconscious, and everyone else was hurt as well. Sisters Yin and Duo, along with brother Di, are missing. Furthermore, many in the village were asleep and were killed in their slumber. I managed to escape because you all hid me in the cellar," Tao Tao recounted, still trembling with fear. "What? Killed in their sleep?" The elderly in the room exchanged worried glances, their gazes fixed on the pale-faced child, contemplating the gravity of her words. Chapter 26. The Pilli, go to your two sisters-in-law's homes and have them prepare to come stay here for the night. Recently, the patrols in the village have become somewhat lax. Old Master Tao pondered for a brief moment before making arrangements. Dashin. Inform your two brothers that it is not their turn to patrol. They should remain at home, alert and vigilant. Remember to have them all stay the night. To be safe. Yes, grandfather. I shall go at once. Yes, I will go as well. Yishuan, let us pay a visit to your four uncles. Very well, father. Tao Tao was comforted in her mother's embrace. My dear, do not be afraid. Your mother is here. Your father and grandfather are present as well. Mother, do you wish to remember the past? Tao Tao gazed up at her mother. Child, let the past remain forgotten. Your mother is well now. Though Su spoke these words, she understood deep within that some things cannot be forgotten, no matter how much one wishes to. After taking a strength-enhancing pill, she observed her children mimic movements, which she had secretly practiced in the backyard alone. From clumsy to proficient, she began to suspect that she had once possessed martial skills, though she could not fathom what had caused her amnesia. Tao Tao had also noticed her mother's martial prowess. However, her mother did not speak of it, nor did she inquire. She cherished the warmth of her mother's embrace, thinking to herself, I must protect my mother at all costs. As night fell, an eerie stillness enveloped the Tao household. Tao Ji gazed at the 5-year-old girl before him, then cast his eyes upon the items she had placed on the table. Unsure of what to say, after a long pause, he finally uttered, My dear, have you truly made your decision? Tao Tao remained silent, merely nodding, her resolute gaze fixed upon the old man. Child, you are the fortunate star of the Tao family. That matter has been arranged, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will transpire in the next few days. Do not venture outside. Remember this well. Tao Tao smiled faintly, though she was unaware of the specifics. She understood that the elders of the Tao family were not on amicable terms, particularly the eldest patriarch, who carried himself with an air of arrogance. Tao Tao opened the door, allowing the adults guarding outside to enter, and then seated herself at the threshold alongside her siblings. Before long, she observed her grandmother and mother beginning to boil water. Tao Tao understood the unspoken implications. She produced 4 complete strength-enhancing pills, each equivalent to 2 of the previous ones, and presented them to her great-grandfather. Witnessing the gleam in his eyes and the twitch of his lips, she then unveiled 5 exquisite daggers and 5 compact crossbows. It was then that her great-grandfather, unable to contain his excitement, abruptly stood up, trembling fingers pointing at the items, his mouth moving for an extended period without forming a coherent sentence. Sensing the moment was ripe, Tao Tao said, Great-grandfather, please allocate these items as you see fit. It would be best to distribute them for the protection of my siblings. There is no need for me to have any, for I possess this. With that, she bent down to retrieve a jet-black dagger from her leg. Upon seeing it, Tao Chi gasped. The dagger glimmered ominously. exuding a keen sharpness that sent shivers down one's spine. With such a dagger in her possession, the others seemed to pale in comparison. Tao Tao, observing her great-grandfather's longing gaze, resolved to conceal her capabilities, fearing that she might startle him into fainting. Outside, silence reigned, while inside, fervor ignited. That night, the Tao family underwent a silent yet profound transformation. Tao Ji, gazing at the 6 pills in his hand, sighed softly. He retrieved 2 small porcelain vials from a cabinet, carefully placing the pills within them before tucking them close to his person. Chapter 27. The Tragedy of a Past Life. Sister Xiaohong. May I have my jade magnolia pendant back? You have worn it for over a month now. We agreed on just a month's loan. It is time you return it to me. A girl clad in pink, her hair styled in playful little tufts, glared at a younger girl who stood a head taller than her. The younger girl appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, adorned in a green dress, with a white jade magnolia pendant around her neck. The moment the girl in pink spoke, the younger one instinctively covered her pendant and glanced around nervously. In truth, she had nearly lost her life, but unexpectedly, during her dire state, Tao Xiaoxiao's brother, Tao Minghai, found her and bestowed upon her several pills. These life-saving gifts not only revived her, but eventually led her to become a congenital warrior. During her recovery, she learned that only Tao Minghai had survived from the 4th elder's family, while the 5th elder's family had no survivors. Upon discovering the existence of the pendant's spatial abilities, no amount of coaxing could persuade Tao Minghai to reveal its secrets. This led to a desperate attempt to seize the pendant, during which she inadvertently gravely injured him. After casting a complex glance her way, he left behind a few porcelain vials and vanished from sight. In this life, she is determined to acquire the jade pendant herself. She understands that the untimely demise of her younger sister before her is linked to the hypocritical old patriarch's desire for this very pendant. In her previous life, blinded by hatred, she inflicted harm upon her elder brother Minghai. This time, she vows to protect his only sister. There seems to be a disparity between this life and the last. To her astonishment, Tao Tao, who was once lost to the world, is now vibrant and full of life. The reason behind this eludes her, prompting her to contemplate a discreet inquiry. Tao Xiaohong, noticing the absence of others, inquires with Tao Xiaoxiao about the old patriarch's presence at home. Upon receiving a definitive answer, she eagerly takes Tao Xiaoxiao by the hand and rushes towards her abode. Red girl, are you speaking the truth? She asks. Old patriarch, I am uncertain how to activate the space within the pendant, but I have tested it with my great-grandfather. His expression upon seeing the pendant was most peculiar. Red girl, the old patriarch does not wish to impose upon you. You and Xiao Xiao may deliberate together on this pendant space. What do you think? Tao Xiaohong is taken aback by the old patriarch's suggestion for her to confer with Xiao Xiao. After listening to her elder sister's words, Tao Xiaoxiao glances at her own slender arms and legs, then reluctantly gazes at the pendant, finally expressing with a hint of sorrow. Old patriarch, will it be dangerous for Sister Xiaohong to hold the pendant? Tao Yu remains silent, his gaze fixed upon Tao Xiaohong. With a hint of awkwardness, she admits, I do not know. I wish to activate this space soon. I fear I may not be able to protect. Tao Yu nods thoughtfully, recalling his cousin Tao Ji's words. Brother, though we are not bonded by blood, throughout these years, we have supported each other as true brothers. I am aware that the magnolia flower jade pendant was bestowed upon you by our ancestors, who once conveyed to me that in times of relentless calamity, the pendant would bleed to signify its rightful owner, ensuring the safety of our kin. Fourth brother, do give it a try, but be sure to keep this matter confidential. Chapter 28. The Elder's Secret Counsel. Second brother, your little girl spoke precisely this way. Fifth brother, what is your opinion? Tao Xiao remained silent, gazing at Tao Ji. Second brother, fourth brother, we, the Tao family, do not speak falsehoods. It is wiser to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it entirely. At this moment, both Tao Xiao, who had begun to harbor some belief, and Tao Ji, who was aware of the mystical realm, turned their attention to Tao Yu. The lad Minghai mentioned that he dreamt of a grim future where, in a month's time, our 3 families would suffer casualties. He did not elaborate further, only uttering that single phrase. The child has been diligently training these past days. Initially, Tao Yu dismissed the dream, but the subsequent appearance of the little girl compelled him to take it seriously. Tao Xiao and Tao Ji exchanged glances, hesitant to accept the gravity of the situation. Are you truly certain the pendant belongs to the little girl? Tao Xiao reiterated, reluctant to allow a rift to form among brothers over this matter. The child is quite young. Although she is merely 7, she possesses a remarkable composure. However, such words would only place her in peril. The old man's daughter is under his protection. It matters not who she is. Fifth brother, regarding what you mentioned, I have observed that indeed, we have grown complacent. While eldest brother asserts that all is well, I believe it prudent for our family to take precautions. Tao Ji and Tao Yu nodded in understanding. Little girl, have you made your decision? Tao Xiao inquired, looking at the 7-year-old child. In Tao Xiaohong's eyes, there was a resolute glimmer as she nodded firmly. She then pricked her finger with a needle, allowing a single drop of blood to fall upon the jade pendant. In an instant, the blood absorbed into the jade. At that moment, it seemed as though Tao Xiaohong grasped its usage. With her eyes wide and mouth agape, the elderly men surrounding her understood that she had witnessed something extraordinary. The old men discerned that this space was as vast as their Tao family village, filled with numerous bags and shelves. The bags brimmed with grains, while the shelves housed small porcelain vials and various weapons. Strangely, there was even a jug of water. Moments later, Tao Xiaohong began to chatter excitedly, producing the jug of water. The 3 elderly men exchanged knowing glances, unanimously concluding that this jug contained the legendary spring water spoken of by their ancestors. Indeed, it was spring water, albeit already diluted. Considering the uncertain circumstances, the elders deliberated and decided that the young girl should organize the items within the space. They advised her to venture home during the day to retrieve some weapons and medicinal pills, hoping that everyone would survive in good health a month hence. As they prepared to depart, Tao Xiao suddenly spoke. Elders 4 and 5, remain vigilant. Since Ming Hai and the young girl possess foresight, it is possible that others may as well. I fear they may strike preemptively. Upon contemplating this, Tao Yu and Tao Ji nodded in agreement before swiftly vanishing into the night. Tao Tao, having received her elder's counsel, refrained from stepping outside and remained indoors. As no families were cooking, only boiling water for drinking, Tao Tao and her siblings languished at home, feeling as if they might sprout fur from sheer boredom. After dinner that day, the old gentleman summoned Tao Tao to stay behind while the others waited outside. My dear girl, please gather these items first. With a swift motion of her small hand, Tao Tao made the items vanish in an instant, then blinked her eyes at the elderly gentleman before her. My dear, the situation is as follows. Red girl, your elder brother Ming Hai had a dream. Little Tao Tao is too young. I fear she cannot protect it. The jade pendant space contains food, medicine, and weapons. And this, Tao Ji recounted in detail, ultimately producing a larger porcelain vial from her bosom. Tao Tao accepted it, opened the lid, and inhaled deeply, her mind comprehending. This was diluted spring water. The small porcelain bottle she had just collected contained pills. Would the pills also? Tao Tao's thoughts stirred, and a porcelain vial appeared in her hand. She removed the small wooden cork, poured out a pill, scrutinized it closely, and then sniffed it, finally nodding. Indeed, it was so. Old gentleman, this spring water and the pills have both been diluted. The efficacy of this pill is less than a quarter of what it was before. Tao Ji was immediately astonished, marveling at her ancestors' foresight and her acute judgment of people. However, recalling the words she had heard earlier, a sense of melancholy washed over her. She hoped her family would remain safe and that there would be no more instances of bodies being entirely obliterated. Chapter 29. Bandits? Rogue bandits? That night, Tao Tao found herself unable to sleep, so she quietly slipped out of the courtyard, intending to stroll outside. Little Tao? Upon hearing the voice, Tao Tao turned to see Tao Xiaohong. Sister Xiaohong, why aren't you asleep? Little Tao, do you trust your sister? Tao Tao remained silent, merely tilting her little head to observe her. Little Tao, an unsettling feeling stirred within her sister's heart, as if something were about to transpire. Tao Xiaohong gazed at her sister sitting beside her and softly spoke. Sister Hong, what is about to happen? Tao Xiaohong shook her head in response. I do not know. Yet the unease within me is profoundly intense. Contemplating the items bestowed by the system, Tao sensed that perhaps something indeed would occur. The system would not provide such things without reason. Little Tao. Sister Hong, hush, look over there. Tao interrupted Tao Xiaohong, gently tugging at her sleeve. A shadow. The two sisters, one reborn and the other traversing through time, both endowed with extraordinary abilities, quietly entered the Tao family courtyard, softly tapping on the window. Unfortunately, on this night, only Tao Dashan and his nephew, Tao Yinju, remained in the household. Girls, did you truly see a shadow? Tao Dashan's eyes glimmered with astonishment. Yes, it seemed to have come from the foot of the mountain, heading towards the village. Tao Yinju remained silent, swiftly leaping into the night, vanishing without a trace. Tao Dashan nodded, instructing him to secure the women and children in the cellar while he awaited the arrival of the others. Although the children were reluctant, they understood that this was not the time for frivolity and begrudgingly followed to the cellar. Similar precautions were being taken in other households as well. Upon learning that their family had received word, Tao Xiaohong joined Tao and the others in the cellar. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 200 individuals had gathered outside Taojia village, some wielding gleaming knives, under the leadership of a man clad in black, moving swiftly. Who goes there? Tao Dashan, observing the approaching shadows, whispered a reprimand. Father, it is us. Father, uncle. The newcomers were none other than Tao Dashan's two sons and his nephew, Tao Yinhai. What is happening outside? Upon hearing Tao Yinhai's query, Tao Dashan's eyes brimmed with tears, realizing that this group might very well be sent by the Tao family from the capital. Over the past century, they had remained undeterred, and he never anticipated they would track them down to this place. No, they have not ventured beyond acquiring necessities. How could they possibly know? Unless, could it truly be? Yinhai, you and Tegan must go to your 4 times great-grandfather's house. They have only Yinhai there. Bring them all back. If you cannot make it, then remain there and protect them. Understood, uncle. All right, let's go. Before the brothers could reach Tao Yu's residence, they were met with the sounds of a scuffle. Swiftly, they employed their agility, darting through the night. Tao Yinhai and his son, Tao Minghai, were already engaged in combat in the courtyard. Without hesitation, the brothers seized their weapons and joined the fray. The adversaries were relentless, clearly intent on eliminating their targets. The trio fought in harmonious coordination, with Tao Minghai occasionally feigning an attack. Minghai, how is it? Are you gravely injured? Who are these people? Bandits? Rogues? It does not seem so. These individuals bore no insignia to signify their identities. Take their weapons and depart. Chapter 30. Tao Shaokai and the Enchanted Peach. The Tao family settled into the residence of Tao, who, after pestering her grandfather, eventually emerged from the cellar, imploring her not to wander. Tao's eyes darted with eagerness. How could she refrain from exploring? Wasn't that the very reason she had insisted on coming out? Seizing the moment while her grandfather was distracted, she swiftly slipped out of the courtyard, maneuvering through the darkness. She had heard whispers of the cloaked figures. It remained unclear whether they sought the Tao family or her mother, but such distinctions had become trivial. She was free now, and they would only serve as fodder. Arriving first at the home of Tao Yinhang, she observed several lifeless bodies strewn across the courtyard, uncertain if any wealth lay among the deceased. Oh, the cunning Tao Shaokai had entered the fray. With nimble fingers, she managed to unearth a few valuables. It seemed her uncles were preoccupied with seeking identification, thus neglecting these treasures. To her delight, there were several silver notes and a few golden peanuts. Delicious spoils indeed. Tao flitted from house to house. Discovering a few still clinging to life, she promptly delivered a final blow with her dagger before collecting her bounty. Upon glancing towards the village entrance, she noticed an intriguing spectacle. On one side stood a cloaked figure accompanied by a motley group resembling refugees, while on the other were the relatives of the elderly man she had once questioned, along with members of the San Lautai family. Despite their fierce skirmish, It appeared that neither side had suffered significant losses. Especially the leading figure in black seemed to have exchanged words with someone during the skirmish, which appeared rather peculiar. Suddenly, a revelation struck Tao Tao, and disregarding everything else, she swiftly activated her lightness skill and dashed towards the back mountain. Heavenly Father, for the sake of your beloved daughter, please do not allow those figures in black to succeed. At the Tao residence, she instructed, Inju, keep an eye on the house with the galaxy iron pillar. Tai Jin and In Hai, follow me. Upon reaching the foot of the back mountain, Tao Tao was greeted by a chaotic melee. Utilizing her petite and agile form, she wielded a dagger and maneuvered through the fray. After all, her family was engaged in battle at the mountain's base. She had spotted her grandfather and father, who had been at home moments ago and were now here, indicating that something was amiss. As Tao Tao deftly navigated through the tumult, occasionally striking with her blade, the elderly members of the Tao family sensed that they had unexpected assistance, filling them with joy. Exchanging glances, the three remaining elders shouted in unison, "Dragons swimming across the sea." With that move, a significant number of the black-clad assailants fell to the ground, though the elders themselves staggered back, somewhat exhausted. The remaining black-clad fighters, already struggling, became increasingly frantic upon witnessing their comrades fall. In their haste, they became prone to errors. Indeed, Tao Yixin and the other members of the Tao family intensified their assault, no longer harboring intentions of leaving any alive, delivering lethal strikes. In a matter of moments, all of the black-clad figures were vanquished. The elder of the Tao family attempted to slip away in the chaos, only to find two figures standing before him, namely, Tao Deshan and Tao Deji. At this moment, everyone gazed at the once prostrate Tao Date, who not only stood up, but also bore an expression of sheer panic. The crowd was rife with suspicion, yet they knew that even if the cloaked figure confessed, his denial would render their efforts futile. For now, their focus remained on this cunning old fox. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, Tao Tao swiftly rummaged through the cloaked figures. To her delight, she not only acquired some wealth, but also stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. While searching one of the black-clad individuals, she discovered a token bearing the character Tao affixed to his waist. Tao? How serendipitous indeed. Chapter 31. An anticipated outcome. Tao Yao. Observing the petite figure of Tao Tao gently traversing the edge of the courtyard, suddenly called out, gesturing for her to surrender the item. Watching the myriad expressions flit across the little girl's face, Tao Yao erupted into hearty laughter upon receiving the token. Unbeknownst to Tao Tao, the elderly gentleman was indeed after the token, making her appear rather foolish. With a haughty toss of her head and a defiant huff, she sauntered into the house, leaving a group of bewildered individuals in the courtyard. Among the Tao family's cunning elders, the three who had formed an alliance were present in the yard. Tao Yu glanced at the token in the hands of the fifth brother, then at Tao Xiao. The fatigue that had once enveloped him suddenly gave way to an extraordinary vigor. Tao Xiao, comprehending the situation, sighed deeply and, with the support of his son Tao Iran, took his seat. What are your plans, fourth and fifth brothers? Let us heed the second brother's advice. Very well then. Fifth brother, hand me the token. I shall pay a visit to the eldest. Tao Xiao accepted the token and, with his son's assistance, stooped slightly and made his way out. Tao Tao paid no heed to those matters. She was merely a 15-year-old girl who had recently come into a windfall and was preoccupied with her newfound fortune. Third brother, are you truly not coming along? Tao Daliaotai, Tao Yao, regarded his silent cousin, Tao Zhu, with a mixture of emotions. Grandfather, let us accompany great-grandfather to the capital, urged Tao Zhu's second grandson, Tao Dasong, with an air of urgency. Indeed, grandfather, let us go together. There is no need to toil away in the fields. It would be far better, echoed Tao Dasong's brother, Tao Dayo. Tao Zhu, however, had already discerned the intentions of his cousin. He had grown weary with age and was reluctant to endure further upheaval. Let it be, he sighed. The fortunes of the younger generation are theirs to pursue. He cast a complicated glance at his son, Tao Yifei, and his three grandsons before speaking slowly. If any of you wish to follow great-grandfather to the capital, Then go ahead. I am aged and my health is not what it used to be. I shall remain here in the fields. I only ask that my elder brother take care of you. Tao Yao nodded in agreement. We are all family. Once we arrive, we shall reside together. Hurry and pack your belongings. Someone will come to fetch us at dawn. Second brother, the eldest, is truly ruthless. He has nearly taken all the provisions. How will we accommodate the refugees? Grumbled the irate fourth brother, Tao Yu. Refugees? Just look at the few families who followed the eldest. Which one is not arrogant? They certainly did not exhibit such airs previously, Tao Ju remarked with a touch of melancholy. Refugees? Do you truly believe many of those refugees will remain? They have witnessed how much grain the eldest has transported, the second brother scoffed. Second brother, though I may be somewhat slow, I perceive the situation clearly. The events of the night before last must surely be connected to my elder brother. As you are aware, my 3 grandsons have changed remarkably since starting their own families. Otherwise, I would not have suggested that they accompany me. At this moment, the youngest, Tao Zhu, has come to realize that while his brothers have grasped the situation, he has remained oblivious. This time, the eldest not only nearly depleted our food supplies, but also took several families and a number of well-trained youths with him. In a village that once boasted over 100 souls, only about 70 remain. Indeed, the day after Tao Yao's departure, the refugees began to trickle away. Initially, there was only verbal assurance of their resettlement here, without any formal documentation. Upon witnessing the dwindling food supplies, they seized the cover of night to pilfer the last of Tao family village's provisions and vanished without a trace. Chapter 32. A glimmer of hope. Tao Sin sat despondently in a chair. His son, Tao Yifei, and eldest grandson, Tao Dajiang, were busy preparing their backpacks and machetes, ready to venture into the mountains for a reconnaissance. Uncle Yifei, lend a hand, called out Dajiang. Ah, coming, Yifei replied, setting aside his tools and hastening to the courtyard. Only to freeze in place. Father, who has arrived? Yifei, what is the matter? Are you frightened? Teased Tao Yuran, who was also shouldering a bag. It seems you're the one who isn't scared, chimed in Tao Yinhai, standing beside him with a similar burden. The two exchanged no further words, proceeding directly to the kitchen to deposit their loads onto the ground. As Yuran opened his bag, he remarked, Third uncle, my father requests your presence at fourth uncle's home. These provisions and dried vegetables are for you. Please eat without concern. A family gazed in astonishment at the abundant rice, flour, cornmeal, and sun-dried vegetables before them, their expressions revealing more delight than surprise. Third brother, it's not that we siblings have kept this from you. Rather, we deemed this matter too significant to take lightly. At the time, we merely sensed the eldest's ambition, and since the child was still young, we chose to conceal it. We hope you will not hold it against us. Tao Xiao revealed the matter of Hong Yadu unlocking the ancestral space, a secret known only to the 4 old fellows and the individuals involved, Tao Xiaohong and Tao Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhu waved his hand and chuckled, Second brother, you have shared this with me as well. I merely learned of it a bit later, which is inconsequential. How amusing that the eldest, in his cleverness, has been ensnared by his own wit. Very well then, let us old fellows settle comfortably here, regardless of the outside world. Indeed, we shall rise with the sun and rest at its setting. We must remain vigilant and protect our children at home. Yes, yes. Second brother, though the refugees have departed, we must remain cautious. Indeed, we must be on guard. Tomorrow, the third brother will join us for discussions. Everyone has been injured in recent days. Let us first recuperate. Hulu, do you think Sister Hong could be reborn? Tao Tao inquired, her small mouth slightly agape in surprise. Host, I merely suggested it as a possibility, though I cannot be certain. Host, you have yet to check in today. Hulu felt that since that night when the financial attribute had been activated, the host had also awakened a gossipy trait. Is there not a saying that curiosity killed the cat? Sigh, this host is truly a challenge to guide. I know, Hulu. I will check in now. In the dense forest of Dingtao village, the sign-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200-year-old ginseng, 500-year-old Ganoderma, 3 iron-clad dendrobiums, a package of unknown seeds, and the wood-based cultivation technique. The Qingmuju. The medicinal herbs are suitable for further cultivation and have been stored in the spiritual spring space along with the unknown seeds. The host is encouraged to proceed with the planting. Tao Tao's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, although there was no food. She possessed herbs and cultivation techniques. Oh, what a bountiful day it has been. A surge of azure light enveloped Tao Tao as she sat cross-legged, diligently practicing the first level of the Qingmuju. The surrounding with spiritual energy flowed into her body as she cycled through the technique repeatedly. After an hour, Tao Tao exhaled a breath of relief, thankful for the assistance of the system gourd. Otherwise, she feared that it would take her another 2 hours to grasp this initial level. Her body felt exceedingly comfortable. Time was of the essence. So she resolved to plant the herbs first and then gather some wild vegetables, for she prided herself on being a diligent little bee. Chapter 33. Spiritual Roots. Dingtao village comprised merely 18 households and 73 souls. The 4 elderly patriarchs of the Tao family organized daily patrols for security and subsequently declared a village lockdown. The villagers were well aware that their rations had run out, and their current sustenance was attributed to the ancestral spirits manifesting, as a substantial amount of grain had been placed in the ancestral hall, with each family receiving over 100 pounds. Under the leadership of the village men, the women and children ventured into the outskirts of the left side forest, foraging for wild vegetables and mountain goods. The previously dim expressions of the villagers brightened once more as they realized they would not face starvation. Their ancestors had always watched over them. Tao Xiaohong extracted half of the food from her jade pendant. The already scarce supply of medicinal pills had diminished further after the fierce battle that night, leaving only a meager quantity. Additionally, more than half of the diluted spiritual spring water had been consumed. Yet, she felt no regret whatsoever. For in this lifetime, her family was alive. Her brother Minghai and Xiao Xiao's family were also safe, and even Tao Tao's family had remained unscathed. A smile graced Tao Xiaohong's face, a genuine and contented one. Tao Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Can the gourd skin others? Indeed, it responded, initiating comprehensive scan. Moments later, the gourd exclaimed with excitement, "Host, the scan is complete. There are 2 individuals with spiritual roots. One is a little girl on the left, digging in the soil with a small wooden stick, and the other is a chubby boy shaking branches on a tree." Turning her head, Tao Tao recognized the girl digging in the dirt as Tao Xiao Xiao, the granddaughter of the 4th elder, who was a few months younger than her. The chubby boy was Tao Xing, the grandson of the 3rd elder, born on the same day as her, just minutes apart. "Grandfather, may I inquire whether our ancestors included any cultivators?" Tao Tao pondered that since the 3 of them possessed spiritual roots, they ought to cultivate together. Better to befriend a fellow traveler on the path than to perish alone. Tao Ji's gaze sharpened, filled with a mix of seriousness and excitement. "Child, did your master teach you?" Before he could finish, Tao Tao nodded vigorously and blurted out, "Master said that Sister Xiaohong, Brother Sheng, and Sister Xiao Xiao all have spiritual roots, while others have not been detected for now." Upon hearing this, Tao Ji suddenly stood up, trembling as he asked, "Does your master intend to?" "My master instructed me to teach them, so that we may protect our kin together in the future." "Very well, very well," Tao Ji exclaimed 3 times, and after whispering a few words to Tao Tao, he left the room with a beaming smile. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Tao Tao found not only the 3 individuals she had mentioned, but also 4 elderly men, each more animated than the last. Sensing a hint of danger, she instinctively hid behind Tao Xiaohong, peeking out with wide eyes and murmuring, "Oh dear, my esteemed elders. Your excitement is quite alarming." "Fear not, dear Tao, we are merely overjoyed," one elder assured her. "Indeed, we are filled with elation and a touch of excitement. Tao, do not mind these old fellows. Please share your news with everyone." With that encouragement from her revered elder, Tao Tao stepped out from behind Tao Xiaohong, raised her right hand, and performed a gesture, conjuring a small fireball that vanished with a flick. "Tao, what is this? What have I just witnessed?" One elder gasped in astonishment. "Did I just imagine it?" asked the 2nd elder, equally bewildered. "I saw it too," affirmed the 3rd. "Tao, You mentioned that your master said they could also. Indeed, she replied. Sister Hong possesses the water element, brother Sheng the metal element, and little sister the earth element. My master said that if you all consent, I may take them under my wing for training. Without a doubt, we wholeheartedly agree. Peach, from this day forth, your elder sister Hong shall accompany you in your cultivation. Little Sheng, you mischievous boy, if you do not diligently practice, then you must face the fiery consequences as just demonstrated. Xiao, starting today, you will follow your elder siblings and learn diligently alongside your sister Tao. Remember to heed her guidance. The three of them nodded vigorously, their eyes alight with enthusiasm, particularly Tao Xiaohong. In her previous life, she had heard tales of immortals, and the Tao family in the capital was said to harbor such beings. Otherwise, the villagers would not have met their tragic fates. In this life, having unlocked a spatial realm and consumed the essence of spiritual spring water, she had transformed her constitution and thus could embark on her own path of cultivation. Such a blessing. Chapter 34. News from outside. With the collective efforts of the 73 villagers, a heavy snowfall arrived in mid-December. Although the snow was not excessively thick, aside from a few individuals occasionally venturing into the mountains to gather firewood, the others remained indoors. Tao gazed at the swirling snowflakes in the courtyard, contemplating. With the arrival of heavy snow, the drought should have ended. She was uncertain of the circumstances outside, but she resolved to find a way to cultivate the land next year. Tao Xiaohong, Tao Sheng, and Tao Xiao, Tao instructed them to practice at home, reminding them not to neglect the martial arts of the Tao family. Unless absolutely necessary, they must conceal their identities as cultivators, for their family still had formidable adversaries, and they were still quite young. The elderly gentleman fully concurred. After these children began their cultivation, they each had their own rooms, which in itself served as a form of protection. Upon successfully signing in at the rear mountain of Taojia village, the host received rewards: 10 rooting waters, 3 wheat seeds suitable for the Mushi soil, improvable, 3 rice seeds suitable for the Mushi soil, improvable, 5 soybean seeds, improvable, and 2 improvement knights, all deposited into the system's backpack for verification. Tao felt bewildered. What did this mean? Could it be that the seeds from the Yuen space could not be extracted? Otherwise, how could this be? Indeed, although the spiritual energy within the Yuen space was sparse, the crops and medicinal herbs cultivated there thrived under its nourishment, especially with her occasional irrigation of the spiritual spring water. If taken out, they would undoubtedly. It seemed prudent to heed the system's guidance. Furthermore, the seeds obtained from this sign-in were compatible with the Mushi soil, ensuring their viability. It was truly remarkable how one's thoughts could manifest so readily. Tao glanced at her backpack, noting 45 slots, with only 2 remaining empty. She resolved to stockpile her provisions further. Host, hasten to harvest the crops in the space. Doing so will grant you another grand gift, the system urged. At this moment, Tao felt less excitement than before. She perceived the act of opening a gift as akin to unveiling a mystery box. Eagerly, she used her thoughts to gather the crops from her spatial farmland. The current harvest evidently contained far more spiritual energy than her previous yields, prompting her to set them aside individually. The gourd informed her that this was due to her earlier cultivation of medicinal herbs, particularly a mutated ginseng that had transformed into purple ginseng after being nourished by the spiritual spring water. The other herbs had also grown significantly. Tao scattered her seeds, and with a mere thought, a localized drizzle fell upon her farmland from the stream within the space. Congratulations to the host for acquiring spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, and spiritual fruits, thus receiving a super gift package. Might I inquire if the host wishes to open the package? Without checking, Tao proceeded down the mountain. Second brother, is it truly freezing outside? Tao Yu, the fourth brother, expressed disbelief, convinced that the county magistrate and officials would not neglect the plight of the refugees. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Tao Zhu, the third brother, was also deeply troubled, particularly for his 2 vain and impractical descendants. Casting a concerned glance towards the capital, he sighed softly. Second brother, Should we enhance our patrols to guard against the refugees? All right then, replied the second brother. Do not worry. I shall take a stroll shortly. Chapter 35. The departure of winter and the arrival of spring. Every day, Tao Tao checked in at various locations within Tao family village, reaping an abundance of rewards. These included farming tools, seeds, fish fry, saplings, various vegetable seeds, and provisions. The drought was gradually alleviating, and time passed quietly. People began to hibernate, and even the New Year celebrations felt rather subdued. As winter gave way to spring, the villagers of Tao family village walked along the ridges with their farming tools. Although some frowns remained, thoughts of the droughts and lifted the burdens from their hearts. Now, as long as they sowed the seeds and worked diligently, prosperity was within reach. Tao Ji observed the sprouting seeds and the rooting solution with a flicker of complexity in his eyes. He felt fear for the girl and the dangers she might face. Unbeknownst to her, in early March, under the guidance of the four elderly gentlemen, the villagers of Tao family planted the wheat seeds that Tao Tao had provided. Though not in large quantities, they managed to sow nearly 50 acres. Tao Ji generously distributed 2 measures of well-rooted water for irrigation and also shared some vegetable seeds with each household. Tao family village encompasses nearly 200 acres of land. Those who departed initially relinquished their land deeds and housing contracts for the sake of grain, while the refugees cultivated a considerable portion, bringing the total to approximately 500 acres. 50 acres were allocated for wheat seeds, leaving over 400 acres available. Contemplating the several bags of corn at home, and after conferring with 3 elderly gentlemen, Tao Ji decided to plant corn and utilize the remainder for vegetables. Given that their village still possessed such an abundance of seeds, it was likely that other villages had a significant portion of their fields left barren. Upon learning about the corn planting, the villagers were invigorated and organized in their efforts. The elders decreed that this year's harvest would be shared equally among all, with future land allocations to be discussed next year. After more than half a month of diligent work, not only was the wheat sown, but the land for corn was also prepared, eagerly awaiting the seeds. Old master, the seeds have been sown. What troubles you still? Tao Tao inquired, observing the lingering worry etched on her grandfather's face. My dear, even after planting, we shall not reap rewards for another 4 months. The meager resources left by our ancestors are merely a stopgap. Indeed, now that stability has returned, shall we venture into town or the county to seek work? Yes, but if all the men leave? Grandfather, what arrangement have you reached? We, the elders, have decided to send our father's generation out to find work while we tend to the crops at home. Is there anyone in our family with an inclination for commerce? Tao Tao pondered, recalling the stack of silver notes in her space, squinting as she asked. Indeed, your father has a penchant for business, as does your Uncle Inha. How is it, little girl? Are you considering venturing into business? Is that permissible? In the past, we also had our own enterprise, yet it faced severe setbacks. Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely contemplating. We shall discuss it further at a later time. A few elder gentlemen gathered the villagers beneath the grand locust tree at the village entrance. Dear kin, we have sown crops in our fields, and the wheat is thriving. However, we have endured 3 years of calamity, and our savings are nearly depleted. We, the elders, have conferred and felt that with the farming season winding down and little work remaining in the fields, it would be prudent for those from the days of gold, silver, and iron to venture out and explore. Kind elder, we understand. Last night, several of my cousins and I agreed to first visit the town. If there are no opportunities there, we shall proceed to the county. Indeed, elder, we comprehend. Had it not been for our ancestors' divine intervention, we might have perished from hunger. With the work in the fields dwindling, we shall set out tomorrow to seek our fortunes. You are all commendable. However, do not be overly hasty. Remember to travel in groups of 3 or 4. Do not separate while scouting, and remain vigilant. Do you understand? We understand. Chapter 36. The past of Tao Xiaoyang. Certainly, some encountered their own relatives, uncles, brothers-in-law, who, when seeking work, could lend a helping hand, given that they are indeed true kin. Although some relatives may lack formal education and literacy, They possess considerable strength and are not deterred by dirt or labor. Some relatives even brought tokens of gratitude for the hard-earned items they had managed to acquire. Tao Tao mused, "People of this era are truly sincere. In my previous world, would anyone express gratitude? It is fortunate enough not to be disdainful of the toils of life. Tao Ya, I am now able to unleash water orbs." Just as Tao Tao was immersed in her thoughts, a cheerful voice broke through. "Sister Hong, you've reached the mid-stage of Qi training. That's impressive." Tao Tao exclaimed with a bright smile. "I can hardly fathom how long it will take me to attain such a level as yours. Tao Ya, I know you have discerned my secret. Today, I shall share it with you." Tao Xiaohong was taken aback that this little girl had hinted at her rebirth. Yet, she harbored her own doubts about the child, for in her previous life, this girl had disappeared the previous year. "Tao Ya, I indeed lived a full life. In my past existence, last year, a wave of refugees suddenly arrived in our village, and they settled down. One night, approximately 2 months later, a group of men dressed in black invaded the village. That night, most villagers were under the influence of a sedative. I later learned that the initial plan was to poison the water, but the higher authorities disapproved, which led them to resort to the drug instead. Poisoning the water. Yes, poisoning. That night, your entire family was slaughtered, and only Brother Minghai from the 4th Elder's family narrowly escaped. He later recounted that he survived by being pinned down by the 4th Elder and Uncle Inha. The 3rd Elder and great-grandfather Ifei also perished. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a horse-drawn carriage. Along with my grandfather, mother, and myself, there were also 2 uncles from the 3rd Elder's family, the very ones who traveled to the capital last year. We were taken to a large courtyard in the capital. Due to my tender age, they were not vigilant in watching over me, heeding my grandfather and mother's warnings. I seized the opportunity to eavesdrop on the conversation between the Tao Xiaolan sisters when they were not paying attention. The 2 sisters, Tao Xiaolan and Tao Xiaohong, engaged in a conversation that reverberated in Tao Tao's mind like a thunderclap. The jade gourd was taken by Tao Xiaolan. How greedy it is to be unsatisfied even with the jade gourd. Tao Tao reflected on the past, recalling how her grandfather and mother perished in their efforts to protect her. It was only when she was on the brink of death that Brother Minghai rescued her. Yet, blinded by hatred, she harmed Brother Minghai solely to seize the jade pendant from his grasp. As Tao Xiaohong spoke, her words turned to tears, leaving Tao Tao uncertain on how to console her, so she allowed her to weep. Later, while being pursued again by those from the capital, Tao Tao realized that Brother Minghai was secretly safeguarding her, though she struggled to express her gratitude. One day, she spotted Tao Xiaolan venturing out alone. "My sister, you wouldn't consider harming Tao Xiaolan, would you?" She pondered, unaware of the gravity of the situation. All she knew was that Brother Minghai had been gravely injured. Crawling towards her, and then her consciousness faded, only to awaken a year later. Subsequently, she comforted the little one and acquired the jade pendant, intending to test the duplicitous old patriarch. "Sister, this is for you," Tao Tao exclaimed, offering her a thumbs up. In Chapter 37, "Can I cultivate too?" Tao Tao noticed that Tao Xiaohong's emotions had begun to stabilize, prompting her to speak. "Everyone can come out now. I didn't want to interrupt my sister's story earlier, but now, please join us." As the 4 old patriarchs emerged, along with the siblings Tao Minghai and Tao Sheng, Tao Xiaohong's already reddened eyes brimmed with tears anew. "Red girl, do you still have something you haven't shared with us?" inquired the voice of the old patriarch from Tao Xiaohong's family. "Let me speak, Elder," Tao Xiaohong replied, ready to unveil her truths. In the capital, the Tao family yearns for the Yulon flower jade pendant and the jade gourd. When I first activated the Yulon flower jade pendant, I was met only with a handful of pills, yet to my astonishment, after my sister Hong opened it in this lifetime, there emerged a plethora of treasures. Had no one ever activated the jade gourd in the past? This thought echoed in Tao Tao's mind. It seems not. The Tao family has been in search of it for ages. It is said that the lore describes the jade gourd as white, whereas Tao Xiaolan's jade gourd is green, clearly indicating it lacks the same level of value. Could it be that activation requires direct lineage? Perhaps those from collateral branches might also activate it, albeit with significantly diminished resources. Or perhaps it necessitates a bloodline closely resembling that of the ancestors. Tao Tao, having perused numerous novels about traversing dimensions, murmured her thoughts aloud. After a silent exchange of glances among the elders, one spoke. Regardless, what matters now is that it is the girls Hong and Tao who have activated it. You too must exercise caution. Hong, the family grievances will be avenged in due time. Focus on your cultivation alongside Tao. Yes, I understand. Brother Minghai, I believe you might also have the potential to cultivate, Tao Tao remarked, observing the young lad before her. Her hands clasped behind her back as she tilted her head inquisitively. What? I can cultivate too? Tao Tao's statement drew the attention of several onlookers. Everyone, please remain silent. Brother Minghai, you should take this first. Tao Tao presented the marrow-cleansing pill she had acquired a few days prior from a gift package, offering it to Tao Minghai. The words regarding the gourds still lingered in Tao Tao's mind, and she finally comprehended why there was but a single marrow-cleansing pill. It was intended for this young man before her. Tao Minghai did not hesitate to swallow the cleansing elixir, and then, following Tao Tao's instructions, he seated himself cross-legged and endeavored to empty his mind. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through him, initially bearable. It soon intensified to the point where he gritted his teeth in agony and collapsed onto the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment, a refreshing current coursed through his body, an exquisitely pleasant sensation that compelled him to exclaim, "How delightful!" Fourth Elder, please ensure that Minghai undergoes the cleansing process multiple times. The odor is unbearable. This was the mischievous voice of Tao Sheng, who, upon finishing his words, pulled Tao Xiaoxiao back several paces. As Tao Minghai opened his eyes, he gazed at Tao Tao with a look of hopeful anticipation. Tao Tao had already heard from Hu Lu. Minghai, you possess with spiritual roots, which means you can cultivate. However, you must first. Before Tao Tao could complete her sentence, Tao Minghai shouted, "Ah, how foul! Why do I smell so terrible? I cannot bear it any longer. I must take a bath first. Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, I shall take my leave." The others watched his hasty and disheveled departure, erupting into laughter. The few elders, observing the children, promptly masked their amusement and spoke with grave seriousness. You are all still young. The most crucial task now is to diligently hone your skills and conceal your identities. Leave other matters to us, the four old fellows. Hong Yadu and Tao Yadu, remember, an innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. Do not expose yourselves, understand? Understood. We know. Chapter 38. Acquiring private property. Tao Tao observed her industrious kin. Whether toiling in the fields or ascending the mountains, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and her heart swelled with joy. Ever since Tao Minghai began his cultivation practice, the villagers often found Tao Tao either at home or atop the mountains. In truth, she frequently ventured into the fields by night, which had been meticulously tended to during the day. Although the drought had passed, the river still bore little water. The irrigation of the 500 acres of farmland relied solely on her fellow villagers, a considerable undertaking. Occasionally, under the cover of darkness, Tao Tao would arrive at the well-tended fields and perform a spell to conjure a localized shower. Initially, the villagers remained oblivious to her nocturnal activities, but as time progressed, they began to notice this peculiar phenomenon. Ultimately, they came to believe that their ancestors, recognizing their hard work, had manifested to assist them. Thus, life flowed serenely onward. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the depths of the dense forest. You have acquired a grocery store at the entrance of Dongjie in Wuxia Town and a contract for 820 acres of forested mountain land. Please proceed to Wuxia Town within 3 days to collect the contract. What on earth? A grocery store in Wuxia Town? A mountain land contract? I have private property. Tao Tao stammered in disbelief. Wuxia Town, the jurisdiction of her current village, was undoubtedly orchestrated by the system. It would be prudent to keep her private property concealed, allowing her to move under the veil of night. However, She was left wondering where the mountain contract in the dense forest was located. As night fell, after her family had fallen into a deep slumber, Tao Tao transformed herself into the visage of a young lady, aged 18 or 19, though she still donned a veil to obscure her face. With a swift movement, she slipped out of the courtyard and gracefully traversed the path to Wuxia Town, employing her light-footed skill. Although Tao Tao had never visited Wuxia Town, she had inquired about its circumstances beforehand. Upon arriving at East Street, her gaze was immediately drawn to a sign that read Peach Blossom General Store. After a careful observation, she resolved to enter the courtyard behind the shop, sensing the presence of occupants within. In the courtyard, Manager Yao kept his eyes half closed, wary of slumber. This unease stemmed from a message he had received early that morning from his former employer, who warned him that someone would arrive that evening. This individual was the current proprietor of the store. He was advised to remain vigilant and was given a wooden box to hand over personally to the new owner, who bore the surname Tao, with no further information provided. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the courtyard, and Manager Yao pondered his thoughts when a sound suddenly emanated from outside, resembling the deliberate tossing of an object. Startled, he immediately rose and called out, "Who goes there?" A voice replied, "It is I, Tao, here to collect something." Manager Yao promptly opened the door, exclaiming, "I have the honor of meeting the proprietor." "Indeed," came the response. "Please, come inside." "Certainly. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "Yao," replied the manager. "Allow me to briefly outline the store's situation for you. Proprietor, our general store primarily offers seeds, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar. Is there an inventory available?" "Yes, we have stock. A new shipment arrived just the other day." "Do we have any staff in the store?" "What is the monthly salary of your employees?" "There is a new assistant in the store who was recently hired. He is quite clever and hails from a nearby village. The assistant earns 600 won a month, while the younger one receives 1 tael of silver." "Do you know which village the assistant comes from?" Tao Tao recalls that there is an uncle from her village who seems to work at a grocery store in town. What a coincidence that would be. Taojia village has a resident named Tao In-hee, known for being astute and hardworking, with considerable strength. Upon hearing the name Tao In-hee, Tao Tao felt a wave of realization wash over her. Indeed, he was from her village. Well, the old gentleman mentioned that Uncle he has a penchant for commerce, so since he is working in their shop, it might be worthwhile to nurture his potential. "Manager Yao, both your salary and that of the assistant will be increased by 200 won. I trust you to manage the store diligently." "Thank you, boss. This is merely my duty. There is no need for such formalities." "Boss, this box was delivered early this morning, addressed to you." Manager Yao handed over a wooden box. Tao Tao took the box and, upon opening it, the gourd spoke. "Host, inside are the property deeds for the grocery store and the mountainous land, all in your name." "Thank you, Gourd," Tao Tao replied. "Gourd, when will I be able to cultivate my spiritual power?" She communicated silently. "Understood. Boss, take care." Manager Yao observed as Tao Tao swiftly vanished from the courtyard, his eyes wide with astonishment, thinking to himself, this new boss is anything but ordinary, surpassing the previous one in every aspect. I must ensure that Tao In-hee performs his duties while starting tomorrow. Chapter 39. Journey through the dense forest. Congratulations to the host for harvesting crops a remarkable 150 times, rewarded with 10 plots of uncultivated ordinary farmland. Congratulations to the host for achieving 100 harvests in the ranch, rewarded with 1 expansion of the ranch. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a purple bloodlingshi, rewarded with 1 spirit field. Upon hearing about the purple bloodlingshi, Tao Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. She recalled that her space did not contain such a thing. Could it be that the previous lingshi had mutated? Hulu, is the purple blood lingshi a mutation of the earlier lingshi? Indeed, host. The purple blood lingshi has automatically been transplanted into the spirit field. Ah, thank you, Hulu. In truth, Tao Tao was quite curious if Hulu could assist with the planting and harvesting in her space. However, she pondered that if she relied entirely on Hulu, what else could she accomplish aside from cultivation? Therefore, she had always taken matters into her own hands as long as Hulu remained silent. In fact, it only required a few minor techniques to complete the tasks, which didn't consume much time. Tao Tao concentrated her thoughts and entered her space, commencing the cultivation of the fields, planting, and irrigating in one seamless motion. The ranch was also expanded to double its size. It now housed not only 5 chickens and 5 ducks, but also 4 cows, 4 sheep, and 4 pigs. Feeling invigorated, Tao Tao prepared to venture into the dense forest with her older siblings. They had only visited the forest 2 or 3 times since spring began, and afterward, they were preoccupied with field work. Concerned for the children's safety, the clan had repeatedly cautioned against entering the forest. This time, accompanying the group of over 10 children were 2 elderly gentlemen, Tao Zhu and Tao Ji. At the end of June, the temperature had risen somewhat, but as a group stepped into the dense forest, they were instantly enveloped in a refreshing coolness, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Small clusters of individuals ventured into the thicket in search of wild vegetables and fruits. How tender the purslane is. Come here, there are plenty of water lilies, dandelions, fish mint. Not long after entering the forest, a cacophony of voices arose. What a large patch of snake berries, come quickly. 2 elderly gentlemen observed the jubilant children, and smiles never left their faces. To their surprise, such a bountiful harvest awaited them shortly after their arrival. They were aware that although this area was dense with trees, it also encompassed a mountain, albeit smaller than the rear mountain, estimated to cover over 800 acres. Tao Tao led Tao Ming high and the others deeper into the woods, eventually stopping near the inner perimeter. They arrived at a small clearing where Tao Tao instructed them to practice their cultivation. Once they had sufficiently honed their skills, they could forage for wild vegetables. With that, she slipped into the inner depths of the forest. This time, Tao Tao intended to explore the profound recesses of the woods, for it was now her private domain. And she felt compelled to investigate thoroughly. Having already established her foundation in cultivation, aided by the spatial aura and temporal differences, Tao Tao understood that in the current realm of sparse spiritual energy, achieving such a foundation would typically require decades of dedicated practice. If not for her occasional assistance in their training, Tao Xiaohong and the others would not have progressed into the intermediate stage of qi cultivation, particularly Tao Minghai, who had only recently begun his training, for whom Tao Tao had invested considerable effort. Tao Tao ventured deep into the dense forest, exploring her surroundings. Aside from some minor game, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. However, she harbored a persistent suspicion that the system would not bestow upon her a mountain without reason. There must be something hidden within its depths. Chapter 40. Ancestor Tao Yuan. As Tao Tao furrowed her brow in contemplation, a thick white mist suddenly enveloped her. The gourd sought to warn her, but found itself rendered mute. Uncertain of the nature of this trial, she recognized that apart from her mastery of the firewood technique and some magical arts, she possessed little else. After much analysis, Tao Tao concluded that this might be a test of her patience. Thus, she seated herself in a meditative posture, attuning to the swirling white fog that surrounded her. The mist behaved like a mischievous child, playfully brushing against her nose and wrapping around her neck, all unbeknownst to her. She sensed a peculiar white essence entering her body, coursing through her meridians, lingering momentarily at each acupoint before continuing its journey. A profound sense of familiarity enveloped her, as if this essence were an intrinsic part of her being. Suppressing her thoughts, Tao Tao continued to guide the warm white current as it traversed her meridians repeatedly, ultimately coalescing into a small white vortex within her dantian. At that moment, had there been onlookers, they would have witnessed a radiant display of red, yellow, green, blue, and orange hues emanating from her, swirling around her form before converging into the white vortex that then sank into her abdomen. Once the white vortex ceased its rotation, Tao Tao opened her eyes, and instead of the thick mist, she beheld a courtyard before her. Tao Tao rose and entered the fenced courtyard, where 2 thatched cottages stood, and behind them lay a herbal garden filled with numerous medicinal plants unknown to her. Politely, she knocked on the door of one of the cottages. Receiving no response, she gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Apart from a painting hanging on the wall, the furnishings were exceedingly simple: a bed, a table, and a chair. Adhering to the principle that courtesy is never misplaced, Tao Tao approached the painting and bowed, saying, "I, the younger generation Tao Tao, have inadvertently trespassed into this place. I beg for your forgiveness, esteemed elder." "Haha, child, you have not stumbled here by chance. It is the old man who has specifically summoned you." A hearty voice resonated within the cottage. "Esteemed elder? Child, you possess an item that I gifted to my companion. It is. I crafted a pair, one for her and one for myself. Two gourds that are, in truth, one. It appears you are that child." Tao Tao was astounded by the implication of these words, unsure of how to respond, so she remained silent and listened. "Child, it seems you are also my descendant. Who would have thought that my fated one would turn out to be my own progeny? Haraha, close your eyes, do not resist. The ancestor will impart all his knowledge unto you." After a moment, the elder's voice echoed once more. "Child, diligently study and comprehend the ancestral techniques bestowed upon you. You are a chaotic body, capable of cultivating the 5 elemental powers. The ancestor takes great pride in the inheritance of formations. Make sure to grasp them well, for they will surely serve you greatly in the future. Esteemed ancestor, I shall certainly dedicate myself to diligent study. However, how should I convey this to my elders? My dear girl, it is time for the elder to depart from this place. Take the jade gourd upon the table, when the 2 gourds unite, and the fusion is complete. Devote yourself to diligent study and contemplation. My dear, I implore you to not only safeguard your own well-being, but also to protect more of your kin. The younger generation shall forever remember the elder's counsel. Elder, with your presence, I feel reassured. When you leave, remember to gather this entire area into the Jade Spring space. If your elders inquire, simply state the elder's name, Tao Yuan. Elder, Tao Yuan. Peach source. Could it be that the elder, Tao Tao, upon hearing the ethereal voice, immediately fell to her knees in reverence? Grasping the jade gourd from the table, she retrieved the one hanging around her neck. As they merged, a burst of white light ensued. And soon a white jade gourd materialized before her eyes. White, jade gourd. Could the rumors indeed be true? What of my dear grandmother? Chapter 41. The Jade Spring Space. Part 1. Holding the white jade gourd, Tao Tao silently chanted, "Enter." Her entire being vanished from the thatched cottage. Wow, I have entered. My body has crossed over, which means I can now cultivate my spiritual power. Tao Tao silently rejoiced within. The familiar voice of the host echoed in her ears. Following the sound, she beheld a chubby little figure with a topknot, adorned with a small white gourd, exclaiming in delight, "Are you the gourd?" "Indeed. Then I can cultivate my spiritual power now, correct?" "Certainly. As the host, you are now a chaotic body, capable of practicing any technique. Dear host, it would be most advantageous for you to practice the chaotic decision, which encompasses the chaotic sword technique. As a being of chaos, this represents the most suitable cultivation method for you. Not only can you cultivate other elemental arts, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but you may also delve into the realms of alchemy, artifact forging, and array formations. Listening to the incessant chatter of the gourd, Tao Tao couldn't help but reflect inwardly. I am merely a slothful fish. Inquiring about the current state of the gourd's space, she learned that the Jade Spring realm had expanded significantly, filled with myriad treasures. Given her present cultivation level, it would take her 3 full days to explore it thoroughly, urging her to hasten her practice of the chaotic decision. Feeling somewhat dejected, Tao Tao exited the space. Adhering to her ancestors' instructions to incorporate both the thatched cottage courtyard and the medicinal garden into her realm. After paying her respects thrice towards the heavens, she departed gracefully from that location. Later that night, Tao Tao re-entered the Jade Spring space. Following the gourd's guidance, she pressed the jade slip inscribed with the chaotic decision to her forehead, and it seamlessly merged into her mind. Sitting cross-legged, she emptied her thoughts and focused on her spiritual core, directing the white vortex within her dantian to circulate through her meridians. While in the dense forest, Tao Tao had sensed the warm currents of energy moving within her, realizing she had reached the mid-foundation stage. However, the circumstances had compelled her to suppress her thoughts. As she continued to cultivate, guided by the chaotic decision, she broke through to the late foundation stage. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the sight of a chubby figure dragging a sword nearly taller than himself towards her. "Gord, sister, you should use this sword." "Gord, what is this sword?" "Sister, this is the Azure Sky Profound Sword, possessing the same chaotic attributes as your cultivation technique." Upon hearing this, Tao Tao seized the sword and immediately pledged her allegiance with a drop of blood. She understood that this sword was bestowed upon her not only due to the ancestral legacy of the Peach Source, which had imparted the array techniques, but also the extensive knowledge of cultivation that had been shared with her. Grasping the sword, Tao Tao practiced the chaotic sword technique. She wielded the Azure Sky Profound Heaven Sword, advancing and retreating, spinning to thrust, lift, and slice. Hulu, observing the focused practice of swordsmanship by Tao Tao, blinked and turned to enter the library, scanning the surroundings before fixing his gaze on a particular spot with a smile. He then waved his hand, conjuring a comprehensive alchemical compendium into his grasp. At that moment, Tao Tao, lost in her sword practice, was unaware that this little chubby fellow had procured another book for her study. Immersed in her trance, she would only cease her practice when she chose to do so. As Hulu remained silent, following the fusion, the realm of cultivation within the Jade Spring space had been completely unlocked. This space not only contained a bedroom, library, alchemy room, and a workshop, but also boasted an array of spiritual plants, a forest, a snow-capped mountain, and a serene lake. The temporal ratio between the outside world and this space had expanded. 1 day outside equated to 2 months within. This was undoubtedly a remarkable boon for her endeavors. Chapter 42. The Jade Spring Space. Part 2. Awakening from her state of oblivion, Tao Tao felt a surge of strength. "Sister, this is a compendium of alchemy. You may wish to peruse it first," Hulu spoke, handing her a book. Tao Tao nodded in acceptance, engaging in casual conversation with Hulu while gaining insight into this newly merged space. Upon arriving at the farmland, Hulu cast an odd glance at his master before presenting her with a piece of paper. Tao Tao was perplexed, but upon closer inspection, she realized that the UUN space not only encompassed 2 ancient ancestral realms fused into a cultivation segment, but also included a daily farming module. This farming module was a boon bestowed upon her arrival in this world. To facilitate its use, the main system expended immense energy to merge 2 disparate spatial interfaces. What? A main system? Could it be that she was merely a subsidiary system? After reading, Tao Tao remained silent, fixated on the gourd. The gourd, now equipped with information about the UUN space as well as the entire check-in system, existed solely to accompany Tao Tao in this realm. It surmised that the main system was undoubtedly closely linked to its master, yet it could not voice this thought, leaving it feeling uneasy. Observing her sister, who was staring blankly at it, the gourd softly recounted what it knew about the system and the space. After listening to the gourd's insights, Tao Tao finally comprehended that the UUN space was divided into a cultivation segment and a farming module. The cultivation segment had been entirely unlocked, housing countless spiritual plants, fields, fruits, and stones. If she desired anything, it could materialize with merely a thought. The temporal ratio between the space and the external world was remarkable, with 2 months within the space equating to a single day outside. The farming module required her to cultivate crops and raise animals, unlocking new features based on her harvest frequency. Currently, she possessed 12 fields, a ranch that included chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs, and a pond teeming with fish. Additionally, she had a bedroom, a kitchen, and a storage room. The check-in system previously offered a monthly opportunity to receive gift packages, which included a basic scanning function with a range of 1,000 meters, upgradable, and had now incorporated a danger alert feature. At this moment, Tao Tao was not only astounded, but also contemplating when she might indulge in a leisurely existence. At just under 6 years of age, she was still a mere child. Pouting her small lips, she gazed at the compartments of her system's backpack. To her surprise, all the compartments were filled to the brim. Curiosity piqued, she counted 48 compartments in total. Within these compartments, there lay an abundance of provisions: 80 pounds of white flour, 150 pounds of cornmeal, 300 pounds of black flour, 200 pounds of brown rice, 180 pounds of millet, 200 pounds of glutinous rice, and 200 pounds of regular rice. There were 20 buckets of peanut oil, each 5 pounds, and 12 bottles of sesame oil, each weighing 1 pound. Additionally, there was 20 pounds of beef, 30 pieces of pork belly, 20 pieces of lean meat, 30 pounds of ribs, 8 pig trotters, 10 chickens, 5 rabbits, and 10 grass carp weighing around 3 pounds each. Furthermore, 200 chicken eggs and 100 salted duck eggs were included. The remaining compartments were filled with an assortment of vegetables, fruits, spices, and condiments, as well as some alcohol. Items such as sugar, salt, soy sauce, star anise, bay leaves, cabbage, corn, chili peppers, eggplants, cucumbers, vermicelli, black fungus, apples, pears, and hawthorn were all present, leaving not a single compartment vacant. Feeling a bit peckish, Tao Tao took an apple and pondered what delightful meal she could prepare for the evening. Chapter 43. Inviting the clan for dumplings. Grandma. Oh dear. What has you so flustered? Tao Li's voice rang out as she observed the little girl rushing towards her, chattering incessantly. Grandma, it's still early today. May we invite the clan to enjoy dumplings filled with cabbage and pork? Tao Tao thought to herself that it was far more enjoyable to share happiness with others. After all, they were family, and there was no ill intent among them. Sharing a meal together seemed entirely reasonable. Child, could you explain to me why you wish to do this? Though the situation has improved somewhat, I still observe that 2 households are subsisting on rather thin vegetable porridge. Indeed, while the calamity is past and the mountains now bear wild vegetables and fruits, the supply of grain remains meager. Their village is relatively fortunate. Some neighboring villages still rely on wild vegetable soup to stave off hunger. Tao Lisher gazed at her granddaughter, reflecting on the ancestral spirit's benevolence, grateful for their protection. The pair arrived at a modest courtyard, and Tao Lisher called out at the entrance, Father, Mother, are you home? Yes, it's Lisher. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Came the voice of Li's mother-in-law, Liang. Mother, is father at home? What's the matter? My girl mentioned that tonight we are inviting the clan to feast on dumplings filled with cabbage and pork. What? The sudden announcement startled Tao Xuan, who had just emerged from the house. After Li explained the situation, they awaited the elder's response. My dear girl, are you truly treating the entire clan to dumplings filled with cabbage and pork? Great-grandfather, can the dumpling wrappers be made from white flour and cornmeal? Oh my, how delightful! Upon hearing this, Tao Xuan felt a pang of desire, though he hesitated to express it outright. Great-grandfather, I have also prepared 2 jars of daughter's red wine for you. Tao Tao sensed that her great-grandfather was intrigued, and she stoked the flames of his appetite further. Ah, daughter's red. It has been ages since I last tasted it. I had nearly forgotten its flavor. I am certainly craving it now. This young girl must be intentionally tempting me. Liang observed this exchange with a quiet smile, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Is that all? Just dumplings? Shouldn't we have some dishes as well? Tao Xuan thought it appropriate to request a little something extra for himself. Upon finishing her words, Tao Tao covered her mouth and chuckled. You mischievous and audacious girl. You dare to tease your great-grandfather. Tao Xuan also smiled, playfully tapping her little head. Indeed, there are vegetables, large radishes. How to prepare them is up to your great-grandmother and grandmother. Very well, dear wife, take the children to the kitchen beside the ancestral hall. I shall inform my second uncle so that Aunt and the others can assist in the preparation, ensuring everyone can eat sooner. All right, hurry along. Liang led Li and Tao Tao to the kitchen adjacent to the ancestral hall. Noticing the vicinity was empty, Tao Tao, in front of her grandmother and great-grandmother, retrieved 40 pounds of white flour, 50 pounds of cornmeal, 20 pounds of fatty pork, and another 20 pounds of lean meat from her backpack. After estimating the quantities, she asked her grandmother to fetch baskets and a backpack. They placed the large cabbage in the basket, the radishes in the backpack, and set a bundle of green onions on the ground, along with salt, ginger, and 30 eggs on the stove. As they beheld the sudden appearance of an array of items, Liang and Li, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo, transitioned from shock to composure. Great-grandmother, grandmother, is there anything else we might be missing? Li stepped outside to summon her two sisters-in-law. Just a few steps out, she spotted her second aunt leading a group toward them. Upon closer inspection, she realized there was no need to go. They had all arrived. Fifth sister-in-law, we are here. Fifth sister-in-law, what shall we do? Speak up. Aunt, we have come. Suddenly, the once desolate kitchen was filled with women, bustling about, some stoking the fire, others fetching water, washing vegetables, chopping ingredients, and preparing meat, all engaged in a delightful flurry of activity. Before long, Tao Tao's mother and her aunt arrived. Realizing the kitchen was overcrowded, they and a few other women moved the large radishes and green onions outside to continue their preparations. Shortly thereafter, a swarm of children appeared, clamoring to assist. Their arrival shifted the tasks of tending the fire and washing vegetables to them, allowing the adults to focus on kneading dough and further chopping meat and vegetables. In Chapter 44, the conversation turned to the evening's meal. Elder, are we truly having dumplings tonight? With meat filling? Echoed the excitement. The elderly gentleman, after a stroll through the fields, urged everyone to hasten their pace, lest they miss out on the dumplings. At this, a chorus of eager anticipation filled the air as the workers, eyes alight with excitement, turned their attention to the elders. One bold individual even inquired, "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up, or you will genuinely miss out on the dumplings." Upon hearing this, it was clear that this individual possessed keen insight. In a moment of urgency, the crowd hastened to complete their tasks. "Oh, how delightful the aroma is! It smells of meat. You certainly have a nose for it," they exclaimed. "Let us expedite our efforts." "Goodness, dear matron, am I not mistaken? Are these plump dumplings truly meant for us? What are you staring at? Hurry up and come help carry them out." "Ah, here they come. Dear lady, please bring a couple more. It has been ages since we last savored dumplings." "Indeed, I have almost forgotten the taste of dumplings." "Very well, hurry and enjoy them. Once you're finished, each of you will have a bowl of white radish soup." As Liang was serving the dumplings, the people in line exclaimed, "Today's feast surpasses even that of the new year." The clan members were comfortably seated, with four elderly gentlemen at one table alongside their sons. Tao Tao promptly placed 2 jars on the table. Upon seeing them, Tao Xiao remarked, "Ah, 1 jar contains 2 pounds, so 2 jars amount to 4 pounds. Quite commendable. It seems this girl has indeed deceived the old man." After a few rounds of wine, the conversation flowed freely. Tao Yu was the first to speak. "Tao girl, the old gentleman has heard you possess a mysterious master, one who appears and vanishes without a trace. Might you divulge your master's name?" No sooner had he spoken than the other 3 elderly gentlemen, along with 4 great-grandfathers, turned their attention towards Tao Tao. Remembering her ancestor's words and acknowledging that she had already pledged herself to him as her master, she hesitated, uncertain if revealing her ancestor's name would startle these venerable gentlemen. "Old 4, if the Tao girl prefers silence, we shall not pry further. Come, let us drink. This is authentic daughter's red, aged for at least 30 years, Elder Tao Xiao interjected, noticing the conflicted expression on Tao Tao's face. He too was curious, yet understood that they could not compel her to speak. "Esteemed gentlemen, my master's name is not a secret, but I fear it may frighten you." Tao Tao replied honestly, "Oh, child, if it is permissible to share, please do so. We are genuinely curious about what kind of remarkable figure your master is." The 4 great-grandfathers, should you not first assist the elderly gentleman? Instead of responding, Tao Tao inquired of her cousins, Tao Yishuan and the others. "My dear, speak freely." "We are not so easily frightened," echoed the voice of the 3rd great-grandfather, Tao Zhu. "My master's surname is Tao, and his given name is Yuan." "Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan. My dear, are you saying your master is Tao Yuan, the esteemed ancestor of our Tao family?" The 2nd great-grandfather, Tao Xiao, abruptly rose, his hands trembling with astonishment. Upon hearing Tao Xiao's words, the others were equally taken aback, rising to gaze at Tao Tao. She touched her nose. then nodded. That is what my master said, and he also mentioned that this place is the most suitable for housing the members of the Tao clan. He granted me the thicket on the left side as well. Currently, it poses no danger. The clan members may freely enter to forage for wild vegetables, fruits, and mountain goods, provided they do not cause significant harm to the thicket. The elderly gentlemen were well aware of that thicket. They had ventured to its edge before, only to be thwarted by some unseen barrier that prevented them from entering. However, upon Tao Tao's revelation, they realized that it must indeed be the residence of the ancestor. They had long heard that he was recuperating from an injury, and it seemed that was precisely where he was. It was only under this young lady's guidance that the clan members would be able to access the thicket. They had found it somewhat peculiar at the time, not anticipating such a revelation. My dear, the esteemed ancestor, has he left instructions for the clan members to diligently practice martial arts, along with an ancient martial arts manual, said to be the complete Tao family techniques? The clan's folk may choose their paths, whether to pursue scholarly endeavors or martial pursuits, and even engage in commerce. Tao Tao articulated her long-held thoughts through the voice of their ancestor, prompting several elder gentlemen to plunge into contemplation. Chapter 45. The joy of harvest. Though she did not require it, she relished the sensation of being safeguarded. She envisioned a life where each day was spent ascending mountains and descending into rivers, frolicking with cats and amusing dogs. Time, as always, flowed by unnoticed. The wheat stood golden and plump, a sight most pleasing to behold. The corn thrived as well, and once the wheat was harvested, the corn would soon follow. The seasoned matrons surveyed the 50 acres of wheat field, estimating the yield, their joy swelling with each calculation, unable to restrain their exclamations. We shall have grain. The calamity had just passed, and a notice from above declared this year's tax exemption, with taxation to resume the following year. Indeed, the authorities faced their own hardships. Were it not for some reserves and the subtle encouragement directed towards several families, along with incentives for wealthy merchants to donate the majority of their grain, this year's tax exemption might not have been feasible. On this particular day, before dawn broke, the villagers of Tao Family Village, armed with tools, made their way toward the wheat fields. Thoughts of the expansive wheat and corn fields propelled them forward, each step imbued with urgency, as they feared tardiness. By the time the sun graced the horizon, more than half of the harvest had already been completed. The clan's folk naturally divided themselves to commence the threshing. Tao Tao and her companions, baskets in tow and bags in hand, scoured the wheat field, ensuring not a single grain was overlooked. In the kitchen adjacent to the ancestral hall, several women busied themselves. Working in unison allowed them to share meals, thus enabling a greater output of labor. Within 2 days, the wheat field was harvested and threshed, and it appeared that after a day of drying, the grain would soon be stored away in the granary. Without respite, the clan's folk resumed their toil in the cornfields, diligently harvesting the ears of corn. Each individual fastened a bag to their waist, placing the harvested ears within. Once the bag brimmed, it was transported to the edge of the field. As the number of bags accumulated along the field's edge, some clan members would carry them to the drying area, where the children eagerly approached to strip the corn of its husks, laying each ear upon the clean, drying ground to bask in the sun. In truth, such labor could be made less arduous with a few simple incantations from Tao Tao. Yet she relished these moments of laborious joy, particularly delighting in the beaming smiles of her kin. Tao Tao had learned that, in times past, a single acre of wheat yielded a mere 2 stones, equivalent to 240 pounds. In contrast, corn from a well-maintained acre could produce around 3 stones, or 360 pounds. This was indeed a favorable yield. Many crops fell short of this benchmark, heavily reliant on the whims of nature. Taxes were levied per household, prompting many families to remain united even after their sons married, all in the pursuit of minimizing their tax burden and preserving more sustenance. Previously, the land tax was assessed at 3 stones of grain per household. Many families rented their fields, paying a rent equating to 20% of the harvest. Alongside the household tax, a family renting 5 acres would find that, after a year, little remained for their needs. In households with numerous children, life was indeed a matter of tightening one's belt. Beyond the land tax, there were also taxes on men and military service. Those who opted out would pay in silver. In truth, few paid the silver for the tax on men. As long as the males were not overly frail, they would serve, for the sustenance was adequate. And there was silver to be earned. Who would decline such an opportunity? However, when it came to military service, many households were more inclined to offer silver in lieu of duty. In the past 2 years of military service, each household was required to send one member. Those who failed to comply were obliged to pay 5 taels of silver. Starting next year, taxes will be imposed, though it remains uncertain whether there will be any changes. As Tao Tao busied herself with her tasks, her thoughts wandered. Chapter 46. The joyful Tao family after a fortnight of diligent labor. The wheat and corn had been harvested and properly stored, awaiting the planting of winter wheat and the sowing of potatoes, as well as the distribution of grain. Once again, Tao Tao retrieved the seeds obtained through her sign-in rewards and applied a highly diluted essence of spring water. Having conducted experiments in her spatial farmland, she discovered that seeds treated with this concentration of spring water underwent genetic modifications, resulting in a yield increase of approximately 10% per mil. In practical terms, this meant that the seeds acquired from the sign-in rewards, which originally yielded 450 gene per mil, could potentially yield an additional 45 gene after treatment. In contrast, the native seeds of the Muxi Kingdom, even under meticulous management, yielded no more than 300 gene per mil. Moreover, seeds treated with the essence of spring water, when saved for the following year, produced yields identical to those of the previous harvest, indicating that the seeds had been improved through this nurturing process, a remarkable discovery. The winter wheat seeds, Tao Tao had informed her elderly grandfather, were enhanced varieties, boasting yields surpassing those of spring wheat. Ideally, they would reserve all the seeds. However, the temptation to grind a small portion for tasting was hard to resist. The potatoes, known for their drought resistance and high yields, could produce over 3,000 gene from a seed quantity of 300 gene per mil. Upon hearing this, Tao Chi promptly convened with the other 3 elderly gentlemen to discuss their strategy. Ultimately, they unanimously declared to outsiders that this improved wheat variety was the result of their collective ingenuity, while the potatoes had been serendipitously discovered deep within the mountains. Regardless of the circumstances, they resolved to keep Tao Tao's contributions concealed. She was still too young, and they remained too vulnerable. Thus, under the deliberate protection of several esteemed elders, the entire clan became aware that this year's winter wheat was of an improved variety, yielding a superior harvest, with a portion reserved for seed. The most astonishing revelation was that the 1 acre of potatoes could yield up to 3,000 pounds. This season, they cultivated 150 acres of winter wheat and 200 acres of potatoes. The remaining 150 acres were sown with seeds purchased from the town, predominantly soybeans, radishes, and cabbages, along with a variety of other vegetables such as leeks and spinach. On the second day after planting the winter wheat and potatoes, Taojia village experienced a scene more vibrant than the New Year celebrations, as the villagers gathered to distribute the grain. From 50 acres of wheat, they harvested a total of 21,000 pounds, averaging 420 pounds per acre. Corn was planted on 360 acres, yielding 270,000 ears, which calculated to 750 pounds per acre. Although it was known that the seeds were provided by their ancestors, the villagers were astonished by the bountiful harvest, particularly since many refugees had cultivated the land before departing, leaving the villagers to reap the benefits. Everyone praised the wisdom of the elders, who, after the refugees left, promptly went to the town to inform the authorities, ensuring that the land was recorded as communal property of the village. The elders stipulated that the seeds were provided by their ancestors, and this year's harvest would see 30% allocated to the public, with a portion converted into currency for the repair of the ancestral hall and another set aside for unforeseen needs. The remaining 70% would be distributed among the villagers, with each household receiving 400 pounds of wheat and 2,000 pounds of corn, while the total wheat share amounted to 14,700 pounds. The village currently boasts 18 households, each receiving 400 caddies, amounting to a total of 7,200 caddies, with an additional 7,500 caddies remaining. Each individual can be allotted 100 caddies. The corn cobs yield a remarkable total of 189,000 caddies. Each household receives 2,000 caddies, which totals to 36,000 caddies, leaving a surplus of 153,000 caddies. Presently, Taojia village is home to 75 individuals, each capable of receiving 2,040 caddies. Hulu informs Tao Tao that in the kingdom of Muxi, such corn yields 6 taels of corn from 1 caddy of corn cobs, and 5 taels of corn flour from 1 caddy of ground corn. Consequently, 1,000 caddies of corn cobs yield 600 caddies of corn, which can produce 300 caddies of corn flour. Should the farm establish a universal crop processing facility, 1 caddy of corn could yield 9 taels of corn flour. Naturally, this is contingent upon the quality of the corn cobs. Inferior quality may only produce 3 to 4 taels of corn flour per caddy. Hulu's words instill in Tao Tao a profound anticipation for the universal crop processing facility. Chapter 47. Conversations among kin during this grain distribution. The least fortunate household in Taojia village received 700 caddies of wheat and 8,120 caddies of corn cobs. The largest household, by population, belongs to Tao Tao. The venerable elder and his son, Tao Yishuan, reside together as a separate household, each also receiving 700 caddies of wheat and 8,120 caddies of corn cobs. Tao Dashan and his 2 sons have not separated their families. Their household, consisting of 9 members, qualifies as a major recipient of the grain distribution. They received 1,300 caddies of wheat and over 20,000 caddies of corn cobs. That night, excitement permeated every household in Taojia village, with each individual expressing heartfelt gratitude in their hearts, regardless of whether they are the sons of the family or the daughters-in-law who have married in. Each heart is filled with thoughts of the old patriarch's words regarding the anticipated yield of 3,000 pounds of potatoes per moo, which will soon be ready for harvest. In a couple of months, they will dig them up, reserving a portion for themselves while distributing the rest among everyone, bringing forth a sense of joy. They see hope blossoming, envisioning granaries filled to the brim, and no longer do they suffer from hunger. With the protection of their ancestors, they believe that as long as they adhere to the ancestral teachings, avoiding wrongdoing, not oppressing the weak, and remaining loyal to their family, their ancestors will surely safeguard them. In the sacred moment of worship at the ancestral hall before the grain distribution, they feel an ethereal connection to their ancestors, as if they can hear their voices, albeit faintly. The Tao family village has reaped a bountiful harvest. Yet, what of the neighboring villages and other places? This night is destined to be one of wakefulness. Wife, I shall speak with my parents tomorrow and request a day's leave. We will visit my mother-in-law the day after. All right, I understand. I will inquire in the morning with the women from our village. Do not concern yourself with it. Similar sentiments echo through every household. It is not that the Tao family lacks generosity. Rather, they are acutely aware of their daughters-in-law's feelings. Although it is said that a daughter married is like water spilled, what parent does not worry for their child, and what child does not think of their parents? If they can assist, they shall. For peace of mind leads to more efficient work. The Tao family is also discussing this matter. The only ones who have ventured out are her uncle Tao Tegan and his wife. Sue has lost her memory and does not know where her home lies. Tao Tao reflects on herself and gazes at this family, uncertain of what to say. Father, is it true that a single acre can yield 3,000 pounds of potatoes? Tao Iran asked, his disbelief evident as he inquired once more. Tao Xiao sighed, responding, I cannot say precisely how much it will produce. It was merely an estimate at the time. In a couple of months, we shall have the answer. Son, do you believe that our decision to follow your uncle to the capital has led us to this serene and joyful existence? Tao Zhu expressed concern for his 2 ineffectual grandsons. Father, to speak candidly, I cherish the life in Taojia village. Here, there are no disputes, no distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate kin. As long as one harbors no ill intentions and refrains from wrongdoing, the clan will readily offer assistance in times of need. Father, had we not been here, Do you think our Tao Sheng would have attained his current fortune? I have come to understand that it is indeed the family of fifth uncle that holds the key. After Tao Yifei concluded, he gave a thumbs up. Old man, Feier speaks the truth. That peach girl from the fifth family is quite remarkable. Do not be deceived by her playful demeanor. She is quite perceptive. Tao Zhu gazed wistfully at his wife and son. I am aware. The future prosperity of Taojia village hinges upon that girl. I merely lament. I have not spoken ill of anyone. Yet, you all seem so eager. Heh, you old fool. Chapter 48. 6 years old for over 10 consecutive days, the wives and daughters-in-law who had married into Taojia village traveled in groups. Each household brought some edible items from their maternal homes. The recent calamity had passed, and although wild vegetables and fruits were available in the mountains, the post-disaster harvest was far from satisfactory. Many families were still subsisting on wild vegetable porridge. Tao Tao did not inquire about the affairs of others. Her mind was occupied with how to extract the inventory from the spatial farm. Although she yearned for a leisurely existence, she had not neglected the cultivation within her space. Upon entering, she discovered an abundance of goods in the planting space warehouse, yet they remained inaccessible, causing her considerable distress. Child, do you harbor worries? You appear rather glum, remarked Grandpa. Grandpa, do you think the Tao family will send someone again? Indeed. Tao Tao longed for a tranquil life dedicated to farming. She cherished the ambience here and the current rhythm of her life. Yet, a lingering fear plagued her, the fear of the Tao family reappearing. She had not forgotten that Tao Xiaohong and Tao Minghai had mentioned the presence of cultivators within that family. Little one, why dwell on such thoughts? Be wary, or you may not grow tall, cautioned Tao Dashan, who was himself uncertain whether that family would indeed return. Grandpa, I adore this place, but I fear. There are only so few of us. Do you believe we can? You clever little sprite. In truth, our Tao family possesses a contingent of protectors, though Grandpa does not know their whereabouts. The ancestor once mentioned a token that could summon that group, yet Grandpa only knows the method of contact, not the nature of the token. All he knows is that it bears a certain design. Tao Dashan pondered, considering that if he was aware, perhaps that family was also privy to the knowledge. Yet it seemed that the protectors had not been contacted thus far. Speaking of protectors reminded Tao Tao of her grocery store, Taiyuan Grocery, which might serve as one of the points of contact. Grandpa, what does this method of contact entail? Is it shrouded in mystery? My dear, perhaps you are familiar with the design. It is no trouble to share, should we manage to establish contact in the future. It would be beneficial for safeguarding you all. We have grown old. Tao Dashan whispered a few words into Tao Tao's ear, prompting her to regard her grandfather with a somewhat peculiar expression. Do not look at me. I too found it hard to believe at the time. Tao Tao was incredulous that the guards were unaware of their current residence. Last year, on that fateful night, she had sensed someone covertly offering assistance, albeit only once or twice, yet the feeling lingered. Consequently, it seemed plausible that some of those individuals resided nearby the village. But where could they be? On the mountain? In a neighboring village? The mist grew ever thicker. Little one, rise and shine. Today marks your 6th birthday, yet you still linger in slumber. Su Shi remarked as she opened the door, gazing at her daughter, who was still half asleep. Mother, I am still young. If I do not rest adequately, I shall not grow tall. Dear child, have you had sufficient sleep? Would you like to slumber a little longer? I shall share this bowl of fried eggs with your siblings. Fried eggs? Are they truly fried eggs? I want to eat. I want to eat. Su Shi beamed at her vibrant daughter, her heart filled with joy. After her daughter had fallen into the water at the age of 3, it was as if she had transformed into a different person, often silent and with a melancholic gaze. It was only after a fall last year that her spirit had returned. A mother knows her child well. The girl before her now was indeed her true daughter. Unlike the one from before, perhaps that girl had not truly been hers. Dear child, today you turned 6. I wish for you to understand that you are astute, thoughtful, and capable. However, you must promise your mother to take good care of yourself. Mother, I understand. Grandmother, what delectable dishes await us for dinner tonight? I can already smell something delicious. I shall attend to that right away. As she reached the doorway, She noticed two figures striding purposefully towards her home. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than her father and uncle. "Daughter, come here, let me embrace you," her father called out. "Ah, my niece has come out to greet me," her uncle chimed in. "No, my daughter has merely come to welcome me, brother. You are just a fortunate bystander." Tao Tao, nestled in her father's embrace, observed the playful banter between the two men, finding it amusing yet suppressing her laughter behind her hand, stifling her mirth. Chapter 49. News from the capital today. The Li family had prepared a sumptuous feast, inviting the three elders to join in the evening meal, for it was a special occasion, the birthday of Tao Tao. The table was laden with sauerkraut fish, braised eggplant, stuffed tofu, roasted chicken, boiled cabbage, winter melon soup, stir-fried radish, and smashed cucumber. Gazing at the eggplant and winter melon dishes, Tao Tao felt her appetite surge. She had been unaware of her grandmother's culinary prowess. Had she known, she would have brought out some ingredients from her system and space for her grandmother to cook. What a missed opportunity! "Oh, the food today is delightful," she exclaimed, inhaling the fragrant aroma. "Quickly, everyone, take your seats and let us commence our meal." The men gathered at one table while the women and children sat at another, each enjoying the feast with great joy. As night fell, greetings were exchanged: great-grandfather, grandfather, grandmother, father, mother. The two brothers inquired after one another. "Taijin, what is the situation outside?" Tao Yixian was the first to speak. "There are no male members, or those of age, who must contribute 2 taels of silver. Every household that meets the criteria must send 1 person. This year, silver cannot be used?" "Indeed," came the response. "Shanzi, what is your perspective?" Tao Yixian inquired, turning his gaze towards his son, Tao Deshan. "Grandfather, father, I wish to partake in this conscription. Even with these 2 lads at home, I still yearn to go." On that day, when Tao Dashan conversed with his little granddaughter, he had already conceived this intention, though he refrained from voicing it. He desired to tempt fate. Perhaps his granddaughter possessed some knowledge, or perchance the token was in her possession. He needed to devise a reason to take her out. He was aware that both his grandfather and father were protective, otherwise they would not have concealed certain matters regarding his granddaughter from those old gentlemen. "Shanzi, are you certain?" Tao Yishuan inquired once more. Tao Dashan nodded, remaining silent, but gazing intently at his grandfather, Tao Ji. During those days in the capital, he had learned that old Master Yao had ascended to the position of 3rd elder in the Tao family, one of the 4 great families of the Mushi kingdom. It was said that he was originally destined for the position of the 1st elder. However, due to his mismanagement last year, the Tao family suffered considerable losses. Old Master Yao was formidable, confronting others directly, which ultimately led him to become the 3rd elder. Upon hearing this, the people in the room exchanged glances of astonishment. Last year? Mismanagement? Surely this referred to the incident in Tao village. Several individuals exchanged looks, subsequently signaling for Tao Taiju to continue speaking. The 4 great families, along with some wealthy merchants, donated money and goods, and though they garnered some public favor, their own resources had dwindled significantly. Those who accompanied old Master Yao, Tao Dashan's uncles Tao Daya and Tao Dayo, had now become the proprietors of the shops. Not long had passed, and I had not managed to glean much more information. I only heard that Uncle Dayo's ascension to shopkeeper was attributed to the good fortune of his grandchildren. Yet, I had only encountered Tao Mingho from Uncle Dayo's family. I had not seen Mingxian and Yenner. Oh, that should not be the case. Before departing, I felt uneasy and inquired further, learning that Yenner had found someone, and Mingxian, concerned for her sister, had accompanied her. Do you know who this family is? I do not. However, when we left the capital, the steward of the Tao family had indeed met with our employer. Fearing discovery, I busied myself with polishing weapons to diminish my presence. Upon hearing this, those in the room sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate it. They waved their hands, instructing the 2 brothers to rest, suggesting they return to contemplate before our departure tomorrow. Chapter 50. Decision. Father, could Yenner possibly be? Although Mingxian is young, he possesses a sharp intellect. Since childhood, he has been distant from his brother Hauge, instead often trailing behind Minghai. He must have sensed something was amiss and sought to protect himself. Grandfather, father, I have a bold idea. Do you think the convoy that Taiju and the others are escorting might be? Though Tao Dashan's words trailed off, Tao Chi and Tao Yishuan immediately grasped the implication, realizing the source of the unease. Tao Dayo's daughter-in-law, Shui, is a kind-hearted woman, although somewhat timid. She holds deep affection for Yenner and would not casually betroth her unless she was unaware or powerless to intervene, allowing Mingxian to accompany her. One fears that something unbeknownst to them has transpired within their family. Indeed, grandfather. Now, let us discuss why Shanzi must visit Dingy. Grandfather, father, I wish to venture out once more to see if I can establish contact with the guard unit mentioned by our ancestors. Tao Ji has now developed a fondness for life here. Having aged, he no longer desires to be active. To those unaware, his appearance might suggest he is a septuagenarian. Yet the truth of his age is something he has likely forgotten. After all, their settlement here was orchestrated, had they not encountered those individuals 3 years prior. Their whereabouts would have remained undiscovered. Apart from the elder generation, the younger members of the family are oblivious to their true identities and ages. Exchanging glances with his father, Tao Ji then observed the resolute Tao Dashan before nodding in agreement. Grandfather, father, this time I wish to bring along the 5 girls, including Taoya. Nonsense. How old do you think they are? And the youngest, are you even aware? Leave at once. You are far too grown to be acting this way. Iron Pillar. Do you know where the employer who tasked you with the escort hails from? Grandfather, that individual is from Ning County. But we transported the cargo to a residence in Fuyuan County, as our family steward had an encounter with him. I took the liberty of observing the residence, known as the Hong residence. Very well. Proceed with caution on your journey. Grandfather, father, Fuyuan County is conveniently the location of this round's conscription. If we take the 5 girls along, we can easily rent a courtyard in the county town. I believe their presence will significantly facilitate our investigation of the Hong residence. After his 2 sons departed, Tao Dashan continued to advocate for their cause. Old master, I too believe our presence there would be exceedingly beneficial. I have always been fortunate. Perhaps this journey will not only allow me to uncover the whereabouts of my sister Yenner and her companions, but also enable me to connect with that escort. Tao Tao, having cultivated her mental prowess, overheard every word spoken in the room last night. Upon reflection, she surmised that her sister Yenner might be in Fuyuan County. However, the exact location eluded her. She harbored a sense that perhaps Sister Xiaohong and Brother Ming Hai possessed some knowledge of it. Tao Ji was not taken aback by Tao Tao's sudden interjection, yet he found her words astonishing. After a brief pause, Tao Ji nodded in agreement. The 5 of them would go together, but someone would need to lead them. As for who would guide them, he would confer with a few elders before making a decision. Tao Tao was indifferent. As long as they were permitted to go, the specifics mattered little to her. Chapter 51. Arrangements before departure. A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. In addition to the elder generation, for young men aged 15 or 16 from the clan were dispatched for service, making them the older brothers of Tao Tao and her companions. Accompanying the 5 was Tao Tao's great-grandmother, Madame Liang, along with Tao Yifei's wife, Madame Lin. Both served the dual purpose of companionship and care while also facilitating communication with the clansmen on duty. Observing the village, which had already been sparsely populated, lose another 20 or so individuals, Tao Tao felt a pang of worry that someone might disrupt their tranquil existence. In response, she produced 4 bottles of mini meishang, 2 of which contained diluted spiritual spring water for her great-grandfather, providing instructions on its usage. As her great-grandfather beamed with delight, she discreetly slipped away. Despite her diligent efforts over the past few months to check in daily, the mini meishang had dwindled to merely 10 bottles. And parting with 4 of them left Tao feeling somewhat pained. Though her heart ached, she nonetheless prepared half a bottle of mini liquor for each of the 6 companions accompanying her. After all, should they find themselves separated and in peril, it was prudent to have a means of self-rescue. Tao Dashan and his entourage of 18, upon arriving at the town and merging with villagers from other locales, followed the instructions of the local headman to journey 30 miles to Fuyuan County. Meanwhile, the Liang and Lin families, after adorning themselves with the children, rented a horse-drawn carriage in town to seek out relatives in Fuyuan County. An hour later, the carriage arrived at a city gate, where officials stood to conduct entry inspections, requiring a trifling fee for admission. When it was their turn, upon questioning, they revealed their purpose of seeking family. Liang paid the entry fee and offered an additional piece of small silver to one of the officials, who promptly allowed them passage and mentioned that they could seek him out if needed. Tao Tao reflected on the significance of money in such matters. "Where to now, ladies?" inquired the carriage driver. "To the inn," they replied in unison. Lin had been advised to heed Liang's counsel upon venturing out, and if there were uncertainties, she could also consult with young Tao Tao. Having just entered the county town, Tao Tao suggested a visit to the money exchange. What was the reasoning behind this? To the money exchange, Liang conceded, defeated by Tao Tao's cheerful demeanor, and informed the driver outside. "Very well. Please take your seats. We shall depart shortly." The driver, well acquainted with Fuyuan County, knew precisely where the money exchange was located and its reliability. Upon hearing the lady's intent to visit the exchange, he promptly guided the carriage to Li's money exchange. Li Yaha, the proprietor of the establishment, naturally bore the surname Li. He was a man in his 30s, dependable and articulate, possessing a wealth of resources for both rental and sales. "Madam, we have arrived. This is Li Yaha of Fuyuan County. We offer reliable services for both leasing and purchasing, albeit at slightly higher prices than other establishments. Indeed, we are new here and not well acquainted." "Thank you, young man. Might we request some time? If we find a suitable property, we would appreciate your assistance in taking us there. If not, we will need your help to reach the inn. Rest assured, the fare will be no trouble." Liang smiled at the coachman, acknowledging the uncertainty of finding an appropriate residence. "Madam, please proceed without concern. Then we shall trouble you." "Not at all, madam. Allow me to call Li Yaha for you." "Please hold on. Li Yaha. Li Yaha. Who is it?" "It's Chengzi. Come in quickly." "Who are these esteemed guests?" "Greetings, Li Yaha. We are here to purchase a residence," Tao Tao interjected, eager to bypass the formalities. "Ah, welcome, Mississippi. What type of residence are you seeking?" Li Yaha, ever astute, immediately engaged upon hearing Tao Tao's inquiry. Although the group appeared unassuming in attire, their demeanor was anything but ordinary, particularly that of the cheerful young girl. "Esteemed guests, please, come inside. Let us discuss matters further within. Chengzi, please bring the carriage into the courtyard." Liang and Lin exchanged glances with the young girl and nodded in agreement as they entered the establishment. Very well. Chapter 52. Moving into the new home. Hulu. Check-in. Congratulations to the host, Li Yang from Fuyuan County, on successfully checking in and receiving a cart, 3 bolts of cotton, 20 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of flour, and 20 ears of corn. "Hulu, where is the cart?" Tao Tao inquired, her excitement palpable. "Host, the cart will be delivered to your residence tomorrow." "Oh, thank you, Hulu." Upon hearing Tao Tao mention the purchase of a house and seeing her enter Yang in silence, Liang sure began conversing with Li Yang. "Hulu, I have a matter to attend to. Let us discuss this later." Hulu, who was about to continue reporting the initial check-in rewards, could only nod in agreement to discuss it later. Listening to her great-grandmother's conversation with Liang, Tao Tao ultimately decided to purchase the ready-to-move-in courtyard. Although it was merely an entrance courtyard, it was sufficient for their needs. "Great-grandmother, let us go with the courtyard on the west side. Liang mentioned it has everything we need, and we could move in tonight. A slightly higher price is acceptable." "Liang, shall we first go and take a look at the courtyard?" Liang sure also favored this property. "Certainly. Let us go now." Li Yang felt assured that this courtyard would surely sell today, his happiness evident in his broad smile. A quarter of an hour later, the group arrived at a courtyard. Li Yang produced a key and unlocked the gate, allowing Liang Shi and the others to enter and inspect the premises closely. The courtyard featured a gatehouse, lacked a back courtyard, and contained 3 main rooms, with 2 adjoining rooms on either side. There was also an open space, presumably once a vegetable garden. Tao Tao estimated its area to be approximately 180 square meters. At present, it suffices for their group. The most significant aspect is the presence of a kitchen, a storage room, and a well. The kitchen is well equipped, with only dishes and utensils missing. The furnishings in the rooms are complete, requiring only a few additional items. The elderly Liang and Lin are quite content, and the others are similarly pleased, as they have received instructions to observe rather than speak while at home. For 180 taels, the property was acquired. Liang accepted the silver note from Liang and promptly proceeded to the government office to finalize the deed, returning immediately thereafter. Their belongings were also delivered by the coachman Qingzi. Liang and Lin instructed the 5 individuals to tidy the rooms while they ventured out to procure essential provisions. It was during this time that the children realized that last year, the family's concern was not the lack of silver, but rather the difficulty of sourcing food discreetly. The 2 great-grandmothers showed no surprise upon seeing the courtyard, as if it were a familiar sight. Tao Sheng and Tao Xiaoxiao remained oblivious to the fact that among the 5 children, only they were astonished. The other 3 were entirely unfazed. The children tidied the rooms and cleaned the courtyard, then busied themselves with washing vegetables, lighting fires, and fetching water with great enthusiasm. "Let us discuss the matters we must address after our meal," Liang suggested. "All right," they replied. "Great-grandmother, are you saying that my sister Yenner and my brother Xian might be here?" Tao Sheng and Tao Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Tao Xiaohong and Tao Minghai furrowed their brows, seemingly deep in thought. The Tao family found the task considerably easier. The Hong residence lay to the west, not far at all, and they could simply venture out in the evening for reconnaissance. As women, they could hardly be oblivious to the intentions of the Lin family on this occasion, nor could they ignore the palpable anxiety and concern, were it not for the inadequacy of Suanzi, who could not even safeguard his own offspring. Resorting instead to bartering with the child, such a rebellious offspring would be disavowed by the Tao family upon verification of his actions. In Chapter 53, the night exploration could still be conducted as a group. During the day, Lin and Liang families, under the guise of procuring supplies, had already discerned the location of the Hong residence. According to Tao Taiju's description, it was indeed that very place, with no room for error. However, it remained uncertain whether Tao Xiaoyan and Tao Mingxian were inside. After all, as sisters-in-law, a mere glance or gesture could convey their mutual understanding. Thus, they resolved to investigate the Hong residence at night. 5 young companions shared their intent. Tao Minghai, at 11 years old, possessed a singlewood spirit root, an innate martial artist of the ancient tradition, currently in the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Tao Xiaohong, aged 8, bore a water spirit root, an ancient martial artist in the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Tao Xing, at 6, had a gold spirit root, also an ancient martial artist in the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Tao Xiaoxiao, also 6, held a soil spirit root, a grand martial artist of the ancient tradition, in the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Finally, Tao Tao, at 6, displayed both fire and wood spirit roots, possessed intermediate spiritual power, and was a grand martial artist of the ancient tradition, having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Though she kept this in check, otherwise, she would undoubtedly be at the initial stage of the golden core. After a systematic scan, the gourd informed both Liang and Lin that they were ancient martial artists of innate master level. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Such seemingly ordinary elderly women achieving the status of innate masters in ancient martial arts. Who would believe it if spoken aloud? 2 elderly ladies, clad in dark garb, vanished into the night with a sudden leap. Half an hour later, Tao Minghai gently opened the door, preparing to depart, when he heard a voice. "Minghai Ge, where are you going?" Tao Xiaoxiao and Tao Xiaohong appeared before him. "Minghai Ge, you were planning to sneak away." This accusation came from behind, undoubtedly voiced by Tao Sheng, who shared the same room with him. Tao Minghai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "What? Are you all ready?" "I'm not late, am I?" Tao Tao teased. "What? Together?" Observing the arrival of all 5, Tao Xiaohong chuckled softly. "Minghai Ge, Hong Jie. Do you happen to know where Yenner Jie or Xiangu are?" Tao Tao sensed that, even if these 2 were unaware, they had certainly heard of them. Tao Minghai refrained from detailing the circumstances of the two individuals, nor did he assertively claim it was indeed Yenner and her brother, but from his tone, one could deduce the strong likelihood. Let us go together. With a single leap, the five of them vanished into the darkness, only to reappear near the estate. Do you think the ants have found a place to stay? A group of 7 had split into 2 teams for a nocturnal exploration, while the tribespeople, having labored throughout the day, were still wide awake with concern. Do you believe your 2 ants are mere ordinary village women? In the village, they may seem like farmers, but once out, not even 3 of you could match one. Are the ants truly that formidable? Can you hold your own against them? Uncle, you've worked hard all day. It's time for you to rest. Tomorrow, we must rise early to resume our tasks. The young scion of the Tao family, Tao Ming'an, interjected to remind the animated uncles, "Uncles, I believe that Tao Yao is truly formidable." Tao Mingxiao recalled the little girl, nearly 5 years old, who dared to dart in and out, stealthily striking her targets, sending a chill down his spine. Brother Chao, what do you mean by that? Tao Yao is just 6 years old, inquired a perplexed individual named Tao Dayo. Last year, at the foot of the mountain, I was injured and powerless against an assailant. In that dire moment, Tao Yao swiftly delivered 2 precise strikes to the man's neck, and he collapsed, never to rise again. Upon examining the wound later, I noted that there was not even a trace of blood around it. Subsequently, I inspected every corpse, including those in the village, and each bore a small wound on the neck. Tao Mingxiao, disregarding the laughter of his uncles and brothers, recounted the events he had witnessed that night, glancing at the others for their reactions. Mingxiao, are you certain you are speaking of Tao Yao? One voice quivered with disbelief. Shanzi, your Tao Yao that night, no? It seems that girl also rifled through the belongings of those men. Shanzi, that is impossible. Tao Yao is so adorable and gentle. She only needs to play happily every day. Instantly, the room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 54. News arrived. It remains uncertain whether the Hong family was overly confident or simply did not anticipate an incursion into their residence during the night. But the Liang and Lin's sisters-in-law easily infiltrated the rear courtyard of the Hong estate. Along the way, only 2 guards were seen leaning against the wall, drowsily dozing off. Nothing else was encountered. The 2 separated to search the back courtyard. After a quarter of an hour, still with no success, they persisted, stealthily approaching the sole room that still emitted a faint glimmer of light. My lady, exercise caution in your words. For these past 2 days, you must keep a vigilant eye on the children at home. They must not be allowed to appear before that individual. Remember. My lord, could it be? My lord. The woman, not yet in her 40s, listened intently to her husband's implication that she should take the children away. Could something dire transpire here? Do not speak further. I have made arrangements. In the coming days, you should prepare, but do not reveal anything to wear in advance. That child is naive and innocent, yet exquisitely delicate. That person may have taken notice of her. You must guard her closely. Alas, why does the upper echelon target that family? They have driven them into the depths of the mountains and still show no mercy. My lord, please do not. Rest assured, I am merely concerned for the 2 siblings. Those above have placed spies near me, and I cannot communicate with that family. Such wonderful children. Hong Tao sighed softly, feeling helpless yet deeply troubled. I have heard they have severed ties with that family. Surely they must have learned of the situation. Might they send someone? My lord, speak plainly. Did you specifically go to Ning County to seek the escort agency with the intention of? My lady, do not inquire. The less you know, the safer you shall be. Silence enveloped the room, yet the light continued to flicker. 2 sisters-in-law decided to take a daring chance. What if what this person said was true? With a sudden motion, Liang threw a small stone against the window of the house. Lin concealed herself nearby, attentive to the surrounding sounds. Who is it? Came a vigilant voice from within. It's the person you are waiting for, Liang cautiously replied. Upon hearing this, Hong Tao questioned. A woman? Is it truly that family I have been expecting? Why would they send a woman to this perilous place? Without further contemplation, he coldly responded. I am not waiting for anyone. May I inquire who approaches? Liang Ni Mei, exclaimed Hong Tao, astonished. Could it possibly be the reclusive heroine Liang Yimei, who has withdrawn to the mountains for cultivation? At that moment, Hong Tao, armed with a large blade, approached the door. He believed that if it were indeed her, then his wife and children would be considerably safer, for his own capabilities were limited and could not protect them for long. If anything were to go awry this time, he could not foresee whether he would live or die. With a creak, the door opened. Liang pointed her sword menacingly at Hong Tao's throat, pulling down her black veil, and gazed at him with icy clarity. Has a pair of siblings been sent from the capital? Where are they? Indeed, it is Liang Wuzong. Yes, they were sent a few days ago, and the request was made with great urgency yesterday. I had no choice but to comply. They should still be safe at the estate in the west, but after tomorrow, I cannot guarantee their safety. Faced with the innate martial prowess of Liang, Hong Tao, a mere acquired martial master, felt utterly insignificant. As soon as Liang finished her inquiry, he promptly divulged the information. You must arrange for your family to leave tomorrow. Once we conclude our business here, we will come to retrieve them. As for you, Liang was initially perplexed. It was strange that, given the presence of escort agencies in Fuyuan County, one would seek an escort agency in Ning County. It turned out that he was risking his life to deliver them a message. In light of this, ensuring the safety of his family became paramount. As for him, they could not provide protection, for those above would not easily let him off the hook. Liang Wuzong, I implore you. Considering the peril I face to convey this message, please safeguard my wife and children. If I survive this ordeal, I shall seek out Liang Wuzong and willingly serve you henceforth. Let it be clear, my sole responsibility is to ensure their safety. Beyond that, I am powerless. That is sufficient. Thank you, Liang Wuzong. My wife also hails from a farming background. With your assistance, Liang Wuzong, we can manage the rest with her and a few children. Very well. 3 days hence, I shall come to fetch them. Should they be unwilling to accompany me, I shall not impose protection upon them. Understood. I will adhere to Liang Wuzong's arrangements. This evening, let us maintain our anonymity. Indeed, we have seen nothing of each other. Chapter 55, A 6-year-old Innate Master. Sister-in-law, time is of the essence. One of us must covertly follow them, seizing opportunities as they arise. The other shall scout the estate during the day and act at night. We will rendezvous at the half-slope cliff 2 days hence. Are you suggesting they have been settled in? Sister-in-law, what say you? Very well. Tomorrow, I shall investigate that estate. Good. Sister-in-law, the house is empty. Lin entered the courtyard, sensing that something was amiss. They are not here. They must have gone out. But I am uncertain of their whereabouts. Let us wait a moment, Liang said, standing by the corridor. This unfamiliar place, these children. Sister-in-law, do not be anxious. Let us wait. These little ones are well behaved and will surely return soon. Liang felt an unsettling sensation, as if she had overlooked something essential. Images flickered through her mind. From Tao village to their current location, replaying over and over. Great-grandmother, are you suggesting that we are here to rescue Sister Yenner and Brother Xian? Tao Xiaohong exclaimed. Her eyes wide with astonishment, mingled with joy and sorrow. Tao Minghai appeared somewhat perplexed, as though deep in thought. Tao Tao maintained a calm demeanor, while the other two displayed little more than surprise. Did they leave together or separately? Lin, in a state of agitation, paced restlessly. Liang pondered in the corridor. Sister-in-law, they must have departed together. I believe I know where they have gone. Where? To the Hong family's estate in the west. No. How could they possibly know about that place? The astute matriarch Lin, momentarily disregarding her thoughts, pressed Liang with questions. They are so young and lack skills. If they are caught or harmed, and that person has a fondness for children, our little ones are exceptionally spirited. No, I must go find them. As Lin spoke, she prepared to rush out in search of the 5 little ones. Liang swiftly stepped forward, grasping her arm, and whispered a few words in her ear. Lin turned abruptly, her face a portrait of astonishment as she listened to the words echoing in her ears. The weakest among the children was merely a postnatal grandmaster, while one among them was an innate grandmaster, all of whom were practitioners of the mystical arts. This would serve as their trial. The weakest is merely a postnatal grandmaster? Lin inquired, her voice trembling. Liang nodded with a smile. And one of them is an innate grandmaster? Liang nodded once more. That innate one. It wouldn't he happen to be Tao, would it? Liang continued to smile and nod. Suddenly, Lin disregarded her dignity and collapsed onto the ground, chuckling softly. How wonderful. A 6-year-old innate grandmaster. Splendid, truly splendid. Sister-in-law, have you not noticed that ever since we arrived in Fuyuan County, aside from Xiaoxiao and Xing'er, the other 3 seem to know exactly what they are meant to do? I even feel as though they are more familiar with this place than we are. Liang voiced her inner doubts, curious to see if her sister-in-law shared the same sentiment. Lin pondered for a moment, her eyes widening as she gazed at Liang. Then she nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. We shall wait and see. Alas, they are all growing in their abilities, while we are aging. As the 2 sisters-in-law conversed, the 5 little ones had successfully located the imprisoned siblings, Yin-Er and her brother. From them, they learned that the master of the Hong residence had secretly lent a hand. Otherwise, Yin-Er would have been sent here on the very day of her arrival. Knowing that the 2 could fight, the old master had gifted each of them a small dagger, advising them to keep it safe and to protect themselves. Tao Yin-Er and Tao Mingxian, with tears brimming in their eyes, nodded in response, watching as the others departed. Chapter 56. The Rescue Plan. Greetings, great-grandmothers. The 5 little ones chorused in unison. All right, come in. Let us discuss the situation, Lin urged, pulling Liang into the room. After lighting the lamp, they sat and gazed at the 5 children who had yet to enter. Great-grandmothers, we are quite exhausted. Can we get to the point? Tao Tao sighed, breaking the somewhat eerie silence. We have located Sister Yin and Brother Xian in the western village. They are residing with a truly wicked individual who has harmed many young women. This person has a secret chamber in his house where several girls aged 17 or 18 are imprisoned, some from nearby villages and others from the county. Moreover, the soil in the back garden is quite loose, and it seems that something is buried there. I accidentally wandered over there and saw 2 servants digging. Tao Mei, when did you go there? Why didn't you call for me? Tao Xiaohong assumed they had merely found Sister Yin and her brother, not realizing that this 6-year-old girl was braver than herself. At that moment, Liang and Lin exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of anger and fear, particularly towards Tao Tao. Great-grandmothers, I believe we can gather the families of those girls who have gone missing. After all, everyone has some distant relatives, do they not? Though he hails from the capital, he has committed transgressions that led him to this place, where he has brought misfortune upon the local populace. If only this situation were. Tao Minghai and Tao Xiaohong, observing the lively thoughts of the 6-year-old girl before them, felt utterly inadequate. What does it matter to have lived a second life? Their courage is too timid, their perspectives too narrow. This cannot continue. They must learn from the young girl and safeguard themselves and their families. The sisters-in-law exchanged glances, said nothing, and waved their hands, allowing a few to rest. Sister-in-law, that girl's idea is quite clever. I shall head over there to speak with the men and suggest they devise a plan to spread the word. Go ahead. I will visit several places in the county. The girl is right. It must escalate in order for it to be effective. Even if the higher-ups become aware, it is the wrongdoer who will suffer the consequences. As for Yinner and her brother, they can be taken away amidst the chaos. Hulu excitedly relayed the rewards to Tao Tao. The first sign-in reward for Fuyuan County, a 500-acre estate east of the county town, 2 managers, for maids, and 3 mid-level guards as attendants. The rewards for signing in at the estate include 2 matrons, 1 embroiderer, 10 bolts of brocade, 20 bolts of cotton fabric, 500 pounds of rice, 800 pounds of flour, 200 pounds of beef, 100 pounds of pork belly, 150 pounds of ribs, and 40 pig trotters. Tao Tao's mouth fell agape, her eyes nearly bulging, as she patted her little heart and finally spoke slowly. Hulu, you cannot be mistaken, nor have I misheard, correct? Sister. Hulu is equally astonished. Hulu believes this must be related to buying a courtyard with you. Although the yard was not purchased by my sister, it was she who proposed the acquisition. When the initial signing bonus was distributed, her desire to buy the yard was particularly fervent. After listening to Hulu's explanation, Tao Tao remained skeptical, asking, Is that so? Hulu, when will those people arrive? And what about my carriage? Sister, they will arrive tomorrow morning, Hulu replied. Your backpack is quite full. Perhaps you should consider expanding its capacity, he suggested. All right, thank you, Hulu. I will take a look shortly. For now, I will go to the space to collect some items. Okay, sister. Chapter 57, Chaos in Fuyuan County Overnight. The wealthy youth of the capital committed transgressions and were sent to Fuyuan County, causing turmoil among the local populace, particularly concerning the abduction of young girls. This uproar was especially pronounced among families who had lost their loved ones, prompting them to rush to the county office and the nearby estate. Along the way, they encountered others who had similarly lost children, rallying together in their quest for justice. Those who lived farther away, with relatives in the area, hurried to deliver news. Even in the places where labor was performed, many individuals, having recently lost family members, sought out the officials to lament their plight, claiming they had identified those responsible for harming their daughters and demanding retribution. The people at this moment were quite earnest, and those whose families remained intact chimed in, expressing their willingness to assist in the pursuit of justice, cautioning that if they did not act now, they too might fall victim one day. The officials, unable to refuse, reluctantly acquiesced. Aside from those who had lost family members, others continued their work as usual. Thus, a large crowd surged into Fuyuan County early in the morning. Knock, knock. Knock, the sound of the gate echoed. The Liang and Lin families were busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, while the 5 little ones remained soundly asleep in their beds. Who is it? Liang inquired as she stepped into the courtyard. A male voice responded from outside. I am Zhao. May I ask if Miss Tao Tao resides here? Liang, puzzled, glanced at the drowsy young girl who nodded at her and reluctantly opened the courtyard door. Tao Tao, rubbing her sleepy face, stood in the corridor and addressed the visitor. Please come in. The carriage is parked just outside. Yes, my lady. The man in a green robe immediately bowed in response, then turned to speak a few words, leading a group of people into the courtyard. The little ones have met the lady. The maidservants have met the lady. Tao Tao paid no heed to these formalities, for she understood that those sent by the system were undoubtedly loyal individuals, loyal only to her. Please rise. Who wishes to speak first? My lady, allow me to go first. Very well. My lady, my surname is Zhao, given name Yukai, and I am the steward. Here are the contracts. Please accept them. Steward Zhao succinctly presented a stack of papers. Next, Tao Tao replied, taking the documents and examining each one. Alongside the contracts, there was detailed information about each individual. My surname is Wang, given name Yuliang, and I am the steward of the estate. I am Tao E, a servant. I am Tao Er, a servant. I am Tao San, a servant. The maidservant is Ji-Qin. The maidservant is Ji-Qi. The maidservant is Ji-Shu. The maidservant is Ji-Hua. The elderly woman is surnamed Qian, known as Granny Qian. The elderly woman is surnamed O, known as Granny O. The young maid, knowing the established protocols, refrained from elaborating further, confident that all present were aware of the expectations and not prone to deceit. She acknowledged their considerable skills, but emphasized, now that you have chosen to follow me, it is imperative that you perform your duties diligently. Should any ulterior motives arise, do not blame me for my unyielding approach. With this, Tao Tao unleashed not only the formidable presence of a natural-born martial artist, but also the overwhelming aura of one who had achieved the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. For a full quarter of an hour, the 12 individuals standing in the courtyard, each varying in martial prowess and resilience, remained steadfast under the pressure, none succumbing to the weight of her power. As Tao Tao posed her inquiries, Lin and the other 4 emerged from the kitchen, their expressions a blend of confusion, intrigue, and astonishment. Very well. Allow me to introduce a few members of my family. The others are not present at the moment. I will inform you of your arrangements shortly. Yes, my lady. We are at your service. This is my great-grandmother, Lady Liang. Tao Tao commenced the introductions. The young maid curtsied, saying, I have the honor to meet the esteemed matriarch. This is my 3rd great-grandmother, she continued. The young maid again bowed, stating, I have the honor to meet the venerable matron. These are my cousin Ming Hai and cousin Hong, she added. The young maid acknowledged them, saying, "I have the honor to meet young Master Ming Hai and Miss Hong, and here are my little cousin, Xiao Xiao, and younger cousin, Shang." The young maid greeted them with, "I have the honor to meet young Miss Xiao Xiao and young Master Shang." One by one, they all accepted her introductions with respectful acknowledgement, foregoing the customary formalities. Due to the sudden arrival of 12 individuals, breakfast was undoubtedly insufficient. Granny Qian and Aunt O, accompanied by Ji Qin and Ji Qi, busied themselves in the kitchen. Ji Shu, Ji Hua, and Ji Xiu promptly set the table for the masters, preparing to serve. Tao Tao, disliking the notion of being waited upon, instructed the three to assist in the kitchen. Chapter 58. Taking advantage of the chaos to depart the atmosphere at the dining table was peculiar. Each person ate with a distracted demeanor, hesitant to inquire. Unsure of how to broach the subject, Tao Tao swallowed the last spoonful of porridge and slowly spoke. "Do not ask. Even if you do, I cannot provide an answer. I can say it was a dream I had last night. Would you believe it? Beyond the eastern edge of the county, there lies a farm that belongs to me, encompassing 500 acres. The two sisters-in-law were at a loss for words. Although they once held a modicum of influence, they had chosen to remain low-key, settling in various villages. This time, they intended to relocate Hong Tao's family. While the location was not far from Tao's family village, it was sufficiently distant to avoid scrutiny from above, ensuring their safety. Little did they anticipate that this young girl possessed resources that overshadowed those of the elder generation. Enough. Enough. Haigu, Hongjia, you must protect our dear Tao girl. Yes, esteemed grandmothers. Grandmothers, do you have any plans for today? Would you like me to assign a couple of people? Rest assured, these 12 individuals are all innate talents, the weakest among them being a grand martial artist. With a soft clatter, the chopsticks landed perfectly on the table. Shortly, let Granny Qian take Ji Shu and Tao Sen along with you. Steward Zhao will accompany Ji Qi, Ji Hua, and Tao Air with the third great-grandmother. Very well, we shall heed our dear Tao girl's wishes. One morning, the county office was besieged, and it was unclear who had revealed that the county magistrate was an aide to a young noble from the capital. This revelation stirred up a hornet's nest. Not only was the estate surrounded, but a few clever individuals, taking advantage of the guards' inattention, managed to slip inside and ultimately opened the estate's grand entrance. A throng of people surged into the premises, startling the young noble, who had already been unsettled by Tao Tao's mental probing the previous night, nearly causing him to hide beneath the bed. Soon, a group of bearded warriors appeared from nowhere, seizing the noble and dragging him into the courtyard for all to see. After some commotion, they discovered a hidden chamber. Those who entered the chamber were met with the sight of individuals, battered and bloodied, their bodies marked with lash scars, each one seething with rage, wishing to devour the beast responsible for their plight. One by one, the unconscious victims were carried out. Among the crowd, an elderly man stepped forward to take pulses, intermittently shaking his head and sighing. The air was filled with cries of anguish, curses, and pleas for help, echoing throughout Fuyuan County. As the elder tended to the injured, some individuals rushed forward to assist. Before long, 7 or 8 ragged children were brought out from somewhere. Those with sharp eyes immediately sought their own missing children. Suddenly, someone shouted. And aside from those aiding in the rescue and the guards watching over the young noble and his attendants, the rest of the crowd surged toward the source of the commotion. There, amidst a profusion of flowers, lay a fragment of a leg bone. The families who could not find their children rushed about frantically, digging with their hands and repeatedly exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible." The collective effort of the crowd only intensified the flames of despair. Before long, the once vibrant flowers in the courtyard had vanished, replaced by desolation and skeletal remains. In that moment, all that could be heard were the sounds of weeping and retching. Once the healing efforts concluded, the elder made an excuse to take a look around and swiftly vanished. The man with the bushy beard also disappeared, along with the siblings Tao Yinner and her brother. Yes, my lord. Go forth. Chapter 59. From the people. For the people, how long until the magistrate of Zhangzhou arrives in Fuyuan County? Manager Wang? Tao Tao inquired. her eyes glinting with cold determination as she watched the two carriages recede into the distance. If this county magistrate was indeed corrupt, then let us seize all his wealth as recompense. Come, let us take advantage of the chaos to claim some compensation from the magistrate's residence. With unwavering resolve, they ventured forth, unafraid of the world. Gord, initiate scanning. After a thorough sweep, Tao Tao noticed a meager collection of silver notes and precious metals. Feeling unsatisfied, she opted to exchange 500 points for a comprehensive scan from the system. All right, sister. Scanning initiated. Ding. Sister, there's a protrusion at the foot of the desk in the study. Press it to activate the scan. As the scanning commenced, Tao Tao instructed them to remain still. Upon locating the protrusion and pressing it, a low hum resonated as the wall opposite the desk shifted. Upon entering, Tao Tao beheld a remarkable sight. Aside from a solitary table, there were 10 chests brimming with treasures. Within those chests lay not only gold and silver ingots, but also an array of jewelry, antiques, and decorative art. Tao Tao promptly summoned individuals to carry out the items, placing them in the courtyard. She was eager to discern the origins of these belongings from the county magistrate. The table, after undergoing a systematic scan, revealed a hidden compartment upon twisting its legs. Upon opening it, she discovered a collection of silver notes of varying denominations, along with several contracts. Tao Tao collected the silver notes, leaving the contracts within the compartment, and then proceeded outside with the box. Employing the same method, she explored the backyard of the magistrate's residence thoroughly. She unearthed a considerable assortment of items. Naturally, she had no intention of relinquishing everything. After all, her entourage had worked diligently for this venture, and it was only fair to claim a share of the rewards. In addition to the substantial sum of silver notes amounting to over 100,000 taels, Tao Tao also acquired a box filled with gold leaves. Jichin Ziuxiu. An old Madame O selected 10 inconspicuous night pearls, 3 boxes of understated gold and silver jewelry, a number of gold and silver peanuts and melon seeds, 5 rolls of unassuming brocade, and a bundle of medicinal herbs including ginseng and bird's nest. Observing the items chosen by Jichin and old Madame O, Tao Tao beamed with satisfaction. Indeed, they were deserving of her trust. Steward Wang and Tao Yi had been quite diligent, directly packaging the gold and silver they had gathered from various rooms, and even ventured into the kitchen to gather chicken, fish, eggs, meat, rice, and flour for transport. Madam, let us be on our way. Oh, Brother Hai, Sister Hong, we are leaving. We still have our next destination to reach. Next destination? There is another stop? Surely, you do not think the county magistrate possesses only this residence by heavens. In a similar manner, she plundered the magistrate's other 2 estates in Fuyuan County, yielding quite a bountiful harvest. Master Wang, you and Tao Yi should distribute the silver ingots from those 2 courtyards to the families who have lost their members. The remainder should be taken to the magistrate's residence. Furthermore, I recall there is still grain stored in the house. You must ensure it reaches the hands of those in need. Yes, my lord. Indeed, my lord. Jichin and Jishio were in the kitchen preparing dinner. Old Madame O was conversing with Tao Tao in the room. My lord, these old servants have inspected the items. They are unremarkable, and you can use them without concern. There are ornaments suitable for the old matriarch, as well as those fitting for your age. Ah, madam, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Tao Tao spoke sincerely. My lord, I also have this. Though modest in size, it is currently unclaimed. You merely need to register it at the county office. Old Madame O handed over a thin sheet of paper. Tao Tao opened it and exclaimed, 200 acres of land. Unclaimed. It appears this has just been acquired and not yet registered. What a fortuitous day. Madam, please pass this to Master Wang so he can take care of it. I believe the governor has already arrived. I just wonder if we can handle the registration by tomorrow. My lord, the county office will not remain unattended. There will surely be someone managing it. Indeed, I appreciate your assistance, madam. You should also take a moment to rest after such a busy day. Yes, my lord. Chapter 60. Signing at the county office. Tao Tao pondered. I must visit the county office tomorrow to sign in. Otherwise, it will leave me with a lingering sense of regret. A dreamless night passed, leaving her refreshed and invigorated. Tao Tao greeted Tao Yi, and the two leisurely strolled towards the county office. They arrived at the entrance, only to find it crowded with layers of people, making it nearly impossible to enter. With a quick glance, they adeptly made their way to the back courtyard, avoiding a couple of maids who were hurrying by, and soon reached the front yard of the county office. Upon checking in, a notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Fuyuan County office. Reward, 200 acres of land in the Xiaolin Mountain area, 10 miles east of Fuyuan County, along with a courtyard. Archery crafting blueprints. And a favorability rating of 50 from Li Qingwei of the county office. Favorability rating? What is that? Who is Li Qingwei? What purpose does it serve? Yes, my lord. The master and servant ambled out of the back courtyard. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to say that no one noticed them. Indeed, Li Qingwei had seen them. The moment he laid eyes on Tao Tao, her identity and name flashed through his mind. Tao Tao, the mysterious third young lady of the Tao family. The master of Tao village. Li Qingwei could not quite comprehend how he knew this, but he sensed that this third young lady was extraordinary. And it seemed she had just given him a slight nod. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity he needed to seize. Manager Wang, having received information from Tao Yi, hurriedly made his way to the county office, the unclaimed contract given by old Madame O tucked away in his sleeve. After sliding 2 strings of copper coins to a constable at the entrance, he requested that they summon Li Zhuobo, mentioning that someone from the Tao family was seeking him. Delighted with the 200 copper coins, the constable soon returned with Li Zhuobo, who greeted him warmly. Wang, a steward from Taojia village, approached with the intent of registering the small estate as instructed by the young lady. He inquired if Li, the clerk, was available, presenting the unclaimed contract for the estate. Wang remarked on the passage of time since their last encounter, expressing his hope that the young lady was faring well. Come, let us discuss matters inside. Li Qingwei replied warmly, taking the contract and ushering Wang Yuliang into the office. The guards at the entrance were taken aback, their eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Was this truly the reticent Li? Did he possess a more affable side? The guards, having received a modest reward of 201, did not keep it to themselves, but instead shared it with a fellow sentry, exchanging hushed words while the coast was clear. From that moment on, whenever someone identified themselves as being from Taojia village, the guards, irrespective of who was on duty, would hastily grant them entry and seek out Li. When Wang Yuliang exited the office, he held not only the contract for the 200 mu estate, but also agreements for 200 mu of mountainous land and a courtyard. Had he not persistently declined, Li would have personally escorted him out. Even upon leaving, the 2 guards greeted him with smiles, assuring him that he could simply relay any requests or messages without needing to visit in person. They would gladly assist. Wang Yuliang pondered the unusual cordiality of the officials, musing on when they had become so accommodating. Surely, it was due to his master's influence, for who else would recognize him? Oh, it seemed his master was indeed formidable. Chapter 61. The comfort of homely yaxing. Please assist in renting out this courtyard, and have the rent sent directly to Taojia village. I appreciate your efforts. Here is a small token of gratitude. Tao Tao presented a few pieces of silver to Li Yang, who accepted them with a beaming smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi, rest assured. I will handle everything meticulously. I appreciate your efforts. Not at all, it is my duty. Please travel safely. Mississippi. Li Yang watched the carriage depart, his grin wide enough to reveal his teeth, but not his eyes. The carriage provided by the system was exclusively hers, equipped with a small table, several hidden compartments containing pastries, dried fruits, tea leaves, teapots, charcoal, a small stove, and cushions, truly a treasure trove of necessities. Tao Xiaohong and Tao Tao shared a carriage with Mama O and Ji Qin, driven by Tao Yi. Tao Minghai occupied another carriage, which held fabrics, rice, and vegetables, with the reins in the hands of Wang Yuliang, the steward. The group of 7, comprising both masters and servants, traveled along the official road. As for the troublemaker, he had been taken away by the magistrate the previous day, along with the county magistrate and the county deputy. for the time being. The affairs of Fuyuan County were overseen by Li Qingwei, the deputy, until a new magistrate was appointed. The trio spent the better part of the day wandering around Fuyuan County, purchasing gifts for their family before setting off towards Taojia village. As dusk fell, the two carriages entered the village. A small boy, whom Tao Tao did not recognize, was known to Tao Xiaohong as a neighbor's child named Ziaduzi. Slow down. No need to rush, Tao Tao called out to the two little ones sprinting ahead. Understood. Rest now, we've been weary for days. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Remember, come and have a good talk with the old man. Upon the entrance of the young girl, the two drivers promptly directed the carriage to the backyard, busily unloading the cargo to tend to the horses. The elder, evidently a woman of refined upbringing, and the other, presumably a maid, assisted in removing the bundles from the carriage, casting inquiring glances at the young girl regarding where to place them. Unfazed, she simply pointed toward her own room, instructing them to transfer everything inside, and even requested someone to prepare dinner in the kitchen. She herself reclined languidly in a chair, her eyes half closed, gently swaying. As Tao Ji entered the courtyard, he beheld the young girl in her relaxed state. Tao Yi, carrying a bag in one hand and a basket of vegetables in the other, made his way into the kitchen. Ji Qin carried several bundles into Tao Tao's room, then returned to bring in a few rolls of plain brocade. Meanwhile, the kitchen was still bustling with the preparations for dinner. Tao Ji, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled toward the backyard. There, he observed two horses tethered, while someone was feeding them hay. Nearby, beneath an empty shed, two carts stood, unmistakably horse-drawn carriages. Upon returning to the front courtyard, he cast a questioning glance at his son, Tao Yixian, who had arrived home earlier. What is the situation? Tao Yixian shook his head in response, indicating his ignorance. At that moment, Tao Tao was expressing her relief. I'm finally home. There is nothing quite like the feeling of being at home. I can finally be a lazybones again. Chapter 62, Discussion of Arrangements. Esteemed Elder. Allow me to introduce these individuals, she began. These two are my family's venerable patriarch and matriarch. Esteemed Elder, it may sound a tad convoluted. The two elders remained silent, merely observing her. Tao Tao glanced briefly at them and continued. This one you may refer to as the fifth patriarch, and this one is Patriarch Yixian. The servant has encountered both the esteemed Elder Master Wu and Elder Master Yishuan. There is no need for formalities, as we are but humble farmers. This is Mama O, and this is Tao Yi, alongside Ji Qin. Elder, I am famished. Let us proceed to dine. You may also partake in your meals at your leisure, without the need for ceremony. Indeed, Master. My dear girl, it appears you have become quite prosperous, even acquiring an estate, teased Tao Yishuan. Naturally, one must consider my identity. Oh, such confidence. Tao Jizha merely smiled, observing the light-hearted banter between the two elders and the young lady. Are Sister Yin and Brother Xian to be settled elsewhere? The two nodded. Is there a presence of Tao family members there? They nodded once more. Have arrangements been made for their care? Your great-grandmother has her own plans. What are your thoughts on this, my dear girl? Perhaps we could have Granny Qian and Ji Hua Taoer look after them. In terms of martial prowess, Granny Qian and Ji Hua are innate grandmasters, while Taoer has recently ascended to the status of an innate master. They possess special means of communication. I believe this might provide a greater sense of security. Although the incident has stirred in Fuyuan County and subsequently reached Zhangzhou, one cannot dismiss the possibility of hidden adversaries suppressing the matter. Should they discover the individuals are missing, might they not covertly seek them again? Even if this is not a trap, could it not lead to the inadvertent leak of information? Tao Yishuan felt a sense of comfort, recognizing that the Tao family has a promising future. Moreover, esteemed elder, I have managed to gather a modest sum as a reward for our efforts. You see, our group, consisting of both the elderly and the young, must bear the expenses of our sustenance. Consider, for instance, the costs incurred in acquiring a courtyard and a carriage. They are not insignificant. Just yesterday, I took a few individuals to discuss a small compensation for our labor, merely a trifling amount. Should this be submitted to the public coffers? Tao Tao, pointing with her finger and speaking with a tinge of sorrow, expressed her apprehension that the two elder gentlemen might demand the entirety of it. You have declared it as a reward for labor, so let you all divide it among yourselves. We shall not assume the role of the miserly old men. However, I must assert that the courtyard belongs to us, and that cannot be shared. Do you truly believe that the young maidens, now affluent, would deign to covet your humble courtyard? How amusing! Oh, how could I have forgotten this detail? The young maidens have become quite prosperous and would naturally have no interest in such a place. The naive old man, I must inform you, I am indeed a landholder. And, observing the two elder gentlemen feigning indifference while secretly eavesdropping, she raised her little head and proclaimed, I possess 2 estates, totaling 700 acres, along with an additional 200 acres of mountainous terrain. The courtyard is merely for your enjoyment, while I have covered the expenses. With a flourish, she produced a stack of silver notes from her possession, shook them slightly, extracted 200 tael bills, and with a decisive gesture, placed them upon the table. Ignoring the disbelief reflected in their eyes, she neatly arranged the remaining notes, tucked them away, and joyfully skipped out to retire for the night. Taoji, Taoyi Xuan. Chapter 63. Tokens of Affection. They were still mere children, in the midst of growth. After a few days of tumult, they appeared yet to recover. Once the two had departed, Tao Tao closed the door and softly murmured, Enter the space. In an instant, she vanished from the room. Tao Tao once again gathered potatoes, rice, and various ripened vegetables from the fertile black soil and scattered seeds of corn, wheat, soybeans, and peanuts. In the ranch, she collected chicken and duck eggs, placing them into a basket, which, with a mere thought, automatically flew into the storage. She transferred the milk produced by the sheep and their wool into the warehouse. This ranch bore a striking resemblance to the family farming game Tao Tao had once played. Currently, she could raise 3 pigs, 3 cows, and 3 sheep. Once fully grown, each pig yielded 9 pounds of pork every 12 hours, allowing for a harvest every 4 hours, and after 5 days, they could be slaughtered for rearing anew. As for the cows, once matured, they provided 2 harvests of beef daily, each weighing 3 pounds, along with 2 pounds of milk each day. They could also be slaughtered for rearing anew after 10 days. The sheep, upon reaching maturity, yielded 2 harvests of mutton daily, each weighing 3 pounds, in addition to 2 pounds of sheep's milk and a bundle of wool weighing 5 pounds. Although Tao Tao felt perplexed, she refrained from delving into the matter or questioning Hulu. The words of her venerable master echoed in her mind, prompting her to instantaneously teleport to the study within the cultivation realm. On the desk lay a box of indeterminate material left uncovered. Approaching, she discovered 3 finger rings inside, 1 in a deep green hue and 2 in a light green shade. Beside the ring lies a piece of paper as delicate as a cicada's wing, inscribed with the words, "The dark green ring is for oneself," while the other 2 rings are subject to one's discretion. The bearer of the dark green ring commands the entire Tao family guard, the Wudi, and the Union Cavalry. The Tao family guard officially comprises 81 members, organized into groups of 9. In reality, however, 2 additional groups exist, perpetually present like shadows, yet seemingly elusive. These are the Union, totaling 18 individuals. Tao Tao picked up the dark green ring and exited the space, reflecting on her recent acquisitions from Fuyuan County. She had silver notes amounting to 189,600 taels, safely stored in her small treasury. A box of gold leaves also found its place there. 2 bundles of gold and silver ingots, upon careful inspection, bore no unusual markings and could be spent with ease. Counting meticulously, each ingot weighed 50 taels, and there were 20 ingots in each bundle, totaling 1,000 taels of silver. The gold ingots weighed 10 taels each, with 20 in total, amounting to 200 taels, which could be exchanged for 2,000 taels of silver. The contracts for the estate were placed in the small treasury, as were the gold and silver peanuts and the gold and silver melon seeds, which would be set aside for now. The jewelry and fabrics were also stored away, alongside the luminous pearl. Ultimately, Tao Tao resolved to distribute the gold and silver ingots, the gold and silver melon seeds, as well as the jewelry and fabrics, including the luminous pearl. It was not out of stinginess, but rather a desire to prevent others from developing insatiable appetites. This adventure had been a serendipitous yet perilous endeavor, and she was reluctant for her family to take risks for the sake of wealth. Once everything was organized, Cao Cao began to toy with the dark green ring. A quick knock resonated, prompting her to declare, "Come in." As she finished speaking, she adorned her thumb with the ring and stepped out briskly. "You've worked hard. Please, take a rest." "Yes." As Tao Yi turned, he caught a glimpse of a dark green hue. Tilting his head for a closer look, he observed a ring with intricate patterns. "My lord, if I may be so bold to inquire," he said, "might I approach to examine the ring upon your hand?" "Ah, very well," came the reply. "I have yet to fully comprehend it. The patterns always strike me as peculiar." Tao Yi retrieved a sheet of white paper and a small porcelain vial from his robe, glancing between the ring and Cao Cao, uncertain of how to proceed. "You speak. I shall follow," he instructed. Cao Cao complied, and in an instant, the words "dark clouds" sprang forth onto the paper. Tao Yi knelt suddenly, his right hand resting solemnly on his chest, and declared, "The Cloud Riders, Shadow Unit 1, pay their respects to my lord." With a thud, another voice joined in. "Unit 2 of the Dark Hoof, Chien pays his respects to my lord." Unbeknownst to them, Madame O and Steward Wong had appeared and also knelt with reverence. "Unit 3 of Dark Clouds, with provisions, pays its respects to my lord." Unit 7 of Dark Clouds, Ning O pays her respects to my lord. "May my lord grant us peace." The collective salutation resonated powerfully, startling the elderly Tao Ji, who had been reading at home. Upon emerging, he beheld 4 figures kneeling, their right hands placed on their chests, and he instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation, his eyes reflecting disbelief and realization. Noticing the courtyard gate was securely closed and no one was passing by, his anxious heart found solace. Just as he prepared to approach, he was halted by a mere glance from the young maid. "Rise, all of you. Do not perform such formalities in the future. Remember this, with utmost respect. We shall adhere to your command." "Very well, Tao Yi, stay behind. You others may withdraw for now." "Yes, my lord." Tao Ji. Chapter 64. The reluctant manager. Tao Yi, please speak. Cao Cao lightly tapped the table with her right hand, observing the animated expression of Tao Yi, who was brimming with excitement. "Yes, my master." The servant continued, "Tao Air and Tao San and I are all part of the Yunchi group. Before we arrived, we were known as Shadow, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3. For reasons unknown, we were instructed to adopt the surname Tao, although our names remained unchanged. The Yunchi has 2 groups. Our group has been stationed in Zhangzhou Prefecture, while the second group is somewhere in Qingyang County, though I cannot specify their exact location. In the event of an emergency, we are able to establish contact." "Wu Ti, what do you know?" Cao Cao inquired. Wu Ti, the servant replied, is aware that there are 9 groups comprising a total of 81 members. 2 groups are located in the capital, 3 groups reside in the outskirts of the capital, and the remaining 4 groups are dispersed throughout Qingyang County. I do not know their specific locations or identities. Can you communicate with Wu Ti? Tao Yi nodded slightly. Yes, we can. In the context of an emergency, Cao Cao understood that this might pertain to situations involving those possessing the ring. Did you all know each other before? We were not acquainted prior to this. It was only when Steward Zhao read the contract and recited the names and origins that I became aware of them. Yet I remained ignorant of their true identities. Tao Yi spoke truthfully. He indeed did not know them. Had it not been for Zhao Youcai's revelation of the contract and the recitation of names and origins, he would have found it hard to believe that he was destined to meet the same person in the same place as these individuals. All right. Do not disclose my identity for now. I am still too weak, and Cao Cao spoke in a chilling tone. Yes, my master. The servant will inform the 3 of them shortly. Tao Yi, do you recognize this object? Cao Cao produced a light green ring. Yes, I recognize it. However, this ring has limited authority and can only mobilize a single guard unit. Tao Yi, you seem quite knowledgeable. Tao Yi paused before replying. The previous Shadow one informed me. You have worked hard. Cao Cao understood their struggles. They were unaware of whom they were meant to protect and did not truly know who their master was, which made their existence rather difficult. Taoyi refrained from speaking further, and Tao Tao chose not to inquire. Very well, go and rest. This is a rustic mountain dwelling, where formality is not of great importance. Yes, my lord. The servant takes his leave. Upon hearing Tao Tao's voice, Old Master Tao looked at the 6-year-old girl with a mixture of emotions. He never anticipated that the emblem of the guard would reside with such a young child. Yet, it was somewhat reasonable, as this girl was a disciple of the esteemed ancestor. Sai, let us protect her. Old Master, to whom do you think this ring would be most suitable? Tao Tao, disregarding the old man's complex gaze, extended the light green ring towards him. Taoyi followed her gesture, at a loss for words. Child, this. Old Master, I am still quite young, merely 6 years old. I wish only to climb trees on the mountain, chase cats and dogs down below, and tend to the fields and flowers. This ring, as you surely know, can command a guard unit. In certain respects, it does hold a degree of authority. Whom does the old master believe it would be best suited for? Child, perhaps it should be given to your grandfather. He voluntarily enlisted for labor this time, hoping to test his fortune once more. Tao Ji sighed inwardly, acknowledging the girl's extraordinary luck. Some matters regarding her should be kept closely guarded. He had not forgotten that family was still in pursuit. In just a few brief exchanges, Tao Tao had successfully evaded responsibility, leading her grandfather, Tao Dashin, into a predicament. Chapter 65. Collective Spoils as Dusk Descended. 2 horse-drawn carriages approached the Tao family estate, entering Tao Tao's courtyard. Greetings to the 2 great-grandmothers. Your efforts are commendable. Tao Tao greeted warmly. Are you all alone? Little Tao? Mrs. Liang gently patted Tao Tao's head. The old master is inside. After dinner, the elders lingered in the room for a quarter of an hour before emerging. Tao Tao ushered her 2 great-grandmothers, along with her siblings, Tao Minghai, Tao Xiaohong, and Tao Sheng, into her chamber. Great-grandmother, I have some items here. The old master instructed us to divide them ourselves. You may choose the jewelry you fancy, and we shall distribute the luminous pearls, fabrics, and ingots in 4 equal parts. Without waiting for questions, Tao Tao began to speak animatedly. The other 4 were rendered speechless by the astonishing sight of the heap on the Kong. Dozens of ingots and 2 boxes of jewelry, alongside numerous gold and silver seeds. Who wouldn't hide such treasures away? How could they be so carelessly displayed? Child, where have you ventured to acquire such wealth? Although Lin once belonged to a prominent family as a daughter and a bride of a large household, she had grown accustomed to the simplicity of rural life over the years. Suddenly confronted with such an array of items, she was taken aback, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Tao Tao from Fuyuan County simply uttered 3 words. The 4 of them gazed at her with curiosity. Is it true? If you don't believe me, you can ask Ming Hai and Hong Jia. They accompanied me. The young girl, noticing their skepticism, added another remark. Tao Ming Hai, scratching his nose awkwardly, admitted, yes, it was indeed on the day you all left. Tao Xiaohong nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with admiration. This bracelet is of fine quality and would suit Lin's great-grandmother. These pearl earrings are perfect for Xiao Xiao. And this one. Tao Tao observed them quietly, continuing to select and comment. This hairpin would be suitable for Liang, Lin, the 4 youngsters. All right, sister-in-law, come quickly and have a look. These are from Tao, we shall accept them. This hairpin is exquisite and complements the temperament of our 3rd sister-in-law. Liang cleared her throat and joined in the selection process. The group understood that they could not leave without these items tonight, so they began to select amongst themselves. After a quarter of an hour, Lin and Tao Sheng returned home with a bolt of fabric, 5 ingots of gold and silver, a pair of jade bracelets, a carved gold hairpin, 2 pairs of earrings, a bag of gold and silver melon seeds, and 2 pairs of silk flowers. Tao Ming Hai and his siblings possessed a piece of fine fabric, 5 ingots of silver and gold, a pair of gold bracelets, a jade hairpin, a gold necklace, 2 pairs of pearl earrings, a pouch filled with gold and silver melon seeds, and 2 pairs of silk flowers. Tao Tao scrutinized the jewelry chosen by her great-grandmother. furrowing her brow before emptying the contents of the 2 boxes and sifting through them. Mrs. Liang selected a jade bracelet, a jade hairpin, 2 gold necklaces, and 2 pairs of silver lilac ear studs. After a moment of rummaging, Cao Cao also chose a hairpin, 2 pairs of silk flowers, a gold-inlaid agate string, and 2 pairs of silver tassel earrings. Upon entering, Mrs. Liang noticed the little girl's selective choices and remarked disapprovingly, "Tao girl, why have you picked so few for the old lady? Yet, I must say, your taste is rather commendable." The elderly lady encouraged her to take whatever she fancied. After organizing their selections, the grandmother and granddaughter proceeded to the old master's quarters, aware that the matriarch was keen to show off her treasures. Chapter 66. Truly infuriating. Tao Ji and his son observed the 2 girls entering with a bolt of plain silk and a bundle in hand. Tao Ji discerned that their looting had concluded, though he harbored a curiosity about the contents. Without hesitation, Mrs. Liang placed the bundle on the table and unwrapped it. Lo and behold, 5 silver ingots weighing 50 taels each, 5 gold ingots of 10 taels each, and a considerable amount of jewelry, along with an estimated 2 pouches of gold and silver melon seeds. As for the luminous pearl, while others may have coveted it, Mrs. Liang had no interest and left it entirely to Cao Cao. There were 5 bolts of silk, with the promise that one would be reserved for Cao Cao. Although the jewelry may not be ostentatious, its authenticity is indisputable. Liang spoke candidly about the recent division of spoils, revealing that it was divided into 4 shares. Upon hearing this, old Master Tao could only express his regret through gritted teeth and narrowed eyes. Cao Cao feigned ignorance and murmured, "Great-grandmother, we ought to express our gratitude to the old master, for it was his decree that led to this division. Otherwise, goodness gracious. Wait a moment. How did he know and permit such a division? Surely, he must be aware of his own temperament, right? This truly feels like a first-time bride stepping into a palanquin." Watching this unfolding drama, Cao Cao felt somewhat dazed, yet there was an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "Old master, what seems to be the matter? Are your eyes uncomfortable? Come, take a look at this. It will surely ease your eyes," she said, waving 2 golden leaves before him. The old master, already accustomed to such antics, hoarsely replied, "Child, are you attempting to rob me? Next time, take me along. I shall cheer you on." "Old master, do you truly wish for it? If not, I shall." "Yes, why would I refuse?" Before he could finish, he discreetly tucked the 2 golden leaves into his sleeve. "Toei, are you serious?" At that moment, Cao Cao's mind echoed a single thought. This is utterly absurd. The individuals provided by the system were all members of the guard. Where are the others? They are in the backyard. Summon them all to the study. Understood. Tao Yi turned and called for them. Cao Cao sat for a moment, then slipped the dark green ring onto her left thumb and ambled towards the study with her hands clasped behind her back. "Servants, handmaidens, have seen the master. That will suffice. Zhao, do you recognize this object?" Cao Cao revealed her thumb adorned with a thumb ring. "My lord, may I?" Zhao Youcai's voice trembled slightly. "Tao Yi, step outside and keep watch. Now, reveal your true identities. We, from the Wu Ti Group 3, pay our respects to you, my lord. We, from the Wu Ti Group 2, skilled in chess and embroidery, pay our respects to you, my lord. We, from the Wu Ti Group 6, Yuqian, pay our respects to you, my lord. We, from the Yunqi Shadow Guards Group 1, Ingsan, pay our respects to you, my lord. Please, my lord, be at ease. Rise," she commanded. "I am aware of the hardships you have endured over the years, and now, I am but a humble maid from a mountain household. Are you truly willing to serve me as your master? Your servant is willing, ready to obey your commands. Very well. My identity must remain confidential, confined within these walls. Do you understand? Your servant understands. Good. Steward Wang, I entrust you with the management of the Zhuangzi Mountain Estate in Fuyuan County. I shall have old Madame O, skilled in chess, and Tao Sen assist you. If the food supply there is insufficient, send word immediately, as September draws to a close. If there are any vacant fields or imminent harvests at the estate, promptly plow the land and sow winter wheat and potatoes. As for vegetables, you may plant as you see fit. I have already prepared the seeds for winter wheat and potatoes. Here are the planting instructions. Keep them safe. If there are any uncertainties, you may send a message or seek out Tao Dashin at the conscription office. He knows how to cultivate. Furthermore, he is my grandfather. Tao Tao retrieved several sheets of paper from her sleeve and handed them to Wang Yuliang. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements. After Wang Yuliang's group departed, Tao Tao returned to her daily routine of leading a band of young children up the mountain for martial training. In addition to their exercises, they foraged for wild vegetables and fruits, occasionally encountering animals that unwittingly crossed their path. Observing the group of young warriors from Tao village, a notion began to blossom in Tao Tao's mind, the desire to send them out into the world. Given that the search for the ancestral treasures and the accompanying guard team was ongoing, it seemed inevitable that they would eventually cross paths. Thus, it might be wise to allow this generation of children to venture out into the world sooner rather than later. If there were a modest piece of land or a certain skill, it would not be a problem to confront that family. Concealing oneself in this secluded valley, one cannot predict the intentions of others. The weather has also begun to grow colder by the day. Tao Tao is uncertain how old Master Tao communicated with her grandfather. Yet she perceives a complex expression in her grandfather's gaze. Pretending not to notice, she directly articulated her intentions. Tao Dashin agreed to discuss the matter with several elders. 3 days later, Tao Dashin informed her that the elders had consented. There is a school in the town, and come spring, the boys will attend. Since only the county has a girls' school, they plan to acquire a residence there, allowing the girls to pursue their education. Tao Tao had no objections. Her agreement sufficed. She is currently encouraging the shopkeeper to mentor Tao Yinghe, preparing him for a future in commerce, as such talent should not be squandered. Although she is reluctant to benefit the county magistrate of Ning County, she must remain vigilant as her sisters seek education at the girls' school. From what she gathered from her grandfather, the magistrate is quite commendable, having provided aid during disasters, erecting shelters, and distributing porridge. As for the town's pavilion chief, while occasionally petty and selfish, he can prove to be quite decent at times. Well, once they have successfully tilled an acre, she will have her grandfather report it. The future will be determined later. This morning, as dawn broke, people set out with their hoes and baskets, marching purposefully towards the potato fields. In the beginning, they struggled with the digging, damaging several tubers. Gradually, they began to discern the technique, managing to avoid further ruin to the potatoes. Several elderly gentlemen, upon witnessing the freshly unearthed potatoes, weighed them in their hands. The larger ones approached nearly a pound, while even the smaller varieties were not significantly less. As they surveyed the field abundant with potatoes, their eyes crinkled with joy, exclaiming in delight about the surely high yield. This plot of land must yield over 3,000 pounds, they mused. Potatoes are not particular about the soil. They can thrive even in barren land. How wonderful! If all 200 acres of potatoes are harvested, it would be astonishing. The group of men engaged in the potato harvesting felt a surge of exhilaration. With each dig, their spirits soared higher. Unlike others, they had cultivated the land for decades and estimated that 1 acre must surely exceed 3,000 pounds. The women and elderly, diligently filling baskets with the gathered potatoes, were so filled with joy that they scarcely spoke, focused solely on collecting the bounty. "Stop," called Tao Dashin after completing the harvest of 1 acre. Everyone understood that it was time to weigh the produce. A child counted, and they had filled a total of 16 baskets, 185 pounds, 218 pounds, 198 pounds, 215 pounds, 245 pounds. It took a considerable amount of time to complete the weighing, and upon concluding, the least weight recorded was 185 pounds, while the most was 245 pounds. Upon final calculations, they were astounded to find the total weight amounted to a staggering 3,700 pounds. After careful verification of the recorded weights, they confirmed without a doubt that their calculations were accurate. Indeed, it was 3,700 pounds. The yield from this acre amounts to 3,700 pounds. Thus, for 200 acres, it is, at this moment, Tao Dashin was equally exhilarated. He spoke to several elders and promptly instructed someone to carry a basket of potatoes, covering it with the withered potato vines for concealment, before setting off with Tao in a horse-drawn cart, departing the village. Meanwhile, the others in the field resumed their work. After all, they had only unearthed 1 acre, and there were still a full 200 acres of potatoes to harvest. They hastened to dig. Soon, one could see people pulling vines, digging soil, unearthing potatoes, and transporting them to the storage. In an instant, everyone was bustling with activity. Even Tao joined the throng, collecting potatoes. Chapter 68. The town leader arrives. And the county magistrate arrives. Tao drove the cart, accompanied by Tao Dashin and a basket of potatoes, to the town, indicating a need to consult with town leader Yu. Upon hearing that they hailed from Tao family village, the attendant instructed them to wait while he relayed the message. Moments later, town leader Yu hurried over. "Are you the two who wish to see me? What brings you here?" "Esteemed town leader, I am from Tao family village." Tao Dashin whispered. "We have recently discovered an edible item. A few months ago, we conducted a trial cultivation and found the yield to exceed 3,000 pounds per acre." 3,000 pounds. Town leader Yu was taken aback and immediately asked with a serious expression, "Is there any exaggeration in this claim?" "None whatsoever. I have brought a basket as evidence," he replied, gesturing toward the cart parked nearby. Tao understood and lifted the curtain, revealing the potatoes beneath the vines. Town leader Yu swiftly approached, picked one up to weigh it in his hand, estimating it to be about a pound, thus deducing that the basket contained nearly 200 pounds. He turned and inquired, "Are you certain these are edible?" "Absolutely certain. Upon discovering it in the mountains, it was consumed, and later, the village elders suggested attempting to cultivate it. Unexpectedly, this matter holds great significance. You must accompany me to the county office," declared the village head, as he swiftly boarded the carriage. Tao Dashin responded affirmatively and promptly joined him, though he took a seat outside alongside the coachman, Tao. Tao Dashin discreetly lowered the carriage curtain, not yet revealing to the individual inside that they had cultivated 200 acres of potatoes this year. Otherwise, it would surely frighten him. 2 hours later, the carriage halted at the entrance of the county office. The village head jumped down and exchanged a few words with the officials at the door, who hurried inside. The county magistrate, Kong Chiyun, was indeed a commendable official, presently troubled over the tax revenue for the coming year. Although no taxes had been levied this year, the recent famine had only just subsided. Despite the presence of wild vegetables and fruits on the mountains, and the availability of work and trade in the county town, the people were still struggling to fill their empty stomachs. It was a daunting challenge. Although he held the humble rank of a 7th-grade magistrate, witnessing the hunger of his subjects weighed heavily upon him. Having been in this position for 5 years since his master was appointed as the provincial governor of Hong, he had not moved from this post. Despite being a martial artist by training, he now found himself in a civil role, which was indeed a peculiar turn of events. Amidst his worries, Kong Chiyun was unaware that a significant surprise awaited him outside. "Sir," the village head whispered an official at his side. Upon hearing this, the magistrate uttered not a word, swiftly stepping out of the room and directly towards the entrance of the county office. Observing the hurried approach of Magistrate Kong, the village head quickly drew back the curtain, revealing the potatoes within. "Cover it up and carry it in." Kong Chiyun was a decisive individual. Without hesitation, he seized the potato vines and draped them over the basket. Tao Dashin remained silent, and alongside Tao, they each took hold of a side and hurried into the county office. The horse-drawn carriage outside was naturally entrusted to the guards at the entrance for safekeeping. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing Tao Dashin's words, Kong Chiyun felt a surge of excitement, contemplating an immediate visit to Hijacks. "Come here, sir. What instructions do you have?" "Quickly harness the carriage and head to Wuxia town, Hijacks. Also, ensure that this basket of goods is closely monitored. Should even a single item go missing, you will be held accountable." "Understood. I shall comply." He had just learned that 1 acre yielded 16 baskets, and the current weigh-in revealed 215 gene. Thus, 1 acre could produce over 3,000 gene of this miraculous crop. He felt compelled to witness it firsthand. And if he could partake in the digging, that would be even more splendid. Tao Dashan arrived in Ning County around noon. Now, as Magistrate Kong intends to visit Taejiakan, it is not too late. The journey would take just over 2 hours, and it was certain they would need to stay overnight in the village. By evening, 2 horse-drawn carriages entered Taejiakan, heading directly to the fields where the potatoes were being hastily harvested. Ah, whose carriage follows behind? Is it from Yutingchong? The chief has arrived. Magistrate Kong, Chief Yu, this way please. Tao Dashan guided the group to the field bustling with potato harvesting. Esteemed elders, Magistrate Kong and Chief Yu have come to see for themselves. Indeed. Let us proceed. Tao Xiaojun, Tao Zhu, greeted Magistrate Kong and Chief Yu. 2 elderly gentlemen clasped their hands in greeting. Greetings to you both, one said. I apologize for my uninvited presence. It was rather presumptuous of me. Not at all, came the gracious reply. It is our honor to have County Magistrate Kong in attendance. Please, this way, Magistrate Kong and Elder Yu. Tao Ji and Tao Yu, already brimming with anticipation, were presently engrossed in digging potatoes, merrily toiling away, blissfully unaware that their unfortunate grandson had inadvertently summoned the county magistrate with a basket of potatoes. Chapter 69. Leave 50,000 gene of potatoes. You may take the rest. Kong Chiyun and Yu Nin observed the bustling scene, with villagers of all ages engaged in the harvest, and they felt a sense of relief wash over them. There were still many potatoes left unharvested in the fields. Yunnan, filled with curiosity, wished to venture into the fields, but the presence of the magistrate restrained her. Elder Yu, let us proceed to the fields and have a look, suggested Kong Chiyun, eager to join in the labor alongside the 2 elders and Tao Dashan. At that moment, Tao Yi was crouched beside Tao Tao, conversing softly. Tao Yi, do you truly believe it? Indeed, my lord. The county magistrate, upon his departure from the county office, was employing the Lingwei step. The Lingwei step was a light-footed technique practiced by the master and the guard team, in contrast to the ethereal steps learned by others. Very well, Tao Yi, make it a point to probe further at an opportune time. Yes, my lord. Unbeknownst to Kong Chiyun, as he diligently learned to harvest potatoes, he had already attracted the attention of others upon his arrival at the county office. As customary, during planting and harvesting, they shared meals together, utilizing the communal grain. Yet they needed to exert themselves to complete the tasks promptly. Tonight's repast consisted of corn cakes and rib soup with radish. The ribs were naturally provided by Tao Tao. It is better to share joy than to enjoy it alone. Kong Chiyun and Yu Nin took the pamphlet that Tao Dashan handed over and began to read it attentively, nodding as they went along. The elderly gentleman had been quite a bother these past few days. Since potatoes can serve as seeds, one wonders what the yield will be. County Magistrate Kong, my master has stated that if you could engage in a contest with me, Taejiakan will retain only 50,000 gene of the harvested potatoes. And you may take the rest without any payment, interrupted Tao Yi, who approached before Kong Chiyun could finish speaking. Following Tao Yi were Tao Tao and the companions Jichin, Jishu, and Jishio. The elderly members of the Tao family had no objections to Tao Tao's words. Whatever she said was unconditionally accepted. At this moment, Tao Yi spoke, and they understood it was undoubtedly at Tao Tao's behest. As for the reasoning behind it, that was a mystery best left unexplored. Yunin frowned. County Magistrate Kong, you are merely a civil official. What could you possibly compete in? Are you truly just a civil official, County Magistrate? Tao Yi retorted, immediately advancing with a clenched fist. Kong Chiyun, uncertain of where he had shown a weakness, saw the fist approaching and instinctively extended his hands, bending one knee and pushing off the ground to retreat. This fluid movement not only astonished the elderly gentleman but also left Yunnan in disbelief. Was this county magistrate Kong not merely a civil servant? Did he possess martial skills? It seemed he was not lacking in prowess. At that moment, Tao Yi and Kong Chiyun were engaged in a fierce duel above the heads of those present. Tao Yi was mentally prepared. After all, only those skilled in the Lingwei steps could compete. Kong Chiyun grew increasingly unsettled as he fought, realizing that the individual before him shared a strikingly similar martial arts style, albeit with a superior level of skill. Who could this person be? The earlier mention of a master was troubling. He could not afford to panic. Regardless of the person's identity, he resolved to engage first and inquire later. Since arriving in this county, aside from a few hidden guards at his side, he had not engaged in any matches. Today would serve as an opportune moment for practice. Tao Yi performed a backflip, drawing a flexible sword from his waist, and declared, "County Magistrate Kong, reveal your weapon." Kong Chiyun deftly maneuvered his right hand, producing a folding fan that shimmered as it opened, emanating a cold glint. The cloud folding fan indeed. A discerning eye. Like his master, Kong Chiyun wielded the cloud folding fan. At that moment of stalemate, Tao Tao's voice rang out, "Tao Yi, come down. Let Ji Shu take over." "Yes, master." Chapter 70. A stroke to determine fate. Ji Shu, can your pen inscribe words upon that fan? Tao Tao inquired with wide, curious eyes. "Master, I shall endeavor to find out immediately." With that, Ji Shu spread her arms and propelled herself across to stand before Kong Chiyun. Producing an unfamiliar pen from her sleeve, she began to write gracefully in the air. Although a century had elapsed and the guard team had dispersed, they had once trained together, and Ji Shu retained knowledge of certain techniques. As she poised the pen to write, Kong Chiyun began to piece together her intent. "Miss, are you wielding the fabled stroke that can determine fate?" Kong Chiyun's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, "No? I must inform my master that you have been bullying me." Suddenly, Tao Tao, lying on the back of Ji Qin, burst into laughter. "Haha, County Magistrate Kong, you are truly amusing. Since your master is still around, do remember to send him a message, urging him to visit when he finds the time." "Master, my own master is here too. I once heard her say that she adores embroidering flowers on the cloud folding fan." "Indeed." Ji Xiao, concerned that Tao Tao might not believe her, emphasized with an earnest indeed. "Oh, you all are simply hilarious. Who among you still has their master or ancestor around? If you can reach them, do so. I am curious to know if we can ride on the cloud folding fan." She added, "Master, you are truly remarkable." "Indeed. I too wish to see. I want to see as well." County Magistrate Kong. Several elders. Yunnan. Though unaware of the riddle being spoken, the elders sensed that Tao Tao had something planned. They bowed slightly to County Magistrate Kong. "County Magistrate, it is getting late. We shall arrange for you to rest shortly. Please follow us. Apologies for the disturbance." At that moment, despite the turmoil within, Kong Chiyun's expression had softened considerably. Upon hearing the elder's words, he immediately responded, "Not at all. Please, esteemed elders." Kong Chiyun realized that the little girl must be the master of both himself and his own master. He had not anticipated that this visit would yield not only an abundant harvest of over 3,000 pounds of grain, but also an encounter with the legendary master, albeit one who seemed quite young, appearing to be merely 6 or 7 years old. The individuals surrounding the master should be akin to him. However, the reason behind the master's desire to meet at this juncture remains unclear. Could it be that the master has some plans? Indeed, the master mentioned contacting the mentor. "I shall instruct the shadow guard to relay the message to the mentor shortly." After a night's passage, Kong Chiyun conveyed the encounter, which he suspected involved the master and high-yield crops, to his mentor, the provincial governor Lu Dongxiao, in the northern province. As dawn broke, Lu Dongxiao was practicing calligraphy in his study when a voice from outside announced, "Sir, someone has arrived from Ning County." "Oh, come in." Lu Dongxiao set down his brush and turned to the visitor. "Did Xia Yunzi send you?" With a stroke that could alter the course of destiny. Upon opening the letter, Lu Dongxiao was overwhelmed with excitement at its contents. His astonishment peaked when he noted the mention of crops yielding over 3,000 pounds per acre, nearly causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. "I ask you, where is young Master Yun currently located?" "In Wuxia Town, Tao Village, Ning County." "Very well. You may go and rest. I have further inquiries once you are refreshed." "Yes, my lord. I take my leave." Chapter 71. The early bird catches the worm. It remains uncertain who let slip the news regarding the 3,000-pound yield from Tao Village, even before dawn. A wave of village heads and clan leaders from nearby areas flocked to the village. The implication was clear. Seeking them was futile. One must approach the county magistrate. Consequently, a throng of individuals turned their hopeful gazes toward the county magistrate. Kang Chi-yun raised his hand to signal calm. Do not be anxious. Although it may be modest in quantity, each village shall receive a batch of this crop, known as potatoes. All literate individuals are to remain behind and transcribe the cultivation methods for this crop. At this moment, the entourage sent to find the individuals arrived, accompanied not only by a dozen or so constables, but also by his advisor, Shui Jiqian. Magistrate Kang first led the group to the potato fields, allowing everyone to witness the bounty firsthand. He then instructed his advisor to take the literate village heads from nearby settlements to transcribe the cultivation methods while he joined the team harvesting potatoes. Yunnan, harboring a selfish calculation in his mind, contemplated the number of villages in his town, the extent of arable land in each, and pondered how many potatoes would be suitable to request as seed, particularly since planting season was merely a month away. As he deliberated, he gradually approached Magistrate Kang, whispering, "Sir, considering the remarkable yield from Taojia village this season, and given that several nearby villages are related by marriage to Taojia, might it be possible?" Kang Chi-yun, fully aware of Yunnan's intentions, suspected that the individuals who had arrived at dawn were likely summoned by him. Casting a sidelong glance, he smiled at Yunnan, saying, "The lowest measurement from yesterday was 3,500 pounds per acre. Although Taojia village boasts 200 acres, we must reserve a portion for them. Yuding, I will allocate 50 acres of potatoes as seed for each village, in addition to setting aside 1,000 pounds for you to manage as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Yunnan beamed with delight. He had anticipated receiving only 30 or 40,000 pounds at most, yet was pleasantly surprised to receive 56,000 pounds. Gratefully, he replied, "Thank you, sir. I shall arrange for the distribution at once. However, I must ensure they carefully study that booklet. We cannot afford to waste such precious sustenance." Observing the typically calm Yunnan suddenly dash about with fervor, Kang Chi-yun chuckled and shook his head, before returning to the battle of harvesting potatoes in the field. A few individuals diligently transcribed the planting methods, simultaneously memorizing the intricacies of sprouting and tuber cutting. Their transcription was a blend of meticulousness and excitement. Yunnan approached the group, nodded at them, inquired about the whereabouts of others who had come with them, and then swiftly departed like a gust of wind. One was learning how to excavate potatoes, while the other seized the opportunity to seek advice on cultivation techniques, given that the latter had already achieved success in planting. The soil still required turning. Oh, one mustn't dwell too long on it, for the more one thinks, the greater the joy that blossoms within. Thus, under the guidance of the garrulous Yunnan, the village heads from 11 villages in Wuxia town, along with some capable clansmen, arrived at Tao family village, carrying baskets and driving ox carts. In an instant, the fields were bustling with people. Even those transcribing the planting techniques increased in number. The scribe, with a glint in his eye, instructed each individual to copy 3 booklets of the planting method before allowing them to leave. The greater the number of hands, the mightier the effort. By the end of the day, nearly 25 acres had been harvested, adding to the 18 acres dug the previous day, resulting in a total of 43 acres. Gazing at the remaining 157 acres, every face radiated joy, a laughter that emanated from the depths of their hearts. Chapter 72. Not just a foodie, but also a financial enthusiast. On the 5th night of potato harvesting, Lu Dongxiao appeared in the current emperor's study of the Muxi kingdom, carrying a basket of potatoes. "Master Lu, what brings you here?" In the present day, His Majesty Xianyuan Haoyan gazed at Lu Dongxiao, who had once saved him and was subsequently dispatched to patrol the lands for the welfare of the people. He inquired with curiosity, "Your Majesty, this is a discovery related to high-yield food, overseen by my unfilial disciple, Kang Chi-yun. Herein lies a tome detailing the cultivation methods and culinary applications of this species." Kneeling on the floor of the imperial study, Lu Dongxiao raised 2 volumes above his head. The eunuch beside Xianyuan Haoyan promptly took the tomes and presented them. "Master Lu, please rise. It has been said that we should not maintain such formalities in private," the emperor remarked. Your Majesty, one must not neglect propriety, Lu Dongxiao replied. Enough, enough. Pray tell, what did that scoundrel Kang Qian say? Xianyuan Haoyan inquired, perusing the volumes. He harbored doubts about Kang Qian, a man whose cunning was as convoluted as a sieve, suspecting ulterior motives. I anticipated your skepticism. Thus, instruct him to send me 50,000 caddies. I wish to demonstrate to those old codgers in the Ministry of Revenue that they ought to engage in productive labor rather than incessantly bickering, Xianyuan Haoyan declared, his heart already tumultuous upon reading that an acre could yield over 3,000 caddies without particular soil requisites. Ah, this is indeed a remarkable find. It can be roasted, boiled, steamed, or even stir-fried. Alas, the more I ponder, the hungrier I become. What to do? Perhaps, Fuchuan, kindly close the door. Master Lu, come. It must be tiring and hunger-inducing. Let us first roast a few of these potatoes to savor, Xianyuan Haoyan suggested. Lu Dongxiao knew well that placing potatoes before this glutton would inevitably lead to roasting a few first. Indeed, it came to pass. As Lu Dongxiao slightly raised his head, he was taken aback by the sudden transformation of the previously solemn emperor, who now exhibited a gluttonous demeanor reminiscent of a playful husky. Fuchuan, standing by the door, attentively eavesdropped, for the items brought by Lord Lu were fresh delicacies that even the emperor had never tasted before. It appeared that a delightful feast awaited them once again, affirming Lord Lu's impressive prowess. Starting tomorrow, a plan must be devised for Lord Lu to settle down, with his family residing in the capital, thereby allowing for occasional culinary indulgences. Thus, this joyful decision was made. Unbeknownst to Lu Dongxiao, Fuchuan had already conceived a scheme to assist him in finding a partner. In a parallel thought, Xianyuan Haoyan, who was roasting potatoes alongside him, held the same intention. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, so enticing. Is it done yet? Almost. Just a little longer. Delicious. Truly delightful. Why does it feel as though I've eaten one and already feel full? This potato isn't even that large. Such fine fare. Master Lu, please remember to have Kong deliver 50,000 jin to me. No, on second thought, you should make the trip yourself. Hurry along. After the morning court session tomorrow, attend to this matter. As Xianyuan Haoyan savored his second roasted potato, he could not resist reminding him about the 50,000 jin of potatoes. I know. The abundance of food does not silence your appetite. Will you partake or not? If not, then. Fuchuan interjected, tomorrow morning at court, each of them should receive a roasted potato, so that those fellows can see what it means to complain about having little to eat, while they indulge more than anyone else. Do they take me for blind and oblivious? Remember to collect the silver, as grain has become exceedingly precious. I have even ensured it is roasted to perfection. Your Majesty, rest assured, your servant comprehends the gravity of the matter and will certainly not allow you to incur any loss. This charcoal requires expenditure of silver as well. Chapter 73. Astonishment across the realm at the hour of the hare. Within the golden chariot hall, the court officials bowed in reverence. Once they had taken their positions, Xianyuan Haoyan feigned a cough. The nearby eunuch Fuchuan immediately grasped the cue and proclaimed loudly, "If there is business to discuss, please speak. If not, the court may disperse." Seeing no one willing to speak, Xianyuan Haoyan cast his keen gaze over the assembled ministers, and his resonant voice filled the hall. "Since you esteemed officials have no matters to discuss, I shall pose a question. Ministry of Revenue, what preparations have been made for the grain seeds for the common folk come spring of next year?" Before the Minister of Revenue could respond, Xianyuan Haoyan continued, "Ministry of Works, have plans been devised for the irrigation projects in the southern regions for the upcoming year?" Minister of Revenue Zhou Zishuan and Minister of Works Wu Xinghan stepped forward, trembling with trepidation as they knelt upon the floor of the golden chariot hall, pleading, "We are but inadequate servants, Your Majesty. We beseech your forgiveness and request a little more time. We shall not disappoint your expectations." Rise, Xianyuan Haoyan commanded. "You have all gathered for court, and I presume none of you have partaken of food yet. Last night, I acquired some treasures and instructed Fuchuan to prepare a feast for you all. I invite you to sample his culinary skills. Fuchuan here. Your servant is present. Bring forth the dishes for the esteemed officials. With a flick of his hand, Eunuch Fuchuan signaled, and a young attendant approached with a tray, halting before the dignitaries. Gazing upon a dark, unremarkable object on the tray, the faces of those present contorted in expressions as though they had swallowed a fly. Do not just stand there. Take action. Though it may appear unappealing, it is quite delightful within, Xianyuan Haoyan remarked, paying no heed to their reactions. He took the tray from Fuchuan's hands and commenced peeling the outer skin of the potatoes. Below, Lu Dongxiao also began to take action. Observant eyes noticed this and followed suit, peeling the skin and then, with closed eyes, taking a small bite. It was soft and somewhat fluffy, surprisingly palatable. Another bite confirmed its deliciousness. Once one began, others soon joined in, engaging in conversation as they savored the treat. This looks rather uninviting, yet it is unexpectedly delicious. What exactly is this? I have never seen it before, but it is quite tasty. Have you all finished? Xianyuan Haotian inquired after consuming 2 roasted potatoes and cleaning his hands, observing the ongoing discussions below. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. If this item is edible, it must be cultivable. The courtiers were eager to know more. Indeed, we beseech your majesty to enlighten us on this matter. This is a potato, a sustenance that can satiate hunger. Today, each of you has partaken of one. This item is rare, having been brought from afar, and difficult to procure, costing 10 taels of silver each. Fuchuan, please ensure to collect the payment. Understood. Are there any ministers who have yet to finish their potatoes? At this moment, uncertainty lingered as to whether to eat or to speak. Yes, Minister of Revenue. I am present. This matter I entrust to you, including the cultivation methods of this item. It is imperative that you plant it within 2 months. This item can yield over 3,000 pounds per acre. Over 3,000 pounds. What sort of seed is this to produce such an astonishing yield? The prospect of an acre yielding over 3,000 pounds immediately stirred commotion within the Golden Luan Hall. Tao Tao remained blissfully unaware of the significant ripples her potatoes had created in the hall, as she merrily gathered them in Taojia village. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue found himself at a loss for words, hastily proclaiming, "We shall assuredly plant this within 2 months. Humph, a bunch of oblivious fools. What you consumed were seeds. Consider how many you all ate this morning. A mere 100 pounds can cultivate an acre, resulting in a harvest of over 3,000 pounds. For a paltry 10 taels of silver, do you believe you have suffered a loss, or have I? Had I known of your reluctance, I would have kept it for my own garden." Lu Dongxiao observed the rapid change in expression of Xianyuan Haoyan, stifling laughter to the point of nearly causing himself distress. "I am here, your majesty. I command you to take a group of individuals and set forth immediately, escorting 50,000 pounds of potatoes to the capital for the Ministry of Revenue." "I shall obey." Upon finishing, Lu Dongxiao promptly exited the Golden Luan Hall, then rode swiftly out of the capital towards Ning County. "Minister of Revenue, you remain. All others may withdraw." "Yes, I shall make a record forthwith, ensuring I do not disappoint your majesty's expectations. Leave 100 pounds for me. I wish to plant it in my garden." "Yes." Chapter 74. The potato harvest. After an arduous 10 days, the 200 acres of potatoes in Taojia village were finally harvested. Upon weighing, the yield reached an astonishing 728,000 jin, leaving everyone in awe. County Magistrate Kong, his secretary, and Yunnan had remained in Taojia village, witnessing this miraculous event firsthand. On the evening of the 9th day of the harvest, Lu Dongxiao arrived at the village. Although he did not witness the digging of the potatoes, he beheld the warehouse overflowing with them. The following day, Lu Dongxiao personally joined the digging team and later conducted the weighing himself, which left him profoundly astonished. The evidence of his own eyes confirmed the extraordinary yield. On the 2nd day after the harvest, Lu Dongxiao prepared to transport 50,000 jin of potatoes to the capital. Before departing, he shamelessly requested an additional 5,000 jin from his disciple Kong Chiyun, claiming it was for planting on the estate in the northern province. Kong Chiyun, well aware of his master's prior arrangement with their lord, knew that his master initially intended to request only 2,000 jin, but the Lord had generously offered 5,000. The only condition was that while she remained in Taojia village, Kang Chun was to continue his duties as the county magistrate of Ning County. Without a second thought, his foolish master had readily agreed, even suggesting that the Lord should have more practice with him. In the end, Lu Dongxiao departed with 55,000 jin of potatoes, while Yunnan took 60,000 jin, leaving behind a staggering 617,000 jin. Fortunately, their lord was not overly demanding, allowing him to take away 56,000 jin for distribution among the citizens of Ning County. Cao Cao also granted him an additional 2,000 jin for his own planting endeavors. Thus, Taojia village yielded over 700,000 jin of potatoes, leaving merely 55,000 jin behind. Although only over 50,000 jin remain, the villagers of Taojia are filled with joy. In just over a month, they will be able to plant potatoes again. Taojia village boasts 500 acres of farmland, making it impractical to cultivate all of it with potatoes. And in a few months, winter wheat will also be ready for harvest. Potatoes will be sown in mid-February, spring wheat will be sown in March, and by late April, corn will be planted. After the winter wheat harvest, rice seedlings will follow. The mere thought of it brings delight. Though taxes must be paid, they will only be due after the rice harvest in October. The 300 acres of newly reclaimed land behind Taojia village enjoys a 3-year tax exemption, meaning only the taxes for 200 acres need to be settled. Cao Cao bid farewell to the party from Lu Dongxiao, as well as to Kang Chiyun's group. Observing Yunnan, who lingered in Taojia village, Cao Cao found him quite bothersome. Ultimately, he promised to notify Yunnan when it was time to harvest the winter wheat in June, which finally compelled him to leave. Having successfully planted, this time, a portion of the potatoes will remain in the clan, while the rest will be distributed among the households. Additionally, from the 300 acres of reclaimed land, 120 acres will be reserved as clan property, with the remaining acres divided into 10 acres per household. The land deeds will be processed at the county office tomorrow, with 54,000 jin of potatoes, 8,000 jin retained by the clan, and the remaining 46,000 jin distributed among the households. Each household will receive 2,550 jin, with an extra 100 jin set aside for a communal feast tonight. Once again, there appeared individuals bearing frozen tofu, others holding radishes and cabbages, and some with sun-dried mushrooms. In Chapter 75, Breaking Ice to Catch Fish, Cao Cao immersed herself in the joyous atmosphere of Tao family village, observing the various dishes presented by each household. Her fondness for her current life growing with each glance. The elder had already declared that they would use the clan's grain, mixing black flour with cornmeal to steam little buns. As she gazed at the array of vegetarian dishes, Cao Cao yearned for meat once more. However, she realized she could not solely rely on the provisions in her backpack and must learn to be self-sufficient. Ah yes, fish. Let's break the ice to catch fish. With determination, Cao Cao promptly urged her father and uncle to accompany her, wielding hoes and spades. Her cousin, Tao Xinghua, joined them, carrying a basket and a bucket. Upon reaching the riverbank, they found the surface had been thickly frozen. After an extensive search, Cao Cao finally located a sufficiently thin patch of ice. Father, uncle, please do not stand too close. We will break this section of ice to catch fish. Her mind was filled with visions of braised fish, sauerkraut fish, spicy fish, and steamed fish. All right then. You two girls stand back a bit, and be careful not to fall in. Tao Tegan and Tao Taiju, the brothers, took turns striking the ice. Initially, they were cautious, mindful of their martial skills and the fact that it was their first attempt at breaking ice. Concerned that a momentary lapse could harm the two young girls, the surface began to crack, the fissures widening. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the ice shattered, and the fragments sank. Brother, strike again over there. It is too small. Very well. With another crack, it shattered once more. The ice cave was approximately the size of a basket. Just as Cao Cao was about to retrieve a small basket from her carrying basket, she suddenly heard a loud splash. Turning her head, she gasped in astonishment. Fish were leaping out of the water and landing on the ice. Indeed, there were fish. "Hey, daughter, you truly possess a remarkable talent," she exclaimed. Tao Tao handed the basket to her father, saying, "Father, try using the basket to see if you can catch a few fish." "Ah, daughter, just watch your father," he replied. "I noticed quite a few fish inside just moments ago." Tao Tai Zhu took the basket, scooped it up with a swift motion, and then lifted it forcefully, allowing the river water to drain through the gaps, revealing 3 or 4 fish flopping about inside. "Daughter, I've caught some. I'll place them on the ice. You and your sister Xinghua stay over there and keep watch. Do not move," he instructed. Tao Tai Zhu tossed the fish from the basket towards Tao Tao, while reminding the 2 little ones to stay put. Tao Tai Jin, feeling envious, shifted his attention to the bucket that Tao Tao had brought along and began scooping water as well. The bucket not only contained fish, but also a considerable amount of icy river water. Tao Tai Jin then took a carrying basket and tipped the bucket into it, successfully transferring the fish while the water flowed away. Meanwhile, Tao Dashan searched high and low, not only failing to locate his 2 unfortunate sons, but also noticing the absence of Tao Tao and Xinghua. Just as he was growing increasingly anxious, he overheard a little one mention that they seemed to be heading towards the riverbank. Alarmed, Tao Dashan hurriedly rushed over. Before he even reached them, he heard the voice of a little girl exclaiming, "Father, you have caught a remarkably large fish in that basket. It must weigh at least 3 to 4 pounds. Tao, come quickly and see. My father has caught a plethora of crucian carp." "What is this? Fishing? In the depths of winter, where could one possibly find fish?" As Tao Dashan approached, he was astounded to see that the 2 baskets were already filled to the brim with fish, and several were still flopping on the ice. It seemed they had just been caught and had yet to freeze. With such a modest hole in the ice, how could they have caught so many fish? "Why did you bring 2 little girls along while fishing? Don't you realize it's all ice? If those little girls get frozen, just wait and see how your mother will deal with you." Tao Taiju, having just pulled up a basket of fish, immediately poured the contents of his small basket into the larger one and set off with the fish, not forgetting to hand the fishing net to his father. Tao Tegan stifled a laugh, pretending not to notice, and continued scooping fish with the bucket. He could clearly see that the fish he was scooping now were neither as plentiful nor as large as those before. Yet there were still a few more scoops to be had. Chapter 76, Year-End Gifts. With just over 10 days until the new year, this year, thanks to the potatoes, and with Tao Tao occasionally leading a group of children up the mountain, every household's provisions have become quite abundant. When Lu Dongxiao came to collect potatoes, he openly brought a reward of 100 taels of gold and 100 bolts of plain silk, secretly gifting Tao Tao 1,000 taels in silver notes and a box of jewelry, claiming it was a special reward for her. The gold was dedicated at the ancestral hall, while the plain silk was distributed among the villagers, with the majority going to Tao Tao's family, as the potatoes originated from her hands. As the new year approaches, the villagers grow increasingly busy. The 23rd day of the 12th month, also known as Little New Year, is drawing near. The primary task of this day is to pay homage to the kitchen god. The family gathers together, busily cutting paper to adorn the windows with festive decorations. On the 24th, they thoroughly clean the house, removing old fabrics and ensuring everything is bright and tidy. On the 25th, they grind and prepare tofu. The 26th is reserved for slaughtering pigs and preparing meat for the new year. However, this year, many are struggling to fill their bellies, and few families have pigs to spare. Besides a few fish distributed on that day, people have merely procured some meat from the market. As the saying goes, consuming meat during the new year, especially braised pork, symbolizes prosperity and abundance. On the 27th, it is customary to slaughter a chicken for the festivities. This practice is prevalent in every household, albeit with only 1 or 2 chickens to spare, as excess is a financial burden. On the 28th, the market is bustling as they steam buns and apply festive decorations. This is said to be the last market before the new year, attracting a throng of shoppers. They purchase couplets, New Year paintings, incense, joss paper, hair ornaments, and gifts. The act of applying decorations encompasses pasting couplets, New Year paintings, and window decorations. On the 29th, they visit ancestral graves to pay their respects, which is essentially a tribute to their forebears. On the 30th, They eat dumplings to usher in the new year, affixing door gods to ward off evil spirits and welcome deities. Surprisingly, on the morning of the 28th, the local magistrate, Yunnan, delivered a cart full of New Year gifts to Tao Tao. Upon learning that the gifts were meant for her family, Tao Tao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Initially, she had no intention of giving gifts to anyone, but now, with Yunnan's unexpected gesture, she found herself troubled by the obligation of reciprocating. Yunnan brought 10 pounds of pork, 2 fish, a leg of lamb, for delightful pastries, for lengths of cotton fabric, and a small box of hair ornaments suitable for someone of Tao Tao's stature. Just as she began to organize these gifts, she heard that Manager Wang from Fuyuan County had arrived. Tao Tao hurried outside to take a look. To her surprise, Manager Wang and Tao Air had come with 6 horse-drawn carriages. After exchanging greetings, she promptly instructed them to place the items from the carriage into her small storage room and advised Jiqin to organize them. Steward Wang reported in the study, "Master, upon our arrival at the estate, we learned that there were previously 3,000 pounds of wheat and 8,000 pounds of corn, with the winter wheat provided by you. I had the wheat and corn ground. The mountainous region also yielded a variety of delicacies. This time, I have brought back 1,000 pounds of flour and 1,000 pounds of cornmeal for you." After discussing with the other servants in Ando, we decided to gift some to the tenants of the estate as New Year offerings. Very well. Were there any issues over there? None for the time being. The takeover of the estate proceeded smoothly, and the previous estate manager remains. He is a diligent worker. The account books have also been brought for your perusal. Additionally, there is a card of New Year gifts sent by Clerk Lee from the Fuyun County office for you. Ah, thank you, Master. Chapter 77. The subtlety of delivering New Year gifts. Li Qingyue's New Year gifts included 4 boxes of pastries, 4 boxes of dried fruits, 4 bolts of cotton cloth, a complete set of writing materials, a beef leg, and 4 pairs of hair ornaments. After reviewing the items, Tao Tao understood the situation. Although the writing materials were not of the highest quality, they were quite suitable for her current use, indicating they were intended for her calligraphy practice. What is the meaning behind this? Not wanting to inquire further, she decided to postpone her questions. Master, the steward from County Magistrate Kang's residence has arrived. As Tao Lisher turned to fetch some rice, she heard Jiqin's voice. She glanced back at her granddaughter, sighed, and stepped outside. Please, come in. I will be there shortly. Understood. The steward of County Magistrate Kang is no ordinary steward. He is skilled in martial arts and formidable in his capabilities. Good day to you, miss, he greeted. The master has instructed me to deliver New Year's gifts to you. They were meant to arrive yesterday, but due to Lord Lu's busyness, I am only able to present them now. I hope you will not take offense. Kong Yifun, the steward, bowed respectfully. Steward Kong, you speak too modestly. I am most grateful for your warm welcome. Please, do come inside, she replied. 2 horse-drawn carriages, as directed by Steward Kong, were unloaded by Tao Tao's assistants into a small storeroom. The gifts from Kong Chiyun included 3 bolts of brocade, a complete set of the 4 treasures of the study, half a slab of pork, 2 legs of lamb, 6 boxes of pastries from the county's renowned roux cake shop, and a basket of fruit containing pears and apples. Additionally, there was a small box filled with beaded bracelets and exquisite gold and silver ornaments. The gifts from Lu Dongxiao were rather extravagant. 6 bolts of silk, 4 complete sets of the 4 treasures of the study, 6 boxes of delicacies from the capital's roux Yijai, a basket each of pears and apples, 2 pounds of premium Longjing tea, 2 sets of tea wares, one in white jade and the other in celadon, an assortment of jeweled floral decorations, a small box of fine gold, silver, and jade adornments, along with 10 silver notes, each worth 100 taels. In the main hall, guests were sipping tea, entertained by Tao Dashan and his sons. The first to arrive, Yunnan, caught sight of carriages entering the courtyard one after another, unloading their contents before departing again. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. Could the Tao family possibly have connections with that esteemed gentleman? After a quarter of an hour, Tao Tao returned to the main hall to invite everyone to dine. The crowd had long been instructed to heed the wishes of the young lady, and now, As she graciously invited them to dine, they expressed their gratitude in unison. The feast included white-cut chicken, boiled fish, pickled fish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, pork with vermicelli, radish and rib soup, cold spinach, spicy cabbage, braised eggplant, and winter melon stew. Due to the urgency of their travels, aside from Yunnan, Steward Kong, and the gentleman in the green attire, the others abstained from alcohol, opting instead for plain rice. Yunnan, along with the Tao family, shared a table, while another table was occupied by their companions, and a third by the women and children of the Tao household. Each table was graced with the same dishes, save for the Tao family's table, where Tao Tao was served 2 jars of mountain grape wine. Ah, indeed. Mother, please pass it over. Kong Chiyun added 5 jars of 2-pound mountain grape wine and a 30-year-old ginseng root. Lu Dongxiao contributed 10 jars of the same wine. How exhausting, Tao Li remarked. Su stated, Miss, this is a message from the master, the gentleman in green said, handing a letter to Tao Tao outside the study. Upon entering, Tao Tao swiftly opened it, discovering not only the letter but also a contract for the mountain behind Tao Village, inscribed with her name. The letter contained but a single sentence. That mountain was a gift from the one above, though the specific reasons remained unelaborated. Tao Tao gazed mournfully towards the capital, sighed softly, and retrieved a vitality-enhancing pill from her backpack. She divided it into 8 parts, dissolving 3 in water and storing them in small porcelain vials. After writing a letter, she exited her study and entrusted the vials and the letter to a man clad in green, urging him to personally deliver them to Lord Lu Dongxiao. Not only for these 2, but Tao Tao had also prepared small gifts for the accompanying individuals, neatly packaged in a small basket. As for their contents, only upon unwrapping would they discover what lay within. Chapter 78. Joy accompanied by astonishment. What brought both astonishment and joy to these 2 was none other than the mountain grape wine. Li Qingyue had heard tales of this translucent fruit wine, likened to agate, said to originate from overseas. He was taken aback to witness the remarkable skill of the 3rd young lady of the Tao family. This only solidified his resolve to cling to her side. Kong Chiyun had once had the fortune to sample a cup of grape wine from his master. Although it too possessed a sweet, yet slightly bitter flavor, it lacked such purity, and he was certain that this wine was far from freshly brewed, likely aged for over a decade. In truth, Tao Tao's wine was not newly crafted. It had been brewed for approximately 6 months. Calculating the time ratio between the external world and her spatial realm as 1:60, the wine was nearly 30 years old, making its lack of purity inconceivable. The wine was crafted from grapes harvested from the mountains, blended with a drop of diluted spirit spring water, and left to mature. Had it not been for the influx of visitors delivering New Year gifts, she might have forgotten all about the wine. She had harvested all the grapes from the mountains, producing roughly 1,800 pounds of wine. This time, she gifted 60 pounds, set aside 20 pounds for herself, consumed 4 pounds, and the remainder she dedicated to her grandfather. As for its origin, she sincerely requested not to inquire further. The answer would simply be unknown. The man in the green attire meticulously packed all his belongings and, with a graceful leap, soared towards the capital. He carried sun-dried delicacies, glistening white rice, vibrant green vegetables, shredded potato pancakes, and smoked wild fowl and hares, alongside 20 jars of fruit wine, each evidently weighing 2 pounds. Lu Dongxiao surveyed the items before turning to the man in green. Do not mislead me. There must be more. My lord, the lady's letter, and I have been entrusted to personally deliver these 3 small porcelain vials into your hands. Upon seeing his master's expression, the man in green realized his master had deduced the truth and hastily produced the items, placing them on the table. My lord, this little basket was given to me by the lady. It is mine. Noting his master's piercing gaze, the man instinctively shielded the basket he held. Very well. Stand there for a moment. I shall read the letter and have further inquiries. Lu Dongxiao, a true gourmand who was particularly protective of his food, feigned calm as he tucked away the porcelain vials before asking, How fares the lady? Have there been any fools? Everything appears satisfactory. Besides Magistrate Kong, that Yu Tingzhang also attended, and the scribe from Fuyuan County sent his regards through the lady's steward. The scribe from Fuyuan County. Li Qinghua? Indeed. I am familiar with him. He is quite reputable. Has everything been thoroughly settled? Lu Dongxiao's expression grew serious as he uttered these words. Ensure the lady's safety above all. Yes. By the way, what do you have in that basket? Let me take a look. I am not covetous of your possessions. Lu Dongxiao's tone shifted as he fixed his gaze upon the small basket held by the man in green. The man in the green attire felt a shiver run down his spine under the gaze of others, ultimately yielding to the pressure. He opened the basket, revealing a jar of 2 pounds of wine, a packet of sun-dried delicacies, a smoked wild hare, a handful of green vegetables, and a pouch of potato cakes. All right, hand over your basket. You may take the items with you. Now be on your way. Understood. After the man in green departed with the basket and its contents, Lu Dongxiao, filled with excitement, retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket and immediately consumed its contents. A warm sensation coursed through his body, leaving behind an indescribable sense of relief in its wake. Moments later, he felt significantly more relaxed, as if his strength had been subtly amplified. He hastily placed the vial aside and seized the jar of wine. What a rich aroma! Is this fruit wine? It reminds me somewhat of the wine brought from abroad a decade ago. No, this wine possesses a more profound and lingering fragrance. Lu Dongxiao murmured to himself before taking a generous sip, savoring it thoughtfully. Delight, astonishment, incredulity. This is indeed that exquisite wine, and judging by its flavor, it must have aged for 30 years. Its rich and lingering taste can only be described with one word: perfection. Chapter 79. Tao Jina returns home with her husband and child. Last year marked Tao Tao's first new year in this world, but due to calamities, the festivities passed in a rather subdued manner. Today, however, Taojia village not only has ample grain, but also some silver coins, and every household is joyously celebrating the new year. In truth, it is not just Taojia village. The same joy permeates throughout other regions as well. A delightful atmosphere fills the air, with merriment and harmony abounding. On the first day of the new year, people pray for blessings, exchange greetings, and don new attire. In the morning, the entire family donned new clothes, set off firecrackers, and savored dumplings. The children in the village, after paying their respects to their elders and receiving their red envelopes, formed small groups to visit each household. Each home had prepared an array of treats, including candies, peanuts, sweet potatoes, and nuts and chestnuts from the mountains, with each visiting child receiving a handful to tuck away in their pockets. Tao Tao found the festivities delightful and decided to join the visiting throng. After a lively round of visits, Tao Tao and her companions not only collected an assortment of treats, but also accumulated several red envelopes. Having completed their rounds, the 3 girls, along with Tao Su, discreetly gathered in a corner of the house, presumably to tally the coins in their red envelopes and devise plans for their expenditures. Just as Grandma, Grandpa, Pear Blossom Sister, and Apricot Blossom Sister were about to enter the home, 3 little ones burst in, calling out excitedly. The first to dash inside was Tao Zhen's youngest son, 4-year-old Zhang Xiaoshan, followed closely by her 7-year-old son, Zhang Dashan, and her 5-year-old daughter, Zhang Xiaohua. Though Lu Hohat's family home, Lijiakan, is situated over 10 miles from Taozuan, the 3 little ones had longed to see their cousins and were eager to linger at home a little longer. As soon as Tao Zhen's family entered the courtyard, they were welcomed by their relatives, and the children were already frolicking in the yard. Sister, brother-in-law, please come in and sit. It's chilly outside. Why are you all lingering there? Mother, we'll be right there. The Tao brothers, Tegan and his sibling, greeted their sister-in-law and her children as they entered the house, while the 2 sisters-in-law helped carry in the New Year gifts brought by Tao Zhen's family. Tao Zhener is wed to a man named Zhang Jeju, a carpenter who is the second of 3 siblings, with an elder brother and a younger brother. However, after all 3 Zhang brothers married, they separated their households without much friction, maintaining a harmonious relationship. Mother, this year my sister's wedding gifts are still prepared as before, but it has only been a year since the disaster. Even if my brother-in-law possesses some skills, it is likely that the family has not retained much. Lu Shi gently remarked to her mother-in-law, Tao Li Shi, as she placed the items on the table. Mother, I have placed the chicken brought by my sister in the coop. It weighs about 7 or 8 jin. Do you think she has given us all the good things from her home? Upon hearing her daughters-in-law, Tao Li Shi pondered. Has this girl been struggling? First, it's chicken, then pork, and some pastries and candied fruits. Not to mention she made a set of clothes for each of us. I understand, mother, said the elder brother. You may go now, I am aware. Chapter 80. Lu Hohat's resplendent return to her parental home. Tao Tegan drove the horse-drawn cart, carrying the wedding gifts prepared by his parents, with his mother and 4 others seated in the carriage, traversing the dirt road towards Lu Family Village. Lu Family Village is situated in a location quite similar to Tao Family Village, downstream from the river that flows through Tao Family Village. Behind the village lies a grand mountain, with a small hill beside the river, and there is but one road leading out of the village, conveniently close to Yuding Town. The Lu family had deliberated extensively before deciding to marry their daughter into Tao Family Village. Although it was a bit further from town, the people of Tao Family Village are industrious, and their households are filled with harmony. The Lu family consists of only a son and a daughter, and they are not the type to disdain daughters. Therefore, when it comes to selecting a son-in-law, they have more criteria to consider. Lu Hohat has a younger brother named Lu Fu, who is 3 years her junior. Although he is a boy, their family does not treat daughters as servants while doting on sons, nor do they plan for their daughter's future based on their son's marriage. Instead, they take great care in finding suitable matches. This is precisely why Lu Hohat is willing to pay more attention to her maternal family. Lu Fu's wife, Zhao, hails from Lu Family Village. Zhao was raised by her widowed mother, Qin Xiaoqiao. The Zhao family has only one child, and they fled to this area during a calamity before settling in Lu Family Village. Qin Xiaoqiao has a somewhat fiery temperament, yet she is kind-hearted. She hoped to marry her daughter closer to home so that they could see each other frequently. Ultimately, they set their sights on the Lu family, and the 2 families became in-laws. The Lu family was aware of Zhao's background, and Zhao herself is capable and dutiful. During the famine, she even brought Qin Xiaoqiao to the Lu household, fearing that a moment's inattention might lead to her mother's demise. At that moment, Tao Tegan drove his horse-drawn cart into Lu Family Village. Observers with keen eyes noticed the cart and wondered which wealthy relative in the village owned such a vehicle. Curiosity piqued. They approached to take a closer look and were surprised to find that the driver was Lu Laohan's son-in-law. This revelation was quite extraordinary. Lu Laohan's son-in-law was actually driving a horse-drawn cart. The woman could not help but shout, hastening her steps towards the Lu household, calling out as she ran. Sister Nyo, your son-in-law is bringing a cart. Lo and behold, it truly was a cart. Indeed, just look at the person driving it. There seems to be a hint of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, one might exclaim, hey, is that not someone from Tao Village, the son-in-law of Old Man Lu? Oh my. Old Man Lu is certainly in for some comfort. Why the sourness? Someone retorts. Old Man Lu and his wife treat their daughter and son alike. Do you not think that if their daughter is living well, she would not think of her family? From this, it was evident that she was a person of understanding. Those who merely watched the spectacle, exchanging snide remarks, merely shrugged and craned their necks, primarily wishing to ascertain if the girl from the Lu family was indeed seated in the cart. Tao Tegan, a man of merit, promptly halted the cart at the entrance and addressed the couple, who had been called out, saying, Father, Mother, it is cold. Why have you come out? Quickly, go inside and warm yourselves. Hohat, and I will join you shortly. His words were perfectly stated, and the elderly couple responded, Taigon, are you saying our Hohat is in the cart? Grandmother and grandfather, in the spirit of the new year, welcomed the 3 little ones who had descended from the cart. Oh, all is well, all is well. Hurry inside. It is cold. The Lu matron beamed, her smile revealing more wrinkles than teeth. You 3. Accompany grandmother and grandfather inside first. Father and mother will bring in the things from the inside. Mother, I will assist you. The younger siblings, accompanying their grandparents, rushed inside to shield them from the cold. 12-year-old Tao Lihua quickly spoke up, her eyes signaling to her younger siblings. All right then. Grandmother, grandfather, let us proceed indoors. Grandfather, let me tell you, my father has brought you some wine, and he has also brought fruits for my sisters. Oh, how delightful. Grandmother, my mother has also brought you wine. She said you would surely enjoy it at first sip. Is that so? Then, grandmother, you must take a couple of sips later. Lu Fu and his wife stood in astonishment as they watched the brother and sister tirelessly unloading goods from the cart. Uncle, Aunt, Happy New Year. Holding 2 pieces of satin, Tao Lihua greeted the couple who appeared dazed. Oh, Happy New Year. Our Lihua is truly remarkable. Ultimately, amidst the envious gazes of the villagers, Tao Tegan entered the courtyard, shouldering half a side of pork and carrying a leg of lamb. Lu Ho Hot, on the other hand, carried a fully packed basket on her back, while each hand bore 4 jars of wine. Lu Fu held 2 chickens and a basket of fruits. Zhao Shi managed 2 cloth bags and 4 fish. Observing the abundance of goods, the onlookers were utterly tempted. Oh, it seems that the son-in-law of the Lu family has struck it rich. That half-side of pork must weigh at least 100 jin, and the leg of lamb. Chapter 81. Mother and daughter's casual conversation. She understood that over the years, her in-laws had discreetly supported her family quite a bit. She was not greedy or ungrateful, knowing that she must show filial piety to both her in-laws and her own family. Today, the festive gifts were indeed prepared by her mother-in-law. Most of the items were collected by her niece for the celebration. Aware of the gossip surrounding their family, her mother-in-law decided to present a portion of the gifts to enhance the reputation of their family. Flower, did your mother-in-law truly prepare this? She asked, cautioning her not to deceive her. I know you are dutiful to your elders, but do not become complacent or crafty. Do you understand? Lu Posey reiterated. I understand. Seated at a table filled to capacity were Lu Laohan and his wife, Lu Fu and his family of 4, along with Tao Tegan and his family of 5. The table was adorned with chicken, meat, and fish, and the entire family indulged in a joyful meal. Although they had invited Qin Shi, she could not attend. So Lu Posey instructed her daughter-in-law to deliver the food to her mother-in-law, sparing her the trouble of cooking alone. In Taojia village, Tao Jin'er observed her mother's expression, which clearly conveyed that no one would be leaving without her approval, so she reluctantly acquiesced. As for what her grandmother would give her aunt, she paid it no mind. Among the gifts were a leg of lamb, 6 boxes of pastries and dried fruits from the capital, 2 smoked wild chickens, and 2 wild rabbits. A basket of apples and frozen pears, 2 rolls of brocade, 3 rolls of cotton fabric, a silver headdress set, 2 sets of scholarly essentials, 40 pounds of rice, and 60 pounds of flour. It seemed that these 2 women had prepared even more than she had anticipated. The headdress, though silver, was understated enough for rural wear, and it suited her daughter's natural beauty perfectly. It was evident to Tally that her granddaughter had rummaged through her belongings, revealing a deep-seated aversion to the presence of excess within her own household, allowing them their playful endeavors. She decided to spend her time engaging in delightful conversations with her daughter instead. Chapter 82. Organizing the small treasury. Time flows swiftly, and before one realizes, the Lantern Festival has come and gone, returning life to its tranquil state. During the New Year celebrations, Tao Tao, with the aid of her grandmother, gifted numerous floral hairpins and decorative ornaments to her sisters, including her cousin. The family was well aware that these festive gifts were primarily intended for Tao Tao. Although they retained some for themselves, they allowed her to keep a portion as well. Today, Tao Tao indulged in a leisurely slumber before venturing into her small storeroom to inventory her modest treasury. This little storeroom had been newly constructed after Tao E and the others arrived. Otherwise, there would have been no available space. Inside, she found 20 bolts of cotton fabric, 5 bolts of brocade, and 3 bolts of silk. There was a box filled with hairpins, another containing plush flowers, yet another with pearl ornaments, and 2 boxes brimming with gold and silver jewelry. Additionally, she possessed 2 complete sets of the 4 treasures of the study, 20 banknotes, each worth 100 taels, 580 taels of silver, along with 1,673 copper coins. As for the New Year gifts and the provisions sent from the estate, Tao Tao had transferred everything to the main storeroom for her grandmother to oversee and arrange. Every item in Tao Tao's small storeroom was meticulously recorded by Xi Qin, with both Tao Tao and Xi Qin holding a copy of the inventory. Tao Tao first examined her system backpack: 40 pounds of spare ribs, 30 pounds of pork belly, 8 pig trotters, 10 pounds of brown sugar, 20 pounds of white sugar, 260 pounds of millet, 25 buckets of peanut oil, 5 pounds each, and 20 bottles of sesame oil, 1 pound each, 180 pounds of beef, 4 legs of beef, 2 legs of lamb, 20 cleaned and plucked chickens, 10 rabbits, 180 eggs, 270 salted duck eggs, 20 crucian carp, and 10 4-pound grass carp. There are 10 boxes of marinating spice packets, each containing 60 bags, accompanied by a list of ingredients. 12 boxes of hot pot ingredients, with 80 bags in each, also come with an ingredient list. 50 pounds of green peppers, 40 pounds of red chili peppers, 35 pounds of dried chili peppers, 60 pounds of green Sichuan pepper, 10 boxes of mangoes weighing 20 pounds each, 5 boxes of dragon fruit weighing 20 pounds each, 12 boxes of apples weighing 20 pounds each, 30 large watermelons, 80 pounds of lychees, and 50 pounds of strawberries, 15 bags of vermicelli, 15 pounds of dried black fungus, 12 pounds of dried white fungus, and 30 pounds of dried longan, 30 bottles of chopped chili sauce, 45 bottles of bean paste, and 24 bottles of beef sauce, 26 pounds of kiwi, 18 cans of mandarin oranges, and 16 cans of cherries, 25 health-enhancing pills, 26 strength pills, and blueprints for archery equipment, 3,800 pounds of rice seeds suitable for the soil of the osmanthus region, with potential for improvement, 2,760 pounds of corn seeds, also suitable for the soil of the osmanthus region, with potential for improvement, 3,600 pounds of sweet potato seeds, suitable for the soil of the osmanthus region, with potential for improvement. There are 48 compartments, with only 3 remaining empty. As for the previous white rice and similar items, Tao Tao, under the pretense of sending goods from Zhuangzi, has taken them all out. Looking at the agricultural and pastoral section of the Yuchuan space, the warehouse is filled with a considerable amount of white rice, flour, and cornmeal, as well as a variety of vegetables and fruits, not to mention the numerous slaughtered chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, along with a generous supply of eggs. In the field, there are still 50 to 60 ginseng plants that have not been irrigated with the mystical spring water. The youngest among them is at least 5 years old, while the oldest has surpassed a century. There are also more than 20 mushrooms of the legendary Ganoderma, untouched by the magical water. A box contains golden leaves, over 18,000 taels and silver notes, along with a considerable amount of gold and silver ingots and exquisite jewelry, such as coral bracelets. Within another box lie several contracts, including those related to the general store in Wuxia Town, as well as lands in Fuyuan County's Zhuangzi Mountain, in addition to the personal contracts of the guards. As for the realm of cultivation, Tao Tao is reluctant to meddle. At present, she does not wish to utilize anything from that sector. Her desire is simply to live a carefree life, indulging in food and play with cats and dogs like a salted fish. Chapter 83, Trial Planting of Sweet Potatoes, Part 1. Grandfather, here is another type of food I hold in my hands, said to yield over 6,000 pounds per acre. I wish to trial plant it in our backyard garden. Tao Tao placed 2 sweet potatoes on the table as she spoke to her grandfather, Tao Dashan. 6,000 pounds. Even Tao Dashan, typically composed, could not contain his excitement. Upon hearing the yield, he stood up abruptly, causing the chair beneath him to clatter to the ground. Grandfather, this is called sweet potato. It is only early February now, but if I begin seedling cultivation now, I can plant in April, which counts as spring planting. The yield will surely exceed 6,000 pounds. The little girl continued with enthusiasm. Child, are you truly certain? Grandfather, I am certain. However, it requires 2 months of seedling preparation before planting. About 100 pounds of sweet potatoes can be used to cultivate an acre of land. The petite girl reiterated. Very well. In the backyard, a plot of land has been designated for you. and you may choose to tend to it yourself or enlist assistance. However, dear girl, it is imperative that no relatives outside our family are allowed to see it before the harvest. Tao Dashin was not only intrigued but also took decisive action, issuing a few instructions in the process. That very evening, he gathered the family to inform them that the over an acre of land in the backyard would serve as an experimental field for Tao Tao, while any vegetable seedlings would be planted in the front yard. Should Tao Tao require assistance, it must be provided without delay, and most importantly, this information must remain confidential. Upon hearing about the experimental field, the family was filled with excitement, their eager gazes directed at Tao Tao, silently offering their help. With a smile, Tao Tao responded, "Uncle, Aunt, Mother, Father, our land needs to be organized as well. You all focus on tidying up the land." Grandma busied herself in the front yard as Tao Tao prepared to construct a gate leading to the backyard, with Tao E already at work. "Remember to lock the door when entering or exiting the backyard," she reminded them. They all nodded in agreement, and with that, the meeting was adjourned. As long as the chores in the field were completed and the girl's endeavors remained undisclosed to them, they would feign ignorance, as children are often drawn to whimsical pursuits. With a firm resolution, Tao Dashin concluded the family meeting. Within 2 days, not only was a gate installed, but the earthen wall between the gate and the surrounding wall was also completed. Tao Tao, accompanied by Jiqin and her companions, spent the better part of the day inside. Zhao Guan and Tao Yi were elusive throughout the day. It was not until one day when Tao Dashin spotted Zhao Guan and Tao Yi returning through the back gate, each carrying a basket filled with decaying leaves and soil from the mountain. 2 individuals poured the crushed soil onto the pre-dug ground in the backyard, and then began to rake it. Tao Dashin, who had cultivated land for several decades, was taken aback, observing their actions and pondering their purpose. Jiqin, accompanied by Jishu, was busy breaking the soil, while Tao Tao and Jishu were selecting sweet potatoes. Witnessing this scene, Tao Dashin looked up toward the direction of the capital, revealing a smile that was perplexing to onlookers. Indeed, he mused within himself. Even if that family were present, they would regard these individuals with disdain, for in their eyes, the guards were merely instruments of violence, incapable of being the laborers toiling in the yard at that moment. Even he, had he not known them to be part of the guard, would never believe that the workers before him belonged to the enigmatic protectors of the Tao family. Reflecting on the magistrate who had come to collect potatoes, he was astonished when the official recognized the ring on his thumb and referred to him as guardian master. At that moment, he was quite startled, only understanding the situation upon Tao Tao's explanation. It truly felt like navigating through a fog, with a single leaf obscuring his vision. He never anticipated that the magistrate and county officials were members of the guard, all part of the same faction. It was utterly astonishing. Chapter 84, Trial Cultivation of Sweet Potatoes, Part 2, In the Comings and Goings of Tao Yi and Manager Zhao. The meticulously arranged plot of land in the backyard had been enriched with the leaf mold from the mountains. The 100 pounds of plump sweet potatoes selected by Tao Tao and Jishu had been watered, and now all that remained was to place each sweet potato into the soil and water them once more. This task naturally did not require Tao Tao, the master, to exert herself. Jiqin, Jishu, and Jishu, 3 individuals, directly followed the master's instructions, placing the sweet potatoes into the soil at regular intervals before covering them with a thin layer of earth. Tao Yi and Manager Zhao busied themselves fetching water to irrigate the plants. Subsequently, Tao Tao entrusted the remainder of the task to Manager Zhao, primarily because he had heard that the yield could exceed 6,000 pounds per acre. He eagerly accepted the responsibility, declaring his intention to participate fully and document the process for future reference when planting autumn sweet potatoes. This time, Tao Tao opted not to use diluted spiritual spring water. Instead, she used the ordinary water that every household in Taojia village utilized for their crops. She wished to ascertain the actual yield of sweet potatoes suitable for the soil of Muxi Kingdom per acre, in addition to tending to their own fields. The villagers of Taojia had also been allocated some wasteland. This wasteland came with a 3-year rent exemption, and this year marked the second. Each household was busily preparing their land, rising early and returning late. Manager Zhao made progress as well. The sweet potatoes had begun to sprout. Gradually, leaves emerged, and the seedlings transformed remarkably, changing noticeably every 2 to 3 days. Manager Zhao meticulously recorded each detail, fearful of overlooking a single step in the process. Time passed in this manner, and aside from daily foraging for wild vegetables with her siblings, Tao Tao dedicated her evenings to cultivating her skills within her space. It was not merely a desire for self-empowerment that drove her. Rather, she understood that once the high-yield crops in her possession came to fruition, she would undoubtedly become a coveted figure in the eyes of certain individuals, inevitably attracting both admiration and caution. After all, she was merely a humble peasant girl from a remote valley. Though she yearned for a life of leisure, she refused to be controlled by others. She understood that the heavens had brought her here, granting her a system and a space, intending to assist the local populace in achieving sustenance and warmth. This season, her general store in Wuxia town was not yet permitted to sell potatoes, but it would be allowed in the next harvest. Thus, after the harvest in Taojia village, she planned to set aside what her family needed and sell the remainder through her store. Next year, sweet potatoes would also be available for sale. Consequently, she required trustworthy individuals to help establish a shop in the county or the prefecture. There was no rush. For now, she would focus on cultivating her team. Master, the sweet potato seedlings have developed 5 or 6 leaves. Should we transplant them now? Tao Tao was contemplating the timing of her check-in when the excited voice of manager Zhao interrupted her. Let us go take a look. Tao Tao, accompanied by her maid and the 3 siblings of Pear Blossom, made their way to the backyard. Observing the vibrant seedlings, she waved her hand and instructed, "Let us tidy the land today, and we shall transplant them tomorrow." All right. The 3 siblings gazed at the lush patch with eyes full of joy and admiration for Tao Tao, enthusiastically expressing their desire to assist the following day. Tao Tao readily agreed and began to explain how to properly transplant the seedlings, emphasizing the necessary spacing between each plant. Having finished her narrative, Tao Tao suddenly recalled that she had yet to check in today. Board, check-in. Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. Rewards include 10 bottles of crop growth agent, 50 pounds of sweet potato vermicelli, 30 pounds of sweet potato starch, 30 pounds of pork belly, and 5 pounds of brown sugar. Tao Tao squinted with delight. Indeed, her successful seedling cultivation had yielded a bountiful reward at this nursery site. The following day, Tao Dashin and his wife chose not to tend to their own fields, but instead accompanied Tao Tao to the backyard. Observing the sweet potato seedlings neatly extracted and set aside, the couple immediately turned their attention to Tao Tao. All right, let us get to work. Remember to leave adequate space between each seedling, as the sweet potato vines will spread across this plot. In a flurry of activity, digging holes, placing seedlings, covering them with soil, and watering, the trio worked seamlessly together, completing the planting of an acre in no time. Gazing at the rows of sweet potato seedlings, Tao Tao silently recited, "Check in." Instantly, the voice of Gord echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. Rewards include 6,000 pounds of sweet potatoes suitable for the soil of the Mushi Kingdom, along with the methods for making sweet potato vermicelli and sweet potato starch, 50 salted duck eggs, and 60 chicken eggs. Satisfied that everything was in order, Tao Tao instructed Steward Zhao to keep a close watch on the plot in the coming days before she and her companions exited the backyard. Chapter 85. In advancement, Tao Tao led her grandmother into the kitchen, and with a simple wave of her hand, 10 pounds of ribs, 5 pounds of pork belly, and 20 eggs appeared on the kitchen counter. Mischievously glancing at her grandmother, Li, she skipped out of the kitchen. Li chuckled, scolding her, "You little glutton," before picking up a knife to begin chopping the ribs. After returning to her room, Tao Tao instructed Ji Qin to guard the door diligently, ensuring that no one would enter. Once Ji Qin nodded in agreement, Tao Tao swiftly stepped into the Yuchuan space. There, Ji Qin and Ji Xiu busied themselves at the threshold, crafting new garments for Tao Tao, while Ji Xiu busied herself in the kitchen. Upon entering the space, Tao Tao immediately made her way to the spirit-rich plant garden within the cultivation section. After planting sweet potato seedlings, she suddenly sensed a warm current flowing within her body, coursing through her meridians and increasing in intensity. Tao Tao surmised that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Channeling the chaotic formula, the ambient spiritual energy in the space began to swirl around her, merging into her being and traversing her meridians. Round after round, the well-established Tao Tao continuously compressed the mass of spiritual energy in her dantian, persistently condensing it. During this compression, the mass transformed into a liquid state, forming droplets that coalesced into a small sphere. The sphere spun ceaselessly within her dantian, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, growing larger and rotating faster. Suddenly, with a pop, the sphere burst, revealing a transparent, bead-like entity. Tao Tao recognized this as the fabled inner elixir. She had now entered the golden core stage. Although it was merely the initial phase, it was still the golden core stage. With that pop, the swirling spiritual energy around her surged into her body, flowing through her meridians, bringing an indescribable comfort that rejuvenated the somewhat fatigued Tao Tao. This signified her successful advancement to the golden core, granting her an elixir untouched by the world's impurities, and it was the purest form of the golden core. Among the 3 types of elixirs, radiant gold, ethereal purple, and the myriad hues of colorlessness, Tao Tao's elixir was of the colorless variety. Tao Tao firmly consolidated her skills before gracefully entering the agricultural realm to reap what she had sown. After a flurry of activity, she felt it was time for her ancient martial arts to advance. She began by practicing a set of sword techniques, then channeled her ancient martial arts principles to stabilize her inner energy. Thus, she remained seated, and upon opening her eyes once more, she realized she had ascended from a grand martial master to a martial saint. Her conjecture was correct. Her elevation to martial saint was indeed a consequence of her advancement to the golden core stage, allowing her to effortlessly reach the martial saint level. A 6.5-year-old martial saint would likely be met with disbelief, yet that was the undeniable truth. Tao Tao pondered whether her ascent had been too casual, suspecting that perhaps the heavens were setting a trap for her. Alas, how much simpler it would have been to remain a humble girl from the mountains, rather than embroiled in such convoluted affairs. Was it that the heavens, reluctant to intervene directly, had chosen her as a mere pawn? The heavens, indignant, retorted, "Child, you are clearly the protagonist, not a pawn. Have you ever seen a pawn endowed with both a system and a spatial dimension?" Of course, Tao Tao remained oblivious to the fact that her thoughts had inadvertently escaped her lips during her spatial transition, a misstep that fortuitously caught the attention of the dozing deity. In truth, it was not entirely her fault. The blame rested upon the slumbering heavens. Had the deity not dozed off, the village of Tao would not have suffered such casualties, and little Tao Tao would not have been lost at the tender age of 5. Although he had brought her back, restoring her essence and granting her a versatile signing-in system, the omnipotence of this system was known only to him, as he had merely activated select functions for Tao Tao. Should Tao Tao discover this, her temper would likely flare, and with her sparse facial hair, it wouldn't suffice to withstand her wrath. "Sister Jichin, I am famished." Observing her master's pitiful demeanor, although aware of the deliberate act, Jichin promptly scooped her up and carried her to the kitchen to serve her a meal. Jishio remarked, "The master wishes to avoid inquiries about her recent advancement." Tao Tao rolled her eyes in response. "I knew you would still mention it." Jishio retorted, "Did you not see our master is hungry?" Tao Tao nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I am terribly hungry." Jichin quipped, "I hardly believe you." Jishio added, "You two have conspired to torment me again." "Humph. I want to eat." Chapter 86. The Sweet Potato Harvest. While Tao Tao is busy nurturing sweet potato seedlings, the families in Tao Village were engaged in their own industrious endeavors. Each household was allocated 10 acres of barren land and pondered what to cultivate. Eventually, they resolved to plant corn, potatoes, and soybeans, crops that are not particularly finicky about soil conditions. Should they choose to cultivate potatoes, it necessitated prior seedling preparation. They tilled the land, formed ridges, and scattered would ash across the soil. Tao Tao's family likewise planted these three varieties: potatoes, corn, and soybeans. After sowing, the idle men set off to seek short-term labor for some extra coin, while the women remained home to tend to the vegetable gardens. And the children ventured into the mountains to gather wild greens and collect firewood. As June arrived, they commenced the harvest of winter wheat, followed by the digging of potatoes, and then turned the earth to plant autumn corn. After a flurry of activity, they husked corn and harvested soybeans, subsequently tilling the earth to sow potatoes once more. Every household was bustling with activity, and Tao Tao, alongside steward Zhao and Ji Qin, was equally immersed in the work. The sweet potato vines had completely overtaken that patch of land, lush and verdant, offering a most pleasing sight. At one point, Tao Tao plucked a handful of the sweet potato leaves and sautéed them with a few chili peppers, leading to an insatiable craving. Within a day, a dish of stir-fried sweet potato leaves would grace the table. It was during this period that the elderly patriarch of the Tao family, Tao Jitsai, became aware that his son's backyard cultivated such a delightful edible. The gradual withering of the stems and leaves signaled the impending maturity of the sweet potatoes. Observing the slowly yellowing foliage, Tao Tao surmised it would not be long before they could be harvested. On that day, the entire Tao family gathered in the backyard to pull up the vines, dig out the sweet potatoes, and pack them away. As they beheld the large, plump sweet potatoes, their faces radiated joy. Even the smaller ones brought smiles to their lips. In the span of a single morning, they completed the harvest, with the two elder gentlemen of the Tao family bearing witness to this newfound bounty. Upon weighing the yield, the exclamation arose, "My goodness! 6,400 pounds! For merely 1 acre." Tao Jitsai remarked, "The seeds bestowed by our ancestors are indeed remarkable." Tao Yishuan added, "We shall no longer fear hunger." Liang Shi mused, "Could it be that I rose incorrectly this morning?" To which Tao Dashan affirmed, "Indeed, it appears so." The others were left in a state of astonishment. Taoyi, take 2 baskets of sweet potatoes to the town and the county office. Remember to leave behind the planting and storage methods, Tao Tao instructed, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, thus delegating the task to the two. Each basket weighed 200 pounds, sufficient to cultivate 2 acres. However, as it was already September, it was no longer suitable for planting, and they could only store them well in anticipation of the following year. The Tao family busily transported 6,000 pounds of sweet potatoes into their cellar, storing them according to Tao Tao's prescribed method. Thus, unbeknownst to the villagers of Taojia, their community had gained an additional source of sustenance. Indeed, you have all progressed in your martial arts. Splendid, splendid. Continue to study diligently. Whether in the literary or martial realm, Tao Yishuan remarked as he assessed Tao Tao and the other 3 young ones with a nod of approval. At this juncture, Tao Liwa had already entered the ranks of innate martial masters, while her siblings, Tao Su and Tao Xinghua, had both attained the status of innate warriors. In a time where even ancient martial texts may be incomplete, achieving such a level before the age of 30 without a formidable family background is a testament to exceptional talent. These 3 children, the eldest being merely 13, with Tao Su and Tao Xinghua at the tender age of 10, represented an extraordinary phenomenon, one not found even among the illustrious 4 great families. Naturally, the elder patriarch of the Tao family understood this well, for the matriarch had lived for over a century and was astute enough to teach them the art of concealing their presence. Upon their ascension to the innate realm, Tao Tao bestowed upon each of them a storage pouch with a capacity of 50 cubic units, as well as a jade pendant capable of concealing their cultivation levels. These treasures elicited covetous glances from the adults of the Tao family, particularly from the venerable Tao Ji, who had long heard of the legendary storage pouch but had yet to possess one. Observing their envious expressions, Tao Tao rubbed her nose and said, "These are the only ones I have for now. Once I master the art of crafting, I shall forge more for you." With that, Tao Yishuan and his wife naturally decided to stay as well. Chapter 87, Tax Collection, Part 1. The resounding chimes of the great bell hanging from the old locust tree at the village entrance echoed through the air. Upon hearing the sound, the villagers, men, women, and children alike, hastily made their way toward the village square. There stood the venerable elder Tao Xiao, the esteemed patriarch of Tao family village and the unanimously endorsed candidate for village chief, flanked by several officials. It was clear to all present that tax collection was imminent. Yet uncertainty loomed regarding the specifics of this year's levies, stirring feelings of unease among the crowd. Is everyone gathered? With this commanding inquiry, Elder Tao Xiao demonstrated his robust vitality. Yes, we are all here. The villagers were acutely aware that following 3 years of calamity and a year of recovery, the time had come for taxation to resume. Elder Tao paused for a moment, surveying the silent assembly, before continuing. This year's tax structure has undergone changes. For those who own land, in addition to the household tax of 2 stones of grain per family, there is now an agricultural tax of 1 stone of grain per acre. Upon hearing this proclamation, the villagers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of surprise and concern. One individual promptly inquired, "Elder, may we submit any type of grain? The tax can only be paid with rice, wheat, or corn," Elder Tao clarified. Instantly, discussions erupted among the villagers. With uncultivated land exempt from taxation, those with 10 acres would owe a total of 12 stones of grain. Your household owes 12 stones. While mine is required to pay 13 stones, another chimed in. Fortunately, we have cultivated potatoes, and our harvest is approaching. We shall not go hungry. Indeed. The wisdom of our elder prevails, another villager concurred. Absolutely. The 4 individuals observed the villagers who were merely engaged in animated discussions, devoid of any raucous antics or cries lamenting the unbearable tax burden that threatened their livelihoods, and felt a tinge of surprise. Yet, upon witnessing the composed demeanor of the 4 elderly gentlemen, they recalled the instructions received prior to their departure and exchanged knowing glances, wisely choosing to remain silent and serve as mere background figures. A stone weighs 120 pounds. The Tao family possessed 3 acres of paddy fields, 5 acres of dry land, and 4 acres of sandy terrain, totaling 12 acres, with an additional 10 acres of wasteland subsequently divided among them. The village comprised 18 households, collectively managing a substantial 200 acres of arable land, with each household owning at least 10 acres and the largest holding 12. Not only was the previous yield dismal, but the variety of crops was also limited. This was largely due to the tyrannical oversight of that scoundrel, Tao Yao, who dictated the villagers' actions under the threat of his unpredictable malice. However, the 4 elderly gentlemen, through prudent discussion, had secured not only a high yield of grain, but also an increased diversity of crops. Those who failed to adapt were regarded as fools. Once the matters were understood, they dispersed, preparing to transport the grain to be weighed. Esteemed officials, this way please, Tao Xiao announced, guiding the 4 to a vacant area furnished with tables, benches, and scales. The officials first quenched their thirst, and soon the weighing and registration would commence. In truth, every household had prepared their grain in advance, albeit uncertain of the changes in this year's tax regulations. Hence, they had estimated their yields at home before cautiously making their way to the open space. Some, apprehensive of discrepancies, stood by with baskets of corn, awaiting their turn to be weighed. The 4 officials exhibited clear divisions of labor. There are individuals who verify names and count the acreage, as well as those who report the types and weights of grains, all recorded meticulously. The first to be weighed is Tao Xiao, with Tao Iran's family in attendance. Tao Xiao possesses 12 acres of land, with a household tax of 2 stones and a land tax of 12 stones, totaling 14 stones. Tao Xiao reports 8 stones of wheat and 6 stones of corn, amounting to 14 stones. Chapter 88, Tax Submission, Part 2. When discussing the tax obligations of Tao Family Village, one must delve into the particulars. Tao Family Village does not cultivate rice. Instead, it is entirely devoted to the production of wheat, corn, potatoes, and soybeans. Thus, the taxes submitted consist solely of wheat and corn. The corn is measured by individual kernels, not by the cob. Tao Jinzhu has 10 acres of land, with a household tax of 10 stones and an additional 2 stones. He reports 7 stones of corn and 5 stones of wheat, totaling 12 stones. Tao Jinshan and Tao Yinhai report 8 stones of corn and 4 stones of wheat, respectively, also summing up to 12 stones. Not only do those verifying and recording the information feel a sense of unease, but even the 2 individuals conducting the weighing harbor their own apprehensions. Tao Family Village, with fewer than 20 households, boasts 200 acres of farmland, yet the taxes submitted consist solely of wheat and corn, with nary a grain of rice in sight. One cannot help but wonder if this year, Tao Family Village has indeed refrained from planting rice. The villagers remain oblivious to the thoughts of these 4 individuals. Had they known, they would surely have given a thumbs up and remarked, "Brother, you have uncovered the truth." Though there are merely 18 households, the quantity of grain weighed is substantial, and this endeavor stretches into the midday hours. The officials, noting the time, are offered a modest meal of simple tea and fare by the elderly host, who graciously invites them to partake. Upon receiving Tao Ji's glance, Tao Xiao immediately lowered his head and addressed the officials present. The 4 of them exchanged glances and clasped their hands in gratitude, acknowledging, "We have troubled the esteemed elder, and we appreciate your efforts." They were not mere passers-by of a single village. It was clear that no village could consist of merely a dozen households with over 70 individuals. The recent grain tally revealed a shared surname, one that the officials undoubtedly recognized. Otherwise, they would not have reiterated their instructions to this small group. Although they claimed to offer simple fare, it was far from the truth. The meal was prepared at the dining hall adjacent to the ancestral hall. The 4 officials and the 4 esteemed elders sat at the same table, adorned with an array of dishes: spicy rabbit meat, chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried cabbage, radish and pork rib soup, oil-braised eggplant, smashed cucumber, 2 plates of peanuts, 2 jars of wine, and a large platter of steamed wheat cakes. The rabbit, pork ribs, and chicken among the ingredients were generously sponsored by Tao Tao, who had been observing the group and noted that they appeared to have been instructed beforehand. Since they had suppressed their curiosity, she naturally would not allow them to partake in mere plain fare, especially considering that there might come a day when assistance would be needed. The 4 individuals gazed at the bountiful spread, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only respond to the elder's remarks, eating and drinking somewhat awkwardly. After the meal, they resumed the grain tally, for there were still several households yet to be counted. Tao Ji had 10 acres of land, with a household tax of 2 stones. Tao Dashan had 12 acres, also with a household tax of 2 stones. Tao Tao took note that when her grandfather's name was called, all 4 officials simultaneously lifted their heads to look at him. One of the officials who had concluded the tally inquired, "Are you Tao Dashan?" Was somewhat bewildered, yet he nodded and replied, "Yes, I am indeed Tao Dashan. May I inquire, esteemed official?" Before Tao Dashan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the official who had spoken earlier. "Is Miss Tao Tao at home? My master has entrusted me with a letter that must be delivered to her personally." "She is indeed at home," Tao Dashan responded, then called out to Tao Tao, who was observing the grain. "Let us first weigh the grain, and we shall discuss matters shortly." Naturally, Tao Tao had overheard their conversation and nodded in acknowledgement. The official continued, "Tao Daming, with 10 acres of land, the household tax amounts to 2 stones. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to weigh all the grain from Tao Family Village. It became quite the predicament for the 4 of them, staring at the remaining large pile of grain. And thus they sought the assistance of the village head, Tao Xiao. The seasoned village elders had long contemplated this scenario. The village had acquired several ox carts over the year, and it posed no trouble to assist the officials with a few trips, so they readily agreed. Chapter 89. An unusual situation, miss. This is what my master has instructed me to bring to you, and it is imperative that I deliver it into your hands personally. The official, who had weighed the grain, respectfully presented 2 letters to Tao Tao, then lowered his head to wait patiently by the side. "Please, esteemed official, take a seat. Jishu, serve tea." Tao Tao could not possibly allow anyone to wait idly, so she accepted the letters and called for Jishu to serve tea. "Thank you, Mississippi." One letter was from the capital, while the other was penned by Kong Chiyun. Tao Tao opened the letter from Kong Qian first, which conveyed that after his travels, he had found that those who planted potatoes had harvested over 3,000 pounds. He mentioned that he had harvested the potatoes and sold them as seed, hoping that no one would go hungry in the future. The letter also stated that the 180,000 pounds of potatoes sent by Tao Tao had been sold at 15 won per pound, and all the money had been converted into silver notes. Upon examining the notes, Tao Tao found 2 notes of 1,000 taels, 1 note of 500 taels, and 2 notes of 100 taels. What more could Magistrate Kong possibly say? Tao Tao inquired after reading the letter. The magistrate requested that I convey to the young lady that she should visit the county office in half a month. A simple acknowledgement of her hard work was included. Ji Shu immediately entered, presenting 2 pouches. This is for you from the young lady. And this is for the young lady's invitation to several officials for tea. Thank you for your efforts. I am grateful to the young lady and to this young woman, he replied, watching them depart. Tao Tao then opened the letter from the capital. It was written by Lu Dongxiao. The letter revealed that the potato harvest had shocked everyone, and they were now being planted as seeds in the outskirts of the capital. Since the harvest, the person had been either roasting or boiling potatoes, spending more than half the month consuming them. The only cooking methods Tao Tao had provided, apart from roasting and boiling, were fried potato slices, with no other culinary techniques mentioned. Lu Dongxiao's main inquiry was whether there were any additional cooking methods for potatoes. Tao Tao sighed, realizing that while there were indeed other cooking methods, she intended to open a restaurant in the future. His gluttonous nature was truly beyond words. Tao Tao pondered whether that esteemed individual would realize there are myriad delectable ways to prepare potatoes, perhaps leading to a daily indulgence in this humble tuber. With a chuckle, she seized her pen and began to inscribe various culinary methods: crispy fried potato strips, fragrant pan-seared potato slices, hearty beef stew with potatoes, chicken braised with potatoes, potato cakes, and creamy mashed potatoes. As she wrote, she shook her head, feeling as though she had traversed into a realm of fictitious imperial authority. The individual above was indeed remarkable, possessing a penchant for gastronomy, yet exhibiting a miserly disposition. It was a mystery how he maintained his position, having spent 2 years here. She had gleaned from those around her that the royal family was primarily focused on culinary delights, lacking any remarkable attributes. Meanwhile, the 4 prominent families seemed to be stirring, with some even brazenly pursuing certain agendas. Yet, that esteemed individual and his sons remained unperturbed, continuing with their affairs as usual, leaving Tao Tao with a sense of unease regarding the peculiar situation. One could hardly believe the royal family was oblivious to such maneuvers. Perhaps they were harboring their own secrets. The more she contemplated, the more she felt enlightened. After 2 years in Taojia village, her interest in the mountains waned, and boredom began to set in. Perhaps a trip to the capital to witness the bustling activity would be in order. Chapter 90. Departure to Ning County. Sign in. She called. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. You have received 5 pounds of brown sugar and 10 pounds of pork belly. What of Tao E and Tao Air? It has been a year. There should be no issues there, as they reside with the former loyalists of the Tao family. My lord, Tao Air has conveyed news that the initial investigation revealed no abnormalities, although the esteemed Lord Hong has yet to arrive in the village. Tao Air has inquired and discovered that he is still under surveillance. Oh, did Madame Hong have any messages? None. Upon learning that Lord Hong has merely sustained an injury and is being monitored, Madame Hong cautioned her family to refrain from leaving the village except for essential purchases. Indeed. Please advise Tao Air and the others to remain vigilant. Certainly. Hulu, we have been here for 2 years, and aside from Tao family village, we have only ventured to Fuyuan County. At last, we have the opportunity to enjoy an outing. Sister, what prompted you to bring them along this time? It is a rare chance to go out. The more, the merrier. Although Tao Tao's invitation stemmed from Kong Qian, she yearned for her elder siblings to experience the world beyond their confines, rather than remain cooped up in one place. Given that the family remains relentless in their pursuit of the escort team, she intends to prepare in advance. She does not concern herself with the elders' plans. Yet she wishes for her siblings to be informed early on, rather than be caught off guard when events unfold. Accompanying Tao Tao on this excursion are her fellow practitioners, Tao Minghai and 3 others, along with several children from the Tao family. Naturally, alongside these children, there are adults as well. The accompanying guardians include the 2 venerable grandmothers, Liang and Lin, both of whom are innate martial arts masters, as well as Tao Dayo from the Tao Yu family and Tao Dayu from the Tao Zhu family. 13 children of various ages, accompanied by 2 elderly ladies and a few others including Jichin, filled 3 horse-drawn carriages. In one carriage, 12-year-old Tao Minghai, 15-year-old Tao Yang, 11-year-old Tao Di, and Tao Xian, along with 10-year-old Tao Su and 7-year-old Tao Sheng, were driven by Tao Dayo. Tao Tao led Jichin and her 3 guards, as well as 13-year-old Tao Liwa, Tao Duor, 12-year-old Tao Yener, and 10-year-old Tao Xinghua in another carriage, with Zhao Yu Kai at the reins. The Liang and Lin families, along with 9-year-old Tao Xiaohong and 7-year-old Tao Xiaoxiao, occupied the 3rd carriage driven by Tao Dayu. Tao Yi concealed himself in the shadows, following closely behind to ensure their safety. Thus, the 3 carriages swayed gently out of Taojia village, heading towards Ning County amidst the watchful eyes of their kin. Master, is there anything you wish to command? Kong Chiyun, calculating the days, noted that the young master would arrive in the county today. He hastily summoned his attendants and stated with a serious demeanor, "You must immediately wait at the entrance of the city. The young lady from the Tao family will arrive today. Upon meeting her, ensure she is settled in the courtyard I previously instructed you to prepare." "Yes, I shall go at once." Upon hearing this, Kung Fu exclaimed, "Ah, the young lady is coming to the city today. The master has given explicit instructions. I must attend to her every need without fail." Observing Kung Fu's hurried departure, Kong Chiyun swiftly attended to his affairs, eager to meet the peculiar young master. At such a tender age, her martial prowess surpassed his own, making it truly challenging. Over the past 6 months, aside from his diligent practice, he had also been subjected to additional training under Tao Yi. Upon the master's arrival today, it is likely that the initial task would be to assess oneself. Alas! Chapter 91. The generous welcome at Ning County. The journey from Taojia village to Ning County is not particularly lengthy. However, as time is not of the essence, the carriage meandered leisurely along the way. After 2.5 hours of gentle swaying, Tao Tao and her companions finally arrived at the gates of Ning County. At the entrance stood 4 officials, seemingly tasked with maintaining order and observing the demeanor of those who passed. Yet, today, an additional figure was present, Kung Fu, who had been dispatched by Kong Chiyun to wait for Tao Tao. Kung Fu had already been stationed at the gate for an hour and a half, and the officials were aware that he awaited the young lady of the Tao family. Ever since the harvest of the potatoes, the title of Miss Tao had become widely recognized, albeit limited to just that name. Little else was known. Kung Fu craned his neck, scanning the incoming carriages and pedestrians. As noon approached and Miss Tao had yet to arrive, it was impossible for him not to feel anxious. "Fuzi, there are 3 carriages ahead. They appear to be traveling together. Could it be that they belong to Miss Tao?" One sharp-eyed official remarked, having spotted the approaching carriages. "Juzi, it seems so. I have seen the carriage of the Tao family's young lady before. Let us observe closely," Kung Fu replied, his excitement palpable. At that moment, Tao Dia drove the carriage to the gate. Before he could utter a word, a voice inquired, "Excuse me, are you from Taojia village? May I ask if you are Miss Tao Tao?" Kung Fu whispered, "Miss Tao Tao?" "Indeed, Miss Tao," the steward Zhao responded politely. "Let us proceed into the city. Accommodations have already been arranged." Upon hearing the voice, Kung Fu exclaimed, "Ah, it's Manager Zhao. It must certainly be Miss Tao." He quickly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and said, "I appreciate your guidance, Brother Fu." Fuzi hurriedly set off, for urgent matters awaited. Wine could be savored at any time. Patience was key. Kung Fu took a seat at the front of the first carriage, directing Tao Dayo. After a quarter of an hour, the carriage came to a halt at the entrance of a courtyard. "We have arrived. This is the place." Upon hearing this, the occupants of the carriage alighted one by one and proceeded into the courtyard. while the carriage entered through a side gate. Miss Tao, are you Kung Fu? Did your master send you to the city gate? Thank you for your assistance. This time, my siblings have also accompanied me. Would it be possible for Fuzi to help us settle in? Rest assured, miss, I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. All right, you may take your leave to rest. We can manage ourselves without too much fuss, Tao Tao said with a gentle smile. Very well. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call on me. Thank you. I appreciate your help, and you too should rest. Yes, I shall take my leave. Dear grandmothers, please take everyone to explore the rooms and settle in. Skin. You and Jishu go to the kitchen, while Jishio and I will head to my quarters. Aside from the 4 little ones who had previously visited Fuyuan County, the others were somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to express their confusion, and ultimately chose to follow the 2 grandmothers, adhering to their instructions. Jishio, how has your practice with the Qianxi Wanhua progressed? Master, you cannot possibly be thinking. Jishio looked at Tao Tao with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Watching Tao Tao nod in silence, Jishio immediately became a bit haughty. Rest assured, I will diligently train Kong Chiyun. Jishio, go and inspect the entire courtyard, and also inquire with Manager Zhao if he wishes to practice with Kong Chiyun. I shall take a moment to rest. Tao Tao remembered that she had yet to check in today. She was looking forward to discovering more delightful locations for check-ins in Ning County. Hulu, check-in successful. Congratulations, host. On checking in at the Jiwei building on North Street of Ning County, acquiring 1 manager, 2 chefs, 1 accountant, and 2 guards. Please proceed to the Jiwei building within the hour to meet Manager Sun Yutian. Hulu, are you sure this isn't cheating? Tao Tao exclaimed, taken aback by the reward. Sister, if you do not reach the Jiwei building within the hour to see Manager Sun, this reward will be forfeited. All right then, I shall go immediately. This concerns my finances. The little money-obsessed Tao was now fully engaged. Manager Zhao, prepare the carriage. Jishio and I will visit the Jiwei building on North Street. If you are unsure, bring Kung Fu along, Tao Tao instructed hastily. Understood, my lord. Chapter 92. This pit is quite deep with Kung Fu leading the way. Zhao Yukai parked the carriage at the entrance of the Jiwei building. Miss, we have arrived at the Jiwei building. Good. Tao Tao stood at the entrance with the 3 others, gazing at the characters of the Jiwei building, and she could almost smell the scent of silver coins. Gentlemen, please come inside. A waiter, with a cloth draped over his shoulder, approached and greeted the 4 standing at the door with a welcoming smile. Excuse me, is Sun Yutian available? Tao Tao inquired with a gentle smile, nodding at the shopkeeper. At that moment, Sun Yutian was perplexed, having just received an urgent letter from the master, stating that the true owner of Jiwei building had arrived and instructed him to hand over the box to the owner. Still in a daze, he heard the shopkeeper announce that someone was inquiring for him. Suddenly recalling the urgency of the letter, he pondered, could it be true? Greetings. May I inquire what brings you to seek me, son? Sun Yutian hastily approached, clasping his hands in greeting. Hello, I am Tao Tao, she replied, echoing the words as instructed by Hulu, while playfully fiddling with the ring on her thumb and gazing at Sun Yutian with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing and seeing her, Sun Yutian realized the truth. Indeed, she was the genuine owner. Not only was she the master, but she was also somewhat diminutive. Nonetheless, encountering the master was surely better than not at all. Miss, shall we proceed to the courtyard? Tao Tao nodded in agreement and followed him into the back courtyard. Kung Fu, appearing bewildered and lost, was met with Zhao Guanshi, who requested the shopkeeper to keep an eye on him before following suit into the courtyard. Yutian pays his respects to the master. Please be at ease. Sun Yutian immediately bowed respectfully. Rise. There is no need for such formalities henceforth. Understood, master. Master. This box was entrusted to me by the previous owner for delivery. Sun Yutian reverently presented the box. Tao Tao accepted the box, fiddled with it for a moment, and with a click, unlocked it. Inside lay several sheets of paper. The establishment known as Jiwei Lu holds a contract, and it appears that the courtyard belongs to Tao Tao. There are also 6 body contracts. Manager Sun, are you acquainted with these individuals? Tao Tao handed the body contracts to Sun Yutian, prompting him to determine if he recognizes these individuals. Very well, go ahead. Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Tao Tao speculated that these individuals were likely from the guard team, which seemed inevitable. Upon closer inspection, she chuckled, realizing that they indeed might all be members of the guard team. In a brief moment, Sun Yutian returned with 5 men, who, like the previous ones, carried themselves with neither arrogance nor servility. The eldest among them appeared to be just over 40. Tao Tao toyed with the ring on her thumb, tilting her head to observe the 5 men. Initially, they seemed oblivious, but when she deliberately revealed the ring, their gazes lit up with surprise, following the movement of the ring with keen interest. I pose a question, and you shall answer. Who among you recognizes this object? She inquired. I recognize it. They replied in unison. Tao Tao noted their astonishment as they exchanged glances, revealing that none of them were familiar with one another. How intriguing. I am Tao Tao of the Tao family. Are you from the Wu Ti or the Yin Shi? We are from Yin Shi, Shadow Guard Team 2, Shadow 5. At your service, mistress. Please grant us your peace. We are from Yin Shi, Shadow Guard Team 1, Shadow 7. At your service, mistress. Please grant us your peace. We are from Wu Ti, Team 1, Zihan. At your service, mistress. Please grant us your peace. We are from Wu Ti, Team 7, Ningyu. At your service, mistress. Please grant us your peace. We are from Wu Ti, Team 5, Handong. At your service, mistress. Please grant us your peace. Tao Tao appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart was tumultuous. She was convinced that her preparations had been thwarted by fate, and that this predicament was quite profound. Master, I believe it would be prudent to have Wei Wu accompany us for protection, suggested Zhao, bowing his head. After a moment of contemplation, Tao Tao agreed, acknowledging the considerable number of people accompanying them this time. Although they were all skilled, one could never be too cautious. She nodded for Wei Wu to follow her, while the others maintained their usual positions. After a few individuals descended, Tao Tao conversed with Sun Yutian regarding the business of Jiwei Tower. She then instructed him to procure the 4 treasures of the study and, with a flourish, pinned 4 exquisite menus before departing leisurely. Sun Yutian gazed at his young master, whose formidable presence belied her age, and marveled at her elegant calligraphy, muttering only 2 words in admiration, a prodigy. In the kitchen, Zihan and Han Dong, upon seeing the menus brought by Sun Yutian and hearing his remarks, immediately retreated into the small kitchen to study the recipes. Chapter 93. Is there a beggar gang here? Lord Kong, have beggars always existed in this county? Tao Tao inquired with curiosity. She had encountered beggars in Wuxia town, young and old, all filthy, but only a handful. Upon wandering around Lingning County after leaving Jiwei Tower, she discovered nearly 20 beggars. It had been over a year since the calamity, so why were there still so many beggars? This puzzled her. Master, beggars are not only present in Lingning County, but also elsewhere, even in the capital, and their numbers are considerable, Kong Qian explained. Why is that? Aside from the royal family and the 4 prominent families of the Jiang Wang and Shuetao clans, there exists a faction of 2 sections. In the realm of Mushi Kingdom, there exists a group known as the Beggars Sect, who have adopted the moniker of a beggars association. It is said that they are led by a mysterious master, accompanied by 4 guardians and 8 esteemed elders. The 2 factions practicing ancient martial arts within the territory of Mushi Kingdom are named the Qingshan Sect and the Xiaoyao Sect. Is there truly a beggars sect? The master of the beggars sect is said to bear the surname Hong. Tao Tao felt a sense of familiarity with the beggars sect and suddenly recalled having seen the master Hong Qi in a television show during her past life. She remarked, "Do you know the master of the beggars sect?" Upon hearing this, Kong Qiyun expressed his astonishment. Observing his reaction, Tao Tao sensed that she had stumbled upon a revelation. Could it be that this master of the beggars sect genuinely bears the surname Hong? Calm down. I merely spoke casually. I have no acquaintance with them, she replied. What do you know about this beggars sect? Kong Qiun shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I am unaware of the number of members in the beggars sect. Only that they are ubiquitous. I have heard that the master of the beggars sect is surnamed Hong, while the 4 guardians are named Wind, Rain, Thunder, and Lightning. The 8 elders are known as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, and ice. If these individuals were to stand before you, you would not be able to distinguish between the elders and the guardians. It is said that the master of the beggars sect achieved the status of martial saint 8 years ago. The lowest rank among the guardians and elders is martial sovereign. Though this information is merely what I heard several years ago, and the specifics remain a mystery to all. The beggars sect is indeed an intriguing group, Tao Tao mused. Her curiosity piqued. What do you know about the Qingshan sect and the Xiaoyao sect? The Qingshan sect practices ancient martial arts, while the Xiaoyao sect primarily focuses on the same, with a few members being cultivators, he explained. Cultivators? The mere mention of these 3 characters sparked Tao Tao's interest. Indeed, the 2nd, 4th, and 5th princes of the royal family are affiliated with the Carefree sect, among whom the 2nd and 5th princes are practitioners of immortality. Having reached the latter stages of Qi refinement 2 years ago, the 4th prince possesses innate martial artist capabilities. The eldest and 3rd princes are at the Green Mountain sect, also at the innate martial artist level. Upon hearing Kang Chiyun's words, a flicker of inscrutable amusement danced in Tao Tao's eyes as she inquired further. Are you aware of the influence wielded by these families and factions? On the surface, I believe their hidden strengths must be considerable. I possess some knowledge. It is said that the royal family has 2 ancestors residing in a forbidden area, though their strength remains unknown. What I do know is that the royal family has a 2nd-tier alchemist, whose strength is acknowledged to be at the martial saint level. A 2nd-tier alchemist? How intriguing. Among the 4 great families, the Tao family is the weakest, yet they are a subordinate family of the Carefree sect. The other 3 families are backed by ancestors, their precise strengths unknown, though they are of comparable might, with the highest being martial saints. Yes, send a message to your master, urging him to thoroughly understand the relationships and strengths among the 4 great families and the 2 sections. Upon hearing the mention of the Tao family, Tao Tao's anger became apparent. Very well, master. My master transmitted a message stating that the potatoes you brought forth have already attracted the attention of the 4 great families, and even some princes are beginning to stir. It has been said that someone has already set off from the capital to investigate you. Kang Chiyun refrained from disclosing the specifics of his master's message, having found it quite absurd at the time. He had also been occupied with how to provide more substance to those who came to inquire. Tao Tao's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table before she finally spoke. I recall never disclosing my name, yet if one earnestly seeks, they will undoubtedly uncover my identity. I am but a humble girl from a rural household. What do I truly understand beyond traversing the mountains and rivers? Kang Chiyun nodded, her expression tinged with concern. My lady, although it was stated that you are a miss of the Tao family, many are aware that the potatoes originated from Taojia village, which may bring you some trouble. You must exercise caution. Understood. However, I harbor no fondness for troubles, yet I do relish in creating them, if approached with kindness. All is well, but should there be ulterior motives, they shall find themselves awaiting the mischief I am inclined to unleash, Tao Tao remarked with a cold smile. My lady, is it true that sweet potatoes can only be cultivated once a year? In some areas, they can be grown twice, provided the timing is meticulously managed. They are not particularly demanding in terms of soil, and the tender leaves can also be sought for consumption. Thank you ever so much, my lady. Were it not for your guidance, Ning County would likely be struggling to secure its grain supply. Tao Tao responded with a smile, dismissing the compliment with a wave of her hand, saying nothing further. Chapter 94. The emergence of new forces in Mushi country. Tao Tao was acutely aware that it was only a matter of time before Taojia village attracted unwelcome attention. However, she had not anticipated that even those who typically remained aloof would take action. At that moment, she contemplated leveraging her connection to her master to establish a mountain gate in a suitable location, but where should it be? Her inclination leaned towards the central valley nestled within the great mountain behind Taojia village, a place where she often practiced her cultivation. Yet, how should she proceed? Sister, I can assist with the gourd, she offered. As Tao Tao pondered, the sound of a gourd resonated in her mind. How to utilize the gourd? Her sister. currently at the golden core stage of cultivation, was indeed capable of establishing a mountain gate. The gourd could assist her sister in arranging formations. The gourd's soft, endearing voice suddenly illuminated Tao Tao's thoughts. Formations? Indeed. Hadn't her esteemed ancestor imparted formation techniques to her? She had been so preoccupied with a languorous existence that she had neglected to study them diligently. Gourd, let us proceed to construct the mountain gate tonight. However, what shall we name it? Tao Tao felt that after 2 years in this realm, not only had she become younger, but her intellect seemed to have diminished as well, causing her great distress. Naming. The gourd contemplated, sister, when establishing a sect, one must take in disciples. Are you planning to teach both ancient martial arts and cultivation? As for teaching ancient martial arts and cultivation, it depends on fate. Character is paramount. As for comprehension, that too is left to chance. I do not place much importance on it. Sister, how about we call it Chingy Tower? Chingy Tower. Gourd. What do you think of the name Phantom Manor? At that moment, Tao Tao narrowed her eyes, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Phantom Manor. Yes. Let that be the name. It evokes a sense of mystery at first mention. It shall be this. The gourd exclaimed in excitement. Agreed. That shall be the name. I will promptly spread the word. Jichin, is there any instruction? Jichin, who had been waiting outside, immediately entered upon hearing her mistress's voice. Please summon my 2 great-grandmothers, and have Taoyi and Zhao, along with Jishu and Jishio, wait outside. I have matters to discuss shortly. Indeed, I shall attend to it immediately. The maid hurriedly made her way to the chambers of the Liang and Lin families to convey Tao Tao's message, and subsequently sought out Steward Zhao. What is the matter? Tao girl? Liang inquired as she entered the room. Please, both of you take a seat. Due to the bountiful harvest of potatoes, Tao village had attracted the attention of those in the capital, and some were already dispatched to investigate. Liang and Lin exchanged glances, as this development had been anticipated. However, they were uncertain of Tao Tao's intentions. I understand that the elders must have their plans and arrangements, yet I refuse to remain idle. The 2 women sensed a sudden air of danger emanating from Tao Tao, which allowed them to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Since the kingdom of Mushi is divided into factions, with the 4 prominent families and the imperial power, I shall stoke the flames further. I intend to present myself under the guise of the Ghostly Manor. Ghostly Manor? What are your plans, Tao girl? I intend to establish a manor in the heart of the mountains behind our village. There lies a valley where cultivation is far superior to that in the central region. The 2 women regarded Tao Tao, whose eyes radiated determination, and after contemplating the matter, they nodded in agreement. Tao girl, shall we inform the family about the construction in the mountains? Lin asked. No need to notify anyone, Grandmother Lin. I shall make a visit this evening. Tao Tao replied with a smile. Seeing Tao Tao's carefree demeanor, Lin was bewildered. How could such a significant undertaking be accomplished with just a single visit? Very well. We shall heed the words of our esteemed master, chuckled Liang and Lin as they exited the room. Jichin, please allow Tao Yi and the others to enter. Greetings, miss. Greetings, master. The revelation that Taojia village has attracted unwanted attention implies that we too shall find ourselves under scrutiny. Tomorrow, you shall subtly disseminate the news that the potatoes from Taojia village originate from Ghost Mountain Manor, for the manor's master has an adopted daughter, the current young master, hailing from our village. Upon hearing Tao Tao's declaration, although the 5 individuals exchanged puzzled glances, they refrained from questioning and awaited their master's subsequent instructions. Ghost Mountain Manor lies nestled within the heart of the great mountain behind Taojia village. This evening, I shall make the necessary arrangements. I trust you will be able to reach out to your fellow group members and share the tidings regarding Ghost Mountain Manor. The implication of our master's words is clear. Before Zhao, the steward, could finish, Tao Tao raised her hand to interject, continuing, remember, only communicate with those in your group. Do not engage with others for the time being. Understood, master. Yes, Mississippi Ghost Mountain Manor, by dawn. I wish for the name to echo in every corner. Not only does the manor cultivate ancient martial arts, but it is also home to practitioners of the mystical arts. The master possesses both martial and ethereal prowess, the extent of which remains unknown. The number of individuals involved is also uncertain. Do you comprehend? As Tao Tao's chilling voice resonated, an imposing aura enveloped her, emanating the formidable pressure of a gold core practitioner, a martial saint. This remarkable operation truly astonished the 5 individuals present in the room, had it not been for their eyelids. One might have expected their eyes to be rolling on the floor. Chapter 95. The opulent ghost manor. Tao Tao stood in the valley, gazing at the 3 small wooden cabins she had previously constructed, feeling somewhat perplexed. Although Hulu had offered assistance, she had not elucidated how to build the manor. "Sister, here you go." A soft and endearing voice resonated in her mind just as she contemplated how to proceed, accompanied by the manifestation of a model of a courtyard. "Hulu?" Tao Tao inquired, puzzled. "Sister, simply follow my instructions." "Understood." "Sister, first, position these 9 exquisite spirit stones according to the 8 trigrams in the ground beneath the valley, ensuring that one is placed in the exact center." Once Hulu finished speaking, Tao Tao immediately activated her Lingwei steps and set to work. "Sister, place the courtyard." I unearthed this from the storage of the cultivation section. It is a divine artifact, perfectly suited for the ghost manor. A divine artifact? Tao Tao was aware of its significance, yet she had been rather lackadaisical, neglecting not only the formation techniques, but also the fundamental knowledge of alchemy and equipment crafting. She resolved to diligently study the cultivation section starting tomorrow, secretly enhancing her skills, for it is said that knowledge is an invaluable asset. "Sister, this 9-story tower is also a divine artifact, containing both ancient martial and cultivation scenes, making it entirely applicable. What are we waiting for? Let us place it in the backyard. Aside from the training ground, this will be the 9-story tower. Sister, we must also plant some medicinal herbs. Absolutely essential. Let's cultivate about 10 acres. Hulu, please remember to assist me in transplanting some spirit plants. In this valley lies a pond, the source of which remains a mystery. It is an ideal spot for cultivating fish. Indeed, a touch of spring water would be delightful. How astute of me, Tao Tao mused proudly. After a span of an hour and a half, the Phantom Manor was firmly established at the very heart of this grand mountain. Beyond the valley itself, Tao Tao carved out several caves of varying sizes within the mountainside, primarily designated for seclusion and meditation, ensuring utmost security. Eventually, Tao Tao and Hulu meticulously arranged the array discs discovered in the storeroom, conducting a thorough inspection of the premises. On a towering stone, 2 meters high and 500 meters from the courtyard, they inscribed the words Phantom Manor using their mystical arts. Each character exuded the formidable aura of a golden core cultivator. Upon activating the concealment array, the Phantom Manor vanished instantaneously, cloaked in secrecy. With a mere shift, a white mist materialized in the previously empty space. Deactivating the concealment array, the manor re-emerged through the mist, ethereal and dreamlike, evoking a sense of otherworldliness, with the only tangible feature being the imposing stone bearing the name of the manor. Tao Tao swiftly approached the boundary where the outer and inner perimeters converged, casting out the array discs. To cultivate an air of mystery around the Phantom Manor, he strategically placed several array discs at this junction. These arrays were primarily designed for entrapment and illusion, while the more lethal configurations were positioned closer to the manor itself. After this flurry of activity, the Phantom Manor was fully equipped with all necessary defenses. Especially, Tao Tao discreetly laid a 100-meter-long spiritual vein beneath the ghost manor, generously sprinkling it with ample amounts of spiritual spring water. It is believed that, with the passage of time, this vein will yield immeasurable spiritual energy. As for the chambers, there is no need to elaborate. In addition to the living quarters, there exists a conference hall, a library, a martial arts arena, a plantation, an alchemy room, a forging chamber, a formation hall, and a 9-story tower for cultivation assistance. The plantation is home to not only medicinal plants, but also spiritual crops, including spiritual rice, vegetables, and fruits, all nourished with diluted spiritual spring water, and naturally, they are protected by formation arrays. Outside the ghost manor, Tao Tao has felled quite a few trees and planted some grains and vegetables. After being cleansed by Tao Tao's with spiritual energy, these grains, vegetables, and the fruits of the forest have already yielded a harvest, and the newly sown ones are now sprouting. Tao Tao has taken some grains, vegetables, and fruits from the spatial farming and husbandry module and stored them in the newly excavated cave, serving as the manor's warehouse. After this flurry of activity, dawn was approaching, prompting Tao Tao to hastily fly towards Ning County. Before sleeping, she mumbled, "I am still just a 7-year-old baby. Insufficient sleep will hinder my growth." This scene was witnessed by her elder sister, Tao Lihua, who couldn't help but stifle her laughter. Inside, Tao Tao was lost in deep slumber, while outside, expressions of shock, disbelief, and confusion were evident. The Yin Qiying group and the Wei group, along with groups 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7 from Mutate, have now all made contact with Tao Tao. She did not inquire about the number of people involved. She gleaned insights from the relationship between Ludong Xiao and Kang Qiyun. Although each group consists of 9 members, there are no restrictions against taking on disciples and nurturing successors. As time progresses, some individuals age and can no longer live in solitude. Thus, she decided not to inquire further. It hardly mattered how many there were. Tao Tao was not the type to act without calculation. She intended to observe the beggar children, as they were not exclusively from the beggar's sect. In due course, she would select a few to cultivate. Indeed, cultivate. This would allow her to become a landlady at the Ghost Manor, tending to fields and flowers, living a leisurely life. Tao E and the others had disseminated the news the previous night. 8 entire groups were dispatched to various locations, aside from those too distant to have received word. The rest had spread both true and false tidings about the Ghost Manor according to Tao Tao's plan. This information landed like a bomb in a tranquil river, leaving people bewildered and unable to discern the truth. By the time Tao Tao awoke, it was already dinner time. "Miss Jichin, you are awake. You must be hungry. Allow me to bring you your meal." "Let Jishu come and tell me about the current situation outside," Tao Tao replied lazily. "Yes, Mississippi. The rumors about the Ghost Manor have grown even more fantastical," Jichin said, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Oh, pray do tell," Tao Tao said, intrigued. "Following your instructions." We subtly revealed the connection between the Ghost Manor and Tao family village while mentioning a few details about the Ghost Manor itself. In less than an hour, the rumor spread that the master of the mountain villa was a formidable figure capable of summoning clouds and summoning rain with a mere gesture. Some even claimed to have seen him. Jichin, did someone truly say they had witnessed this person? Indeed, it's quite amusing. Moreover, Miss, some assert that the young master is a strikingly handsome youth with a kind heart, who has even saved others. Tao Tao had just lifted a cup of water to her lips, and before she could swallow, she burst out laughing at this statement. "Ha ha ha, this person is genuinely entertaining. My goodness, this is incredible. I initially wondered if it was too exaggerated, but I never anticipated. This is too funny. Miss, I suspect this news has already reached the capital." "Oh, so soon?" "It's not particularly quick, considering our people are dispersed. Miss, let us eat first. You have been hungry all day." Jichin assisted Jishu in arranging the meal, then smiled gently. "Yes, let's eat. Have you all had your meals? If not, hurry and eat. Dining at this hour is of utmost importance." Indeed, inside the room, Tao Tao happily enjoyed her meal, while some in the capital found their appetites waning. Especially the Tao family, who had dispatched someone to Tao village just days prior, were now confronted with this distressing news. The Ghost Mountain Villa? As for the royal family and others, their reactions were not as pronounced as that of the Tao family. They felt fortunate that they had only sent someone to investigate rather than engage in conflict. Some even contemplated whether to send a few of their charming and talented young ladies from their family, hoping that perhaps the young master might take a liking to one of them. All appeared tranquil on the surface, yet beneath lay an undercurrent of intrigue. After dinner, Zhao and his companions, including Tao, Iji, and Qin, animatedly recounted the fantastical tales surrounding the fabled Ghost Manor. Whispers suggested that the manor was equipped with intricate machinery, and that some from the elder generation had encountered its mysteries. There were rumors that the manor had been reclusive for centuries, and its sudden emergence might indicate an unwelcome disturbance. Others claimed that the manor had materialized to assist them in their troubles, with the potato serving as the most compelling evidence. Furthermore, tales circulated that the young master of the manor had departed in search of disciples. Some asserted that the manor was home to numerous immortals, recounting how the elders had once witnessed these celestial beings soaring through the skies. Additionally, it was said that the inhabitants of the manor possessed extraordinary skills, capable of vanishing without a trace and striking without warning. After a brief silence, Cao Cao instructed them to retire for the night and made her way to the chambers of her two great-grandmothers. "Greetings, my dear great-grandmothers. I see you are here," Cao Cao chirped, her voice preceding her entrance. "Oh, is our charming young master the young lord of the manor?" they teased, their eyes twinkling with mischief at the sight of the buoyant Cao Cao. "Great-grandmothers, even you are joining in the jest?" She feigned astonishment. "You mischievous little sprite, come. Sit and share with us." Cao Cao spoke with utmost seriousness, then joyfully hopped out, leaving two bewildered elderly ladies in the room, uncertain whether to sleep or simply to rest. Chapter 97. The master is quite extravagant, master. May I inquire if I can join the ghost manor? Kong Chiyun asked cautiously. What prompted this thought? Cao Cao inquired, glancing at Kong Chiyun. Both Wu Ti and Yun Shi are part of the ghost manor. Do you harbor any other intentions? Kong Chiyun, with a bright smile, replied, I have no other thoughts. As long as I am a member of the ghost manor, I am content. I have gathered you all today to present you with this, Cao Cao declared, waving her petite hand. Instantly, 7 storage bags and 7 ebony fox masks materialized on the table. Each storage bag possessed a capacity of 5 cubic meters. The fox masks were crafted by Cao Cao in recent days, enhanced by the power of her spatial abilities. Indeed, with her chaotic physique and chaotic spiritual root, Cao Cao had achieved the status of a mid-level master craftsman, thanks to the fortifications of her space. The ranks of craftsmen include ordinary, master, grandmaster, celestial, and divine, with each tier further divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Crafting also has its own hierarchy: treasures, magical tools, spiritual artifacts, celestial artifacts, divine artifacts, and super divine artifacts. The 7 ebony fox masks presented this time were classified as magical tools. As the storage bags and masks appeared on the table, each pair of eyes glimmered with excitement. With a grin, Cao Cao rested her chin on her hand and said, I have only recently begun my journey in crafting and can only produce magical tools for now. You may wear these for the time being, and I shall forge celestial artifacts for you in the future. Magical tools? Is it satisfactory? Just for fun? And there are celestial artifacts? Lord Kong Chiyun exclaimed, his surprise evident. Tao glanced at the others, inquiring with his eyes, Is the master still a weaponsmith? Jiqin replied, I am uncertain. Manager Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is the master a dual practitioner of both celestial and martial arts? Ji Shu and Ji Xiu remarked. The young lady truly lives up to her reputation. Wei Wu observed the exchange of glances among the group, pondering, so I am not the only one in the dark. Hurry, do we no longer desire the storage bags? How could we possibly refuse? They all promptly stepped forward to claim the storage bags, proceeding to acknowledge their ownership with a drop of blood and began their experiments. Please keep the masks concealed and remember to wear them when presenting as the ghostly manor. As for the garments, it will be a task for Ji Xiu to arrange for their creation, ensuring that the sleeves, collars, and hems are adorned with this particular flower. Understood. Master, this flower, the higanbana, the crimson lycoris radiata, the delicate allure of a demon, the sole beauty along the path to the underworld. Cao Cao spoke softly. The robes crafted from white satin, complemented by this blood-red higanbana, what are your thoughts? After a moment's contemplation, the others found it acceptable and expressed their agreement. Very well, master. Ji Qin, you and Ji Shu and Ji Xiu should hasten to create several sets of robes, 2 for each person. Before our departure the day after tomorrow, ensure the robes for Kong Chiyun and those from Jiwei Tower are completed. Yes, young lady. As Wei Wu and the others departed, only Kong Qiyun, Manager Zhao, and Tao remained in the room. Indeed, master. Off you go. Remember, better to be lacking than to be excessive. Tao reiterated her desire for no morally deficient individuals at the Ghost Manor. Kong Qiyun closely monitored unfamiliar visitors to Ning County, especially those inquiring about the Ghost Manor or Tao family village, as well as those seeking potatoes. Understood. Has your master sent any word? None, or it may still be en route. After all, news of the Ghost Manor's emergence must have reached the capital. Kong Qiyun was correct. Indeed, Lu Dongxiao had received correspondence, but he noticed someone was covertly observing him. He remained still for a long time until one day he seized the opportunity to discreetly pass the letter to his hidden guardian, instructing them to ensure it reached Kong Qiyun personally. This was why the letter took so long to arrive. Zhao, regarding the sweet potato matter. You should negotiate with Kong Qiyun in your capacity as the manor's steward. Yes, my lord. Tao waved her hand, dismissing the two. Then sought out Zhixiu and the others. She was preoccupied with the Ning County magistrate's signature and found Kong Qiyun still present, so she decided to pay a visit. Zhiqin remarked, the Ghost Manor's garments are all made of brocade. Zhixiu added, it seems Our Lady is not short of silver. Zhishu chimed in, I shall cling tightly to my lady's golden leg. Tao glanced at the 50,000 taels in her embrace. Musing to herself, the master can produce 50,000 taels without batting an eye. Indeed, the master is worthy of the title. Kong Qiyun exclaimed, I now possess a storage bag and a magical artifact as well. Ha. Zhao, observing the somewhat deranged Kong Qiyun, cast a disdainful glance before turning to tinker with his storage bag. Chapter 98. The Visit of Gang Leader Hong Qi. My lord, the leader of the beggars sect, Hong Qi. Requests an audience outside, Wei Wu announced somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing the words, Tao was momentarily taken aback, intrigued by the reason why the beggar gang leader, Hong Qi, sought an audience with her. Raising her gaze to the somewhat awkward Wei Wu, she felt a flicker of realization. Was it just him? No. There were two men and a woman as well. They all expressed a desire to meet with me. Tao tilted her head, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Indeed. Please come in. Rubbing her head, she spoke wearily, sensing that it might be difficult to leave now. Master, greetings to you, gang leader Hong, and to all esteemed elders. Adhering to the principle of being a simple country girl unfamiliar with etiquette, Tao rose and clasped her hands in greeting. Greetings, Mississippi. Hong Qi and the three individuals behind him simultaneously bowed and returned the greeting. Tao narrowed her eyes. Esteemed guests, please. Miss, please. Zhiqin. Summon Zhishu to prepare tea. Yes. Hidden in the shadows, Zhiqin immediately responded, after which the air seemed to lose a breath. No one spoke in the study, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward until Zhishu entered to serve tea, breaking the tension. Gang leader Hong, esteemed elders, please enjoy the tea. Tao held the teacup, sipping the herbal infusion she had prepared, discreetly observing the four individuals. Thud. After placing her teacup down, the four of them rose and knelt on the ground. Yun Qiang of the Shadow Guard, Wei Team 7, pays respect to the master. Please be at ease. Xiao from the Black Hoof Team, pays respect to the master. Please be at ease. Bu from the Black Hoof Team 7, pays respect to the master. Please be at ease. Yoshin from the Black Hoof Team 3, pays respect to the master. Please be at ease. One by one, the four individuals addressed Tao with their formal salutations. The already speculated Tao felt a pulsating throb at her temples, motioning for the four individuals to take their seats. After a brief pause, she began to speak. Now that you have encountered me, I shall not inquire how you came to know of my existence, nor shall you divulge it. As you can observe, I am merely a 7-year-old girl from a mountain village, and you remain as you were before. Master, Wei Qi implored, I wish to accompany you, whether in the mountains or in the countryside. As the leader of the beggars sect, Hong Qi had firmly resolved to follow Tao, regardless of their destination. The other three were aware of their leader's intentions and refrained from requesting to stay by his side, having previously agreed to defer to their master's arrangements. "We shall obey your command," they affirmed. "Honggang Master, I trust you are familiar with the Ghost Mountain Manor. I propose you descend to the manor and assume the role of steward. However, do not forsake the Beggars sect, for it is a vast intelligence network," Tao Tao remarked, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, a smile gracing her lips. "At your command, there is no room for hesitation," Hong Qi replied decisively. "I, Hong Qi, shall now become the steward of Ghost Mountain Manor. The affairs of the Beggars sect can be entrusted to Zi Xiao and the others, for they are also elders of the sect and will manage it adeptly." With these words, Hong Qi joyfully handed over the responsibilities of the Beggars sect to the other three. Zi Xiao and his companions had long anticipated this outcome. Upon sensing their master's silence, they promptly rose and clasped their hands in respect, declaring, "We will follow your arrangements." "Indeed, Master," they echoed in unison. With a mindset inclined towards exertion, Tao Tao initiated her first endeavor. Hong Qi expressed his gratitude to her, then inquired, "By you, are you skilled in embroidery?" Tao Tao gazed at the only woman among the four. Her attire today was markedly different from her usual garb, leaving Tao Tao perplexed as to how such a radiant beauty had come to join the Beggars sect. The more she pondered, the greater her curiosity grew. Yet she understood that this was not the opportune moment to inquire, hence her subtle question. "Jiqin, please accompany Bu to find Jixio." "Yes, Mississippi. You all should also attend to your tasks. Remember, the manor requires everyone's assistance. Each of you should make your own arrangements. We shall depart tomorrow at noon." "Yes, Master." Chapter 99. Fusion and Inheritance. Tao Tao set aside the compendium of alchemy and entered the study, delving into the hierarchy of alchemists and elixirs. It was through this exploration that she realized she had been sitting on a treasure trove, squandering far too much time. Now, with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, she observed the tomes related to alchemy in the study, shedding any remnants of lethargy. The ranks of alchemists are as follows: apprentice, 1st to 9th rank alchemist, and above 9th rank, the divine alchemist. Due to their ability to concoct an array of miraculous elixirs, alchemists hold an exceedingly prestigious status, wielding immense influence for everyone, regardless of their standing, yearns to befriend an alchemist. Securing a favor from an alchemist is indeed a coveted boon. However, the prerequisites for becoming an alchemist are exceedingly stringent. Most cultivators possess only one type of spiritual root, while an alchemist must possess two, including a fire root, which must be infused with a trace of wood's spiritual energy to serve as a catalyst. Moreover, possessing formidable mental acuity is essential. The conditions necessary for alchemy include materials, a flame source, and mental fortitude. The materials consist of various rare treasures from heaven and earth. The ignition source may be spiritual flames or beastly fire. Ideally, the extraordinary flame known as the supreme fire. The elixirs crafted by alchemists are categorized by rank, divided into 10 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the imperial grade the highest. Elixirs of the 4th grade and above exude a fragrant aroma and are accompanied by energetic fluctuations. The 5th grade elixirs possess potent effects, generating ripples of energy during their creation. 6th grade elixirs can provoke alterations in the natural world. The lower and mid-tier 7th grade elixirs may evoke celestial phenomena, while the higher grades summon alchemical thunder, evading the alchemist, and may even exhibit variations in color. 8th grade elixirs possess a semblance of sentience, with quality ranging from 2-colored thunder to 9-colored thunder. 9th grade elixirs exhibit intelligence comparable to that of humans, capable of assuming both human and beast forms. While crafting a 9th grade precious elixir, one may encounter black demonic thunder, and while producing a 9th grade golden elixir, one may face the 9 profound golden thunder. 9th grade elixirs are further divided into 3 tiers: precious elixirs, profound elixirs, and golden elixirs. Above the 9th grade golden elixir lies the legendary imperial elixir. It was not until nightfall that Tao Tao emerged from her space. After dining, she lay down in bed, but rather than sleeping, she was examining the rewards bestowed by the system over the past few days. The ghostly manor had officially settled deep within the mountains, and upon signing in, Cao Cao obtained the ghostly sword technique, the Qingming sword, and the martial legacy of the ancestor Qingming. After mastering the art of weapon forging, she signed in to receive treasures such as the Millennium Warm Jade 2, the Xianhai Ice Soul 1, the Thunderfire Gu Steel 2, the Lingxiao Nether Sand 3, the Tsang Lei Silk 2, the Blood Sea Buddha Sulfur 1, the Biluo Secret Milk 3, the Drunken Dream Sacred Pearl 2, the Tianfeng True Stone 2, the Guiyuan Xian Crystal 1, the Frost Dragon Tears 2, and the extraordinary fire known as the Earth Core Blue Lotus Fire. The Earth Core Blue Lotus Fire is the flame found within the molten lava of the Earth's core, born from the depths of the Earth. Having undergone countless trials of the Earth's fire, merging, compressing, and sculpting, it took 10 years to attain spirit, 100 years to take shape, and a millennium to blossom into a lotus. When fully formed, it manifested in a verdant hue, with a cluster of flames emerging from its core, known as the heart fire of the azure lotus. On the day Cao Cao was able to forge magical artifacts, she also obtained the primordial crystal of return, the ice essence of the mysterious sea, and the green ghostly poison fire. The ghostly poison fire is a flame that exists within the poisonous marshes of the netherworld. After being tainted by the venomous miasma for millennia, the flame consumed the toxic atmosphere, achieving spirit in a century, form in a millennium, and upon reaching maturity, it resembled a cluster of green ghostly flames weaving through the noxious haze. Upon witnessing these rewards, Cao Cao wasted no time. She directly exchanged them for additional inventory slots to store them. With the emergence of the ghostly manor, as its master, she could not afford to be weak. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved the martial legacy of the ancestor Qingming, ready to integrate it. The gourd had informed her that aside from some pain during the process, there was little danger in the fusion. Sister, should I integrate the martial legacy of ancestor Qingming? Cao Cao resolutely affirmed the fusion. In an instant, a tremendous aura enveloped her, entering her body and merging piece by piece. The excruciating pain radiating through her limbs made Cao Cao want to curse the gourd. Yet she felt powerless. After the agony subsided, she was bathed in the vibrant with spirit energy, sitting upright as if reborn, examining herself. At that moment, her mind was enriched with numerous insights. Cao Cao swiftly entered her space, sitting cross-legged in the stream, allowing the water to cleanse her of impurities. Upon clarifying the information in her mind, Cao Cao realized that the revered figure, the ancestor Qingming, whom many regarded as a demon, indeed practiced righteous techniques. It was only before his demise that the ancestor managed to channel and suppress the malevolent energy into a circular jade pendant, which he referred to as the blood jade, confining it to the site of his fall. After assimilating the inheritance, Cao Cao advanced directly from martial saint to martial sect, fearing that she might be overwhelmed. The gourd assisted her by suppressing part of the ancestor Qingming's martial legacy, with plans to gradually unravel it later. Congratulations, sister, on your successful fusion. The suppressed inheritance will gradually be unveiled as your cultivation level rises. Thank you, gourd. I will begin my training now. Please keep an eye on the outside for me. Rest assured, sister, gourd will keep watch. Chapter 100. The Tao family village's first encounter with the ghostly manor. Yesterday, Cao Cao had devoted herself to studying alchemy, pondering whether today's sign-in would bring any surprises. The nine-dragon thunderfire, shimmering silver. As the flames surged, 9 silver fire dragons could be faintly discerned, weaving through the blaze. With the awe-inspiring might of dragons, the silver flames blazed with a formidable presence as the slender fire dragons darted about, exuding an air of sentience. A subtle draconic aura emanated from them, instilling a sense of oppression. Gazing at the sign-in rewards, Cao Cao felt a sense of affirmation. At noon, Jiqin and the others had delivered the unique robes of the ghostly manor to Jiwei Tower and to Zixiao, Kangqi, and Yun. Cao Cao, on the other hand, presented each of the remaining individuals, except for Kangqi, with a 5-cubic space storage pouch and a dark fox mask. Accompanying Cao Cao this time, aside from Wei Wu, were the esteemed chef Han from Jiwei Tower and Hong Chi, the leader of the beggars' sect. Early in the morning, Tao had already departed with 50,000 taels in silver for his errands, entrusting the task of managing the carriage to Zihan, while Wei Wu and Hong Chi discreetly provided protection. As for the individuals chosen by Hong Chi, he informed Tao that they would make their way to the mountain, after which he would guide them up. Upon their return, they found an increase of 2 carriages, laden with silk, thread, and various provisions. In Tao family village. Tao Dashan exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you saying?" The Liang and Lin families, seasoned in their ways, had long conspired to keep Tao's arrangements under wraps, merely stating that she was the young master of the ghostly manor, which lay deep within the mountain behind the village. Beyond that, they knew nothing. The 4 venerable elders of the Tao family convened with their sons and daughters-in-law. Seated at the head of the table were Tao Xiao, Tao Zhu, Tao Yu, and Tao Ji. On the left side sat Tao Yishuan and Liang Mei, along with Tao Yifei and Lin Lan. To the right were Tao Iran and Shui Yu, alongside Tao Yang and Ding Yan. Liang Mei, please elaborate further on that ghostly manner with Lin Lan, Tao Xiao prompted. On the very day they arrived in Ning County, a shadowy guard had taken to accompanying Tao Ya. Shortly thereafter, rumors began to circulate in Ning County regarding the ghostly manor, claiming that the young master of the manor was indeed from Tao family village, and that the potatoes also originated from the same manor. Tao Xiao, after absorbing this information, shifted his gaze toward Lin Lan. Just as my sister-in-law has mentioned, the place we are staying was arranged by the county magistrate, who visits every other day. The specifics of his business remain unknown to us, as Tao Yu has not disclosed anything, Lin Lan added. Several elderly gentlemen were deep in thought, contemplating the impending visit of the county magistrate, who appeared to have little leisure time unless compelled by pressing matters or intriguing affairs. Brother Heir, could it be that the potatoes have stirred some actions among certain individuals? Pondered the third brother, Tao Zhu. Do you think that family has caught wind of it and sent someone to our village? Inquired the 5th brother, Tao Ji. 5th brother, have a bit more confidence. Eliminate the phrase not likely. That family is undoubtedly aware of it. The emergence of the Ghost Mountain Manor is likely intended as a deterrent, remarked the 4th brother, Tao Yu. With clarity. If Tao were present, she would surely comment, "You are indeed perceptive." Upon hearing this, Tao Xiao nodded in agreement, stating, "It is probable that those individuals are all informed or have already taken action. The news of the Ghost Mountain Manor arrived too abruptly. It is likely both a deterrent and a means of protection. Quickly, tell us how the outside world is portraying the Ghost Mountain Manor," urged Tao Iran, ever the one eager for spectacle. Lin Lan chuckled softly before responding. The rumors suggest that the young master of the Ghost Mountain Manor is not only a remarkably handsome youth, but has also lent assistance to them. Some even claim that the village's elders once witnessed celestial beings soaring above the mountains. There are tales of intricate mechanisms, cultivation techniques, 9th-grade alchemists, and divine-level craftsmen within the manor. Furthermore, there are whispers of mysterious appearances. Most notably, they speak of accepting disciples and emerging to aid the common folk. Some even contemplate sending their daughters to the Ghost Mountain Manor, willing to serve as maids for the young master. Tao Iran murmured in disbelief. Is it truly so extraordinary? Tao Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief, while Tao Yishuan remained remarkably composed, merely uttering, "Why be a maidservant? Why not aspire to be the lady of the house?" At this, Tao Zhu and Tao Ji, who had just lifted their teacups, promptly sputtered their drinks. Tao Xiao, Tao Yu, others. Chapter 101. Copying Books, Part 1. Night enveloped the surroundings in profound tranquility. Tao, accompanied by 3 maidservants and steward Zhao, made her way towards the great mountain behind the village. With the assistance of Kong Chiyun, this expansive mountain, spanning over 2,000 acres, had been firmly secured under her dominion. It was here that she discerned the mountain's true name, Ling Mountain. On Ling Mountain stood a spectral manor, a fact that was indisputable. In the study of the spectral manor, the steward inquired, "Having met the master, we have arrived today with the first batch, 13 individuals. Would the master care to meet them?" Steward Hong, with a hint of jest, remarked, given the extraordinary rumors surrounding the young master. Do you believe it is appropriate for me to meet them now? Tao Tao teased. Not suitable at all, not in the slightest. Master, shall we consider bestowing them with new names? Pray tell about these 13 individuals. Indeed, Master, Steward Hong replied, his smile fading as he adopted a serious demeanor. There are 7 men and 6 women, among whom 2 are older women. These 2 possess commendable culinary skills. One, known as Old Lady Li, specializes in southern cuisine and pastries, while the other, Old Lady Wang, excels in northern dishes. As Steward Hong finished his explanation, Tao Tao blinked at him, exclaiming, Hong Chi, your luck is truly unparalleled. This steward position is undeniably yours. Continuing, he added, of the 7 men, only 1 was trained by me. The other 6 were instructed by Zixiao and his companions. They are respectively named Wuqiao, Wui, Wuqing, Wuming, Wuxi, WJ, and WGing, all of whom possess the innate mastery of martial arts. Hong Chi, do you happen to have Wuyu, Wuyuan, Wuyu, and Wuhui there? Tao Tao casually remarked after hearing this. As soon as her words fell, Hong Chi was taken aback and exclaimed, Master, how did you know? Tao Tao held her breath, uncertain whether to laugh, and merely cast him an enigmatic glance, softly responding, Do not inquire. If you must, just say I too am unaware. Ji Qin and the others understood that their young mistress had likely spoken offhandedly, yet to their astonishment, there was indeed truth to her words. They lowered their heads, stifling their laughter. Observing their struggle, Tao Tao suddenly grinned and said, Sister Ji Qin, do not hold back. If you wish to laugh, let it out. In truth, I too wish to laugh. I cannot contain myself. Ha ha, oh dear. My stomach aches. You all have me in stitches. Please, steady yourselves and assist the young mistress. Do not let your laughter overwhelm you. Manager Zhao chuckled as well, leaving Hong Chi and Wei Wu bewildered, unsure why their master and the others found such amusement. Moments later, Tao Tao spoke again. Hong Chi, you are the steward. Please make the necessary arrangements and inform me once it is done. You all should also familiarize yourselves with our manor and the other inhabitants here. Yes, young mistress. Very well, master. You may depart now. Tao Tao's consciousness wandered in search of tomes within the library of the Yaoquan space. She preferred not to delve too deeply into an abundance of literary references. The foundational texts on cultivation could simply be transcribed a few times. As for the others, a couple of copies would suffice, allowing her to write in her own space. A volume on mundane farming, animal husbandry, military strategy, and historical records was also included. Upon further inspection, titles such as Basic Embroidery, Introduction to Embroidery, Collection of Embroidery Techniques, and Comprehensive Guide to Embroidery appeared in her study. Turning to the section on cultivation, she discovered body refinement techniques, cleansing scripture, fundamentals of immortal cultivation, Heavenly Net Fist, 7-Star Fist, and Vidra Fist had also made their presence known. Accompanying these were Celestial Palm, 9 Palace Capturing Techniques, 5 Steps Fist, Bagua Palm, and Misty Steps. Observing the array of books, Tao Tao smiled and nodded, feeling that the coming days would be filled with tasks, chuckling softly to herself. Chapter 102, Copying Texts, Part 2. Everyone, come in quickly. There are matters to attend to. My lord, let me tell you. As soon as he entered, Hong Chi began to exclaim. Tao Tao interrupted him, pointing to the pile of books with a serious expression. Stop. First, examine these. Each book must be transcribed and bound into volumes, then placed in the library of the manor. The 13 individuals should all be literate. Gather them all and have them transcribe in the 2 adjacent rooms to the study. Act swiftly. At that moment, those who had just entered noticed the additional collection of books in the study, although neatly arranged. It was evident that there were quite a number of them. Hong Chi initially believed that his entrance into the study was improper, so he repeatedly closed and then opened his eyes. Upon realizing the presence of a substantial collection of books, he hurriedly exited to summon assistance. A total of 48 books were meticulously arranged in a neat pile. Several individuals had transported tables from other rooms, and one person picked up a book, diligently commencing to write. When Hongqi entered with his companions, he observed that everyone was engrossed in their writing within the study, while the master had mysteriously vanished. Under Hongqi's direction, he led 4 men to the room where Zihan was transcribing texts, while the remaining 3 were escorted by Steward Zhao and Wei Wu to the opposite side of the study. The others remained outside the study, engaged in transcription. Cao Cao was inside, perusing a book, occasionally using her spiritual awareness to observe those copying texts. Before leading the books outside, Ji Qin informed everyone, "The master has instructed that regardless of the content, silence must be maintained during transcription." With this admonition, as 20 individuals transcribed, their astonishment at the content rendered them speechless, and they could only marvel inwardly at their master's formidable abilities. Cao Cao paid no heed to their unexpressed astonishment, choosing instead to focus on her reading in the space. Under the guidance of the gourd, she familiarized herself with spiritual plants and their uses. Over the course of 3 days, time within the space advanced by 6 months, and Cao Cao had ascended from being a mere herbal servant to the rank of a second-tier alchemist. Upon her recent entry into the alchemist realm, she had signed in to acquire formulas for 3rd-tier elixirs, a phoenix-patterned furnace, and various medicinal materials. Today marked her official advancement to the 2nd-tier alchemist, and Cao Cao eagerly emerged from the space to sign in. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully signing in. You have acquired the Black Gold Dragon Furnace, 5 Blood Essence Herbs, 5 Azure Flame Herbs, 10 Fire Spirit Fruits, 4 Bone Cleansing Flowers, and 6 Purple Leaf Orchids. In the span of 3 days, among 20 individuals, 8 have completed a tome and continued their diligent transcriptions. Mother, how is everything at home? All is well. Please be cautious in the mountains. There are many large beasts in the area. Mother, who do you think your daughter is? For every creature that appears, I shall slay as many, and we shall feast on meat in our village. Cao Cao reveled in her mother's concern, raising her hand with bravado. Oh dear, it seems that in these 3 days, you intend to treat everyone to a feast. You have truly grown capable. Grandmother, I must ascend the mountain shortly, yet I feel a tinge of unease. So I came down to check. What is there to worry about? If anything were to happen, we would certainly send someone to find you. Focus on your tasks. But remember to eat. Do not let yourself grow thin. Though Tao Li knew not the specifics of her granddaughter's endeavors, she was certain they were of great significance. With the presence of the Phantom Mountain Manor, there must be numerous matters at hand. Since her granddaughter chose to remain silent, she too refrained from inquiry. Grandmother, what shall we have for dinner? I will head back up after the meal. How about white dumplings? Sounds good. I will assist you in making them. With a beaming smile, Cao Cao followed her grandmother into the kitchen, accompanied by her mother, Su. Upon her return to the study of the manor, Cao Cao found it still tranquil, with the sound of diligent transcription filling the air, and 2 completed tomes resting upon the table. Chapter 103. The 5 Elements Star Technique. Sister, you haven't checked in today. The update is imminent. As Cao Cao, who was becoming acquainted with spiritual plants, suddenly heard the soft and adorable voice of the gourd, she recalled that she had been engrossed in transcribing spells and sword techniques, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Fortunately, the gourd was there to remind her. There's only a quarter of an hour left until the update. I must check in at the back courtyard, she murmured while brushing her hair back. Standing before the 9-tiered trial tower, Cao Cao squinted and declared, "Check in." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. You have received the 5 Elements Star Technique in the 9th level fire spell, Meteoric Fire Rain, as well as the advanced wood spell, Song of Life, and Vine Entanglement. Gourd, the rewards are indeed bountiful. Am I allowed to cultivate the 5 Elements Star Technique? Cao Cao, a laid-back individual, felt a twinge of excitement at the sight of her rewards. Sister, the rewards from the system check-in are all available for you. They pose no harm whatsoever. Upon hearing the gourd's assured tone, Cao Cao immediately settled cross-legged on the ground and silently chanted, "Learn the 5 Elements Star Technique." In an instant, she found herself enveloped in the essence of the 5 elements, stars shimmering above her head. Surrounded by starlight, she awakened the slumbering Mother Earth, who stirred, blinked her eyes, and glanced at Tao Tao, who was drawing the starlight into her body, before returning to her peaceful slumber with a satisfied smile. In the pitch-black night, a sudden brilliance of starlight emerged, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The secluded ancestors of the capital and the Qingshan and Xiaoyao sects also sensed this disturbance. Some ancient beings felt the tremors of the earth, and upon further contemplation, they were drenched in cold sweat. What manner of creature is this, awakening the mother of earth, who shows no sign of reproach? This cannot stand. One must seek the source of this extraordinary phenomenon. Surely, it must be the work of a genius. Many share this thought, resolute in their intentions. The ancient beings and cunning foxes yet to emerge from their seclusion once again retreat into meditation. Unbeknownst to Tao Tao, who has unwittingly caused such a commotion, she feels as though she is enveloped in an endless ocean of stars. The celestial bodies dance around her like butterflies, occasionally kissing her cheeks and playfully resting upon her nose, reminiscent of long-lost kin. Equally astonished are the inhabitants of the ghostly manor. Upon realizing that it is their young mistress who has instigated this occurrence, Jiqin quickly instructs Hong Qi to position the 13 individuals around the estate. Steward Zhao takes it upon himself to stand guard at the passage between the front and back courtyards, exuding an air of impenetrability. Wei Wu and Zihan stand at a distance from the 9-tier trial tower in the rear courtyard, arms crossed, emanating a chilling aura that warns others to keep their distance. Jiqin, Jishu, Jixio, and Hongqi surround the starry chrysalis, determined to protect their extraordinary mistress. In that moment, the expanse of starlight in the sky dissipates, leaving only the glowing chrysalis. After the passage of 2 hours, the chrysalis stirs, and with a crackling sound, it splits open. A figure emerges, stretching languidly, eyes half closed, as if just roused from slumber. To the onlookers, Tao Tao's casual gesture carries an exquisite rhythm, embodying the essence of martial artistry and the path of enlightenment. The 7 individuals did not immediately comprehend the essence of the Tao rhythm. Instead, they gazed intently at their master, who still bore traces of starlight, fearful that she might be unwell. Tao Tao understood that their lack of immediate understanding stemmed from their concern for her, whether due to her status as their master or the harmonious relationship they had cultivated over time. At this moment, it was evident that these individuals were genuinely protective of her. She was not a petty master and was naturally aware of her own strength, recognizing the importance of her team's prowess. Before departing, Tao Tao formed a gesture with her hands, infusing the area around the 9-tier trial tower with additional starlight, hoping they would gain deeper insights. Had a peak martial sovereign been present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For breaking through to the peak of martial sovereign signifies entry into the demigod realm, the initial step into the martial saint domain. The distinction between this demigod martial saint and the innate martial saint is akin to comparing the heavens to the earth. If one were to compare, the innate martial saint could only gaze up in reverence. Many martial artists who pursue the Tao through martial means spend their entire lives without breaking through to the innate martial sovereign, let alone ascending to the demigod level. At this moment, of the 20 individuals present, aside from the 7 from the Black Cloud Guard, the remaining 13 remained entirely unaware of the surprises this Tao rhythm could bestow upon them. Zhao Yukai and Hong Qiqi, while contemplating this Tao rhythm, discovered it contained an immense energy, gradually merging into their bodies. In contrast, the energy within them paled in significance when compared to the energy of the Tao rhythm. At this moment, she had already arrived at Taojia village, prompting her grandfather, Tao Dashan, to swiftly escort the 3 siblings, Tao Lihua, to the foot of the mountain. She then sought out Tao Minghai and his 3 companions, subsequently reuniting with her grandfather. Together, they materialized in the backyard of the Ghost Mountain Manor, not far from the 9-tiered trial tower. Without further ado, she advised, sit cross-legged and fully absorb the energy present in the air. With that, Tao Tao ascended to the rooftop, assuming a protective stance for her companions. Chapter 104. Astonishing advancement. This meditation lasted until noon the following day. One by one, the meditating individuals gradually opened their eyes, their expressions alight with excitement and astonishment. The three siblings, Tao Lihua, had reached the pinnacle of the Grand Martial Master stage, and now only required a fortuitous opportunity to ascend to the Martial Saint realm. Tao Minghai had successfully broken through to the innate stage, bypassing the martial artist level and directly attaining the innate martial master realm at the late stage of qi refinement. Tao Xiaohong and Tao Xiaoxiao, along with Tao Sheng, leaped directly into the innate realm, all achieving the status of innate martial artists at the late stage of qi refinement. Tao Dashan had triumphantly advanced from innate martial saint to the level of innate martial sovereign, aligning his rank with that of his wife, Liang Shi, who stood at the pinnacle of innate martial sovereign. The 13 individuals brought by Hong Qi had all ascended by a level. Zhao Yukai and Hong Qi's group had also all advanced, with the 6 of them now at the peak of the innate martial sovereign realm, merely awaiting the right opportunity to break through to the semi-divine martial saint realm. It was only at this moment that Tao Tao truly assessed her own cultivation. Previously, she had employed a gourd to conceal the brilliance of her advancement. Otherwise, she would have been oblivious to her current state. Having mastered the 5-element star technique and absorbed the celestial energies and lights, Tao Tao has unraveled a portion of the martial legacy, now stepping into the realm of the demigods, marking her as an early-stage demigod martial sage. Upon further observation, she has astonishingly leaped 2 tiers, advancing directly from the golden core stage to the transformation stage. Achieving the golden core stage signifies one as a true cultivator, capable of traversing the skies and enjoying a lifespan of 500 years. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one is granted a millennium of life. Through the condensation of vital energy, one cultivates their own purple mansion nascent soul, enabling them to traverse light and perform instantaneous relocations. Should one ascend to the transformation stage, the nascent soul within multiplies, transitioning toward the primordial spirit, thus extending one's lifespan beyond 2,000 years. At this juncture, Tao Tao belongs to the transformation stage, with her nascent soul transforming into the primordial spirit. This unexpected elevation has left her astounded. A brief overview of the cultivation levels includes Qi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, nascent soul stage, transformation stage, void refinement stage, integration stage, great ascension stage, tribulation stage, celestial immortal realm, true immortal realm, Tai true immortal, mysterious immortal realm, golden immortal realm, great Luo golden immortal, immortal monarch realm, immortal sovereign realm, and immortal emperor realm. In an instant, the astonishment in Tao Tao's eyes was replaced by tranquility. She calmly approached the agricultural section to harvest and sow seeds. After 3 days, she had meticulously copied and bound 48 volumes of texts. Tao Tao collected the originals, and with a flick of her wrist, additional manuscripts of sword techniques, spells, and mental methods materialized on the table. Although the 6 attendants had grown accustomed to their master's spontaneous gestures producing various items, this time they were left in utter disbelief, nearly at a loss for where to direct their astonished gazes. A few individuals stepped forward to peruse the titles, and upon seeing the names of the books, they exchanged astonished glances and inquired, "Master, are these treasures truly housed in our villa's library?" Tao Tao rolled her eyes and replied, "If not in the library, what purpose would they serve? To ignite a fire for cooking?" Zhao Yukai shot a glare at Hong Qi, swiftly snatching the book from his hands. He then summoned a few literate individuals to meticulously organize and catalog the books before relocating them to the library, arranging them in a systematic manner. Zhao Yukai's name was aptly chosen. It was indeed fitting for him to register the volumes. He even hung a wooden plaque in a conspicuous spot within the library, inscribed with the words, "All books within the library are strictly prohibited from unauthorized copying. Violators will be placed on the Phantom Villa's blacklist." Upon perceiving this plaque through her spiritual awareness, Tao Tao could only exclaim, "Wow, truly talented. A blacklist? What on earth is that? How come I was unaware?" Yes, indeed. Time to return home. The wild chickens and rabbits of Ling Mountain, here I come. Wild chicken, who is calling me? Wild rabbit calling you? I'd rather eat you. The wild chicken looked bewildered at the rabbit, What nonsense. Eat me? Who has the audacity? Wild rabbit, you are such a fool. Wild goat, what are you two arguing about? The wild chicken pitifully whined. The three-pronged one said, there's someone shameless coming to eat me. Wild rabbit, fool. If you don't run now, when will you? Wild goat, oh no, that shameless one is back. Tao Tao. Chapter 105. On the launch of my work, announcement, greetings, everyone. I am Green Bamboo Mist, but you may call me Meow Bao. I find it challenging to articulate my current emotions. Overwhelmed with incredulous excitement and exhilaration, I let out a deep sigh. Upon receiving the editor's notification, I am pleased to announce that this work is ready for publication. After conversing with the editor, we have decided to launch it tomorrow. First and foremost, I would like to bow in gratitude to all the supportive readers and esteemed predecessors who have stood by me. I have poured over a month into this piece, evolving from obscurity to signing a contract, and now to publication. This journey has been made possible not only by my commitment to consistent updates, but, more importantly, by your unwavering support. I hope my esteemed readers will continue to accompany me on this journey. The publication signifies a farewell to a group of dear readers. This work embodies a light-hearted daily life narrative centered around farming, cultivation, and personal growth, devoid of excessive commercial conflicts, though it may still come across as somewhat unrefined. As the launch approaches, my emotions are a mixture of exhilaration and anxiety, intertwined with anticipation. As for abandoning this endeavor, that thought has never crossed my mind. After all, aspirations must be cherished, right? Your comments, flowers, votes, and rewards are invaluable support for me. And it is precisely because of your encouragement that I have persevered step by step. To be frank, I am uncertain about the number of subscriptions I will receive upon release, as my writing may not be the most polished, and I often struggle with clarity and expression. Regarding updates after the launch, I plan to post 5 chapters on the day of release, followed by 3 chapters daily thereafter. This is the aspiration of this humble author. Finally, I kindly request a wave of initial subscriptions. Chapter 106. Tonight's feast tonight. We shall indulge in chicken stew with mushrooms. The voice arrives before the person, as Tao Tao appears, carrying a wild chicken in hand. At this moment, Tao Tao was nothing more than a little girl, playfully tugging at the hem of Tao Li's garment. All right, tonight we shall feast on chicken stewed with mushrooms. I will go boil some water right away. Tao Li placed the tied wild chicken beneath the eaves and briskly made her way to the kitchen to prepare the water. It was November now. The corn had long been harvested, and the winter wheat had already been sown. The potatoes in the fields ought to be ready for harvest as well. No, she needed to check on them. This season's potatoes were planted in late July or early August. By November, it was indeed time for gathering. Tao Tao scampered along the narrow paths of the village with her little legs. A keen-eyed villager, witnessing this scene, called out, "Tao girl, slow down. If you need anything, tell uncle, and I shall assist you. Be careful, Tao girl, slow your pace." Uncle Dashin, Tao girl is here, running quite hurriedly. Taiju, your daughter has come. She is in quite a rush, you ought to take a look. The Tao family, busy digging potatoes, paused at the words of their kin and looked up. Indeed, a little girl was darting towards them with great urgency. Tao girl, slow down. Tao girl, stop right there. Dear daughter, cease your running. Father is coming to carry you. Tao Dashin flung aside his hoe and dashed out. He certainly did not wish for his obedient and adorable granddaughter to be taken by someone else. A step behind. Tao Taiju muttered to himself, I knew it would come to this. The second one has no discernment at all. Lu and Su, the 2 sisters-in-law, exchanged glances and stifled their laughter at the sight of the 3 squabbling over the little girl. Grandfather, uncle, auntie, father and mother, have we finished harvesting the potatoes? Little Tao Tao, cradled in her grandfather's arms, displayed no hint of shyness as she inquired while observing the others diligently digging. Almost there, just this patch of land remains. And then we shall conclude for the day, replied her grandfather. Tao, once we finish with the potatoes, shall we plant something in the field? The reason Tao Dashin's potatoes were not yet fully harvested was that after the corn was collected, he had to sow winter wheat. Having planted 5 acres of potatoes, He planned to cultivate winter wheat once the potatoes were harvested, yet time was growing short. Tao Dashin managed to gather only 1 acre of potatoes, and then he and the men would prepare the land for sowing. Despite working overtime, 2 acres remained unharvested as November approached, and with the weather turning colder, it felt increasingly unsuitable for planting anything. Just as concerns mounted, Tao Tao appeared. Surveying her family's fields, she turned to observe the lands of other clansmen. It seemed that each household faced a similar predicament, with at least 1 or 2 acres left uncultivated. With a flourish of her small hand, she boldly declared, "Let us till the earth. For those who have wood ash at home, sprinkle some upon the soil. Next year, we shall plant rice, specifically, the drought-resistant variety. Rice. Drought-resistant rice. Oh my, what splendid news." The proclamation sparked joy among all who heard it, be they young or old. This year, the families of Taojia village had not planted rice, and to procure rice, they had to venture to town and spend their hard-earned coins. Tao Tao's words undoubtedly signaled a promise to the villagers. The rice they would plant next year would surpass even that of the renowned Mushi kingdom. At that moment, the enthusiasm of those harvesting potatoes surged, and the fields buzzed with a fervent energy. Is it necessary to establish an oil mill as well? This matter is not urgent. We shall wait until we have rapeseeds to consider it further. Oh, that would indeed be splendid. Let us hasten, for tonight we shall feast on meat. Under the exuberant laughter of Tao Dashin, the Tao family's eyes sparkled with the prospect of a meat-filled meal, and their tasks were executed with remarkable efficiency. Chapter 107. The greatest meal. Upon returning home, Tao Tao resumed her leisurely lifestyle of waking naturally and frolicking with cats and dogs, indulging in carefree antics. Just as she opened her eyes, contemplating whether to continue sleeping or to embrace wakefulness, the soft and endearing voice of Hulu broke the silence. "All right then, I shall go and see." Reluctantly leaving her warm bed, Tao Tao donned the cotton coat her mother had made for her and ventured into the outer room, where she found Jichin waiting. "Miss, did I disturb your slumber?" Tao Tao waved her hand, interrupting Jichin's words, her eyes still somewhat bleary as she inquired, "Why are you down here?" "Miss, the second batch of arrivals has come, 8 in total, 6 men and 2 women. Steward Hong mentioned that 2 possess commendable accounting skills. 1 elderly gentleman is quite learned, and a lady has knowledge of pharmacology, having previously been a medical woman. The other 4, while not specified by Steward Hong, appear to be martial artists." Jichin relayed Hong Chi's words and shared her own observations, awaiting her mistress's instructions. At this moment, Tao Tao pondered, could it be that this beggar clan is dedicated to training individuals? "Jichin, how is the robe from Ghost Mountain Manor coming along?" Aside from the 8 individuals from the second batch, the remaining inhabitants of the villa, including Tao Air and Tao San, were all dressed in garments of 2 layers. The attire for the master was also ready, and the servant was in possession of it. "Yes, my lord." It was not that Tao Tao was reluctant to send someone over, but rather she believed that certain words carried more weight when spoken by herself. Although she was not averse to trouble, she preferred to avoid it. When the time came to clear her path, she would undoubtedly act with swift decisiveness. "Oh dear, I have yet to check in today." "Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received 5 volumes of the Purple Chief Formula, 3 volumes of the Primordial Formula, 100 loyalty pills, 2 volumes of the 7-star sword technique for seedlings of the peach tree, and a small piece of soil of rest." Listening to the rewards announced by the gourd, Tao Tao murmured to herself, could this be another method of activation by the system? Otherwise, how could I receive such generous rewards just for establishing a villa and welcoming a few guests? This time, the peach tree seedlings and the soil were actually suitable for placement in the Jade Spring space. "Dear Heavenly Tao, do you have connections that you haven't disclosed to me?" While Tao Tao mused aloud, she could not help but glance up at the somewhat overcast sky. Little did she know that her fleeting glance provoked a debate between 2 figures above. The old man with white whiskers chuckled softly and, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "Heavenly Tao, what do you think? I told you this girl is remarkably clever, yet you were skeptical." The man known as Tian Dao sighed. expressing a sense of resignation as he remarked, "As a father, I have ultimately succumbed to you as a master." Just as he sighed, Tao Tao seemed to sense something. Lifting her gaze to a particular spot in the sky, precisely where the two stood. Though skeptical, the typically carefree and laid-back girl found her thoughts drifting towards sweet and sour ribs, winter melon and pork soup, spicy crucian carp, and spicy rabbit pieces. A delightful array of flavors ignited her taste buds. "Granny," she shouted repeatedly, leading one to believe she was being chased by a dog. "Oh, Tao girl, the kitchen is in the backyard. What's the matter?" Upon hearing this, Tao Tao hurriedly scurried with her little legs towards the backyard. Seeing her cheerful granddaughter approaching, Tao Li was filled with joy, unable to contain her smile. "Granny, do we still have ribs and fish? I crave sweet and sour ribs, winter melon and pork soup, spicy rabbit pieces, and spicy crucian carp, not to mention the delicacy of stewed chicken with mountain treasures." Tao Tao enumerated the dishes with her fingers, swallowing in anticipation, which made Tao Li laugh so heartily she could hardly stand upright. What followed was the sound of Tao Tao listing crispy chicken, boiled fish, grilled beef. Upon hearing this, Tao Dashan paused, gently retreating. He mused inwardly, "My little granddaughter is indeed a source of joy. She bears the weight of the family legacy. When she can no longer shoulder it, I shall have her father take on the burden. Yes, let my younger son take it up. Training shall commence tomorrow, or rather, tonight. I shall begin his rigorous training." In the mountains, Tao Taiju was meandering in search of bird eggs for his daughter when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Assuming it was merely the mountain's coolness, he remained oblivious to the fact that his father had set his sights on him, intending to subject him to rigorous training. Chapter 108. Preparing for the future after languishing for several days, Tao Tao felt an inkling that she had forgotten something important. Furrowing her brow, she pondered deeply. Yet to no avail. Unable to recall, she decided to abandon the thought, muttering to herself that it was time for slumber. "Sister, the crops are ready for harvest," came the soft, endearing voice of Hulu, perfectly timed to interrupt Tao Tao's impending nap. With renewed energy, she sprang into action, bustling into the space to commence her labor. In this realm, Hulu was capable of assisting Tao Tao with both harvesting and planting, managing every aspect of the Yuyuan space, regardless of the sector. Having received sage advice from a formidable figure, Hulu was well aware of Tao Tao's tendency towards lethargy and often offered timely reminders. Reflecting on the overwhelming display of power that had summoned 1,000 bolts of heavenly lightning with a mere snap of a finger, he knew better than to disregard such warnings. For the sake of his own existence, he certainly did not wish for his host's affliction of laziness to reach a critical stage. Observing his host bustling energetically within the space, Hulu rubbed his temples and then discreetly withdrew. "Ah, I've remembered. I forgot to inform the old master about the movements of those individuals in the capital. Tomorrow, I must speak, otherwise. Indeed, I find myself more suited to bounding about, for tilling the land brings me joy, and harvesting bestows upon me a keen memory." La la la. Old master, the astonishing yield of potatoes has manifested. Amidst the swirling events of the capital, the village must prepare early. Tao Tao, adhering to the principle of being a child who knows nothing and cares less, feels no restraint before old master Tao Ji. "Very well. I am grateful to our girl. Go forth and bring along those around you, and the four with Ming Hai." Tao Ji wished to conceal the fact that someone in Tao family village was cultivating immortality. Since the tales of the ghostly villa's young master being from Tao family village circulate, he decided that the 5 children should leave together. He trusted in the capabilities of this seemingly harmless, soft, and adorable girl. She was no delicate flower, but a harbinger of death. That night 2 years ago, the scene at the foot of the back mountain remains vivid in my memory. The ferocity of her strikes, the chilling aura surrounding her, was nothing like that of a mere 5-year-old. Tao Tao paused for a moment, then understood, nodding as she stepped outside to have Zhao Yukai summon the others. Jiqin packed a few of her master's garments, and then the 7 of them ascended the mountain, under the reluctant gazes of several old masters. "Jiqin, please arrange their accommodations. Zhao, could you summon Steward Hong?" As soon as they entered the villa, Tao Tao issued her commands. Yes, my lady. The accompanying individuals were visiting the ghostly villa for the second time. Although they longed to remain with Tao Tao, they understood that this was not the time for indulgence. They must strive to grow swiftly. My lady, Hong Chi, your martial prowess is unparalleled among us. Now, entrust your current affairs to Zhao Yukai and devote yourself to rigorous training. In 2 days, descend the mountain and discreetly guard Taojia village. When necessary, you may assume the identity of the steward of the Ghost Manor, but do not reveal your role as the leader of the beggars sect. As Tao Tao spoke, she retrieved a tome titled Hongmeng-ju and placed it upon the table. She then pressed her finger to his brow, imparting the techniques for transforming ancient martial energy into the ethereal essence of cultivation. Just as Hong Chi was about to express his astonishment, Tao Tao gestured for him to commence his training without delay. He nodded fervently and exited. Zhao Yukai, you are responsible for the affairs of the front yard of Ghost Manor. Please summon Jichin and Wei Wuzihin at once. Yes, my lord. At that moment, Tao Tao was no longer the playful girl of yore. She had transformed into a formidable leader, commanding authority with strength not to be underestimated. My lord, Zhao Yukai interjected. This Hongmeng-ju exists in only 2 copies, yet I hope you all will master it. For now, the 6 of you shall transcribe the text in this room. Yes, my lord. Very well. I shall take a stroll, Tao Tao declared, clasping her hands behind her back as she departed the study, making her way toward the residence of Tao Minghai and the others. Chapter 109. The Existence of Worldly Rules. Minghai. Oh, little Hongjia, you are here as well. As Tao Tao entered the disciples' courtyard where Tao Minghai and Tao Sheng resided, she overheard the 4 engaged in conversation. At the age of 12, Tao Minghai, bearing the weight of past experiences, found it hard to believe such whimsical notions of merely visiting for a few days. Tao Tao pondered momentarily and, without reservation, recounted the activities of certain individuals in the capital as mentioned by Kang Chi-yun. She also revealed that the enigmatic young master of the ghostly manor was her senior apprentice. After sharing a plethora of information, she assigned identities to the 4 individuals as disciples of the esteemed Master Ching Su of the ghostly manor. Since their cultivation journey began after hers, they would address her as senior sister. Henceforth, within the confines of the ghostly manor, their relationships would be defined as elder sister, younger brothers, and younger sisters. The mysterious young master, known as the Void Gentleman, was the foremost disciple of Master Ching Su. Tao Tao designated the 2nd disciple as Yun Xiao, the 3rd disciple as Yun Hai, the 4th disciple as Yun Yan, the 5th disciple as Yun Sheng, and the 6th disciple as Yun Quebec. She bestowed upon each of them an identity token. One side of the token featured the motif of the ghost flower along with the inscription Ghostly Manor, while the other side displayed their names. These tokens were crafted through Tao Tao's unique method, rendering them impervious to water and fire. Each member of the ghostly manor possessed one, with the tokens containing only their names, devoid of any rank distinction. Now, you may take the opportunity to explore the manor's library, the training grounds in the backyard, as well as the trial tower, spirit plant garden, and medicinal plant garden. Would you prefer that I accompany you, or shall you venture forth on your own? Tao Tao, adhering to the principle of allowing them to make their own choices, looked at them expectantly. Senior sister, we shall go on our own. Please attend to your duties, replied Tao Minghai, glancing at his younger siblings and offering a courteous gesture. Tao Tao regarded him with a look of admiration before nodding and departing the disciples' quarters. At that moment, adorned with a white fox mask and clad in the distinctive ghost flower robe of the ghostly manor, she made her way to the training grounds, intent on selecting a few individuals from the group of 21 to assist in managing various tasks. In the training ground, practitioners were engaged in sparring, and Tao Tao took a moment to assess their prowess. Indeed, they were quite impressive. With her master and senior brother venturing out for practical training, she required a few individuals to manage various tasks, allowing them to choose according to their circumstances. Once the sparring concluded, Tao Tao soared into the air above the training ground, grounding herself and channeling her spiritual energy, uttering a few words. The thoughts of the onlookers remained unknown to her. All she observed were the glimmers of ambition and yearning for strength in their eyes. This scene was witnessed by Tao Minghai and his 3 companions, who clenched their fists in determination, their eyes ablaze with the desire to grow stronger. After casting a lingering glance at the suspended Tao Tao, they turned and made their way to the library. 2 individuals were assigned to the library, 3 to the medicinal herb garden, 2 for cleaning the front courtyard, 1 each for tidying the alchemy room and the forging chamber, and 2 for maintaining the training ground and the backyard. The bustling kitchen required 5 individuals. While all inhabitants of the estate were expected to partake in the agricultural endeavors outside, whether planting or harvesting, the library was responsible for cataloging and issuing borrowing permits. The medicinal herb garden primarily focused on planting and harvesting, supplying the kitchen with necessary grains and vegetables. Adjacent to the kitchen, a storeroom housed a cellar, while meat provisions were to be sourced through hunting for the time being. Observing that some had already departed, Tao Tao gracefully made her way toward the affairs hall. In the affairs hall, she heard, "Miss, the old woman namely specializes in southern cuisine and pastries. I shall head to the kitchen." Another voice chimed in, "Miss, the old woman named Wang specializes in northern cuisine. I too shall go to the kitchen." The young lady, Wuchia, Wui, was tasked with cleaning the front courtyard, while the unfeeling one took charge of the refining room. After a flurry of activity, the nameless individual was assigned to the alchemy chamber, and the trio of Wuxia, Wuch, and Baiji managed the medicinal herb garden. The erudite Elder Wei was appointed by Tao Tao to oversee the affairs hall, while the 2 who were adept at calculations, Wu Jin and Zheng Zhou, were directly assigned to manage the harvest from the fields and the breeding farm outside the estate. Wu Jiang and the twin sisters, Ling Lan and Ling Yin, followed the 2 matrons to the grand kitchen. Wu Yuan and Wu Yu were responsible for the training grounds, while Wu Huwei and Wu Yu took charge of the breeding farm. Observing Wu Shuang and Biluan, who entered the affairs hall in silence, Tao Tao assigned them to the embroidery hall, where Zhixiu would oversee their work. Each individual held their identity badge, eagerly perusing it. Whether old or young, they were all as thrilled as children. Particularly, Elder Wei. Upon receiving his badge and seeing the words Phantom Mountain Villa inscribed upon it, felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. As he glanced at the others' badges, noticing that apart from their names, they all bore the same inscription, tears of excitement streamed down his face, and he exclaimed, "I, Wei Jing, too, shall have a day to possess an identity badge. From this day forth, I am a person of Phantom Mountain Villa, and in death, I shall remain a spirit of Phantom Mountain Villa." With Wei Jing's fervent declaration, the remaining 20 echoed his sentiments. As their voices resonated, so too did the laws of the universe manifest. Tao Tao, observing this spectacle, looked up at the seemingly empty sky in bewilderment, yet chose to keep her confusion concealed, uttering not a word. Chapter 110. The ordinary old man with a cheerful chime. A notification echoed. "Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. You have received 800 pounds of rapeseed suitable for the soil of Mushi country, 1,200 pounds of drought-resistant rice seeds, 20 bolts of fine silk, 50 bolts of delicate cotton fabric, 50 chicks, and 10 piglets." As Tao Tao pondered the ideal location for her breeding farm, the plethora of rewards announced by the gourd brought a smile to her face, easing the furrow in her brow. She then joyfully ventured outside the villa to commence her farm. "Master," Tao Tao observed the calm demeanor of Hong Qi, who appeared steadier than 2 days prior. She nodded approvingly. "Remarkable. You have progressed to the mid-stage of qi cultivation in just 2 days. Here are 10 medium-grade spirit stones for your training." With a graceful wave of her hand, 10 medium-grade spirit stones materialized on the table. This was a reward from her second day's sign-in at the villa. In addition to these, she had 90 medium-grade spirit stones and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones resting in her system's inventory. "Yes, master." Watching Hong Qi, adorned with a sleek black fox mask, retreat, Tao Tao couldn't help but wonder if she had inadvertently traversed into the wrong timeline. In Tao family village, the 4 elderly patriarchs stood beneath the eaves, observing the uninvited guests. Having lived for over a century, Their usually clouded eyes now sparkled with an unusual intensity as they scrutinized the individuals in the courtyard. Village Chief Tao, we mean no offense. We have merely heard that the young master of the ghostly villa hails from your esteemed village. We have come to witness his grace and prowess. We hope you will not take offense. A middle-aged man, clad in luxurious attire and brandishing a fan even in the biting cold, exuded an air of greasy insincerity, his eyes brimming with disdain. Since you wish to meet the young master of the Phantom Manor, why not venture there yourself? One must not be deceived by Tao Yu's seemingly honest demeanor. Beneath it lies a cunning individual capable of silencing even the most obstinate. This very place is Tao Yu's courtyard. Upon the arrival of guests, Tao In had discreetly sought out Tao Dashan, conveying the circumstances at hand. With a contemplative nod, Tao Dashan followed Tao Inha to the residence of the venerable Tao Yu. Before the greasy middle-aged man could utter a word, a young man behind him interjected, I say, old man, if it weren't for the young master of that manor, would our Lord Yao deign to visit your humble village? Indeed, another echoed. What merits does this wretched village possess? The master of Phantom Manor must surely be blind and oblivious. Otherwise, how could he allow such a village dweller to assume the title of young master? In my view, that position ought to belong to our noble Lord Yao. The greasy middle-aged man's companions chimed in one after another, their agreement resounding. Before a few elders could respond, a clansman retorted, Lord Yao? What valuable offspring could spring from such a greasy fellow? Aspiring to the title of young master of Phantom Manor? He might as well be submerged in the river and never to rise again. With the conclusion of his remark, a relative beside him gave a thumbs up. This fellow, usually quiet, had unexpectedly displayed such eloquence. Indeed, it seemed he had much to learn from him in the future. The greasy man squinted at the individual who had just spoken, then turned his head with a sardonic smile, remarking, this is how the esteemed elders restrain their kin. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. No one has ever mocked my son and lived to see another day. Li San, the elder of the Yao family, understood the gravity of the situation and assured, rest easy, Elder Yao. A man clad in green stepped forward, his gaze dangerously fixed on the member of the Tao family village who had spoken. Zhang San took a deep breath, then, with hands poised like claws and feet firmly planted, lunged at the man. Just as Zhang San's claws were about to connect, the villager bent his knees and leaned back, preparing to deliver a punch, only to realize that Zhang San had already been sent flying. With a resounding thud, he landed, emitting a pained cry. Though he had witnessed the event unfold before his eyes, he repeatedly told himself, this must be mere coincidence. This old man is just a mountain dweller. Tao Xiao glared at the remaining members of the Yao family still standing in the courtyard, his rage coiling within him. Before bellowing, leave. If you do not vacate Tao family village within 5 breaths, you shall perish. With the overwhelming might of 4 peak martial masters, they unleashed their aura, pressing down upon the Yao family members. The 7 individuals, including the greasy man, found themselves overwhelmed, their legs weakened, and they coughed blood as they stumbled out of Tao family village. The greasy man exclaimed, is this truly a mere ordinary village? The onlookers echoed in disbelief. Is this what one would call an ordinary elder? Li San, lying on the ground, exclaimed, I am still here. The villagers of Taojia village remarked, the old master remains the old master. Let us move on. Now is a good time to practice martial arts. Chapter 111. The Goofy Glutton Irin instructed. From this moment forth, keep a vigilant eye on any unfamiliar faces. The village chief, old Master Tao Xiao, frowned, his eyes narrowing as he issued orders. Old Fifth, ensure a few individuals keep a close watch on the village children. The 4 of us will await the arrival of those individuals. Second brother interjected, today, we have already seen 3 groups of people, clearly merchants sent to scout. Do you think those dignitaries from the capital will truly come? Tao Ji remarked dismissively. Those cunning individuals are unlikely to come in person. They will merely send proxies to assess the situation. My belief is that their curiosity regarding the ghostly manor is piqued. But they will not risk personal involvement with the unknown. Tao Zhu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with the 3 groups, though he could not pinpoint the discrepancy. The old masters of the Tao family were indeed correct in their assumptions. The dignitaries from the capital had only sent a few individuals to discreetly investigate, without making a grand display. As for the origins of the potatoes, that individual was undoubtedly aware. If their actions were too conspicuous, could they evade the scrutiny of the royal ancestors? The four prominent families had received subtle hints from that individual, who had dispatched informants with some information. Only the Tao family, with their petty nature and misguided intentions, would lead those they looked down upon in the opposite direction. As for the three groups of individuals who ventured into Tao village, they were deliberately left there by a certain someone. This individual was curious about the sudden appearance of the ghostly Manor's young master, eager to ascertain both their martial prowess and character. Unexpectedly, these three groups were swiftly subdued by the villagers of Tao, leaving the identity and gender of the enigmatic young master shrouded in mystery. Upon receiving this news, Xianyuan Haoyin paused momentarily, then turned and entered the royal forbidden grounds. The seventh ancestor truly possesses remarkable foresight. Xianyuan Haoyin held profound admiration for this guardian of the ancestors within the forbidden area. If not for the insatiable greed that had arisen, the four great families would surely have rallied behind the Tao family. Regrettably, the calamity over a century ago caused many of the Tao family's direct and collateral geniuses to fade from public view. The gray-clad elder, with a nostalgic expression and eyes full of caution, remarked, "I suspect that the Tao village within the current county is home to those once extraordinary talents of the Tao family. Remember, if you cannot befriend them, do not act with malice. If friendship is possible, then all the better." This was not Xianyuan Haoyin's first encounter with tales of the calamity a century prior, during which most of the talented individuals from the Tao family perished, with a few others vanishing after sustaining severe injuries. Little did he know that his inadvertent actions might aid those once regarded as prodigies. At this moment, Xianyuan Haoyin had resolved within himself that regardless of whether the Tao village within the county housed those former geniuses, their ability to produce high-yield crops was a testament to their commendable character, thus warranting his protection. Speaking of Lu Dongxiao, he is indeed a notable character. The sudden departure of Lu Dongxiao left Xianyuan Haoyin in a state of suspicion. It was not until the following day that he came to a realization. This glutton had certainly discovered the method for consuming potatoes and had ventured off to indulge alone. At that moment, Xianyuan Haoyin bore little resemblance to a sovereign. He recalled those boisterous individuals and pondered when he might finally retire, lamenting how this situation derailed his plans to savor the culinary delights of the world. Astonishingly, they had the audacity to investigate the origins of the potato. After all the effort he had expended, one would think that Lu Dongxiao ought to share the recipe with him. A royal summons. Alas, such is the nature of our roles, where he is the monarch and I am but a subject. Very well, I shall set forth immediately. Lu Dongxiao glanced at the letter in his hand, shook his head, and turned to make arrangements. As for me, Lu Dongxiao, oh, you gluttonous fool, hoarding my recipe for yourself while you indulge in excess. Just look at your corpulence. Now I finally comprehend what Kong Shai learned from you. Before Lu Dongxiao could kneel and finish his words, Xianyuan Haoyin, the sovereign, began to express his grievances, embodying the archetype of a resentful man. Beside him, Fu Quan, who had been serving diligently, was filled with confusion as he discreetly observed the two, pondering the character of Kong Shaizi. He thought to himself, "Never mind, Fu Quan. What are you peeking at? You possess quite the audacity. Quickly escort this rotund fellow to my private kitchen. Let him prepare a meal for me, for I am famished." Lu Dongxiao, a glutton with the appearance of a disgruntled male model, is not to be trifled with. Fu Quan. Chapter 112. Is there an abundance of grain once more? On the surface, Taojia village appeared tranquil, yet an undercurrent of tension permeated the air. Hongqi, concealed behind a dark mask, keenly sensed the village's unusual nature. Having arrived from the capital, he, as a member of the beggars' sect, moved with ease, gathering a plethora of intelligence, including that concerning the four prominent families. As for the Tao family, he recalled that something significant had once transpired. leading to the disappearance of a pair of brothers and several close associates from the direct lineage. It was said that although they were exceptionally talented individuals, their youthful arrogance resulted in one sustaining severe injuries and falling into a coma, only to be saved by other wounded kin. However, they ultimately could not evade the clutches of fate, being pursued and falling into a ravine, leaving no trace behind. It seems that within this secluded valley of Taojia village, there may exist survivors from that fateful descent, or perhaps the talented members of the Tao family had been meticulously arranged from the very beginning. The more Hong Chi contemplated, the more he sensed that the situation was likely far more intricate than it appeared. His master's family was indeed one of those residing in Taojia village. The intelligence he had acquired indicated that one of the current elders of the village was a direct relative of his master. Could it be that the family of his master is none other than the Tao family? A myriad of perplexities enveloped Hong Chi's mind, rendering his understanding increasingly obscure. It appeared he must delve deeply into the affairs of the two Tao families. Perhaps there existed some connection between them. He vividly recalled his master once mentioning that over a century ago, the Cloud Cavalry Shadow Guards had been mobilized, yet their directive was merely to remain concealed, clandestinely safeguarding their master. However, before anyone could inquire as to the identity of this master, the individual had succumbed, blood spilling forth uncontrollably. His master had claimed that this person had perished from poison, suggesting that some uncontrollable circumstance had undoubtedly transpired at that time. Now, having identified the master, who resided within this village, with the Tao surname predominant, could it be inferred that this village truly harbored the genuine descendants of the Tao family? Hong Chi was startled by his own musings, a fleeting thought crossing his mind, yet it vanished too swiftly for him to grasp. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of Tao family village, within the high-walled courtyard of the capital, three individuals were indulging heartily in a potato feast prepared by Lu Dongxiao. As Xian Yuan Haoyan savored his meal, he seized the opportunity to flatter himself, saying, "Fat Lu, let me tell you, I thwarted the people from Ning County, and that squint-eyed Tao family was also deceived by me, allowing only 3 groups to proceed to that pristine town. Even when combined, those 3 groups could not contend with those individuals, not to mention they have yet to converge. I must say, I have rendered you a great service this time, so you ought to." At that moment, Lu Dongxiao, savoring the potato and chicken dish, glanced up at the incessantly chattering Xin Yuan Haotian and calmly retorted, "Did I ever solicit your assistance?" As Fu Quan gnawed on the pork knuckle, he remained utterly unfazed, fully aware that Lu Dongxiao would respond in such a manner, given their decades-long camaraderie. Who truly knows whom after such an extensive acquaintance? He recognized himself as merely a servant, and while the sovereign may disregard social status, he could not afford to forget his own identity. The prospect of these two joining forces, along with that rascal Kong, left him wondering what monumental upheaval might ensue. Nevertheless, he resolved to embrace his role as a servant and errand runner, seizing the opportunity to indulge in some delectable cuisine before any chaos might erupt. In the presence of exquisite food, nothing else seemed to matter. "Hey, Fat Lu, you truly lack discernment. I have heard that Taotian village has cultivated a new high-yield crop, boasting over 6,000 pounds per acre." Upon hearing Lu Dongxiao's composed remarks, Xian Yuan Haoyan lost his composure, his eyes widening in astonishment as he relayed the astonishing figure of 6,000 pounds per acre. Lu Dongxiao, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Over 6,000 pounds per acre? What miraculous crop yields such a harvest? How was I not informed? This unfilial disciple has grown audacious indeed, failing to share this revelation with me, while allowing this food-loving rascal to learn of it instead. It appears my training has been insufficient. No, wait. I am here to pay respects to the sovereign, to celebrate the new year and present gifts. Yes, that is precisely my purpose. Lu Dongxiao merely cast a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he continued to wrestle with the potato feast laid before him. Xian Yuan Haoyan observed the situation and realized that this individual must have concocted some clever scheme. It seemed necessary to keep a watchful eye on him, otherwise, he might find himself betrayed while assisting this person in counting silver notes. However, considering this individual's formidable prowess. Xian Yuan Haoyan felt a sense of exasperation regarding whom to enlist for surveillance. Chapter 113. Second-rank alchemist. 2 days slipped by, then 3. And after 5 days, Taojia village remained remarkably tranquil. Apart from the initial 3 groups of visitors, no unfamiliar faces had graced the village since. The villagers were puzzled. And even Hong Qi, lurking in the shadows, was baffled. Could it be that the information had been erroneous? That seemed unlikely, as disciples from the beggar-s sect had conveyed similar tidings. Was it possible that someone had misled them along the way? Yet, the master remained at the manor, having not ventured out. Who, then, possessed such persuasive abilities? At the ghostly manor, Wei Wu and Ji Qin, adorned in dark masks, were diligently instructing the 21 individuals in body training, following the master's methodology. Tao Tao, wearing a white mask, personally guided the 4 young members of the Tao family along with others. All participants wore masks, 5 donned white fox masks, while the remainder were clad in dark fox masks. Tao Tao emphasized that regardless of whether one was a cultivator or a practitioner of ancient martial arts, a robust physique was imperative, necessitating the practice of body refinement techniques. Each day, a familiar scene unfolded at the manor. A group of individuals continuously ran around the perimeter, engaging in a series of peculiar movements. Initially, they were bewildered, but as the days progressed, they began to notice subtle changes within their bodies, leading them to practice independently. How fares the situation at the foot of the mountain, master? Hong Qi reported truthfully, leaving Tao Tao somewhat perplexed. It shouldn't be. The information from Kong Qiyun ought to be accurate. Could there be some oversight, or has someone lent a covert hand? Since there are no issues, you should practice as well. With that, Tao Tao gently pressed her finger to Hong Qi's forehead, imparting the body refinement technique to him. A technique without rank? Anyone can utilize it. Has my master gone out to rob someone? Reflecting on the numerous martial arts and spell tomes still residing in the library, Hong Qi realized that despite his master's diminutive stature, her capabilities were undeniably formidable. He had scarcely perused a few of those tomes, particularly since most were celestial-level techniques, and a few even classified as divine level. The technique he practiced, the primordial art, was indeed divine, yet his master had so casually bestowed it upon him. Were it not for his firm restraint, he would have gasped in astonishment upon encountering those tomes. Suppressing his shock, Hong Qi hastened to follow Ji Xiu, becoming a part of this peculiar scene. Manager Zhao, I have only been away from the manor for a few days, yet it seems the estate has expanded significantly, he remarked as he walked alongside Zhao Yukai after the activities concluded. Observing the densely planted hills and the flourishing breeding grounds outside the manor, he couldn't help but inquire. All arranged by the master, Zhao Yukai replied, detailing each individual's current responsibilities to Hong Qi. He also mentioned that a group of 7 from the beggar's sect had arrived yesterday, currently residing in the guest rooms, and that the master wished for manager Hong to pay them a visit. Hong Qi listened attentively, noting everything in his mind, greatly admiring his master's meticulous planning. Master, the water has been prepared. Well, you all may leave. I shall manage on my own. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received the inheritance of a second-rank alchemist, a random divine beast egg, and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hulu, the inheritance of a second-rank alchemist? Is it as I envision? Indeed, sister. Shall we proceed with the fusion of the second-rank alchemist inheritance? With a single utterance from Tao Tao, the fusion commenced, instantly filling her mind with an abundance of knowledge regarding alchemy and the identification of spiritual plants, alongside the techniques for crafting first and second-grade elixirs. Although her mind brimmed with new information, this experience was unlike any prior. It was imbued with a gentle sensation. Could it be attributed to the nature of spiritual plants, which are rooted in the essence of flora, symbolizing perpetual vitality? Upon merging with the second-rank alchemist inheritance, Tao Tao ascended from the ranks of a mere medicinal servant to that of a second-rank alchemist. Exhaling a breath, she queried, Hulu, a divine beast egg, yet it is random? Yes, sister. Once the divine beast egg hatches, it will yield a cub, But as of now, Hulu is uncertain of the type of divine beast this egg contains. Hulu's voice dwindled to a whisper. Tao Tao assumed that Hulu's growing reluctance stemmed from her lack of knowledge regarding the egg's contents. But in truth, it was quite the opposite. Hulu felt disheartened for knowing, but being unable to reveal it. Thus her voice grew softer. After placing the divine beast egg into the jade spring space for Hulu to monitor, Tao Tao embarked on a day of languid repose. Chapter 114. The host sister is truly pitiful. Within the room, Tao Tao nestled under her blankets, enveloped in deep slumber. Outside, Hong Chi encountered the third and final group of 7 individuals that had been arranged by them, comprising 4 men and 3 women. Upon hearing Hong Chi's instructions, the 7 donned the distinctive white robes of the Phantom Villa, adorned with red spider lilies, before proceeding to the mountainous terrain outside the villa. Indeed, these 7 were entirely designated by Hong Chi to manage the mountains, with further arrangements to be made by Tao Tao after 10 days. Meanwhile, the others, upon completing their respective tasks, either headed to the training ground or found solace in the library. Even the unskilled Wu Shuang immersed herself in the library, ravenously clutching the tome Essentials of Embroidery Techniques, yearning for more eyes to absorb its contents. Wei Wu, too, was engrossed in the 9 palace capture technique, occasionally gesturing with his hands as he read. Aside from the newly arrived 7, the remaining individuals had discovered various manuals and literary references of interest in the library, devouring them with fervor. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures concealed themselves in the void above the Phantom Villa. The elder with a grizzled beard spoke wearily, "Heaven's way. Has it truly come to the point where you must intervene directly? I have destroyed all other pathways except this one. Yet, the laws and order of this world remain undecided. Let fate take its course." The man in the white robe cast a lingering glance at the slumbering Tao Tao and resolutely turned away. Moments later, the elder waved his hand, causing the ground of the Mushi kingdom to tremble, and spiritual energy rippled above Ling Mountain. With his eyes aglow with determination, the elder shattered the pathway they had arrived through with a fierce strike. Only a faint, somber echo remained in the air. "Farewell, little girl. Your father can no longer shield you, and I, your master, can no longer accompany you. From now on, you must rely on yourself." The elderly figure, with a single hand, infused a measure of pure spiritual energy into the resource-poor kingdom of Mushi, yet upon integration, it appeared somewhat muddled. In her dreams, Tao Tao seemed to sense this change, and a wave of discomfort and profound reluctance surged within her, as if something of great importance in her life had abruptly departed. Upon awakening, Tao Tao's face was streaked with tears, her eyes reddened. She wished to articulate her feelings, but found herself at a loss for words. Consequently, in the eyes of Jichin and others, the once lively, adorable, and boisterous Tao Tao suddenly became subdued. At times, she gazed up at the sky above the ghostly mountain manor, and at other times, she sat in silence, lost in thought. The gourd within the Yuling space, aside from reminding her to check in, uttered not a single word. It understood the queries troubling its host sister, yet it had promised that since she cherished a life of freedom, it would refrain from mentioning such matters again. Everything would drift away with the wind. Everything would come as fate intended. It believed that its host sister would eventually gain clarity. Indeed, "Gourd, dear sister, do you think I have lost something of great importance?" Tao Tao finally voiced her thoughts. "Sister, what have you lost? Where did you misplace it?" "Let me help you find it," the gourd replied, somewhat apprehensively. "I do not even know what I have lost. I merely feel as though something is missing, yet I cannot recall what it is." "Is it the Tao family?" "Yes, sister. Have you forgotten the dumplings your grandma made for you? Additionally, there is the delectable winter melon and pork rib soup and the tantalizing spicy rabbit morsels." The mere thought of such culinary delights invigorated Tao Tao, who eagerly set off to the disciples' courtyard in search of her elder siblings. Observing Tao Tao's revitalized spirit, Hulu raised his chubby hand to wipe away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, musing to himself that he had finally managed to evade suspicion. Although the prominent figures had departed, the remnants they left behind posed a question: if the host sister ever uncovered the truth, Would she wield a 40-meter-long blade to confront those two irresponsible men? He harbored doubts about the longevity of those cunning and scheming gentlemen, fearing they had simply grown weary of the once fierce and combative host sister. Alas, the host sister was truly pitiable. He found himself somewhat anticipating the day of their confrontation. Chapter 115. Descending the mountain for food and drink. Brother Hai, Sister Hong, Xiao Xiao, Shenggu. As Tao Tao arrived at the threshold of the courtyard, she exclaimed with exuberance. Upon hearing her jubilant call, the inhabitants of the courtyard hurriedly rushed out in a flurry. The four individuals, who typically resided in the village among their kin, had found themselves separated for nearly half a month and were beginning to feel a pang of homesickness. Listening to Tao Tao's cheerful voice, their eyes sparkled with joy. Before leaving the mountain lodge, Tao Tao had also taken along Shi Qin, who had been trailing behind her, while Ghost Mountain Lodge was in the capable hands of Hong Chi and the others. After all, she was still a baby, entrusted with the delightful tasks of eating, drinking, playing, and indulging in lazy slumbers. Indeed, she was a true baby. The Tao family, yes, it had been half a month. The snow has been falling relentlessly for 3 days, and the weather grows increasingly frigid. I wonder how those little ones are faring in the mountains. Tao Dashin and Tao Lishir, the elderly couple, exchanged words in the courtyard, their conversation laden with concern and worry. Oh, old man, who are you preparing to discipline? Do you need the girl's assistance? Before Tao Dashin could finish his sentence, a teasing child's voice interrupted, just as he was about to shoot a glare. He looked up to see 5 children at the doorway, each wearing a silent smile. Instantly, his irritation dissipated, yet the thought of reprimanding them seemed too burdensome. Alas, they are merely children. Let them frolic as they please. At my age, it is wiser not to exert myself too much, lest I end up in a predicament that would bring shame upon me. Old man, what are you standing there for? Hurry and get the fire going. Can't you see my little darling has grown thin from hunger? Just as Tao Dashin was lost in thought, Tao Lishir's voice rang out. He glanced at the 5 little ones who had entered the courtyard and promptly hurried to the kitchen to tend to the fire. In truth, for cultivators, the impurities in mortal food render it largely unpalatable. They typically refrain from consuming it. However, Tao Tao was different. She relished delicious food, particularly that prepared by her loved ones, for to her, it was the finest cuisine. She firmly believed, to waste is to err. Grandfather, grandmother, and great-grandfather are not here? Tao Dashin was particularly curious about the ghostly mountain manor. Though he had visited once, it had been a hasty trip, leaving him with little opportunity to truly explore. He nodded and suddenly recalled something, asking, "My dear, how did you know that 3 groups of people have arrived?" Li was curious, pondering that the girl should be in the mountains at that time. Tao Tao, with a mischievous smile, shook her head and said, "The mountain folk possess their own clever schemes, which cannot be divulged." Li couldn't help but chuckle at the little girl's antics, remarking, "You are quite the chatterbox. Did those people fall for your tricks?" Tao Dashin inquired, voicing the confusion that had lingered in his mind for days. Tao Tao shook her head, furrowing her brow. "It wasn't me. It's just that several groups have indeed emerged from the capital, but I do not know which kind-hearted soul misled them. Once I find out, I must express my gratitude." Upon hearing this, Tao Dashin and his wife nodded in agreement. "What about my parents and my uncle and aunt, as well as my elder siblings?" Li gazed at the 7-year-old girl before her, who was so enigmatic, and gently patted her head, saying kindly, "Well, you do seem a bit tired. Grandfather and grandmother, I shall take a nap now. If I am not awake by dinner, you need not wait for me. When I awaken, I can have Jichin prepare something for me." Chapter 116. The Eye of Illusions. Indeed, as are the parents, so is the daughter. Tao Taiju called out loudly before he and his wife had even entered the courtyard. Their demeanor suggested as if their daughter had been away for many years. "What is all this ruckus? What is all this noise? Tao is exhausted and sleeping inside. If you wake her, beware of your skins," Tao Lishir shouted from the kitchen, brandishing a kitchen knife. The 3 siblings, Tao Lihua and her brothers, exchanged glances and quietly nodded, their eyes communicating unspoken thoughts. Tao Su remarked, "Sister, thankfully I refrained from speaking just now." Tao Xinghua rolled her eyes and remarked, You only say that because you haven't had the chance. If I hadn't covered your mouth, you would undoubtedly have been the one shouting. Tao Lihua added, Exactly, I witnessed it all. Tao Su replied, Sister, you are about to lose your clever brother. Tao Lihua retorted, Just you? Whoever desires him may take him. I have my sister Tao Tao. With a smile in her eyes. Tao Xinghua followed her sister Tao Lihua into the kitchen to assist their grandmother with the cooking. Tao Su stood there, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Tao Tao was lost in a deep slumber, and upon awakening, she found the world outside shrouded in darkness. A lamp lit the room, presumably lit by Jiqin, who must be in the outer chamber at that moment. Jiqin announced, My lady has awakened. You must be hungry. Please wait, I shall bring you your meal. Acknowledging with a nod, she hurried out. My lady, tonight the old matriarch has prepared white dumplings and braised ribs with potatoes. Just place it on the table. Tao Tao instructed. Jiqin, are you familiar with the Misty Steps technique? Tao Tao inquired while eating. Indeed, my lady. Would you like to learn the technique? Du Hongqi and the others know it as well. All members of our guard are familiar with both Lingwei steps and Misty Steps. The former is a requisite for our guard, while the latter is also practiced by potential candidates or disciples. Jiqin continued, I have placed Misty Steps in the library for Hongqi to teach those who choose to study it. Additionally, I have arranged for Compendium of Medicinal Plants and Spirit Plant Compendium to be stored there as well. At this moment, having finally recalled what she had forgotten, Tao Tao quickly instructed Jiqin to make the necessary arrangements. Understood, my lady. As the gourd signaled the successful registration, a voice echoed, congratulating the host on their achievement. They were awarded 20 essence cultivation pills, the divine sword technique known as the 7-star swordsmanship, and the Eye of Illusion Shattering. What is the Eye of Illusion Shattering? The host inquired. Sister, the Eye of Illusion Shattering is one of the most prestigious ocular techniques. Although it lacks offensive capabilities, it serves as an exceptional auxiliary technique. It enables one to perceive the weaknesses of all things. With sufficient cultivation, one can penetrate through various skills, divine abilities, formations, and illusions. It unveils the essence beneath the superficial, impervious even to celestial fire elements and white-hot flames, belonging to the highest class of penetrating power. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Upon hearing the gourd's explanation, Tao Tao recognized that it was not merely a valuable item, but a significant treasure. As she spoke the words of fusion, a flicker of gold flashed through her closed eyes, the prickling sensation reminding her of her current endeavor. Following the sting, a wave of coolness washed over her, dispelling the discomfort and invigorating her spirit. Gradually, the tension in her tightly shut eyes eased, and she opened them. In that instant, a beam of golden light erupted forth, rendering all within its gaze transparent. Channeling her spiritual energy, she guided the Eye of Illusion Shattering through her eyes, circling repeatedly until the golden pupils merged completely, allowing her to freely alternate between the golden and black hues. With her drowsiness dissipated, Tao Tao persisted in merging with this divine sword technique. As the swordsmanship flowed into her being, she felt the profound essence of the sword, pondering whether this was indeed the essence of divine swordsmanship. Her intuition told her that, although this sword technique was divine, the essence of the sword intended contained was far more intricate than merely divine. Tao Tao absorbed and integrated the spiritual energy from the surrounding air, which surged toward her like a whirlwind, encircling her in a protective embrace. At that moment, Tao Tao felt like an observer, watching a diminutive figure executing each move with precision. The figure's actions unfolded in slow motion before her eyes, transforming the once obscure sword techniques into something comprehensible, as Tao Tao recited each character aloud. Suddenly, with a soft pop, the figure halted and offered Tao Tao a gentle smile, congratulating her on her successful fusion. The surrounding spiritual energy began to whirl frantically once more, racing to enter Tao Tao's body. This unexpected influx of energy startled her, prompting her to swiftly employ the chaotic decision, guiding the energy through her meridians. Due to Tao Tao's prior activation of the gourd's shielding function, her series of actions, along with the golden light from the eye of illusion and the anomalous effects stemming from her comprehension of the transcendent sword intent, remained concealed from all but herself and the gourd. It was yet another function of the system that Cao Cao had inadvertently discovered. The system remarked, "I am not mistaken. It is the gourd that is blind and oblivious." Cao Cao gazed at the gourd in silence. The gourd replied, "Wu, I am new to this. Many functions are still unclear to me." Chapter 117. Proposal: do not reside in the village. Instead, let them assist at the Phantom Manor. Perhaps there lies a chance that some esteemed figure in the mountain villa has taken notice. Cao Cao had heard from her elder sister Xiaohong that Yin Er and Ming Xian, the siblings, possessed a certain aptitude for martial arts. However, the avarice of their family had rendered them mere commodities, ultimately leading to their tragic demise, leaving their countenances unrecognizable. Initially, Cao Cao lamented their fate, feeling fortunate to be a granddaughter of the fifth house. Otherwise, the thought was too harrowing to entertain. Yet now, new questions plagued her mind. In this life, how could Hong Tao clandestinely relay messages through the escort of goods? What of the previous existence? Was there also a means of communication? Were those disfigured corpses truly the siblings Tao Yin Er? The truth remained elusive. Her intuition suggested that in the bygone era of Tao family village, there must have been survivors. Yet the ultimate fate of those individuals was shrouded in mystery. With the emergence of the ghost mountain villa, should the siblings Tao Yin Er prove to be virtuous, what harm could befall them if they were to enter the villa? If they possessed talent and had not succumbed to hatred, it would merely be a matter of finding them a master. Speaking of which, she distinctly remembered instructing the guards to convey messages to their master and ancestors. Yet, nearly a year had passed without a single visit from anyone. This seemed rather inexplicable. The elder gentleman, this is a sentiment expressed directly by the young lady Tao. I believe if those two children are indeed of good character, this would be a fitting path for them. Tao Deshan relayed Cao Cao's words and shared his thoughts, then remained silent in his chair nearby. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhu was filled with immense excitement, declaring that should these two children harbor ulterior motives, he would not permit them to endanger Tao family village, opting instead to confine them. Regarding Cao Cao's suggestion, they readily acquiesced, and with Tao Zhu's assurance, the four venerable elders of the Tao family ultimately resolved to dispatch the Liang and Lin families to retrieve the individuals in question. The Liang and Lin families quietly departed the village. Cao Cao, in her daily routine, awoke at her leisure, engaged in signing in and perusing books, while also tending to her space, occasionally sending Ji Qin up the mountain for a visit. Over the span of 7 days, Cao Cao accumulated a plethora of valuable items through her sign-ins: 30 superior Peiyuan pills, 15 exquisite Shisui pills, 5 medium-grade magical tools, 3 medium-grade spiritual artifacts, 2 superior spiritual artifacts, and a divine artifact known as the Chaotic Fan, alongside 1,000 inferior spiritual stones, 500 medium-grade spiritual stones, and 190 exquisite spiritual stones. Additionally, she acquired a set of illustrated volumes, which comprised 2 parts, one titled Compendium of Beasts and the other Compendium of Flora. Upon a cursory examination, Cao Cao noted that these volumes documented not only ordinary beasts and plants, but also recorded spiritual beasts, magical beasts, demon beasts, as well as spiritual and celestial flora. Currently, Cao Cao had attained the rank of a third-tier alchemist, a master-level advanced artifact craftsman, and a mid-level formation master. The sole deficiency in her prowess lay in her talisman crafting, for she had merely scratched the surface and had yet to attain the status of even a novice talisman master. The hierarchy of formation masters is as follows: entry-level apprentice, junior formation master, mid-level formation master, senior formation master, respected formation master, holy formation master, celestial formation master, king-level formation master, emperor-level formation master, and finally, the imperial formation master. Formation levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, spirit level, setting spirit-level formations as the protective array of the sect, even for those in the Great Ascension stage. It would require a considerable cost to breach them. sacred level, impenetrable by mortals, immortal level, king level, emperor level. Talisman master levels: beginner apprentice, junior talisman master, intermediate talisman master, senior talisman master, sacred talisman master, immortal talisman master, king talisman master, and emperor talisman master. Talisman levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, sacred, immortal, king, and emperor. Tao Tao possesses the guidance of her ancestral master regarding formations. As for talismans, Tao Tao discovered a comprehensive book entitled Complete Knowledge of Talismans and a volume titled Fundamental Talisman Records within the Yuling space, and she diligently practiced drawing them herself. Each stroke and line required her to infuse spiritual energy onto the paper with utmost seriousness. What appears simple is, in fact, quite challenging to execute. Rubbing her eyes and yawning, Tao Tao emerged from her dwelling and noticed her grandmother, along with her mother and aunt, tidying up various areas. Tilting her head and blinking, she realized that there were less than 2 weeks remaining until the new year. Hong Qi had already sent someone to investigate, revealing that Hong Tao, after enduring immense torment, had not succumbed. The Tao family in the capital had discarded him like a dead dog in the streets. Instead of heading towards Ning County, he sought refuge in a nearby dilapidated corner. Given the recent bitter cold in the capital, which could freeze a person to death, Zishao and the others executed a clever ruse to rescue Hong Tao, administering medicine before covertly transporting him to the Ghost Mountain Manor. Tao Tao resolved to offer Hong Tao's family a chance. Thus, following the departure of her great-grandmother from the village, Ji Qin relayed the message, instructing Tao Heir and his companions to escort Hong Tao's wife and children directly to Ghost Mountain Manor. Hong Qi was tasked with exploring the Valley of Divine Healers to seek a miraculous physician for Hong Tao's treatment. Now, 7 days have passed, and it is time. Chapter 118. Surprising or unexpected? Was the journey uneventful? With the presence of Hong's steward discreetly following, everything proceeded smoothly. It seems that my great-grandmother's party should also have arrived. Ji Qin, with Hong Qi absent from the manor and Tao Yi yet to return. Please have Tao Heir and the others take a moment to rest, and then provide them with 3 copies of the Haomeng formula. I understand that you have mastered it thoroughly. Sharing it will facilitate their early cultivation. Also, remember to orally pass on the instructions for the conversion of internal energy and spiritual energy to them, while allowing Steward Zhao to invest a bit more effort into the manor's affairs. Yes, my lord. Is there any further command? None. You may go now. It is likely that Tao Yi is en route. Yes, my lord. This servant takes her leave. Having just departed from the manor, Ji Qin promptly turned back towards it. Tao Tao's speculation was indeed correct. Tao Yi was on his way. Accompanying him were not only 15 young boys, but also 2 disheveled old men. Tao Tao had never anticipated that another group was making its way from the direction of the capital. Among them were the rotund Lu Dongxiao and the ever-hungry, tailing companion Fuchuan, alongside the gluttonous Xianyuan Haoyan. When Tao Yin'er and her brother disembarked from the carriage, Tao Tao could not resist employing her eye of insight. To her astonishment, she was utterly taken aback. Good heavens! Hadn't Tao Xiaohong claimed that the Tao family in the capital had cultivators? Why were these 2 exceptionally gifted children not being properly mentored, but instead treated as mere commodities? At this moment, she was uncertain whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. Tao Yishuan gazed at the little girl, whose face was unusually pale and whose lips twitched uncontrollably, and his intuition suggested that the Tao Yin'er siblings possessed some extraordinary quality. Otherwise, the girl's peculiar expression was simply baffling. Once she had composed herself, Tao Tao approached the elderly Tao Yishuan and said, "Great-grandfather, after the new year, let Sister Yin'er and Brother Mingxian go to Ghost Mountain Manor." Indeed, Tao Tao shot a glance at him and then spoke softly. The Tao family in the capital fails to recognize the beauty of jade inlaid with gold, mistaking pearls for mere fish eyes. The phrases fails to recognize the beauty of jade inlaid with gold and mistaking pearls for mere fish eyes echoed repeatedly in Tao Yishuan's mind. Oh, so this implies that the Yin'er siblings are geniuses? This revelation cannot be a burden I bear alone. The elderly gentleman should also experience this shock. Thus, he instructed Li to bring the Yenner siblings inside while he and his wife, Liang, sought out the other members of the family as well as the elderly patriarch. In the Tao Zhu family's main hall, the first to speak was Tao Yifei, the grandfather of the Yenner siblings. What did you say? Yishuan, did you misstate something? Or did I mishear? The elderly patriarch of the Tao Zhu family was so taken aback by Tao Yishuan's words that his teacup met the floor with a resounding crash. Tao Xiao and Tao Yu, two elderly gentlemen, widened their eyes in disbelief at Tao Yiran, clearly indicating that they thought they had misheard and sought confirmation. In contrast, Tao Zhu, the elderly patriarch of Tao Tao's family, remained remarkably composed. Of course, this was more evident if one overlooked his trembling hands. Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, what say you? Are you not surprised, and is it not unexpected? The self-satisfied yet infuriating voice of Tao Yiran echoed once more in the hall. What do you say? Tao Yiran said ominously, not forgetting to twist his wrist. Just as Tao Yishuan finished his words, Tao Yifei and Tao Yang had already risen to their feet. The three of them clearly perceived the intent behind Tao Yishuan's gaze, which seemed to convey a deliberate challenge. In the next moment, you don't adhere to the rules of combat. Striking someone's face is unacceptable. Tao Yishuan's cries grew louder. Meanwhile, the four elderly gentlemen observing the spectacle couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. Go on, strike him with all your might. This brat is so cocky. I feel tempted to join in. Third brother, if you wish to take action, do so quickly. We would like to witness the spectacle, urged Tao Yishuan's father, Tao Ji. Fifth brother, are you not concerned that young Master Xian might retaliate against your third brother? Tao Xiao teased. This lad has always been resilient against blows. Were it not for being in third brother's house, I would have already kicked him a couple of times. Let him be arrogant. Let him be arrogant. Tao Fei and the others continued to jest as they playfully struck him. In truth, the four brothers were merely engaging in light-hearted banter. However, the expression and gaze of Tao Yishuan as he spoke were undeniably provoking, and if they did not respond in kind, it would feel remiss given his performance. The four sisters-in-law watched with their arms crossed, thoroughly entertained. It had been many years since such a scene had unfolded, and witnessing it again was increasingly delightful. If Tao Yishuan knew what was going through his wife's mind at that moment, one wonders if he would become infuriated. While the four brothers reveled in their playful antics and the sisters-in-law enjoyed the lively spectacle, the four elderly gentlemen resumed their conversation. Since the new year has passed, and we are heading to the mountains, there isn't much time left. It's best to prepare well. Brother San, it seems that Yenner and her siblings have turned misfortune into fortune. The mountain lodge likely lacks for nothing. You may tidy up at your leisure. Indeed, while there are still a few days left, have a word with the children. Remind them not to dwell on that treacherous family. Tao Zhu understands and appreciates the words of his brothers, nodding in agreement. He thinks to himself, if the children continue to cling to that family, it would be wise to refrain from entering the Ghost Mountain Lodge, lest they bring trouble upon their brothers. As for that family, their day of reckoning will surely come. Chapter 119. The small storeroom is bursting at the seams. With the new year approaching, the festive atmosphere in the village is growing ever more pronounced. In recent years, every household in Taojia village has fared quite well, naturally aiding their relatives in the vicinity. The same formula applies as Tao Tao awakens from her slumber. My lady, the manager Wang from Fuyuan County and Brother San have arrived. Knowing the servant quietly announces as she enters the room, seeing her mistress half-dazed and nestled in bed. So early? Quickly usher them into the main hall to warm themselves. I shall be there shortly. Reluctantly, Tao Tao leaves the warmth of her blankets, stepping out into the cold with the servant, Ji Xiu, towards the main hall. Upon encountering the lady, the ever-dutiful Tao Sen greets her, wishing her peace and a happy new year. No need for excessive formalities. A happy new year to all. You have traveled a long way. Please rest first, and we shall speak shortly. Wang Yukai and Tao San had long heard of the vast collection of diverse books housed within the library of the ghostly manor. Very well, proceed, the master instructed. Here are the accounts and the list of items delivered this time, my lord. I take my leave. Tao Tao watched the two depart, her eyes brimming with delight, before leading Jichin and the others to her small storeroom. "Yes, my lord," they responded in unison. Cao Cao examined the ledger, meticulously recording each entry with neat and clear handwriting. After casually flipping through several volumes, she picked up the last one detailing the year's profits. The income from the Zhuangzi Mountain in Fuyuan County was quite substantial this year. Aside from the grain sold at the grocery store in Wuxia Town, there was a stockpile of over 80,000 jin. The total silver amounted to 12,689 taels, along with 865 copper coins. This figure reflected the harvest of the year, indicating they had managed their affairs with great diligence. In the spirit of the new year, Cao Cao decided to give each of them a red envelope to spread some joy. "Master, please hold on a moment. There are still a few items that haven't been verified," Jichin interjected upon seeing her enter. Surprised by the incomplete checks, Cao Cao inquired, "What do you mean?" "Master, this is the list of New Year gifts sent by Li Qingwei, the chief clerk of Fuyuan County. Please take a look." Upon receiving the list from Jichin, Cao Cao noted 6 pieces of cotton cloth, 6 packages of dried fruit pastries, 1 leg of lamb, 40 jin of pork, and 2 pairs of silver ear ornaments. Perplexed, she wondered if Li Qingwei was experiencing financial difficulties to bestow such an abundance upon her. It seemed she would need to inquire with Wang Yukai. "Master, the verification is complete. 3,000 pounds of rice, 3,000 pounds of flour, 2,000 pounds of corn, and 2 baskets each of cabbage, pumpkin, and winter melon. Additionally, there is a slaughtered pig, 2 sheep, and 20 chickens. Furthermore, there are 30 smoked chickens, 40 smoked rabbits, and 30 pieces of cured meat." Wang Guan and Nurse Ning have also fashioned 4 sets of clothing for the master, presenting 4 bolts of silk and a box of decorative hairpins, along with 3 pounds of candy and 6 packs of candied fruits and pastries. "Master, there is also 12,000 taels in silver notes." Cao Cao, upon hearing this, gasped in astonishment and whispered to the 3, "Have they struck it rich this year? Should we consider a robbery?" Jishu replied, "I knew the master would have ideas." Jichin and Jishu chimed in, "We think this idea has merit." Observing the little storeroom brimming with provisions, with even more outside, Cao Cao promptly summoned her grandmother. "Li, grandmother, this year our village has not planted rice, and today a substantial amount has been delivered to the estate. Our village consists solely of our kin, and as the population is not large, let us allocate 50 pounds of rice to each household. Moreover, I will provide you with 1,000 pounds of rice, so you can have my grandfather send some to those families." "What? This extravagant granddaughter intends to give away rice? Wait, how much did she just say?" This gesture alone amounts to over 2,000 pounds of rice. What kind of prodigal granddaughter is this? "Well, let us also give each household a smoked chicken, a smoked rabbit, and a piece of cured meat. Jichin, Jishu, and Jishio, please assist my grandmother in organizing these items. As for the distribution, I shall let her confer with my grandfather." Moments later, Jichin and the others returned to the study to report. "Did you deliver everything to my grandmother?" The servants assisted in moving everything to the large storeroom. Cao Cao nodded and continued with her arrangements. "Jishio, take 200 pounds of rice, 300 pounds of flour, a basket each of cabbage, pumpkin, and winter melon, for smoked chickens, 6 smoked rabbits, 1 sheep, and half a slab of pork to the mountain villa to hand over to Hong Chi. Jishu would carry 40 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, 2 smoked chickens, and 2 smoked rabbits, along with 20 pounds of pork and 2 each of pumpkin and winter melon, to deliver to the grocery store in Wuxia Town for Manager Yao. Inform him to provide that shop assistant with 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of pork, and 1 each of smoked chicken and rabbit." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 120. Yunan's plans. Jichin, let us count the inventory in the small storeroom. "Yes, my lord." The master and servant counted together, discovering that the small storeroom still held a considerable amount of goods: 30 rolls of cotton fabric, 10 rolls of brocade, and 5 rolls of silk, 1 box of hair ornaments, 1 box of velvet flowers, 2 boxes of pearl flowers, and 2 boxes of gold and silver jewelry, 4 complete sets of the 4 treasures of the study, 12 banknotes worth 1,000 taels each, 50 banknotes worth 100 taels each, 986 taels of silver, plus 3,678 copper coins, 3 pounds of candy, 12 packets of preserved fruits and pastries, half a slab of pork, 1 pig's head, 1 sheep, 1 leg of lamb, 20 pounds of pork, 6 smoked chickens, 14 smoked rabbits, 12 pieces of cured meat, and 20 ready-to-slaughter chickens, 860 pounds of rice, 2,680 pounds of flour, and 2,000 pounds of corn kernels, 1 basket of cabbage, 18 pumpkins, and winter melons. Finally, persuaded by Ji Qin, Cao Cao accepted 12 banknotes of 1,000 taels each and 40 banknotes of 100 taels each. In the small storeroom, there lay 10 silver notes totaling 100 taels, while the other silver ingots and coins remained unchanged. The master and servant entered the room one after the other, and soon the voice of her mother, Mrs. Su, echoed, "Daughter, the town magistrate has arrived." Cao Cao nodded, contemplating. It seems to be the same old script. Could it be that Kong Qiyun and Lu Dongxiao are soon to follow? "Miss Tao, a happy new year to you. You, have come to share a meal. May I?" Yunnan greeted Cao Cao with a smile and a bow. Cao Cao rolled her eyes in an ungracious manner, waving her hand dismissively. "What do you mean by that, Magistrate Yu? Today, you shall dine at my home and be well fed." "That is splendid to hear. I have brought a small gift for Miss Tao and her family, merely a token of respect. You must not refuse it," Yunnan insisted. With a smile, Cao Cao nodded and instructed Ji Qin to accept the gift. At that moment, her elder uncle and father were still seated in the main hall, while her grandfather was undoubtedly occupied with her grandmother discussing matters. Yunnan's visit was not only to present New Year gifts and cultivate goodwill with the Tao family, but also to inquire about the ghost manor on the Spirit Mountain behind Tao Village. "Dear brothers Tao, I seek to gather some information regarding the ghost manor on Spirit Mountain. Might you assist me in this endeavor?" Cao Cao thought to herself, "Here it comes. Yunnan has come with a purpose." Tao Tegan glanced at his younger brother, who was fiddling with his tea, and spoke. "As for the ghost manor, my knowledge is quite limited. What specific information does Magistrate you wish to acquire?" Yunnan feigned a cough. "I apologize, brother Tao, but I have a son who, due to my wife's excessive pampering, is only 10 years old and causes quite a ruckus. You contemplated that if there were any news of recruitment at the ghost manor, he would certainly send his unremarkable son there for some proper training." Upon hearing this, Tao Tegan raised his gaze to Yunnan and remarked, "I must admit, I have not heard anything regarding such recruitment. Should any information arise, I will certainly inform you." Tao Taiju set down his teacup and, looking at Yunnan, added, "Aren't you concerned that your wife might become reluctant and cause trouble every few days?" Yunnan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "My wife is currently with child. Now would be the ideal time to send that unremarkable son away." Cao Cao responded, "Indeed. It seems this couple truly shares a deep affection for one another." Meanwhile, the Tao family engaged in casual conversation, while Tao Dashin and his wife reached a consensus. The village would, as per their granddaughter's suggestion, provide 50 pounds of rice per household, along with 1 smoked chicken and 1 smoked rabbit. As for the others, an additional 20 pounds of rice would be allocated to each household based on previous distributions. At the ghost manor, knowing that Xiao had instructed Tao Tao to bring certain items, the residents expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mississippi," especially for the gifts provided by Hong Chi and others for the new year. Tao Tao quickly glanced over them before waving her hand to store them in the jade spring space, intending to examine them more closely when she had the time. Drowsy and enveloped in the caring gazes of the three, Tao Tao nestled into the warm embrace of the quilt on the Kong and soon drifted off to sleep. "Well then, let us also take a rest," she said. "Ji Qin, I feel that this moment is quite pleasant, easy and carefree. The master is quite adorable and treats us well. It would be wonderful if this could last indefinitely. However, it seems improbable. Especially since some individuals are still in pursuit of the ghost manor, are they not?" Indeed. Ji Xiao, my great-grandfather mentioned that my master has been missing for several years, and my great-grandfather is already on his way. What about you? It should be soon. After all, there are matters at hand that require attention. Well, With my master and great-grandfather present, the master would not have to endure such hardships and could enjoy a bit more rest each day. At this moment, Tao Tao, who lay comfortably on the Kong, was busily engaged in the Yuchuan space. The sound of a gourd reached her ears, and she realized that these individuals had contacted their masters and great-grandfathers as per her instructions. But their arrival had been delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Tao Tao made a note of the mysterious disappearance and continued her busy work. Chapter 121. The Unreliable Boss. How Ning County? What did you say? That incompetent master of my disciple has arrived with a mysterious individual? Just after finishing official duties and barely reaching the courtyard of the county office, Kong Chiyun was taken aback by the report from his attendant, Kong Fu. Having been in Ning County for nearly 6 years, this master of his hapless disciple had only visited once last year to collect potatoes. At other times, he seemed to forget his very existence. This sudden arrival felt ominous, as though something undesirable was about to transpire. Kong Chiyun could not afford to be negligent, especially with the presence of a mysterious person. From what he gathered, this enigmatic figure was likely the one he suspected. Very well. It seems I must now attend to this matter. In the courtyard of the county office. Lu Ponzai, has this Kong Siv been here for nearly 6 years? What are your intentions? Do you plan to allow him to remain? Xian Yuan Haoyan recognizes the exceptional talents of Lu Dongxiao, who is both scholarly and martial. However, he has yet to witness Lu Dongxiao engage in favoritism for his disciples or guests, which is precisely why he holds him in such high regard. Although Lu Dongxiao may occasionally appear eccentric, the character of those he accepts as guests or disciples is invariably commendable. It is merely that his criteria for selection are rather unconventional. Among his 5 sons, only the 3rd and 5th can barely catch his eye, while the other 3 are entirely disregarded by Lu Ponzai. Alas, I implore you, Boss Hao, do not entertain any such thoughts. If you were to transfer Xiaoyan away from this place, do not expect to reap high-yield grain from here again. Lu Dongxiao has given his master a solemn promise. As long as the master does not release him, Kong Chiyun shall remain steadfastly in Ning County. Upon hearing Xian Yuan Haoyan's words, he quickly offered high-yield grain as a condition, fully confident that the old fox, Xian Yuan Haoyan, would not refuse. Observing this, Lu Dongxiao promptly stepped back 10 paces. Boss Hao, I hold no interest in men. Meanwhile, Fu Quan, who was sipping water and serving as a background figure, suddenly burst out of cough, cough. Xian Yuan Haoyan glared at Lu Dongxiao with gritted teeth, while Kong Chiyun rushed in, only to be greeted by the sight of a fuming monarch, an utterly bewildered master, and a coughing eunuch Quan. The peculiar dynamics among these 3 were nothing short of bizarre. In the presence of Chun Ning, Kong Chiyun exclaimed, Kong Shizi, have you lost your sight? Can you not see the attire I currently don? Rise quickly and cease your trivialities. Kong Chiyun, internally lamenting, thought to himself, if I greet him, he will criticize my eyesight. If I do not, he will accuse me of lacking respect. Truly, he is difficult to please. Furthermore, he mused about the prospect of practicing martial arts. With his innate prowess as a mid-level great martial master, what chance did he stand against my initial stage as an innate martial sovereign? It would merely be another day of going easy on him. With a melancholic glance at his master, Kong Chiyun turned and strode toward the back of the courtyard. Lu Dongxiao perceived the considerable progress his disciple had made in strength over the years, likely a benefit of proximity to their master. Originally, he intended to visit their master, but with an unwelcome shadow tagging along, he reconsidered. It was best not to trouble their master, who evidently preferred to avoid complications. Fuqian, go and engage with Kong Shizi, but do take it easy. With his level of skill, it will be akin to play. Hearing the boastful tone in the words of their master, both Lu Dongxiao and his disciple felt that he was increasingly unreliable. It was noteworthy that Xian Yuan Haoyan had assessed Kong Shizi's abilities to be merely at the initial stage of a great martial master, especially considering that 6 years prior, Kong Shizi had still been at the martial master level. Over the years, Lu Dongxiao had been exceedingly occupied, lacking the time to mentor him. Thus, he had likely only reached the initial stage of a great martial master. Meanwhile, Fuqian had already ascended to the realm of an innate martial sovereign, albeit at an initial stage, placing them at entirely different tiers. Kang Shizi was destined to be on the receiving end of a thorough trouncing. Xian Yuan Haoyan could hardly fathom that today's Kang Qiyun was a far cry from the one of yesteryears. Tao Tao not only frequently summoned Tao Yi and Wei Wu to spar with Kang Qiyun, but at the very moment Kang Qiyun broke through to the innate martial sovereign level, he also instructed Hong Qi to successively impart the techniques of body refinement, seven-star fist, and the primordial formula to him. At this juncture, Kang Qiyun was capable of contending with mid-level martial sovereigns, albeit with some difficulty. He remained steadfast in remembering his master's words, to conceal his true abilities until a critical moment arose. Thus, he perpetuated the facade of lacking martial prowess. Chapter 122, A Unique Contest, Gratitude for the Additional Update. Kang Qiyun truly lived up to the moniker of Kang the Sifter. His cunning was indeed more intricate than the finest sieve used for sifting medicinal powder. He approached the jovial eunuch Fuqian and whispered into his ear. Initially, Fuqian wore a bewildered expression, but soon his face brightened, and his eyes sparkled with excitement, ultimately urging Kang Qiyun to demonstrate. In a brief moment, Kang Qiyun completed his demonstration. Fuqian gazed at him as if he were a rare treasure, his eyes brimming with joy. Meanwhile, not far away, Xian Yuan Haoyan and Lu Dongxiao exchanged puzzled glances. They had just witnessed Kang Qiyun's peculiar movements, followed by Fuqian mimicking him. Confusion gripped their minds. Were these two not supposed to be competing? What was unfolding before them? Just as their bewilderment deepened, the two individuals on the training grounds sprang into action, not only moving but also chanting slogans. Indeed, they were shouting slogans. Scissors, paper, stone. Ha ha. I am scissors and you are paper. I have triumphed. Let us play again. Scissors, paper, stone. Hee. This time victory belongs to me. The two players engaged in this delightful game, while those observing from the sidelines appeared utterly bewildered. Fortunately, their game did not last long before they resumed their previous peculiar antics. In truth, these were not extraordinary movements. They were merely the exercises that Tao Tao had introduced when leading everyone in circles at the ghostly manor. Push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, and a whimsical maneuver known as the Fool's Walk, characterized by feet turned inward, one foot tracing a circle, the other a square, with hands dangling at their sides, occasionally shaking them in jest. This peculiar behavior was entirely due to the mischievous spirit within Tao Tao. Observing her companions, who spent their days immersed in the library or the training grounds, she feared they might become mere bookworms or martial arts fanatics. Thus, she conceived this exercise and mandated that each person must take a turn around the courtyard daily. Additionally, apart from those who could only manage to concoct dubious dishes, everyone was encouraged to learn how to prepare simple meals. Should anyone be lazy or deliberately create inedible fare, they would face the penalty of performing the Fool's Walk for 3 laps. Consequently, the ghostly manor was filled with laughter and merriment. Witnessing the joy of her companions, Tao Tao felt a swell of happiness within her. She did not wish for her people to become heartless machines or overly bookish individuals, nor did she want their minds to be consumed by the notion of a gentleman keeping his distance from the kitchen. It was precisely due to Tao Tao's initiatives that all who entered the ghostly manor became unwaveringly loyal and fiercely protective of one another. In any case, we, the denizens of Ghost Manor, are the only ones permitted to exert our influence upon one another. Should you dare to unjustly bully any individual from Ghost Manor, brace yourself for the consequences of your actions. The 108 torturous punishments of Ghost Manor await you. Returning to the matter at hand, the two competitors engaged in a contest of 100 push-ups, subsequently running laps around the modest training ground while simultaneously performing frog jumps. Fu Quan was hilariously entertaining. With each leap, he emitted 2 loud croaks, nearly causing Kang Qiyun beside him to burst into uncontrollable laughter. The expressions of the two onlookers were varied. Xian Yuan Haoyan wore a somewhat solemn countenance, yet the curiosity and eagerness in his eyes betrayed him. Conversely, Lu Dongxiao maintained a more composed demeanor. He approached the edge of the training ground, observing the antics of the pair with increasing delight, particularly amused by Fu Quan's croaking sounds, which filled him with uncontainable joy. Naturally, he was aware that this could very well have been the creation of his own master, a true testament to ingenuity. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Dongxiao placed his hands behind his back and began to bounce along. Initially, he found himself somewhat unsteady, but gradually he steadied himself, reveling in the playful atmosphere. After a brief moment, Lu Dongxiao noticed the absence of Fu Quan's croaks. Raising his head, he beheld an astonishing display of movement, utterly captivating yet strikingly foolish in appearance. Particularly with Fu Quan's plump visage juxtaposed against his current antics, Lu Dongxiao erupted into laughter. Xian Yuan Haoyan, too, found himself laughing heartily, though it was unclear when he had arrived at the edge of the training ground. At this moment, he was laughing so hard that he pounded the martial arts arena's high platform, completely detached from the usually solemn and serious demeanor of a sovereign. He was unequivocally a spectator, one who was laughing to the point of cramping. After the two participants concluded their performance, they leapt down from the platform, gazing at them with an expression of utter naivety. Upon witnessing this, Lu Dongxiao felt a sense of impending doom and hurriedly urged the two to leave the martial arts arena. Chapter 123. Kong Chiyun remains in Ning County, Chiyun. I came here upon hearing that you possess new seeds, particularly those that yield over 6,000 pounds per acre. The shrewd Lu Dongxiao understood that if he did not mention a specific purpose for his visit, the other party would undoubtedly remain skeptical. It was not the opportune moment to meet the sovereign, especially since that individual had mentioned that his disciple had new seeds. Master, rest assured, I have prepared the seeds for you. However, Kong Chiyun hesitated, and an uneasy sensation crept over Lu Dongxiao. Could there be an issue with these seeds? What is it? Xin Yuan Haoyan sat comfortably in the main seat, savoring his tea. Though his eyelids did not flutter, his ears were certainly attentive, keenly absorbing the conversation between the master and disciple. I managed to procure 300 pounds, with 100 pounds sufficient for an acre. Master, you cannot take all of it. At most, you may take 200 pounds. I also wish to experiment with planting some myself. Lu Dongxiao observed his protective disciple and, upon realizing there were only 300 pounds, chose not to respond, instead casting a glance at Xian Yuan Haoyan, who sat firmly in his position. Kong Chiyun, are you certain that you can achieve a yield of 6,000 pounds per acre? Xian Yuan Haoyan set down his teacup and, with a serious gaze, inquired of Kong Chiyun. Your Majesty, this booklet contains the methods for cultivating sweet potatoes. Please review it. At that moment, Kong Chiyun knelt before him, holding a small booklet above his head with both hands. With a mere glance from Xin Yuan Haoyan, Fu Quan promptly took the booklet and presented it to him. Kong Aiching, rise. Since there are only 300 jin and you are willing to part with them, I shall agree to your master's previous suggestion that you continue your tenure in Ning County. However, there is one condition. You must secretly investigate the Ghost Mountain Manor. Do you understand? As Xian Yuan Haoyan examined the booklet, he felt a mixture of shock and skepticism. He suspected that the high-yield seeds might have been deliberately released by the Ghost Mountain Manor. The reason for this was a mystery he yearned to fathom. Yet no one offered him clarity. Thus, the directive for Kong Chiyun to probe into the manor was established. Your servant is grateful for your Majesty's benevolence. Spare me the formalities. In the future, do not send all the good things solely to your master. Your servant shall obey. With a wave of his sleeve, Xian Yuan Haoyan silenced Kong Chiyun from continuing. He understood well that these seeds likely originated from Taojia village, and he remained uncertain about the existence of the Ghost Mountain Manor behind it. Nevertheless, he had dispatched Fu Quan to explore that mountain. From a distance, he had only glimpsed a towering stone, 2 meters high, upon which the words Ghost Mountain Manor were inscribed in an ornate script. The characters were distinct, yet the area surrounding the stone was shrouded in mist, rendering everything indistinct. Fortuitously, Fu Quan had not ventured further inside. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he would still be able to breathe the air of the Mushi kingdom. Fu Quan's words caused Xian Yuan Haoyan to furrow his brow deeply. It seems that the ghost manor may indeed exist, but it prefers not to be disturbed by outsiders. Could it be that the rumors circulating in the world hold some truth? The master and disciple, Lu Dongxiao and Kang Qiyun, not only refrain from mentioning the ghost manor, but also omit any reference to Taojia village. One wonders whether it is the inhabitants of Taojia village who wish to remain hidden from the world, or if the ghost manor simply desires to maintain its tranquility. Alas, since the ancestor has spoken, it would be wise to feign ignorance. As long as they do not engage in actions detrimental to the Mushi kingdom, it is best to turn a blind eye. So be it. So be it. Let the credit be attributed entirely to that young rascal, Kang Qiyun. I cannot fathom from whence this young man derives his good fortune. Having once jested about transferring Kang Qiyun from this place, Lu Dongxiao surprisingly uttered such words, indicating that Kang Qiyun has caught the attention of certain individuals. Chapter 124. A lively New Year celebration on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Kang Qiyun dispatched 2 carts of New Year gifts to Tao Tao. One cart was from him, and the other from his master, Lu Dongxiao. Along with the gifts came an invitation. The Lantern Festival in the 15th county beckoned Tao Tao and her family to partake in the festivities. On New Year's Eve, every household in Taojia village was aglow with lights. The family gathered in the main room, warming themselves by the fire and keeping vigil through the night. In the latter half of the night, Tao Tao bid her family farewell and ascended the mountain with Jiqin and several others. Although she had granted them a few days of leave, none seemed eager to depart. Tao Tao understood that their presence in the beggar-s gang likely meant they had little family to return to, so she refrained from saying much. Master, Happy New Year. Miss, Happy New Year. Apart from the residents of the villa, even the Hong family, upon encountering Tao Tao adorned with a white fox mask and clad in a flowing white robe reminiscent of the other shore flower, respectfully greeted her. Miss, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone. She exclaimed, Here is a red envelope for each of you, a token for all present. With a graceful gesture, Tao Tao directed Ji Qin and Ji Shu to distribute the red envelopes, each containing a silver note of 10 taels. Naturally, Ji Qin and the others also received a special New Year gift from her. Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you, Master. It's chilly today. Shall we set the table and enjoy a hot pot? As the host, Tao Tao felt it imperative to ensure that the villa's inhabitants experienced a lively and joyous first New Year, making certain that their time here felt more rewarding than their previous days. Absolutely. A hot pot sounds delightful and festive. Just as this was agreed upon, Li Posey, Wang Posey, and Qian Posey, accompanied by their maids, hurried towards the kitchen. Even Zihan joined a few young men in fetching ingredients from the storeroom. Lord Hong, Lady Hong, are you settling in well? If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask. Do not worry about causing trouble. Lord Hong, I have already sent someone to seek out the renowned healers from the Valley of Divine Doctors. For now, focus on recuperating and tending to your external injuries. The internal afflictions will also heal in due time, though it will require some patience. Tao Tao spoke earnestly. Regardless of Hong Tao's fractured bones or the slow-acting poison within him, one day, these ailments would be cured. Even if she cannot locate the elusive divine healer valley, she possesses the mystical spring water, the invigorating pills, and the cleansing elixirs. Yet, at this moment, she is neither prepared nor daring to act upon these resources. The couple from the Hong family gazed upon the diminutive figure, merely 7 or 8 years in height, speaking with affirming tones, their hearts swelling with gratitude. At that time, Hong Tao believed he was destined to perish in the cold. However, upon awakening, he was astonished to learn that he could reunite with his family. Initially, he suspected it to be a ruse by the family, remaining silent for days until, to his surprise, he finally beheld his beloved wife and their 2 children. In that moment, his heart brimmed with thankfulness, grateful to the Tao family for safeguarding his wife and children, and to the gallant spirit who rescued him from despair. Now, residing in this ethereal haven with his family, he felt no remorse or regret, regardless of whether he could be healed. Before the Hong family could express their gratitude, Tao Tao led Taoyi to the study. Yes, my lord. We shall discuss this matter in a few days. For now, keep a watchful eye on them. Indeed. My lord, practice this homing Jew diligently. After presenting the technique, Tao Tao gently tapped Tao Yi's brow with her finger, imparting the transformation method for internal and spiritual energy. Along with the body refinement technique, using her discerning eye, Tao Tao observed that all members of the guard possessed spiritual roots, the weakest among them being of 3 roots, while the strongest had a singular root. Whether by coincidence or fortune, those currently residing at the villa, including Hong Chi and Kong Chiyun, who were out searching for the Divine Healer Valley, along with the 4 from Fuyuan County, all possessed spiritual roots. Upon her discovery, Tao Tao initially felt it was surreal, yet it undeniably existed. Greetings, Tao Yi. Practice diligently, and should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire with me or others. Your training parallels theirs. Now, let us proceed. They must be ready. Indeed, Master. Tao Yi expresses gratitude to the Master. The two arrived at the dining hall, where Granny Qian and the others had just set up the tables. There were precisely 6 tables, each adorned with a pot simmering with exquisite chicken broth. The tables were laden with an array of meticulously sliced vegetables and meats. The aroma was delightful, prompting everyone to swiftly find their seats and commence their meal. Tao Tao, with a flourish, chose a nearby spot, picked up chopsticks, and placed a piece of lean meat into the pot to cook, then selected some chicken to savor. This chicken broth is exceptionally well prepared today. You surely must have planned for a hot pot dinner this evening. Young miss, you are indeed remarkable. I told you. Once you taste it, you would know. Old Wei, you have lost. You shall wash the dishes afterward. Ha ha. While enjoying the hot pot, Tao Tao chuckled and eagerly inquired. Who else has lost? Wu Yu has also lost, as well as Wu Jiang, and others. Quite a number of you have lost, indeed. Merely washing dishes is insufficient. You shall also be responsible for preparing breakfast tomorrow. Upon hearing this from Tao Tao, the victors erupted in jubilant exclamations, resembling the sounds of pigs. Young miss, you are astute. Truly astute. Ha ha ha, whether wise or not, I cannot ascertain. However, I do know that if you do not pick up your chopsticks soon, there will be nothing left, not even the soup. Do not snatch that. It belongs to me. Chapter 125, 2 Treasured Beings. My lord, I truly do not understand why these 2 old men are following me. Tao Yi remarked with a furrowed brow. As I was escorting those 15 children near the borders of Ning County, I encountered these 2 old men. At that moment, they were entangled with one another, neither willing to yield. I drove past them without a second thought, yet to my surprise, they trailed behind my carriage. I inquired, yet they offered no response. Upon seeing me halt, they promptly leapt into the carriage. Well, I must say, how did you come to know that 2 crafty old men were so persistent? You may step down for now. I shall investigate these 2 old fellows shortly. Yes, my lord. I apologize for the trouble I have caused, Tao Yi replied. Tao Tao waved her hand dismissively, though her mind was occupied with pondering the true intentions of these 2 old men. Firstly, she was certain that these old men possessed remarkable agility, indicating they were skilled in martial arts. From them, Tao Tao sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy, accompanied by the fragrance of medicinal herbs. They frequently engaged with herbs. Could they be alchemists? Tao Tao narrowed her eyes in contemplation. As more people arrived at the manor, she had concealed the spiritual herb garden with a formation, leaving only that herbal garden related to medicinal plants within the estate. Rising to her feet, adjusting her robe, and donning a white fox mask, Tao Tao prepared to meet the 2 elderly gentlemen. Old Medicine, is that young girl truly a cultivator? Did you sense the fluctuation of spiritual energy? The older man in gray, with a beard, shot a glance at the frail old man opposite him and retorted, if I had sensed such energy, do you think I would be waiting here? Then how do you know that girl is a cultivator? The slender old man in white pressed on, unrelenting. You ought not to have left your divine physician valley. Have you not noticed that this estate is suffused with spiritual energy? I dare say this manor was not constructed by human hands. It must be a divine artifact, or perhaps the remnant of one. I thought so. Upon entering here, my body suddenly felt at ease, and even the pain from my injuries has subsided significantly. So that is the reason, the old man known as the medical fool exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Aside from your inability to wield spiritual energy, has your mind also been injured? The old medicine man retorted. Whom are you insulting? Who has insulted you? As Tao Tao entered the guest room, she happened upon the robust exchange of voices. Old medicine, medical fool, two lively treasures of life. The elder gentlemen are indeed spirited and vigorous, truly defying their age, she mused. Tao Tao has arrived. Gentlemen, might we discuss the purpose of your visit to my ghost manor? Tao Tao was already aware that both elderly men were cultivators. One was in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while the other had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment and was on the verge of breaking into the golden core stage. However, the one in the mid-stage was injured and currently unable to harness spiritual energy. You need not speak, I am already aware. The elderly man appears to be pursued and has sustained significant injuries. The moment he channels his spiritual energy, his body ages rapidly, ultimately leading to his dissolution. You, on the other hand, are an alchemist, though the specifics of your rank remain unknown to me. Given your companionship, it stands to reason that you possess the means to treat him, albeit requiring certain medicinal herbs. Tao Tao's insights were relayed to her by Hu Lu, who indeed mentioned the alchemist's rank. He is a 4th grade alchemist, with subtle signs of potentially breaking into the 5th grade. The two elders were taken aback by Tao Tao's words, astonished that this mere 7-year-old girl could articulate such profound truths with remarkable accuracy. In the midst of their astonishment, Tao Tao spoke again. He currently requires the revitalizing purple pill to restore his diminished strength due to internal injuries. Yet your current success rate in pill refinement is not guaranteed. The medical sage exclaimed, What? The elder alchemist stammered, Little girl, you. Chapter 126. The elder alchemist refines pills. Madam, I wish for my children to be admitted to the ghost manor. What are your thoughts on this? This matter is for the master to decide. I only desire for our family to live in peace. Very well. I shall seek an opportune moment to inquire with Steward Zhao or Chief Hong. Hong Tao is not a narrow-minded individual. He has heard whispers of the ghost manor's enigma even in the capital. Now that our family resides there, he would undoubtedly wish for his own children to be accepted into the manor, even if only as errand runners. Such an opportunity would be a source of pride for him throughout his life. The scene shifts. The young girl remarked that not only did she lack 100% success rate in alchemy, but even in the realm of the Silver Wasteland. There had yet to be a report of any alchemist achieving such perfection. The mention of the Silver Wasteland piqued her curiosity. Was there truly more than one nation beyond the borders of the Mushi Kingdom? The words of the elder prompted Tao Tao to furrow her delicate brows once more. As she inquired, Why, then, have you come to my Ghost Mountain Manor? Sighing, one elder replied, Well, we approached this venture with a spirit of experimentation. It is said that within the borders of the Mushi Kingdom lies a mysterious Ghost Mountain Manor, abundant with spiritual herbs and countless alchemical elixirs. We sought to try our luck. After a journey filled with inquiries, they eventually arrived at Ning County, where they fortuitously encountered a figure clad in a white robe adorned with red spider lilies, their face obscured by a dark fox mask. The two elders shamelessly attached themselves to this individual. One pill. Tao Tao regarded the two elders with a look of incredulity, and upon seeing their confusion, she patiently elucidated. Given his current condition, he requires at least 3 revitalizing purple pills. Moreover, he cannot recover immediately. He will need a period of rest. What? 3 pills? And not an instant recovery? The two elders gasped in unison. Tao Tao nodded in affirmation and continued. He still harbors toxins within his body and must first consume an antidote. Only after 7 days can he then take the revitalizing purple pills, 1 pill every other day, for a total of 3 doses. Following that, he will need to cultivate his spiritual energy for a month before he can truly recover. At this revelation, the two elders grasped the gravity of the situation, though they appeared somewhat despondent. Elder, take this and diligently refine your pills. The revitalizing purple pill is a 5th-tier elixir, precisely what you need for your breakthrough. Go forth. However, This spiritual herb is not given freely. After Tao Tao spoke, she ignored the expressions of the two old men and, with her hands behind her back, hummed an unknown tune as she walked out of the courtyard. Did this young girl truly just bestow upon me the spiritual herb? This is a vital ingredient for concocting fifth-grade elixirs, and she has given me 3. Although the old man of medicine gazed at the 3 spiritual herbs in his hands, he still found it hard to believe. The girl mentioned it was not given without a price. Why don't you begin refining the elixir first? The medical enthusiast also seemed puzzled. Yes. Let us refine the elixir. The old man of medicine, clutching the herbs, promptly entered an empty room, retrieving an alchemical furnace and some medicinal materials from his storage ring. With a snap of his fingers, a cluster of crimson flames erupted beneath the furnace. He tossed the herbs into the furnace one by one. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the liquid within the furnace vanished, and the flames extinguished. The already disheveled old man of medicine had his hair standing on end, his face resembling that of a charcoal briquette. It was evident that the furnace had exploded. Undeterred, he procured another set of herbs and continued his endeavor. Next came the fusion process. He meticulously combined the medicinal liquids, which coalesced into a round, yellow-green pill. Then came the division of the elixir, compressing, segmenting, and compressing again, until the room was filled with the fragrant aroma of the elixir. Within the furnace lay 2 perfectly round yellow-green pills. At the moment the elixirs were completed, the old man of medicine sensed a ripple of energy. His heart settled. He had succeeded. Chapter 127. Remaining as an elder. Thanks for the update, Master. Tao E has conveyed that the 2 old men from the manor wish to see you. After lounging at home for 2 days, Tao Tao felt a pang of curiosity upon hearing Shi Qin's words. Are those 2 old men still here? No, came the reply. Yes, my lady. Mother. My daughter has arrived. Come, help me decide which piece of fabric to use to make your father a garment. Su Shi was troubled over which cloth to select for her husband when her clever and obedient daughter appeared. Mother, why must we choose? Can't we make one from each piece? Tao Tao blinked innocently at her mother, perplexed. Indeed, how did I not think of that? My daughter is so clever. Su Shi exclaimed. Realizing the merit in her daughter's suggestion, she nodded in agreement. Having voiced her thoughts, Tao Tao promptly turned and set out to find Shi Qin. Miss of the Ghost Mountain Manor, all is well. Please, everyone, go about your tasks. Tomorrow, I shall assess your progress. Yes, Mississippi Taoie. Aside from expressing a desire to see me, did those 2 old men mention anything else? In the study, Tao Tao tilted her head inquisitively at Taoie. Yes, they mentioned that the frail old man in white could treat Hong Tao. Oh, let us go and take a look. As you wish, my lady. Tao Tao, accompanied by Tao E, Wei Wu, Shi Qin, and Ji Xiu, made their way toward the courtyard of the guest rooms. Hey, old man, are you planning to linger here indefinitely? Tao Tao relished teasing the 2 elderly men. How do you know this? Who has been whispering in your ear? Retorted the old man, his spirit undiminished and a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Ahem, young one, your surroundings are pristine and serene. An ideal refuge for an old man to recuperate. I shall not occupy this space without giving something in return. Here, take this. The eccentric old man produced a rusted, rectangular iron token from an unknown source and tossed it towards Tao Tao. Young one, I am aware of your skills as an alchemist. Though I am uncertain of your rank, I believe this might be of use to you. Indeed, it is a storage ring, a spatial artifact with a capacity of 1,000 cubic units, specially retrieved from the storage of the Jade Spring space as a cover. Now, let me speak, the old man began. I am Hua Qing, the saint of medicine from the Divine Physician Valley, renowned for my ability to heal even the likes of Hong. However, I require accommodation here. The old man, known as Yun Hui, is the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, affectionately dubbed the Old Alchemist. He is currently a 5th-tier alchemist, a distinguished figure among alchemists in the Silver Wasteland. I too wish to stay here, he proclaimed. I do not harbor idlers. Tao Tao is uninterested in the affairs of this continent. Her thoughts were solely occupied with the 2 peach trees in the spiritual garden, pondering whether they had blossomed and borne fruit. especially since those in her space had already begun to yield. Tao Wei, Wu, and the other two, Ji Qin and Ji Xiu, gasped at the declarations of the two old men, their eyes brimming with admiration. Since Elder Hua and Elder Yun have chosen to remain, let me make myself clear. You may stay for as long as you wish. But one condition must be upheld. Once you leave my Ghost Mountain Manor, you are forbidden from speaking of anything that transpires here, including every blade of grass and every tree. Although I am not particularly fond of troubles, I do possess a slight penchant for creating them. I find myself in the company of many individuals, and should anyone catch the attention of the two esteemed seniors, I kindly ask them to share their thoughts with me. Tao Tao is aware that the two individuals before her are cultivators, the highest among them having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. After contemplating her options, she ultimately decided to unleash her nascent soul pressure, while opting to conceal the might of her divine transformation stage. After all, everyone has their own secrets to guard. The moment the nascent soul pressure was released, all 6 individuals, including Tao E and the others, felt the chilling proximity of death. Fortunately, Tao Tao only allowed it to linger for an instant. Otherwise, the 6 would have found themselves sprawled upon the ground. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of Tao E and his companions, the 2 elderly men were visibly unsettled. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they regarded Tao Tao as if she were a creature of legend. Esteemed seniors, would you be interested in becoming honorary elders of my Ghost Mountain Manor? For a modest fee of 5 medium-grade spirit stones each month, you would have unfettered access to the tomes within the library, and there is also a spiritual herb garden on the premises. While it may not be abundant, it certainly holds its share of treasures. Little girl, are you speaking truthfully? Indeed, I am. Very well. From this day forth, I shall be an elder of Ghost Mountain Manor. Given our newfound rapport, I believe it would be more fitting to reserve the honorary elder status for others. Precisely. What kind of relationship do we share? From this day on, I, Hua Qing, shall also hold the title of elder at Ghost Mountain Manor. Little girl, you may keep this insignia. It is yours to bear. Tao Tao. The 4 individuals who had been relegated to the background. Chapter 128. Heavenly Tier Techniques. Yes, Master. Your training will be evaluated tomorrow evening. Very well, you may all disperse. Yes, Master. A substantial harvest of grains, vegetables, and fruits has been gathered, alongside the slaughter of 2 pigs and 2 sheep. Subsequently, we also collected spiritual grains, spiritual vegetables, spiritual fruits, and a portion of spiritual plants. Tao Tao has nearly touched the threshold of a 4th-tier alchemist and wishes to attempt a breakthrough. She procured 2 sets of materials for crafting the 4th-tier elixir, the Gathering Chi Pill, and entered the alchemy chamber, retrieving the blood-recognized black gold dragon furnace to commence her alchemical endeavor. The Gathering Chi Pill, being a 4th-tier elixir, necessitates the prior creation of the Gathering Chi powder. The principal materials required for the Gathering Chi powder include 4 50-year-old ink leaf lotuses, 2 ripe snake saliva fruits, and 1 20-year-old gathering spirit grass. Following the prescribed order, Tao Tao extracted the essence from the materials, merging them seamlessly, and effortlessly concocted the Gathering Chi powder. With the powder in hand, she proceeded to refine 300-year-old gathering spirit grasses and extracted a gathering spirit fruit, integrating it into the Gathering Chi powder. The chamber soon filled with a rich aroma of elixirs. Following the separation and compression of the elixirs, the air was suffused with the fragrance, signaling that the pills were complete. With a swift clap of her small hands towards the furnace, 6 Gathering Chi pills emerged, each of superior quality, which Tao Tao then carefully placed into small porcelain vials. As the name suggests, the Gathering Chi pill condenses the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, making it most effective when consumed at the moment of breakthrough. However, as the tier increases, impurities diminish, rendering mid-tier Gathering Chi pills seldom utilized. On a winter morning, the dawn arrived particularly late. Clad in a white robe and adorned with a white fox mask, Tao Tao made her way to the training grounds in the backyard, allowing her companions to freely choose their opponents for duels, engaging in combat to a respectful conclusion. In addition to the Hong family and the guards, There were 2 newly appointed elders among the participants, totaling 28 individuals, forming precisely 14 groups. Ultimately, 7 advanced, with 1 receiving a bye, progressing to the subsequent round. Upon the completion of the team formations, Tao Tao waved her hand, instantly dividing the training ground into 7 sections. This gesture left everyone scrambling on the ground in search of their marbles. The competition spanned from dawn until dusk, culminating in Wu Yu securing first place, Wu Jiang in second, and Wu Wei in third. Each of the top 3 received a reward of 1 vial containing 10 hemostatic pills and another vial with 10 healing pills, while the remaining participants were granted 2 of each. That evening, it was the turn of Tao Yi and his group for assessment. Present at the estate were Tao Yi, Tao Er, Ji Qin, Ji Xiu, Ji Shu, Ji Hua, along with Steward Zhao, Granny Qian, and Wei Wuzi Han, totaling 12 individuals. Similarly, they engaged in head-to-head matches. However, unlike the previous group, these 12 showcased not only ancient martial arts, but also cultivation techniques. Tao Yi, Steward Zhao, and Wei Wu possessed both gold and earth dual spiritual roots, while Granny Qian and Zi Han had water and earth dual roots. Tao Er and Ji Xiu bore fire and gold dual roots. Ji Qin possessed fire, wood, and earth triple roots. Ji Shu had a mutated wind root, and Ji Hua was endowed with a singular water root. The assessment also included Tao Tao's 4 junior disciples. Tao Ming Hai, with a singular wood root, faced off against Tao Sheng, who possessed a gold root, while Tao Xiao Xiao, with an earth root, battled against Tao Xiao Hong, who wielded a water root. The 8 pairs of opponents competed in 2 rounds. The stage was alive with a myriad of techniques, both offensive and defensive, leaving the audience in awe. The contest concluded with Wei Wu taking first place, Ji Xiu in second, and Tao Ming Hai in third. The top 3 were each rewarded with 5 medium-quality spirit stones, while the remainder received 50 low-quality spirit stones each. The reward presented by Tao Tao has stirred immense desire among all, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they bolster their resolve to secure a position within the top 3 in the forthcoming assessment. Tao Tao waved her hand, signaling the crowd to disperse, before approaching 2 esteemed seniors. She bestowed upon each a 20-cubic storage ring, containing 30 medium-grade spirit stones, a dark fox mask, and an identification badge engraved with their names. As for the robes, Ji Xiu and her companions had already prepared them, and the 2 seniors donned them with pride. The old alchemist, holding the mask, spoke in a somber tone. "Child, is this a magical artifact?" Tao Tao nodded and presented them with 2 jade slips inscribed with the celestial technique, Purple Chi Formula. "This is a method. You may begin your practice." The 2 seniors pressed the slips against their foreheads, and in an instant, the contents were etched into their minds, after which the slips dissipated like fragrant mist. The esteemed healer, Hua Qing, widened his eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "A heavenly grade technique, Purple Chi Formula?" The old alchemist regarded Tao Tao with a gaze akin to that of observing a rare phenomenon. "Child, do you suggest we merely practice this technique? Do you perceive it as inferior?" Tao Tao looked at the 2 elderly men, bewildered by their fervent reactions. At present, one could scarcely find even earthly-grade techniques, and yet they spoke of merely practicing. "Given your tone, do you aspire to obtain celestial-grade techniques instead?" Tao Tao nodded in affirmation. Tao Yi and the others are indeed cultivating celestial-grade techniques. Is there an issue with that? I have encountered a serious problem. I cannot continue, for tonight, sleep eludes me. This technique, the Purple Chi Formula, I believe it is quite suitable for you. When cultivated to its utmost, it surpasses even divine tier methods. The 2 elders, let's go." After Tao Tao finished speaking, she activated the Lingwei step and retreated, leaving the 2 elders bewildered in the wind. Chapter 129, The Harmonious Lantern Festival Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have received 10 invisibility talismans for ginseng fruit seedlings and 20 superior cleansing pills. The soft and adorable voice of the gourd resonated once more, reminding Tao Tao of the 2 peach trees she had planted in the spiritual plantation. After careful consideration, Tao Tao resolved to transfer the 2 peach trees into the Yuling space, as well as other plants over 1,000 years old from the spiritual plantation. Having made her decision, she acted swiftly. Tao Tao affixed an invisibility talisman to herself and entered the spiritual plantation. The system's products are invariably of exquisite quality. The duration of the invisibility talisman lasts for 6 hours. Tao Tao first relocated the 2 peach trees adorned with pink blossoms into the Yuling space, and then began to gather within the spiritual plantation. The over 800-year-old purple ginseng, snow lotus, a millennium-old reishi mushroom, 1,000-year-old Hisho Wu, an ancient ice arrow grass, 800-year-old corpse flower, a millennium-old green dragon ginseng, 500-year-old illusion heart grass, and over 800-year-old nine-tailed nightshade, along with the 800-year-old snow grass, were all transferred into the space. Tao Tao then extracted some inconspicuous spiritual plants from the space, which were a few years or about a decade old, and planted them accordingly. Strolling around the spirit plantation, Tao Tao paused intermittently, dismantling the fortified spatial and temporal formations while retaining only the concealment and protection arrays. Observing the unassuming spirit plantation, she nodded with satisfaction, then brushed the dirt from her small hands before retracing her steps. In the Yuchuan space, the plump gourd gazed at the suddenly appearing Pan Tao tree in the spirit plants, biting its chubby fingers in a quandary, pondering whether to assist its sister in planting them. Upon returning to her room, Tao Tao removed her invisibility talisman and swiftly entered the space. She planted the flowering Pan Tao tree near the fruit-bearing one and also placed the ginseng fruit seedling she had received from her attendant's rewards in that vicinity. Subsequently, she carefully planted each spirit plant she had brought over, then settled by the spiritual spring to cultivate her chaotic heart method. The night swiftly passed. The next day, Tao Tao arrived at the affairs hall to find the Hong family of 4 waiting there, prompting her to summon 2 elderly gentlemen. Old Master Hong, shortly allow Elder Hua to examine your injuries. With Elder Hua present, your recovery is merely a matter of time, she assured. Thank you, Miss, Old Master Hong expressed gratefully. Miss, my family wishes to remain at the estate, even if it means merely performing menial tasks, Hong Tao declared, finally voicing what he had long contemplated with his family. Tao Tao regarded the Hong family thoughtfully for a moment before nodding in agreement, instructing steward Zhao to make the necessary arrangements. Hong Tao's 15-year-old son, Hong Zhishui, was assigned to the training grounds, while his 13-year-old daughter, Hong Yiting, was directed to the embroidery hall. Due to his injuries, Hong Tao was to be cared for by his wife. Thus, the 15th day commenced, accompanied by her elder siblings and the elderly couple of the Tao family. Tao Tao settled into the courtyard that Tao Yi had prepared in advance. This year, the traditionally subdued Ning County, which had not hosted a lantern festival for several consecutive years, was exceptionally vibrant. As nightfall gently descended, the streets began to bustle with activity. Tao Tao and her entourage of nearly 20 individuals formed quite a sizable traveling group. As the throngs of people swirled around, they dispersed to explore the surroundings, while naturally, the 5 guards, including Tao Yi, maintained their watchful presence both near and afar, experiencing the lantern festival of this unfamiliar world for the first time. An inexplicable sorrow welled up within Tao Tao. Yet, as she beheld the lifelike lanterns, a smile gradually blossomed upon her youthful face. She marveled at the craftsmanship of these lanterns, which depicted various animals, plants, and whimsical faces. Most striking of all was a lotus lantern, approximately 1 meter in height, situated at the heart of the street. Flanking this exquisite lotus lantern were 2 koi fish lanterns, resembling 2 golden-red carp leaping joyfully from a lotus pond, frolicking in delight. In this ancient street adorned with myriad lanterns of diverse shapes and lifelike designs, the air is filled with the lively calls of street vendors and the astonished exclamations of passers-by, mingling with joyous laughter. Strolling along, one can see pedestrians donning various masks purchased from the stalls, playfully engaging in whimsical antics that elicit peals of laughter from those nearby. Observing the myriad beaming smiles and the animated gestures of merriment, Tao Tao muses on how delightful it would be if life could remain forever in such a state of tranquility and harmony. Chapter 130. The Missing Child. Sister. Look at me. Sister, look at me. Tao Xinghua and Tao Xiaoyan, each wearing a rabbit mask, scampered over to Tao Tao, making silly faces that drew laughter from Tao Tao and Jiqin. It was a mystery from where they had procured the rabbit masks, as they promptly placed one on Tao Tao's face, and soon the three rabbits were exchanging glances and bursting into joyful laughter. Peach sister. Xiao Yin and I wish to go over there and take a look, Tao Xinghua exclaimed, pointing towards a lotus lantern. Tao Tao, seated beneath the stage, observed a man adorned with elaborate makeup and hair standing tall, who spewed forth a liquid resembling wine. The flames from the torch he held erupted into a fervent blaze, prompting cheers and applause from the audience below. Meanwhile, Tao Dashan stood with several boys in front of a booth where they could guess lantern riddles to win prizes. The children eagerly took turns guessing, with cheers erupting among those who answered correctly, while those who missed would encourage, "The next one will surely get it right." A group of children, though eager to guess the lantern riddles, displayed a commendable spirit of modesty and consideration, ultimately winning 4 or 5 lanterns. While these lanterns may not have been particularly exquisite, they still brought a sense of joy. As for Tao Li and his companions, they found themselves on the opposite side of the stage, captivated by the brilliant performance unfolding before them. On stage, 3 young performers, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, skillfully tossed small balls into the air, catching them deftly with their other hands, creating a mesmerizing flow of movement. Their seamless exchange of balls was flawless, as their agile bodies danced across the stage. As the juggling act concluded, 2 new performers took the stage, and Tao Tao overheard whispers from those around her, revealing that these individuals were magicians. Magic, a form of folk art, is often referred to as colorful gates or colorful performers. There are 2 categories of magic: grand magic and minor magic. Grand magic, also known as falling tricks, is a captivating spectacle that can produce a myriad of objects, be it water, fire, creatures soaring through the air, or those scurrying on the ground. Even items that are consumed or utilized, all appearing and disappearing with ease. In essence, the items conjured are so substantial that no mere mortal can carry them away. Conversely, minor magic focuses on the dexterity of the magician's hands, requiring swiftness and skill. A gathering of spectators watches intently as the magician manipulates objects with such finesse that no flaw is discernible. Tricks such as the money-holding pillar or the clever transformation of eggs and sticks into independent entities are examples of the impressive artistry cultivated by seasoned practitioners through years of experimentation, yielding remarkable artistic effects. After enduring 3 years of calamity and recuperating for 2, these individuals once again wore genuine smiles upon their faces. Those smiles radiated their hopes for life, their affection for family, and their sense of responsibility. Just as they were reveling in this moment of joy, a sudden, sorrowful cry pierced the air. "Tai Dan, has anyone seen my Tai Dan?" The expressions of Tao Tao and her companion Jiqin shifted to alarm as they exchanged glances. "This is bad." The 2 quickly began searching for others, apprehensive that a similar fate had befallen them. Ultimately, they had let their guard down. Tao Xiao and Tao Shang, who had been with Tao Minghai, were nowhere to be found, nor was Tao Su, who had accompanied Tao Dashan. Other children were also missing. How many? They could not ascertain at that moment. Upon hearing that 3 children were unaccounted for, Tao Tao grew anxious and grasped Jiqin's hand, determined to navigate the crowd in search of them. Calm down. Grandfather has already sent Steward Zhao to find County Magistrate Kong. Tao Yi and the others have also gone out to search. Tao Dashan reassured his frantic granddaughter. "Yes, find County Magistrate Kong," Tao Tao recalled suddenly. Indeed, with so many children gone, County Magistrate Kong would undoubtedly be busy. She needed to collect her thoughts. "Grandfather, do you and Brother Ming Hai remember when we first noticed they were missing?" Tao Tao's heart burned with a fierce fire, one that could consume 2. Xiao and Sheng Gu were last seen after we solved the riddle and went to admire the lanterns by the river. as Su Guer accompanied us to witness the performance. He was present at first, but upon hearing someone mention that a child had gone missing, we realized that Su Guer was also nowhere to be found. The little one, with a tone that suggested uncertainty, was making arrangements, anxious within. Zhao Guanshi, you and Brother Minghai should head in that direction. If necessary, do not hesitate to reveal your true strength. Understood. Let us proceed, Jiqin. We shall investigate the vicinity of the stage further. Yes, Mississippi. The two guardians arrived near the stage, meticulously scrutinizing every corner in search of anything suspicious. Suddenly, Jiqin noticed some pale yellow powder on the ground. After examining it closely, she exclaimed, Miss, here. What is it, Jiqin? Miss, this is a narcotic. Jiqin explained, pointing to the faint yellow powder on the ground. A narcotic? Tao Tao's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Jiqin. Her surprise was understandable. Having lived in this world for 2 years, she had led a rather unremarkable existence. Despite having a system and a space surrounded by so many people, she had never taken the time to truly understand this world. Perhaps it was not just her stature that had diminished, but also her intellect. At that moment, Tao Tao felt a sudden realization that the past 2 years had been squandered, leaving her shockingly ignorant, akin to a blank sheet of paper, with little to no knowledge of her surroundings. Jiqin, this seems to be where Brother Su was standing, right? Tao Tao's expression grew increasingly grim as she pointed shakily to the spot, lost in thought. Miss, it seems that Master Su was so captivated by the performance that he fell victim to this drug, Jiqin softly remarked, observing the pale-faced young lady. Yes, Jiqin. Search more thoroughly. Quickly, she urged, as the two resumed their meticulous examination of every corner. The once vibrant lantern festival, filled with laughter and merriment, was now shadowed by the unsettling news of a missing child. Families hastily gathered their little ones, retreating from the lively streets in a flurry. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, Tao Tao closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, her gaze had sharpened considerably. Harnessing her spiritual energy, she expanded her consciousness, scanning the alleyways of the county in search of the child. This marked her first endeavor employing her spiritual awareness to locate someone. Given that these individuals dared to abduct children during the festival, it was evident this was not their first transgression, and they likely operated as a group, suggesting they must have a hideout. As Tao Tao diligently searched with her heightened awareness, Tao Yi and Wei Wu spotted 3 suspicious figures. Initially, there were only 2 furtive men, but then a woman emerged from around the corner, cradling a child. The trio huddled together, whispering among themselves and glancing around before slipping into an alleyway. Jiqin informed Steward Zhao to head west, Tao Tao instructed, having also identified suspicious individuals in her vicinity. This area was bustling with people, including 5 or 6 adults, 3 of whom were holding a child each. Understood, Mississippi. Tao Tao ascended into the air, swiftly positioning herself behind the group of pedestrians. Steward Zhao, the Miss says to proceed west, Jiqin relayed upon locating Zhao Yukai, prompting the 3 to soar towards the western direction. Jishu, Jihua, come along with me. Wei Wu, have you found it? The 8 individuals divided into 2 groups, stealthily trailing behind 2 teams of people. Tao Tao, with a semblance of kindness, spotted 2 young beggars and generously bestowed upon them a coin, instructing them to inform the county office. With a somber expression, she followed closely behind that group, veering into an alley, observing the surroundings before knocking on a courtyard door. Tao Tao immediately utilized her spiritual awareness to comprehend the entire situation within the courtyard. It comprised 5 rooms, 2 of which were not only locked, but also guarded by a middle-aged man. In one room to the left, a woman diligently attended to 2 men, prompting Tao Tao to decisively shift her gaze to another room. Boss, our actions this time have attracted the attention of the authorities. When shall we depart? A fair-skinned young man, resembling a scholarly figure, queried with a hint of obsequiousness towards the robust, thick-browed man within the room. The thick-browed man merely cast a disdainful glance at the scholar and smirked. Beside him, a man with a somewhat sullen demeanor curled his lips in a smirk. Young Master Dong, are you afraid? Let us not forget, We came to Ning County to assist you, and your delicate little Tao Hong remains in our custody. Hearing this, the scholar, young Master Dong, immediately bowed in acquiescence and fell silent. Tao Tao scrutinized the two locked rooms closely. One contained over 10 children and 2 young women, while the other housed 7 or 8 children. Among them were the 3 from the Tao family that had gone missing, and they appeared to be unharmed. Just as Tao Tao contemplated how to rescue them, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard door. Chapter 132. How thick-skinned can one be? The individuals within the room immediately became vigilant upon hearing the knocking from outside. The sound of knocking echoed once more. Knock, knock, knock. A dark, brooding man exchanged a glance with a shorter man standing at the door, prompting the latter to hasten towards the courtyard gate. The door creaked open, and 2 men and a woman, cradling a child, swiftly entered the yard. The shorter man glanced outside, quickly shut the door, and promptly returned inside. Hey, Nyo, you and the short man should go out and check again. Understood. Let's go. As Tao Yiwei and Ji Shu Jihua trailed the group to the vicinity of the small courtyard, Tao Tao recognized them. It appeared that these individuals had converged. After relaying a few instructions, Ji Qin and Zhao Yukai followed closely behind He Nyo and the short man, while Shi and Tao Minghai made their way toward the hiding place of Tao Yi and the others. Tao Yi, go greet Kong Chiyun. There is currently no danger inside. Tao Yi nodded slightly and leaped into the night, disappearing from view. The 2 trailing individuals observed as the group split at a fork in the road, and then they too separated to follow behind. Before departing, Ji Qin took a moment to examine the plaque of the residence, Dong residence. The Dong residence? Indeed, Mississippi. Go inquire about the Dong residence. Tao Tao harbored a lingering suspicion that something was amiss, though she could not articulate it. Her consciousness enveloped the courtyard. And as Ji Qin and the others sought information about the Dong residence, the short man was seen whispering to a thick-browed man, who occasionally glanced at a scholar known as Dong de Xiaoyu. It turned out that Kong Chiyun had hurried over upon hearing that Tao Tao was inquiring about the Dong residence. Master, the Dong residence is a wealthy household in Ning County. In charge is Dong Zhua, with 1 wife and 2 concubines. His legitimate eldest son, Dong Haoyu, has been missing from the mansion for 2 months, while his legitimate daughter, Dong Xian, is 10 years old. The illegitimate son, Dong Weijia, is 18 and spends his days in idleness, reportedly favoring a place known as Tsuhua Tower. Upon hearing Kong Chiyun's words, Tao Tao pondered the connections and mysteriously remarked, Kong Chiyun, whether the legitimate son of the Dong family is merely missing or has met with foul play, it is likely that the illegitimate son knows something. This individual was currently in the courtyard. Master, could it be that the courtyard has been surrounded? Let us enter directly, to avoid the inconvenience of having someone come to open the door. After saying this, Tao Tao rushed in like a small cannonball, swiftly seizing the thick-browed man and delivering a flurry of blows, exclaiming, You audacious fiend! How dare you abduct a child? Have you consumed the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard? Today, you shall learn what it means to call upon heaven and receive no answer, to call upon the earth and find it unresponsive. As Tao Tao suppressed him with her innate martial prowess, the others who had yet to react were subdued by Tao Yi and his companions, undoubtedly receiving their fair share of punishment. Another group, brought by Kong Chiyun, after unlocking 2 padlocked rooms, began to escort the children inside out one by one. A doctor, brought along by Ji Shu, examined them and confirmed they had merely been drugged, causing a sigh of relief. When Ji Hua emerged, dragging out another woman who was scantily clad, Dong Xiao Ye's eyes immediately filled with rage, and he charged towards the thick-browed man, who was being restrained by Tao Tao like a man possessed. You are inhuman. How can you claim that Xiao Taohong is well? Is this what you refer to as well? The inquiries of the young Master Dong were met with the disdainful retort of the beaten man. Young Master Dong, how can you presume to know what she desires? Tao Tao, in response, uttered a mere 2 words, fool. After dismissing the incapacitated man, she glanced at her slightly reddened hand, her irritation evident as she remarked, What on earth is your skin made of? You've struck my delicate hand until it's sore. It would be a disservice to my tender fingers not to collect some interest today. With that, she extended a foot to rest upon the man's chest, narrowing her eyes with a playful smile as she inquired, "How many times have you kidnapped children? What is your purpose in Ning County? Where's Dongjua?" These piercing questions rendered the man suddenly alert, directing a wary gaze towards Tao Tao. Chapter 133, The Reckless Dong How You Noticing the Man's Silence. Tao Tao exchanged knowing glances with Tao Iji and the others, which was promptly followed by a chorus of anguished cries and the sound of bodies hitting the ground. "Ah, bang, boss. Oh, my apologies, I didn't catch that. Let's do it again. Ah, my leg. Ah, boss." The group treated the bound man as if he were a mere plaything, their cries of distress rising and falling, occasionally punctuated by the phrase, "Sorry, I didn't see clearly, let us do it again," which sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. The once unconscious children and the two young ladies, aside from the three from the Tao family, had already been escorted to the county office under Zhao Yotsai's protection. At that moment, the courtyard was occupied solely by Tao Tao's group and Kong Chiyun, with a few constables lingering outside. "Ah, I said. The first to speak was the young master Dong Haoyu. "Jiqin, bring the rope." Although Tao Tao had struck the man fiercely, she would not afford him the opportunity to escape. Once Jiqin had bound him securely, all those in the courtyard entered the house, their gaze fixed intently upon Dong Haoyu. He felt a chill run down his spine from their stares, compounded by the severe pain he was experiencing, prompting him to speak candidly. It was said that Dong Zhua had offended the son of the local official, Kai Yuanwei, and was subsequently captured by them. They then sought my assistance in raising the prices of rice and flour at the Dong family's granary in Ningxian by several folds. Fearful of my father's wrath and the possibility of being confined, I refused their demands. However, half a month ago, they abducted Xiao Tahong and coerced me. In a moment of impulsiveness, I revealed my knowledge of the source of Ningxian's high-yield grain. At this revelation, those who understood began to speculate, their gazes growing colder. Dong Haoyu, shrinking his neck, continued, "Then, it was today when my servant spotted someone from Tao village, and we conspired to abduct them and issue threats. Beyond that, I know nothing. I am also unaware of how they managed to seize so many people. In my fright, I only wished to escape this place of turmoil." Tao Tao, upon hearing this, wore a sullen expression and remained silent, yet Tao Su, with his fiery temperament, approached with clenched fists. "You useless fool. I believe I have discerned your identity," spoke Kong Chiyun, who had remained silent until now. Fixing his gaze upon the brooding man, with an expressionless visage, Kong Chiyun directly addressed, "Kai Wenkuan, son of Kai Yuanwei, to be precise. You ought to be regarded as the illegitimate child of Kai Yuanwei." The gloomy man's gaze narrowed, and he lifted his head to stare intently at Kong Chiyun, acknowledging, "Indeed, County Magistrate Kong is extraordinary. Young Master Dong," he continued, "as per your assertions, it is not the first time your grain shop has inflated prices, is it? Pray, elaborate on this matter." Tao Tao recalled the exorbitant prices of 800 won per pound for rice and 500 won for flour. Though these prices were during the years of famine, they were indeed outrageous. No one anticipated that Tao Tao would pose such a question. Casting glances at her, and then at the bound individuals. "Are you insinuating that the former prices of 800 won for rice and 500 won for flour were coerced by the Kai family?" The petite figure now bore a frostbitten expression, each word sharp as an icy blade, suspended above them, threatening to descend at any moment. "Sir, what are your orders?" "Immediately conduct a thorough investigation of all personnel and establishments associated with the Dong family." "Understood." "Half alive. Is it merely because he accused you of profiting unethically?" Dong's words rang true. It was indeed unacceptable to engage in such morally reprehensible acts. I am effectively courting my own demise. As this thought culminated, the situation began to clarify. Kong Chiyun summoned the yamen runners from outside the courtyard, instructing them to bind the captives together and escort them to the county office. "Master, regarding Dong Zhua, let Tao Wei take Ji Shu and Ji Hua along for a visit. We shall temporarily reside in the county." "Thank you, my lord." Tao Yi, You four must exercise caution when you go to the capital. Do not hesitate to reveal your true capabilities if necessary. Indeed, as they watched the figures vanish into the inky darkness, a lingering thought stirred within Tao Tao's heart, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 134. The Tao Family Village Tests for Spiritual Roots. 2 days later. Noon. In the courtyard of the Ning County Government Office. My lord, although there is irrefutable evidence of the Dong family manipulating grain prices, it involves the wealthy Kai from the capital, which complicates matters on that end. I have already sent a letter to my master. With a dark expression, Kang Qian spoke to Tao Tao, who had just entered. The mere mention of the current governor of the capital, Governor Su Wenxian, made Kang Qian's head ache. Although he was not from the capital and lacked any significant background, he had caught the eye of the eldest daughter of the Shui family, Shui Wu. They say that those who lean against a tall tree find comfort, and this aptly describes Su Wenxian's situation. Presently, Su Wenxian is the favored son-in-law of the Shui family. Although Shui Wu is not of direct descent, she possesses considerable talent, and at not yet 30, she has already attained the realm of a celestial martial sovereign. However, Kang Qian could never comprehend why Su Wenxian served as governor in Heyang rather than seeking advancement within the Shui family's enterprises. Tao Tao naturally discerned the implications in Kang Qian's words. Since they had already contacted Lu Dongshao, it seemed prudent to let them handle the affairs of the officialdom. Tao Tao's visit today was not only to bid farewell, but also to leave 2 individuals behind to monitor the subsequent developments. Thank you, my lord. Indeed, my lord. Yes. Mississippi. Not long after, Tao Tao and her companions departed from the county town in a horse-drawn carriage, heading towards Tao Family Village. At the foot of the mountain behind the village, the masked elder, known as the apothecary, arrived in his capacity as a senior elder from the Ghost Manor Alchemy Hall. Accompanied by Hong Qi, the manor's chief steward, and 6 disciples of the unranked order, he boldly proclaimed his intention to seek out fated individuals within Tao Family Village. The villagers, all aged 5 and above, were instantly filled with immense excitement and rushed to share the news. Within moments, the foot of the mountain was teeming with people. The apothecary nodded, and with a flourish of Hong Qi's white sleeve, a stone platform materialized, upon which rested a translucent object, the rare spirit testing stone. This extraordinary stone not only had the capacity to detect the 5 elemental roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but could also identify mutated roots. Standing with an imposing aura, the apothecary gazed sharply at the assembled villagers of Tao Family Village and gestured towards the testing platform. Immediately, those who accompanied him urged the villagers to form a queue. With hands placed upon the transparent stone, the first individual approached, albeit with a hint of nervousness, but followed the previous instructions and placed their hands upon the spirit testing stone. In an instant, the stone emitted a radiant display of yellow, green, and blue light. Hong Qi nodded approvingly. Earth, wood, and water, 3 elemental roots. Please step to the right to register your name. Yes, thank you, esteemed master, replied the boy. I am Tao Zhang, 13 years old, with earth, wood, and water elemental roots. The registrar promptly noted this information after a brief inquiry. The apothecary observed the first candidate possessing 3 elemental roots. While not exceptional, it was certainly not unfavorable. Moreover, it appeared that these individuals were martial practitioners, prompting him to scan the crowd once more. A casual glance reveals a profound curiosity lingering in my heart. The entire village is composed of martial practitioners. This cannot merely be a village. It must be a revered lineage. Old Master Yao marveled at this, while the assessments on Hong Qi's side continued unabated. Taojia Village, home to 73 souls, with the exception of Tao Tao and 4 others, along with 2 toddlers under 5, all 66 remaining villagers participated in the evaluations. Fire and wood dual spirit roots. The individual in charge of testing announced, and Old Master Yao's eyes immediately lit up, fixated on the speaker. The one revealed to possess the fire and wood dual spirit roots was none other than the 17-year-old Tao Minghan. Fire and wood dual spirit roots. This heralds the emergence of a future alchemist. As a fifth-tier alchemist and the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, Old Master Yao gazed at Tao Minghan as if he were a rare treasure. Tao Minghan, age 17, possessing fire and with dual spirit roots. Next, as the individual placed their hand upon the testing platform, it emitted a pure green radiance. Single with spirit root. The tester was left speechless. What? Old Master Yu was taken aback. Single with spirit root. Tao Mingyao, age 19, with a single with spirit root. The registrar meticulously documented each detail. Next, a dazzling tricolored light burst forth. Fire, metal, and earth, 3 spirit roots. Old Master Yao felt a pang of disappointment. How could each individual possess spirit roots in succession? Fire and metal? Essential for a weaponsmith. What kind of auspicious place is this Taojia village? Next, no spirit root. Please stand to the left. Next, with the dual elemental roots of wood and fire, followed by the anomalous wind elemental root. The dual elemental roots of metal and water. Chapter 135. Another glutton. As the next call echoed, Tao Tao's theatrical brother, Tao Su, approached the spirit testing platform, placing his hands upon it. In an instant, vibrant red and earthy yellow lights erupted forth, accompanied by the emergence of a luminous white halo around the platform. Hong Chi stood astonished, mouth agape, utterly entranced. Old Man Yao observed Hong Chi's stunned expression, his eyes wide as he gazed at the spirit testing platform. Speechless for an extended moment, he hastened to the platform with his frail legs and uttered a single word, leaving the rest unspoken. The white halo signified the presence of an anomalous light elemental root, known for its purifying and healing properties. This was an existence far rarer than even the most precious treasures. Disregarding his demeanor, Old Man Yao hastily seized Tao Su and rushed to the registration desk, urging the personnel to expedite the documentation. Tao Su, age 10, with dual elemental roots of fire and earth, and an anomalous light elemental root. Hong Chi, regaining his composure, called out loudly, "Next, no elemental roots, please stand to the left." Next, a dual elemental root of fire and metal. Another potential blacksmith in the making. The testing continued for an entire hour. In that fleeting moment, the old herbalist found himself at a loss for words to describe his tumultuous emotions. He felt numb, his heart swaying between shock, awe, relief, and a hint of irritation. The relief stemmed from the realization that these individuals would become part of the ghostly manor, while the shock arose from the astonishing outcome of the test. Out of 66 individuals, over 50 possessed spiritual roots, and not a single one exhibited even a false root. The irritation was fueled by the fact that many of these individuals with spiritual roots were middle-aged or elderly, and despite registering, they were reluctant to leave Tao Village. This situation left the old herbalist fuming, his frustration palpable, yet he knew he could not impose his will upon them. What could be done? Who could lend a helping hand? The urgency of the matter weighed heavily on his mind. The results not only surpassed his expectations, but also reshaped his understanding. When the young lady had entrusted him with the responsibility of this test, he had thought little of it, believing that in such a small village, perhaps only a handful would possess spiritual roots, if any at all, leaving him with a sense of unease. Yet, at this very moment, reality had dealt him a staggering blow, one that felt almost searing. After taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he turned his gaze towards the 28 individuals standing to his right and then glanced at those who had registered and moved to the left. Still feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, he spoke softly, "These 28 shall accompany me to the ghostly manor. I wonder if you and your families would be willing?" "Willing, willing," they replied. "Our grandson can follow the immortal master. Naturally, we are willing." "Willing," echoed the crowd. Seeing their eager response, the old herbalist raised a hand to silence them, and instantly, a hush fell over the assembly. At this moment, the elderly pharmacist nodded with a sense of satisfaction and slowly began to speak. "The young lady has issued a decree, although you have not been able to study at the Phantom Manor. From this day forth, the Phantom Manor shall stand behind Tao Village. As long as you refrain from wrongdoing, maintain a clear distinction between good and evil, respect human life, and avoid actions that would harm Tao Village, The Phantom Manor will always support you. Without waiting for anyone to respond, he continued, tomorrow morning, these 28 individuals will accompany me to the Phantom Manor. Now, you may disperse. After the pharmacist's words concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. The 6 individuals, upon hearing this, were filled with joy, nodding vigorously like pounding rice. Elder Yun, let us go and indulge in some delicacies, said Hong Chi, who remembered that among the 28, 6 were from the Guardian family, particularly one with a luminous spiritual root, who happened to be the cousin of their young lady. It was only shortly after arriving at the Phantom Manor that Hong Chi had heard the young lady speak of this guardian, who turned out to be her grandfather, a once-renowned prodigy of the Tao family, Tao Ji, the son of Emperor Liang Wu. Upon hearing about the delicious food, the elderly pharmacist's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a famished wolf that had just spotted its prey. Besides alchemy, the elderly pharmacist was particularly fond of food, a quintessential foodie. When Hong Chi mentioned taking him to enjoy some delicious fare, he promptly stowed away his precious tome into his storage ring and eagerly approached Hong Chi, exclaiming, "Where's the good food? Led this old man there swiftly." Hong Chi merely smiled and remained silent, guiding him along. In no time, the 8 of them arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. As the sound of knocking echoed, Tao Lisher, who was busily engaged in the kitchen, hastily set down her kitchen knife and inquired, "Who is it?" "It is Hong Chi from Ghost Mountain Manor, here to pay a visit," came the reply. No sooner had Hong Chi finished speaking than Tao Lisher's excited voice rang out from the courtyard. "Ah, it is the immortal master. Please, come in, come in. Pear blossoms, apricot blossoms, quickly bring tea for the masters." "Yes, grandmother, I will be right there," came the response. Upon entering the courtyard, Hong Chi bowed respectfully to the welcoming Tao Lisher and humbly requested, "Masters, please have a seat." The elderly woman instructed someone to summon him and said, "Certainly. Masters, please enter and enjoy your tea while I arrange for someone to relay the message." With that, Tao Lisher ushered Hong Chi and his entourage of 8 into the main room, calling for her younger son, Tao Taiju, to join them, while she busied herself with other tasks. The 2 sisters served tea and then headed straight to the kitchen to assist with dinner preparations. Though Tao Taiju could be a bit eccentric at times, he immediately leaped aside upon seeing Hong Chi's salute, hastily gesturing, "Immortal master, please, do have a seat and enjoy your tea." Observing this, Hong Chi had no choice but to comply, signaling for his companions to sit and partake in the tea. The old herbalist and the other 6 members of the party listened with a mix of comprehension and confusion, uncertain about the nature of Hong Chi's visit. The thought suddenly struck them regarding those 4 exceptionally gifted children they had encountered. Their gaze returned to Hong Chi, pondering, could it be that those 4 prodigies hail from this village? "Wait, miss," one exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon them. Hong Chi, feeling a bit guilty, rubbed his nose and said, "I thought I had informed you. Would you believe me?" To which the group replied, "Thank you indeed. We would rather believe in the existence of ghosts than trust the words of you, Chief Hong." Hong Chi's innocent demeanor stirred a restless itch among the onlookers. Tao Lisher recalled hearing her granddaughter mention this incident, stating that during their time at the Ghost Manor, she had not disclosed that they were from Tao Village. It appeared that her granddaughter had decided to reveal her identity, though the reason for this change remained a mystery. Perhaps something significant had transpired. As Tao Lisher pondered the need to inquire with her granddaughter at the opportune moment, she instructed the 3 siblings, Pear Blossom and her brothers, to inform Ming Hai and the others, while she busied herself in the kitchen with her 2 daughters-in-law. As for her eldest son, he had already been dispatched to seek out Tao Dashin. Hong Chi had encountered the protector before. With his utterance, Tao Dashin understood that his granddaughter was preparing to gradually step into the world, indicating that there was a deliberate plan in place. "There is no need for excessive formality at home. Does your young lady have any specific arrangements?" Tao Dashin gestured for Hong Chi to rise and inquired. He did not anticipate that the 2 of them would be on the same wavelength. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "That would be for the best. It is indeed somewhat troublesome. Although the distance is merely a little over 100 miles, traversing it silently poses challenges, especially given the number of people involved. If we were to recruit under the guise of testing at the Ghost Manor, it could be feasible. However, you must not limit yourselves to those 3 villages, as that would appear rather contrived. Hong Chi dared to ask whether those 3 villages fell within the jurisdiction of Wuxia Town. Upon hearing this, Tao Dashan nodded. Hong Chi continued, "When I arrived, the young lady mentioned that if all are within the boundaries of Wuxia Town, then we shall recruit there. It is necessary to trouble the guardian to send a message requesting someone to come and conduct the test." Tao Dashan nodded in agreement. And Hong Chi continued, "For this test, Miss Li Hua, Miss Xinghua, Master Su, Master Di, and Miss Duo are all on the list. Moreover, Master Su possesses a rather rare spiritual root. Does the guardian have any messages for me to convey to the young ladies?" Although Tao Dashan was unaware of why his usually lethargic granddaughter had suddenly taken action, he instinctively sensed that some danger was looming or that something had transpired, prompting her to stir from her usual inertia. Whatever the reason, her heightened concern was certainly no trivial matter. With this thought, the warmth in Tao Dashan's gaze shifted instantaneously to a steely coldness, and even his aura transformed. He solemnly addressed Hong Chi with a single directive: "Safety must be prioritized above all." "Understood. I shall convey your message," Hong Chi affirmed. Everyone in the hall pondered the weight of that phrase. Safety must be prioritized above all. The implications were profound, and the information it conveyed was not insignificant. The elderly apothecary, who had remained silent throughout, squinted his eyes as he observed the unfolding scene, a vague suspicion beginning to form within him. Chapter 137. Purchasing a shop in the county town. The hall was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. "Dear guests, please take your seats. Dinner will be served shortly," called out Tao Li Shi, breaking the tense and uncanny stillness. "Ah, we shall be right there. Esteemed guests, please proceed. Accommodations have been arranged, and you shall depart after breakfast tomorrow morning. I await the arrangements of the guardian." The gathering proceeded to the dining area, where an array of delectable dishes lay before them: spicy rabbit morsels, a nourishing stew of mountain delicacies, stir-fried cabbage with cured meat, braised beef with radish, and succulent portions of smoked chicken and rabbit, accompanied by steamed pumpkin, stir-fried winter melon slices with sauerkraut, and 2 jars of wine. The culinary offerings of the Tao family have artfully blended the cooking techniques of Tao Tao with an assortment of spices, creating flavors that are simply unparalleled. Standing by the table, Elder Yao gazed at the beautifully presented dishes and the fragrant soup that beckoned him, igniting a desire to indulge without restraint. At that moment, it felt as though 2 little voices were at odds within him. One voice clamored, "Ah, it smells so good. I must eat." The other retorted with a roll of its eyes, "You are an alchemist, a sage. Maintain your composure and do not behave as if you have never encountered such delights." The first voice defiantly replied, "Who are you calling inexperienced? I simply relish good food. What of it?" The second voice, fixated on the spread before them, swallowed hard, contemplating whether to extend his right or left hand. "Let us all sit down and eat. We are family, so do not stand on ceremony," declared Tao Dashan, his words resonating like heavenly music. Elder Yao promptly took a seat and, without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. The Tao brothers, Tao Tegan and his sibling, poured each guest a bowl of grape wine, while Tao Dashan encouraged everyone to feel at ease. As the brothers opened the wine jars, Elder Yao was immediately enveloped by the rich, robust aroma of the wine, stirring the dormant craving within him. Eagerly, he raised a cup to his lips, savoring a sip, and exclaimed, "What exquisite wine!" He then continued to drink with delight. "Certainly, it is exquisite wine, specifically reserved by Tao Tao for the enjoyment of her family, enriched with drops of spring water. How could it be anything but exceptional?" The old herbalist savored a mouthful of the sumptuous chicken soup, relishing it wholeheartedly, while simultaneously conversing with Hong Chi. "Hong, you are rather ungracious." What did you say?" "My advanced age has dulled my hearing. Perhaps we can discuss this once I finish my meal." Observing the old man's playful obstinacy, Hong Chi merely smirked, pondering whether he should alert the young lady that this elderly gentleman was a true gourmand with a discerning palate. He lamented, bemoaning the countless fine wines he had missed out on. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of the reason for his oversight. For Tao Tao had entirely forgotten about the matter, while Hong Chi found amusement in the old man's theatricality. Thus, the truth faded into oblivion. At this very moment, the old herbalist was preoccupied with the delectable feast before him, oblivious to the fact that he had delayed his enjoyment of fine wine by 2 years. Meanwhile, in Tao family village, while testing the spiritual roots, Tao Tao was not idle either. She was contemplating the establishment of a grain shop in Ning County. Miss, the grain prices in Wuxia Town are quite similar. In our general store, black flour is priced at 2 won per pound, coarse cornmeal at 4 won, fine cornmeal at 6 won, white flour at 12 won, brown rice at 6 won, aged yellow rice at 8 won, broken rice at 10 won, and new rice at 14 won. Green beans are available for 1 won per pound. Sugar and salt are rather dear, with sugar priced at 16 won per pound. And salt available in both coarse and fine varieties, coarse salt at 18 won per pound and fine salt at 28 won per pound. Listening to Jiqin recount the prices in town and reflecting upon the figures she had gathered from Ning County, it became evident that they were nearly 3 or 4 times that of Wuxia Town, even 2 years after the famine had passed. Tao Tao's small hands rhythmically tapped on the table as she arrived at a decision. Tao Air, please make your way to the Jiwei building in the county town and find a spacious shop facing the street. Do not skimp on expenses. Understood. With that, Tao Air took the silver note handed to him by Tao Tao and promptly departed. Jiqin, inquire with Wu Jin regarding the current grain stock at our manor. Yes, Mississippi. Jiqin hastily set off. Upon meeting the young mistress, Wu Jin was addressed. Wu Jin, how much grain do we have at the manor presently? Chapter 138. The Shop. Jiqin. What is the price of pork in town? Tao suddenly inquired, recalling the breeding yard. Fatty pork is 18 won per pound, lean pork 15 won, and bones 5 won per pound. Offal is rather troublesome to handle, yet can be acquired for merely 2 or 3 won. Jiqin, being prudent in her endeavors, had not only inquired about the grain prices, but had also gathered various pricing information from the town. Fortunately, her diligence bore fruit, as she promptly relayed the details as soon as Tao Tao asked. Very well. Wu Jin, the manor intends to open a grain shop in Ning County. Would you be willing to go? Tao Tao was reluctant to impose, for while this was indeed a matter of the manor's business, she also harbored her own private interests. Wu Jin acquiesced to the young mistress's request. Yes. Well, go ahead and get busy. Yes. Jiqin, instruct Zhao Yukai to make preparations for the shop in Ning County, and then informing Qi that he will be responsible for the store's security after the grain shop opens. Tao Tao meticulously organized everything while Jiqin took note. Ning County, Jiwei Building. Master's son, the master wishes to find a larger shop on a busy street. Tao Air relayed this to Sun Yutian. A street-facing shop? There is indeed one at the corner of the street, formerly a small restaurant. I will go take a look immediately. Sun Yutian did not inquire whether it was for rent or purchase. As per the master's character, it was surely a direct purchase. Tao Air followed Sun Yutian to the small restaurant and carefully observed while Sun Master went to find the owner. The establishment comprised 2 shop fronts, furnished with over a dozen tables inside, a small counter on the right adorned with an abacus and several small jars of liquor, and a reasonably sized kitchen at the back. On one side of the small counter was a wooden staircase leading directly upstairs. At the far end, there was another door that opened into a courtyard with 5 or 6 rooms, a tree in the yard, and a well not far away. This was a 2-story shop facing the street, and overall it appeared quite satisfactory. Sun Yutian thought of this shop primarily because he found it appealing. The shop was for sale only, as the owner urgently needed money, with a selling price of 480 taels. After much negotiation, it was finally settled at 450 taels, a reduction of 30 taels, which included the items within the shop. Sun Yutian took Tao Air and the owner to the county office to meet the clerk Shui Jiqian to process the deed, handing over the promissory note. A mutually satisfactory transaction was thus concluded. Just as Tao Air departed, Kong Chiyun arrived. Glancing around, he noticed only the steward, Shui Jiqian, was present. With a hint of confusion, Kang Chiyun inquired, Jiqian, didn't Tao just come by? Where is he now? He has just left, replied Shui Jiqian. He arrived only to leave immediately? Kang Chiyun questioned, incredulous. He came to obtain the deed for a shop and departed as soon as he secured it, Shui Jiqian explained. Upon hearing this, Kang Chiyun remained skeptical and reiterated, so he truly left just like that? Indeed, Shui Jiqian affirmed. I suspect he will return within a couple of days. Observing the now more vibrant Kang Chiyun, Shui Jiqian stated nonchalantly, when did you become so prescient? Next time he comes, do inform me promptly, Kang Chiyun insisted. Shui Jiqian shot him a glance. Why should I notify you? Wouldn't it be more delightful to curry favor with Miss Tao myself? Ignoring his friend's remarks, Shui Jiqian resumed, organizing the documents in his hands. Allow him to enter, came a voice from the study of the ghostly manor. Yes, Mississippi Miss. The shop has been purchased for 450 taels, comprising 2 storefronts over 2 stories, along with a courtyard at the back. Here are the remaining banknotes. After delivering this, Tao retrieved the banknotes from his storage pouch and handed them to Tao Tao. Tao Tao accepted the banknotes and instructed Jiqin, please fetch Zhao Yukai. Yes, Mississippi. A moment later, Jiqin returned swiftly with Zhao Yukai. Greetings, Mississippi. The upper left corner of the signboard will feature our manor's bleeding heart flower motif, with the character you inscribed in seal script beneath it. We shall simply name our establishment Grain Shop. As we are merely a purveyor of grains, it is straightforward, comprehensible, and memorable. Understood. You may leave now. On the morning of the day after tomorrow, come and collect the silver notes. Yes, Chin Chin. Have I instructed you to relay the message to Fuyuan County? MMM. In the future, during the harvest season, it may require your efforts to gather the grains. Miss. It will not be difficult. Chapter 139. The token of survival among these 15 children, 7 are orphans, devoid of parents, while the other 8 have guardians. Among the latter, 3 are siblings, 2 are full siblings, and 1 is their cousin. The kingdom of Mushi has faced calamities for 3 consecutive years, and a flood devastated the area where the Wu family resided, forcing them to embark on the path of escape alongside the villagers. During times of famine, anything edible, be it tree bark or root, was coveted. Anyone who spotted such provisions would wish for extra hands to gather them for their own stores. The siblings' father, Wu Yuanhong, tragically fell from a cliff while searching for food in the mountains, plunging into an abyss shrouded in mist, rendering it unfathomable. Upon hearing the news, the family arrived at the cliff's edge, where they found only tattered remnants of Wu Yuanhong's clothing beneath a peeling tree. Gazing into the unfathomable depths veiled in white mist, the Wu family, already on the run, ultimately resolved to continue their escape, with the head of the family gritting his teeth, leading his wife and children once more into uncertainty. Yet, fate proved unkind. Just as the roof of their shelter began to leak, a downpour ensued. This aptly describes the Wu family's plight. Before winter's arrival, the Wu family, along with the villagers, traversed mountains and rivers, and after much struggle, they finally discovered a place to settle. However, at this juncture, Wu Yuanhong's frail wife, Qinshi, unexpectedly fell ill. After meticulously searching through her belongings, she managed to find less than 100 coins, which she used to hire a physician for Qin. Upon examination, the doctor diagnosed her with excessive worry compounded by prolonged malnutrition, leading to a chill. With the meager sum of 100 coins, after paying the consultation fee, there was barely enough to procure 2 doses of medicine for Qin. Aware of her impending demise, she understood that their family's finances were exceedingly limited, and resolutely declined her mother-in-law's offer to acquire medication for her, hoping instead that her mother-in-law would safeguard her 2 children after her departure. Thus, Qin endured for 3 days, before ultimately leaving her 9-year-old son, Wu Yu, and 7-year-old daughter, Wu Shui, behind. The siblings subsequently lived with their grandparents and uncle and aunt. However, after 3 consecutive years of calamity, the land yielded nothing, and even the mountainous edible resources had been thoroughly depleted. Wu Yu's grandparents and uncle and aunt were not unkind or unreasonable, while they did not treat Wu Yu and his sister exactly the same as their own 3 children. They endeavored to ensure that the siblings were not left starving. Eventually, the tribulations subsided. Nevertheless, due to their recent arrival, the abundance of children, and the village's remote location, they still struggled to find sufficient food. Thus, they endured a year of hardship. 10-year-old Wu Yu took it upon himself to venture to the nearby town, 8 miles away, in search of work. Despite his tender age, Wu Yu stood taller than his peers, appearing more akin to a 12 or 13-year-old. This stature proved advantageous in his quest for employment, allowing him to secure jobs more easily. Whenever asked his age, he would sheepishly grin and claim to be 13. With his honest demeanor, strength, and keen intellect, Wu Yu assisted various families in town, leaving a favorable impression on those for whom he had worked. Before long, he secured a position as a messenger in the town, earning 600 coins a month, along with a meal each day. Life unfolded in a tranquil manner, which was quite agreeable. Yet, unforeseen calamities often arise. After more than half a year of labor, a significant event befell the Wu family, plunging them back into turmoil just as they had begun to see a glimmer of hope. The elderly couple was rendered bedridden by distress, while the elder uncle sighed deeply, and his wife wept incessantly. The youngest daughter, the 7-year-old Wu Taohua, unleashed a torrent of sharp words. However, none of this could deter Wu Taohua's elder brother, Wu Yuantao, from his determination to marry. Due to the family's inability to provide a dowry, this misguided brother resorted to selling his own sister, Wu Taohua, along with their cousin, Wu Shui, in a desperate bid to secure a bride. The elderly couple was so aggrieved that they could not rise from their beds. As a man brandished a contract of sale for the two girls, claiming that 30 taels had already been paid, and they must be taken away. How tragic and infuriating. The Wu family could not muster even 3 taels, let alone 30. The 7-year-old Wu Taohua cried out vehemently, declaring that she had no such brother, accusing him of possessing a heart of darkness, spending his days idly while fixating on young maidens. Yet, such pleas fell on deaf ears, as the man with the contract insisted on either payment or the girls themselves. Realizing their family's dire financial straits, the two girls felt hopeless and resorted to desperate measures. One attempted to throw herself against a wall, while the other brandished an axe in a bid to end her own life. At this moment, Wu Yu's mind was consumed by the image of his sister's despair. He had no time to attend to Tao Yi. With reddened eyes, he resembled a wolf, ignoring Tao Yi as he sprinted away. Observing this, Tao Yi followed closely behind to the Wu residence and inquired with the locals to uncover the sequence of events. Ultimately, Tao Yi, posing as a distant cousin of Wu Yu's mother, provided 30 taels of silver in exchange for 2 contracts of servitude. He also expressed his intention to take the Wu siblings away, but insisted on acquiring their household registration beforehand. To everyone's surprise, as the trio was about to depart, the sharp-tongued Wu Taohua insisted on accompanying them, demanding that her registration be separated. However, as a young girl, her registration could not be extracted independently. In the end, Wu Taohua opted to sell herself, signing a new contract of servitude in front of Tao Yi, solely to safeguard herself from her elder brother. Subsequently, Tao Yi gave the Wu family an additional 20 taels of silver and departed from Wujiakan with the 3 siblings. The other 5 individuals remained behind due to their numerous siblings, Tao Yi having taken a liking to them, signed contracts of servitude under the pretext of purchasing laborers for the estate, leaving silver behind as he took them away. Upon returning, Tao encountered the stack of contracts, and Tao Yi succinctly explained the circumstances surrounding the 15 children. It dawned on Tao that these were not merely contracts of servitude, but rather certificates of life. Once the 15 children arrived at the ghostly manor, Tao arranged for them to learn literacy through instruction in literature and art. Tao Yi guided them in familiarizing themselves with every corner of the estate, encouraging them to run laps around the grounds while adjusting their breathing. Over the course of the past half-month, though they had not been taught any specific techniques, each child diligently engaged in learning every day. A few girls ventured into the embroidery room, eager to learn the art of needlework from Schwanger. Meanwhile, the boys sought out tasks wherever they could find them, lending their assistance. Although their well-intentioned help occasionally resulted in chaos, it nonetheless infused the estate with a newfound vigor, transforming the monotony of daily life into a more colorful tapestry. Naturally, if one were to disregard the intermittent roar akin to a lioness from the east, one might find even greater enjoyment in the atmosphere. At this moment, Tao Tao was in the study conversing with Ji Qin about the 15 children when a resounding shout echoed through the estate. "You little rascal! I told you not to chop, yet you insist on doing it. In the blink of an eye, you've sent the axe flying into the neighboring courtyard." "Old man, the axe flew over on its own. I didn't throw it. You are being unreasonable." "Ah," Tao Tao mused. "I wish I could enjoy some sunflower seeds while watching this spectacle. What should I do?"